For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 five-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Over the weekend, the Diamondbacks ended their 6-game losing skid with a pair of wins and a series win. Up in Sacramento against the A's, a 6-4 Sunday win was highlighted by Tyler Locklear's first hits as a Diamondback. He went 2 for 3 with a walk and a stolen base, and here was Locklear after yesterday's game.
That's all we talked about in the locker room is just the kind of team we are. We're one of those gutter teams. So taking our walks, stealing bases, creating havoc on the base paths, scoring runs any way we can. So we were able to do that today to come away with a win.
The Snakes are back home tonight against the San Diego Padres. First pitch from Chase will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. As both ASU and the Arizona Cardinals were at camp over the weekend, Kenny Dillingham and ASU seem to have rekindled its magic in week one of fall camp, and the Arizona Cardinals know how pivotal Kyler Murray is to the 2025 season. For more on both stories, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta,
Vinny.
Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Monday. Wake up, everybody. We got a new week to tackle. It's right in front of us. The doors are open. Come sit down. Talk some sports with us. Jared Carlin, back from vacation. Hi, Jared.
Hey. Yes, that's correct.
Oh, yeah, I think you've kind of got us beat on vacations 2-1, don't you, so far?
I think he did, yeah.
Okay. You got one coming up, don't you?
I do.
All right.
I do. So then Vinny is the one that's going to have to play catch-up.
I'm the constant.
So, right, exactly. So how was San Diego, Jared?
It was fabulous.
Okay.
If nothing else, for the literal 40-degree weather difference, which is really something this time of year.
Yeah, it is. It was pronounced this weekend because it was hellish, and it's going to be hellish here all week.
Yeah, this weekend was the first time it felt like Arizona proper in the summer. We've really been let off the hook for the most part this summer.
We have been spoiled. It really, June and July, maybe 2 days over 110, really, which is good. But now I fear that we're going to go through now November with like, you know what I mean, though? It's like, is it starting late and then going to last a really long time? I hope not.
Hot Octobers, those are the worst.
We've
but
had
they call San
those,
Diego America's finest city, you know.
It is, and I went to a Padres game, which was at a beautiful stadium, and you're right about it's the only game in town. The fans are out there. They're all wearing uniforms. But, man, from where I was staying in Carlsbad, it took like an almost hour and a half to get there and home with traffic and terrible stuff.
Each way?
Each way, because it took getting out of the garage. We literally stood still on the 8th floor of the garage for 32 minutes without moving. But
what's interesting, you're bringing up something that's interesting to me as well, but finish your thought first.
What I was just going to say about Padres fans, it's very interesting to look at the eras, because right now tons of people wearing jerseys and stuff. And they either had Fernando Tatis or Manny Machado and a couple of Merrill jerseys, Jackson Merrill jerseys.
Yeah.
The only other jerseys you would see were of Tony Gwynn or Trevor Hoffman.
Yeah.
So there's literally only 2 eras of Padres baseball over whatever they've been around, 50 years. It's funny.
Now, you may have upheld another fine tradition. You sound a little sick. Are you?
No, I'm not sick. Okay. Don't give me the eye,
All
please.
right.
I beg you.
Doesn't he sound a little?
He always kind of does.
But you're the one who always says he always comes home from vacation sick.
I do.
You brought it up, Jarrett.
I think the entirety of 2023 and 2024, every single vacation I came home sick. But I don't feel sick right now.
Okay.
When you take 4 vacations a year, you're going to be sick a lot.
Okay, let's.
All right, I'll save my point on Seattle, but you mentioned something about crowds in other cities. You go to places and you realize a lot of cities have serious traffic issues. I just came out of Seattle. There's no getting around it.
Seattle's brutal.
Seattle is on the weekends. It's brutal.
It's brutal. Everywhere you go.
Everywhere you go.
I mean, that's not even counting like L.A. and New York and stuff. New York, I don't know if it was Yogi Berra himself, but it's a very Yogi Berra-ism that said nobody drives in New York City because there's too much traffic.
Yeah, exactly. That's definitely
the last time I was in Seattle, I was there for an ASU game when they played Washington.
Right.
It was years ago, 2018, I think. But I was with a friend, and he arranged through where he works. They had a setup where you go to this bar and then you take a boat to the game. So it was like sailgating, basically.
All right, nice.
The boat ride was like an hour, but it was way quicker than it would have been driving.
That's crazy.
It was still that much more convenient.
Yeah, I was blown away by the freeway traffic in Seattle on the weekends.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Insanity. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
A Sunday road win in Sacramento for the Diamondbacks. They take down the A's 6-4 at Sutter Health Park. Blaze Alexander had 2 hits, 2 runs batted in, including his first home run of the season, a solo shot in the 7th inning. Geraldo Perdomo, Alec Thomas each had 3 hits for the Diamondbacks. Tyler Locklear had his first 2 hits since joining the team after being traded from Seattle. And Eduardo Rodriguez, solid on the mound, giving up 2 runs on 6 hits over 5 innings to earn his 4th win of the season. D-backs salvage a long road trip with a series win against the A's. They come back to Phoenix with a 3-6 record on the swing. They are home to start a 6-game stay at Chase Field, and that starts tonight with the aforementioned San Diego Padres in town. For a 3-game series, Brandon Pfaadt gets a start for Arizona. San Diego going with newly acquired J.P. Sears. First pitch, 6:40 pregame coverage getting underway at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. For the most part, at least, the offensive doldrums appear to be behind the Diamondbacks after they continued on Friday night, but Saturday and Sunday the bats showed up.
Yeah. Saturday and Sunday was an encouraging pair of games for the Diamondbacks. Contextually speaking, I don't know what it means. I don't know what the West Sacramento dateline meant. I didn't know there was a West Sacramento.
They're very protective. They don't want to be lumped in with Sacramento proper or East Sacramento.
What the heck?
Was that an actual separate city, West Sacramento, California?
On a story I read from there, it had a byline that said West Sacramento.
Every time the city was mentioned on broadcast, it was West Sacramento.
When did that happen? Wasn't it always just Sacramento? All right,
I don't think very much about that city, but that's the way I always thought of it. It took 2 days.
They put some sort of wall, Berlin Wall kind of deal?
I don't know. Suddenly
West
there's
Germany.
a West Sacramento. It's like
they need to bring that wall down to unify Sacramento after all these years.
Exactly.
It took 2 days, but the Atlanta Braves won MLB's first ever Speedway Classic. They beat the Reds 4-2 at Bristol Motor Speedway in Tennessee, a game that started Saturday night but was postponed due to bad weather. The official listed attendance, 91,032, setting a new major league record.
It was a disaster. But Bristol Speedway generally lets race fans bring in coolers. Major League Baseball doesn't allow that. They had very, very little concessions available for people. Apparently, that was a nightmare for people.
Really?
Yeah.
Just didn't think of it?
Didn't think of it. Like, oh, wait.
The Arizona Cardinals held their red and white practice Saturday at State Farm Stadium in Glendale. Good crowd of over 26,000 gathered to watch the annual event, and they got to see rookie cornerback Will Johnson continue his strong first pro camp with a highlight interception of Kyler Murray in a pass intended for Zay Jones, who was the top wide receiver participating, with Marvin Harrison Jr. on the sidelines with knee soreness and Michael Wilson in concussion protocol. Cardinals, believe it or not, only have 2 more open practices during camp, first of which is tomorrow at 1:50. Wednesday is the final session open to fans. The Cardinals start their preseason schedule by hosting the Kansas City Chiefs on Saturday night. It's here.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Over the weekend, the Cardinals also placed wide receiver Quez Watkins on injured reserve, ending his season. They signed wide receiver Nate McCullum to take his spot on the roster. McCullum, a undrafted rookie out of Georgia Tech, spent time in minicamp with the Seahawks but was released in June. Watkins was signed in January to a futures deal with the Cardinals. The fifth-year player spent the first 4 years of his career with the Philadelphia Eagles. Big news from the league over the weekend. Another star player requesting a trade. This time it's Dallas Cowboys edge Micah Parsons, who let it be known he wants out of Big D. Parsons seeking a new contract from the Cowboys and shared in a lengthy social media post on Friday, quote, that he no longer wants shots taken at me for getting injured while laying it on the line for the organization, our fans, and my teammates. On Saturday, Cowboys owner Jerry Jones says he's not considering trading Parsons and calls the trade request part of the negotiations.
Yeah, basically completely dismissed Micah Parsons.
Again. Yeah. The Mercury closed out their 5-game road trip with an 83-67 romp over the Chicago Sky. Kalia Copper, 25 points to lead the way. Alyssa Thomas had the triple-double with exactly 10 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists. Mercury now 17-11. They did, however, play without all-star forward Satu Sabali, who is out indefinitely for personal reasons. Mercury hosts the Connecticut Sun tomorrow night at PHX Arena. Looks like the Connecticut Sun are going to be moving to Boston, too.
Ooh.
They're going to have to change the name because Boston Sun just doesn't work.
No. No, it doesn't.
There you go. There's your splash for Monday, August 4th. Coming up next, it's Cardinals game week. Well, preseason game week. We'll get into it. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs make more deals at the MLB trade deadline.
Diamondbacks sent out 6 players. Eugenio Suarez, Josh Naylor, Randall Grichuk, Merrill Kelly, Shelby Miller, and shockingly, Jordan Montgomery. Zack Allen is not out.
You don't have to worry about a trade now. You think maybe you can just settle in and pitch better?
Maybe. I wonder about that. I wonder if you can just relax now.
Relax. Trade deadline's over. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
D-backs breaking news and play-by-play is on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. And for decades, if not longer, the home buying process largely remained exactly the same. You apply for a mortgage, you make a deposit, and you pay it off in 30 years. This is an archaic approach that puts homeowners at the mercy of their banks for too long, causing unnecessary stress, excessive interest charges, financial strain for seemingly no reason. What if there was a better way? An option to pay down your principal while simultaneously building up your equity sooner than you could possibly imagine. That is what happens with a Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where your mortgage effectively becomes your checking account. You do your mortgage inside of you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You get 24/7 access to your equity, which does a lot of great things. And in fact, 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home. That gives you decades to build personal wealth. That's how you get ahead. Now, caveats, this is not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials, but if you've got the right set of financials, I guarantee you are going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lowe's knows when you're looking for reliability, the right brand makes all the difference. And now, Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retailer for the Whirlpool water treatment line, including their Wi-Fi softener, under-sink filtration system, and more. With Whirlpool's proven performance and our everyday low prices, better tasting, better quality water is within reach. Shop pro-trusted brands like Whirlpool and more, in-store or online. Lowe's, we help, you save.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit yrefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Arizona Cardinals play football this week, so what will we be watching in their first preseason game? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Well, I like to think that no matter what, I'm going to bring everything I got effort-wise, energy-wise, but I know it drives competition, and that makes us better as a team. It makes the offense better. It makes us on defense better, pushing each other. And so that's been fun to see.
Nick Rallis, defensive coordinator of the Cardinals, over the weekend, talking about enjoying the competition of camp. Cardinals got into their red and white practice. Mm-hmm. Really good crowd out there on Saturday, like 26,000 people.
Big number.
To watch. And it is game week. You heard Wolf say it. You heard me say it on the tease. Saturday night, Kansas City Chiefs in town for the preseason opener for both teams at State Farm Stadium. And this is where the questions start. And I know you've addressed this in a recent column that you wrote, Bick, on ArizonaSports.com.
Yep.
And it's an annual question for a lot of NFL teams. Should the starters, your core players, get those preseason reps? And on the surface of it, I'm like, yes, we've seen what happens with the Cardinals when they don't play their important players. They come out a little flat in the regular season, and they usually lose the opener. Mm-hmm. This is not a franchise that can afford to do that.
No.
But I think now with the reality of camp being 2 weeks old and this list of injuries continuing to grow, I wonder what the positioning will be from Jonathan Gannon as the week moves on.
Listen, I as I said in that column too, I've had an about face. I was once a staunch proponent of risking big-time players in meaningless football games, and then I had an attitude adjustment, and I'm taking the word meaningless out of this, and you and I discussed this last week. They don't count in the standings doesn't mean they're meaningless. And I think that as a lot of people believe and as was expressed to me, there's a great deal of value in just the simulation of getting ready for a football game. Guarantees that, like, if Kyler Murray knows, all right, I got to play 2 series against the Chiefs, you'll get a different level of attentiveness in practice. It's just It just is. When you know you're putting on the pads and lacing it up against an opponent who is not a teammate, it changes everything. Plus, like you said, I just think that this year the Cardinals, they've been blessed a 2-year runway. Fans have been extremely patient, as was on display Saturday. I mean, that crowd figure showing up for a red and white scrimmage, that means there's a lot of people very excited about what might be coming with this football team. I think you owe it to them to make sure you are ready in week 1 to beat the New Orleans Saints. And with that in mind, I don't think you get stupid. I don't think you have to play him for 2 quarters. But I do think you have to put him through the motions. No more bubble wrap for these guys.
Yeah, and that's a debate in itself, too.
Mm-hmm.
Does the process of getting ready to play a game and then maybe playing a series, which could be 4 snaps, could be 3 snaps, really, for either side of the ball, is that valuable enough to justify the risk involved? And that's what you have to weigh. Different coaches handle it different. I think it's interesting that the Chiefs are the preseason week 1 opponent for the Cardinals again. We've seen that a couple times recently in recent years. They handle it a little bit differently. They've got a lot of success. They win Super Bowls.
Yeah.
They compete for championships, and they play their starters in the preseason. I think the more new school way of thinking is the Jonathan Gannon way of thinking so far, and that is he's going to put them in bubble wrap because why subject themselves in the preseason to those injuries that can last the full season?
Yeah,
and the list of injuries so far in camp is pretty vast for this team. And I don't know how it compares to other teams around the NFL at this point of the preseason, but I mean, when you had 3 straight days to open camp with injury news, it's not a good way to kick things off.
No, but they're going to be practicing regardless. It's whether or not what is the risk of getting injured in an actual game. And again, it's football. There's always risk of significant injury.
Absolutely.
So yeah, there's a debate to be made for both sides. Believe me, I was arguing the other side for probably a decade. But what I saw last year was a miscalculation with Marvin Harrison Jr., who was in bubble wrap the entire preseason and then was not really ready for the speed of the NFL game. And I just more to the point, they just need to be a football team that is not that their leaders and their quarterback and their key players, they're not taking their first live snaps together in New Orleans in week 1. That's what I want to avoid.
On the Marvin Harrison Jr. front himself individually, I'd be shocked if he's on the field at all on Saturday.
Well, and I think that is because of what he's dealing with his knee injury right now, or his knee soreness, if you will.
Soreness. Jonathan Gannon has said several times there's nothing to worry about. They're just being cautious, but you missed 3 straight practices because of any issue.
Yeah.
I don't think that necessarily lends itself to seeing preseason snaps.
No. I agree with that, and I think what you saw during the red-white scrimmage when Zay Jones had to step up and be wide receiver number 1 was you saw a wide receiver room badly exposed for a lack of depth. Now, you can argue the quantity or the quality of that room. I'm just talking about the quantity.
Yeah.
So
there's definitely that.
Yep.
Here was Jonathan Gannon prior to the red and white practice on Saturday, talking about the opportunity for some players to step up because of the injuries in camp so far.
Guys got to get in there and show what they can do. So, when guys are out, this is, I think, true for all kinds of reasons, but when you get it goes into getting your opportunity. It doesn't matter really how you get your opportunity. What do you do with it, So there'll be guys in and out of the lineup today. We're mixing and matching a little bit today, putting some pressure. Hopefully create some pressure and anxiety with some guys to move around different spots, see how they respond.
About that mentality, and we hear it over and over and over again, and it has to be the belief in the NFL, next man up. Did you hear A.Q. Shipley when he addressed the media on Saturday? He told a great story. He was reminded, hey, the red and white practice, that's when you blew out your knee in 2018. And he kind of told the story, and I'm paraphrasing. He's like, yeah, here I am laying on the field in front of all these fans with a blown out knee. You know what they did? They moved the drill up 5 yards and kept going. They don't care. That's the way it has to be. That's basically how he said it.
Wow.
Yeah, the game doesn't care.
Wow. That almost reminds me of the Nick Saban story, stepping over an injured player who's down on the field because he had to get up to his office, and he almost trips over a guy who's writhing.
Hey,
get out of my way!
Get out of the way! You almost made me fall.
Right. Have this human removed.
Who put this prone body here?
Right. That's exactly right. So, yeah, and so it's interesting that what Will Johnson put on the field on Saturday is interesting. He has declared himself so far in training camp.
Yep. He's certainly one of the players that has.
He's going to be a problem for some people.
Well, and I'm excited about it because that was a guy who, from the draft on, has had a chip on his shoulder. And everybody said, first-round talent. He didn't go in the first round. Guess what? That motivates some people, especially when you're as talented as he is.
Yep.
When you mix talent with motivation and a chip.
Yep.
I like that from a defensive back.
Generally, you get something really good out of that.
Yeah.
So, we'll get more into that. He had a good interception. Again, he was just all over Zay Jones in that game. That was not a fair fight. Zay Jones versus Will Johnson. So
didn't seem to be.
No. So that and that's really, really good. And again, I'm vibing on the fact that if this defense is truly going to be special, there are going to be moments when they embarrass this offense in training camp. It's the way it works.
Bad news, all the winners for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy have been picked. The good news, the party's just getting started. You can still join us Friday at the DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Cheer on your favorite Arizona sports hosts live. We'll be out there this Friday from 2 to 6 p.m. Come say hey, soak in the action, score some epic football prizes. It's the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook this Friday at TPC Scottsdale. Do not miss it. Coming up next, the Diamondbacks got a series win versus the Las Vegas Athletics via Oakland in West Sacramento. Confused? Yeah, we'll clear it up next in D-Backs Daily. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Train Teddy Bear Express gets rolling at Phoenix Children's for Give-a-thon beginning Monday, August 18th. Keep listening for ways you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. As a former NFL player, I know what it takes to build something great, and it starts with trust. I chose Legacy Green Solutions to transform my yard. For artificial grass, putting greens, and custom landscaping, these are the experts that you can trust. Family owned for over 25 years and voted best of the Valley, Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf backed by the best warranties. Text GREEN to 620-620 to book your free estimate or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket. Tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money. More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
Low T, start for free. Guys, if you feel sluggish, you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have Low T. Solution, testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, gain muscle, burn fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your free video consultation today and they'll waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
It's Jake Byrne from America Roofing here. We're more than just a roofing company. We care about our community. As a family-owned business, we're proud to support the Phoenix Children's Give-A-Thon by donating a portion of the repair and replacement proceeds to Phoenix Children's Hospital. We serve thousands of satisfied customers across Arizona since 1999, making us the state's largest roofing company. Trust America Roofing. We've got you covered. Schedule your free checkup at americaroofingco.com today.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. A 6-4 D-backs win on Sunday gives the Snakes their first series win in 2 weeks, and a 7-2 win on Saturday snapped a 6-game losing streak as the team continues to fight post-trade deadline. And here is their manager, Tory Lavello.
We're going to enjoy this. We've had a little bit of a grind, so we're going to enjoy these next couple hours. But we got to turn the page quickly and get ready for another really good series. And a team that's right ahead of us and above us in the standings, and we want to play good baseball. If we're going to make up some ground, we got to continue to play the same type of baseball.
First pitch from Chase tonight will be at 6:40 as Manny Machado and the Padres come to town, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury handled the Chicago Sky on Sunday, 83-67, behind Kalia Copper's 25 points and Alyssa Thomas's second triple-double of the season. And the Cardinals are off today, but training camp will pick back up tomorrow as they prep for their first preseason game on Saturday. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Be sure you call Parker.
That baby is gone! Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com.
D-backs looking for a series win in not Sacramento, Bick, but West Sacramento.
Bizarre,
It's like South Detroit.
Which doesn't exist.
Born and raised in West Sacramento.
Yes.
They're facing the Athletics, facing a bullpen squad from the A's. Starting with right-hander Jack Perkins, getting his first start ever in the big leagues. Geraldo Perdomo had a 2-out double in the top of the first. Stayed right there as Perkins got Lourdes Gurriel Jr. to pop out to second base. Eduardo Rodriguez on the hill for Arizona, and he got into a spot of trouble early in the bottom of the first. After a Shea Langoliers 2-out double, the A's had runners on the corners, but Erod struck out Colby Thomas to end the inning. Diamondbacks bats would get going in the second. Jake McCarthy led off with a walk. Tyler Locklear singled to right, his first hit as a Diamondback. Then Alec Thomas followed with a single to load the bases for Connor Kaiser. Connor Kaiser making his first plate appearance for Arizona.
Up the pitch. Inside ball 4, Connor Kaiser reaches base for the first time as a big leaguer and gets an RBI on the bases loaded walk. It's 1-0 D-backs in the second.
Mike Farron on the call on the D-backs radio network. Bases still loaded. Jose Herrera would follow with a sac fly to right. That scored Locklear. That made it 2-0. Back to the top of the order, and Corbin Carroll.
Urshela playing in. First pitch. Broken bat floater out into shallow right center. That's going to fall in the Bermuda Triangle for a base hit. Thomas streaks home to score. Kaiser to second. Broken bat RBI single for Corbin Carroll. It's 3-0.
D-backs getting offensive breaks? What's happening? Carroll went first pitch hunting, and he got a cutter he liked for that RBI single to make it 3-0. More peril in the second inning for Rodriguez, though. Austin Wynns led off the inning with a double, and the A's would load the bases with 1 out. Rodriguez facing Max Schumann induced a 5-3 double play to keep it at 3-0 Arizona. More D-backs offense in the third. Locklear drew a 2-out walk, then stole second. Alec Thomas would cash that in.
2-2. That one slapped past the diving third baseman into left field, a base hit. Locklear rounds third. He will score without a throw. Alec Thomas is 2 for 2, and he makes it a 4-0 game.
Yeah, it would stay that way until the fifth. J.J. Bleday had himself a Bleday. He singled to right leading off, followed by a base hit by Gio Urshela. Schumann would bunt both runners over 90 feet each to put 2 runners in scoring position. for the big Amish, Nick Kurtz.
The 2-0. He swings and hits it past the diving Locklear into right field, a base hit. 2 runs are going to score on the single from Nick Kurtz, and the Athletics have half the lead. It's now 4-2.
Yeah, lead cut in half. D-backs would get a run back in the 7th against A's reliever Elvis Alvarado. 2 out. Space is empty for Blaze Alexander.
The 2-2. Alexander clubs one deep to left field. Going back on a Blade. He's to the fence. It is gone. First of the year for Blaze Alexander makes it 5-2.
A's would get a run back in the bottom of the 7th inning against Andrew Saalfrank when Schumann's RBI groundout scored Blade to make it 5-3, but the A's would get no closer in the 9th. Alexander made sure of that.
The 1-1. Swinging a liner into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Herrera being waved around third. He'll come home to score without a throw. It's an RBI single for Blaze Alexander. And the D-backs lead 6-3 in the 9th.
Yeah, D-backs would call on Kyle Nelson to close things out in the 9th. He gave up a 1-out solo shot to that Blade guy. That made it 6-4, but he would dispose of Schumann to end the game.
The pitch. Swing and a miss that time, and the ball game is over. The D-backs beat the Athletics today 6-4. They take the series with back-to-back wins and finish this 9-game road trip 3-6.
Yeah, there's the final call. 2 of 3 in West Sacramento. They come home on a little bit of a positive note. The Friday night, again, was a continuation. I had been tracking it. 10 straight games, 3 runs or less for the Diamondbacks. That tied a franchise record, but they were able to finally break out of that. You know, things are temporary in Major League Baseball, but to see a drought offensively like that was something else.
Well, I thought Friday night was a little bit absurd. They had Mike Hazen on really early during the game, and Mike had addressed the team before the series began, which I also thought was interesting. Maybe that's commonplace in Major League Baseball after a GM sort of disassembles a team, kind of forward face the clubhouse and explain yourself. But Mike Hazen made it very, very clear that we are going to be watching all of you very, very closely. We will not tolerate zombie baseball. So he comes and he visits with the broadcast team to start the game, and what the A's scored 4 spot on him in the first inning of the game. And it was just, he was so up there talking about how important it was that we stay accountable. And there's another run for the A's. And I'm like, oh boy, this is not going good. By the end of the weekend, they had kind of, you know, found something, a little something. Again, it's just the A's. It's West Sacramento. But I guess they got a measure of their dignity back over the last couple of games.
Yep, here was Tory Lavello after the game.
We're going to enjoy this. We've had a little bit of a grind, so we're going to enjoy these next couple hours, but we got to turn the page quickly and get ready for another really good series. And you know, a team that's right ahead of us and above us in the standings, and we want to play good baseball. If we're going to make up some ground, we got to continue to play the same type of baseball. So I want us to capitalize on what we're able to do, and remember that when we play the game right, respect the game, and do it the way that you're taught, good results happen. And at the end of the day, you can look up and say you win a series. You have a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, so they win the series. They come back. We'll see if they can continue it. 53-59 as they come home. 6-game homestand against division opponents. 3 against the Padres, 3 against the Rockies. This is about I can't say this is about stacking wins. I don't think this team is necessarily capable before or after the trade deadline of stacking wins. I think this is about individual growth, quite honestly, for next year.
Yeah, and I also think it's about the manager's voice with this current group of players. I think the next 50 games or whatever it is are very, very important from that standpoint. If a decision hasn't already been made, but if a decision has already been made, then you would think Tory Lavello could affect that if the team actually does something interesting.
Yeah.
Now, but let's not fall into this trap, because the Diamondbacks will not come out and say, we waved the white flag. But that's what they did at trade deadline. When you trade off a Merrill Kelly, when you trade off a Geno Suarez, when you trade off Josh Naylor, when you trade off Randall Grichuk, when you were trying to trade more Shelby Miller, when you were trying to trade Zack Allen, and all you were getting in response was a high A baseball player, let's not fall into that trap. But it's not to diminish the importance of what they put on the baseball field at this point going forward. It's important across many platforms. The future of the manager, the perception of the fan base, what the Valley thinks about this baseball team. If this team kind of falls off a cliff and craters, it's going to be a long, long road back for them.
Yeah.
If they play competitive, spunky kind of baseball, they might keep people interested until next season.
Yeah, but look, Blaze Alexander's getting an opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
He's starting to come around a little bit. We're going to see Tyler Locklear pretty much at first base every day.
Mm-hmm.
Good signs yesterday, multiple hits for him. Jordan Lawler should be healthy, should be up with the team soon. He's going to get an opportunity in low-pressure situations to try to get his footing in the major leagues to build for the future. But going back to the Gallen thing, it was interesting, and I think some people were surprised that he was not traded at the deadline. Mike Hazen, the general manager, also on Friday, was on with Wolf and Luke for a weekly visit, and he explained why they weren't able to find the offer they wanted for the right-hander.
You know the answer in some ways and form. I mean, he struggled a little bit this year. That's he's not pitching the way he has over the last few years, and that's on us to help him get that straightened out. He is very capable of being every bit the guy that we've had here at the top of our rotation, and I believe is going to happen for us in the second half. Honestly, Wolf, to get into the weeds of this a little bit,
yeah,
I think.
Wow, I've never had a sound
some of the
bite.
teams.
We had some computer upgrades.
Oh, okay.
Over the weekend.
Wow.
And with upgrades usually comes 3 steps backward before 1 step.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry
okay,
about that.
well, listen, but there's a good point to be made there. If Zack Gallen, on an expiring contract, if he really wanted sort of to gauge what his market value is right now, the answer wasn't very good. And this is for a guy who's playing for a contract. And the Diamondbacks couldn't spin him off for really anything.
No, it's true. But he did pitch pretty well over the weekend.
Uh-huh.
He went 6 innings. He did scatter 9 hits, but only 2 runs. Didn't walk anybody. Only struck out 3. But that was a positive sign for Zack Gallen.
And then Eduardo Rodriguez yesterday, I thought for the first couple of innings, I'm like, this is the Eduardo Rodriguez that has driven me crazy. And it looked like he was on the brink of getting battered in that second inning. That Schumann dude grounds into that 5-3 double play,
Yeah.
and then boom, it was like he found a different gear.
Mm-hmm.
It was bizarre. So, yeah, so I don't know what to expect from this baseball team, quite obviously. But
we've been saying that all year.
Right. But there is no pressure on them. We'll tell you that much. But it's also a dangerous thing because teams that start winning when the pressure is off, it's really good at first, and then you go, oh, that's really soft. Really? The pressure had to be off you for you to feel comfortable enough to start winning baseball games? Who knows where this whole thing is going to go or how it's going to be perceived? That's my point. Look, my point is this is going to be very interesting to see where this plane lands.
And final point on this, maybe we can circle back around to it.
Right.
There was so much talk, very free-flowing talk from people within the Diamondbacks organization about how much this particular ball club was affected by trade deadline rumors. That's not a great sign.
No. Now, and again, I'm sympathetic to it because there were so many people in that clubhouse. But again, this is the business, and you're right. It's a little too much of that.
Yeah. You can take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast, the Bickley and Murata Show podcast. Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, Luka got his big contract extension with the Lakers, and the whole team was there to celebrate.
Really?
Well, almost the whole team. There was a couple of guys missing. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
They got more, I think, from Merrill Kelly than they did Eugenio Suarez, who had 36 home runs and 87 RBIs.
Yeah.
Wave it around right now, everybody. That's what he had. Are you kidding me? A power-hitting third baseman like Eugenio Suarez, who's going to fit right in to your clubhouse because he's that type of guy? It was the fact that Merrill Kelly was a starting pitcher that I think brought them a little bit more than what they even got for Eugenio.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sweet James. Sports fans know better than anyone that winning on the court is nice and all, but if you're injured in an accident, winning in court is essential. That is one of many reasons why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies. So did many of his attorneys. They were all disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moment, and now they use their experience, their knowledge, and their passion to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they're one of only a few firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, which means when they send that demand letter to insurance companies on your behalf, those insurance companies know they cannot play games or nickel and dime Sweet James, not when Sweet James wins 98% of their cases, big and small, and Sweet James consistently delivering some of the top settlements in the state of Arizona. Remember, you pay nothing until they win your case, and the consultation is free. Call 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000 online at sweetjames.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently. Instant, lasting solutions tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their very first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. Book now at sparkmenshealth.com or call 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579. 8579.
What if your next AC could help a child and bring happiness to your home? At Rias, we're proud to support Phoenix Children's Hospital through our Cool for PCH campaign. Make a qualifying donation and receive a free AC maintenance from Rias. Or donate $10,000 and receive a high-efficiency Train HVAC system. The unit is donated by Train, and installation and service are donated by Rias. Sponsor limited. Visit cool4pch.com to give back and get started.
Rias, you'll be happy to see us.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on. Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Honestly, my first and the moment was when my first game. You know, I didn't play for 5-6 games. I don't know exactly how much. But the way they received me, the fans, the team, you know, it was unbelievable. In that moment, I felt I felt something different, so I was really excited.
Luka Doncic of the Los Angeles Lakers. The $165 million contract extension. Not as big as it would have been had he signed it with the Dallas Mavericks pen, but he gets it nonetheless from the Los Angeles Lakers. Surprise, surprise. There he was talking about when he knew he wanted to stay with the Lakers. Even though it was a very emotional transition for Luka. You remember that first game back in Dallas? He was very emotional about it. Seemed out of sorts, quite honestly,
there's no doubt.
for a time in Los Angeles, but wants to stay there. Is going to be there long term. He's already been on the, hey, look at me, I'm in shape tour. And then Friday, or was it Friday or Saturday? Well, over the weekend, he gets his contract extension. They have the press conference and gets a lot of support from his teammates, but not total support from his teammates.
No.
Notably not there, LeBron James and LeBron James Jr.
Right. So what'd you think of that? So apparently he FaceTimed Luka and said congratulations, but not being there is something. In fact, Dylan Hernandez, who writes a column for the LA Times, says everything that just went down this weekend raises serious questions about LeBron James and his role with the Lakers, if there is one. I'm real curious to see where this thing is going.
Dave McMenamin covers the Lakers for ESPN. He talked about the strange scenario of LeBron not being there to acknowledge the extension.
All we know about LeBron's reaction to Luka Doncic signing an extension is that he was out on the golf course doing his new offseason hobby, hitting the links today. No public acknowledgement about the Luka Doncic signing, and I reached out to sources close to LeBron, and they didn't have anything to pass on to me about LeBron James's reaction to Luka extending with the franchise.
I love it.
Wow.
Chaos, sign me up.
Well, listen, this is the first time this has ever happened to LeBron James in his basketball career, where he is not the unquestioned leader and the guy on the team.
Very true.
That is, you can't argue that. This is the first time this has happened. And so everyone wonders, A, what this will look like, and B, whether or not a trade is actually inevitable, I think is the better word. I don't know. It's really, really weird because, and I've noticed this difference for years. I've been saying this for years. LeBron James has been the face of the NBA for many, many years now. He'll never be the face of the Lakers, and he certainly isn't now.
It's a great point. And if you want proof of this, you don't have to go very far or look very hard to find a Lakers fan.
No.
Most of the Lakers fans that I've talked to on this subject, going way back to when LeBron first got to town, and even since they won a championship, even though Daryl Morey thinks it's an asterisk championship, they're not down with LeBron.
No. No, that city is still completely wedded to Kobe Bryant. That's their guy.
Magic Johnson, James Worthy, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, all more important pivotal figures in the minds of Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah.
In the minds of Lakers. And Shaquille O'Neal played for 8 teams or whatever it was.
Right. But think of like the idiocy of the pettiness if this is truly an issue for LeBron. He was gifted a super duper star in his prime to help him in a team that looked like they were going down the drain. He was given a gift to revitalize the last few years of his career with the Lakers. And if he's upset about any part of this, it's crazy to me.
Well, yes, but again, you also have to look at it from his vantage point. We all know how much LeBron preens, how much he has to be the center of attention. We've talked about this for years.
Yes.
And for him now not to be the guy in LA, and I'm sure that privately, the idea that Luka is getting praised from coast to coast for finally getting fit, I'm sure LeBron's not down with that either. Like, really, I've been in shape for 40 years.
But who do you think was in his ear saying, "Hey, you need to
Probably
get fit"?
LeBron.
Yeah, and I don't know. Has he come out and said that he's like unhappy with all this Luka attention?
No. We're just speculating.
No, he's not. But he's not come out and complain about anything. He's a very passive-aggressive.
Very much so.
I'm going to post on social media. And he's not the only athlete that's like that. But what we do know is there's been widespread reporting this offseason that LeBron James is not happy with, quote, the direction of the franchise.
Yes.
The first number in his age is a 4. does he think he's going to play forever?
I don't know. It's a great question.
And I think it's funny, too. There is a similarity, some similarity, between LeBron at this point and the end of the Kobe Bryant experience in Los Angeles. And Kobe Bryant is put on this pedestal, and with good reason. He hamstrung that organization for a very long time at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And LeBron might be doing something similar to Kobe.
The difference is Luka's there.
And the difference is LeBron is a better player at this point of his career than Kobe was at the end of his.
I agree. I definitely agree with that. But the thing is this. LeBron James, from the minute he came into the league, he has always been the guy running the show. He's always been in control of every facet of the team that he played for. It caused some issues in Miami with Pat Riley. They had to course correct a little bit there. I saw this during the 2008 Olympics where LeBron, in 2008, how far was LeBron into his career?
That was 5 years into his career?
5 years into his career?
Borderline.
5 years into his career.
Right?
Right. And so he was in the presence of all these great players, and some of the dudes around that team could not believe how LeBron just wouldn't listen to anybody, just did his thing. And that's how LeBron has rolled his entire career. And now he's dealing with an organization that's like, okay. So I don't know, man. Here's the other thing, too, about this basketball team. So J.J. Redick, more than anybody, is the one who kind of made it known to the public that Luka's got to get in shape, right? That postseason press conference when he basically said some people got to work on their conditioning here. Mm-hmm. Somebody told me over the weekend that I talked to a basketball expert friend of mine who lives in New York, who knows J.J. Redick very well. J.J. Redick is going to put up with exactly 0 DeAndre Ayton bull bleep. So
he should.
We're going to see. This is going to be very interesting because DA can't course correct. He is who he is. He's I'll decide when I want to play hard kind of guy.
Yeah.
And J.J. Redick ain't going to play like that.
But it's like DeAndre Ayton, the example is there. He's not good enough to offer bull bleep to anybody.
Yeah.
He's got to be a consistent player.
Right.
Head coaches, and this, I'm not throwing J.J. Redick under the bus when I say this, they'll put up with bull bleep from certain players.
I guess you're right.
Yeah.
I guess that is
DeAndre
true.
Ayton is not in that club.
But he's not in that club.
The luster of being the number 1 overall pick is well gone. Oh, by the way, here's I wanted to play one more, but I'm not going to. Because Luka did talk about getting in better shape, too, as the tour continues. Was he oiled up during the press conference?
Oh, no, you didn't have to go there. You didn't have to make fun of him.
He was well lubed.
Yeah, so we'll see if there's any smoke to that LeBron James situation. Coming up next this offseason, the Cardinals chose not to address a particular position on offense. Now the depth of that position is already being tested. Are you worried? We'll get into it. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming in August. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks, now with locations all over the Valley. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. For years, pro athletes like Peyton Manning, the late, great Kobe Bryant, many others, they'd all go to Europe during their off seasons, and a lot of people in sports media were like, what are they doing that for? What are they finding in Europe that they cannot get in America? Well, the answer was advanced regenerative medicine was not available in this country. Good news is it is now. It's in our backyard, and you can find it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in this exciting new field where they use revolutionary treatments to harness your body's ability to heal itself and restore and repair that damaged joint tissue that's causing you all those problems. They do it without surgery. They do it without drugs. There is zero downtime required. They are literally transforming lives. The patient satisfaction report for QC Kinetics is 92%. It also includes former NFL great Emmitt Smith, who raves about what QC Kinetics has done to help him manage his damaged joints. So stop letting that joint pain keep you on the sidelines. Get moving again. Get back to living your best life. Call QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get a free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Man, look at that return of dang old king, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The Vegas? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Man, look at that return of dang old king, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The Vegas? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Savolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Over the weekend, the Diamondbacks ended their 6-game losing skid with a pair of wins and a series win against the A's in Sacramento. A 6-4 win on Sunday was highlighted by a Tyler Locklear big game, 2 for 3, his first 2 hits as a Diamondback, a walk and a stolen base. And here was Locklear after yesterday's game.
That's all we talked about in the locker room is just the kind of team we are. We're one of those gutter teams. So taking our walks, stealing bases, creating havoc on the base paths, scoring runs any way we can. So we were able to do that today to come away with a win.
The Snakes are back home tonight against the San Diego Padres. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. As both ASU and the Cardinals were at camp over the weekend, Kenny Dillingham and ASU seem to have rekindled its magic in week 1 of fall camp, and the Arizona Cardinals know how pivotal Kyler Murray is to the 2025 season. For more on both stories, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and the D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Arizona Cardinals play football this week, so what will we be watching in their first preseason game? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Where I changed my viewpoints, I used to, everyone, this is not right, wrong, and different. I like you could say, let's only give them a couple calls so that we can really see, like, go function. And, they only have, let's say, 5 calls. But I do think that's a way to do it, and that's cool. As I thought about that, as I kind of kept moving on in my career, I always thought, well, yeah, but like some piece, I don't know what piece to the puzzle, but there has to be some piece that evaluates their mental too in a game. And if you only give them 5 calls, I don't know if you're quite doing that. So I like, because you have to be able to think on game day, right?
Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Cardinals, talking over the weekend on his ever-evolving thoughts on preseason, how you give snaps, how you evaluate things. It's interesting. All right, I don't want to give him 5 calls, only 5 calls, but is that really doing enough? Does that mean you increase the number of calls you give them? Or do you just eliminate them altogether?
I don't know. That's the decision he's going to have to make. But I will say this. Here's another thing, another element that I think is a little bit different this time around, is we know that putting Marvin Harrison Jr. in bubble wrap and Kyler Murray in bubble wrap may not have been the best thing to do last year, particularly with MHJ. You've got the Kansas City Chiefs as your week 1 opponent. So if Andy Reid is still on the program that he runs, you're going to see Patrick Mahomes take the field Saturday night. And people are going to say, okay, Andy Reid might be the greatest coach in NFL history, maybe even better than Bill Belichick. If he thinks it's a good idea to give his starters reps, what are we doing? There's going to be that inevitable juxtaposition just based on the fact that you're going up against a would-be dynasty, one of the best coaches in football history, and they believe in doing it this way.
Yeah. But then you also get the side of the argument, like, who cares about what they're doing?
Well,
we have
course.
to handle things their own way. These are the annual questions about preseason. So we'll get some answers to those questions. I don't expect a full-on complete reversal of the belief system of Jonathan Gannon, because caution usually reigns in preseason scenarios. But one thing to watch for, how much caution do they have with their wide receiver position? Michael Wilson did not participate in the red and white practice on Saturday. He's in the concussion protocol. And I thought it was interesting, too, Jonathan Gannon explained on the play, Wilson dove for a ball, took a knee to the helmet. That's why he's in the concussion protocol. And it was interesting. Jonathan Gannon talked about how, I don't like these players to go to the ground. I appreciate the effort in practice, but that kind of stuff can happen when you exert that kind of effort in practice. I don't want to blame him or pin, admonish him for it, but I don't like him to go to the ground. So that shows you how razor thin it is for an individual player. Then on top of that, 3 days of missed practices so far for Marvin Harrison Jr. with knee soreness, which has been chalked up to not much to worry about. We're just erring on the side of caution. That, to me, when you went into a red and white practice, all due respect to Zay Jones, who is an accomplished veteran in this league, he was your number 1 receiver on Saturday. That, to me, kind of illuminated some of the concerns that people like us have had. Why didn't you go out and address the wide receiver position? Is it still possible, because the Terry McLaurin thing remains unsettled in Washington? Yeah. Did you have that same feeling?
I did. Yes, I did.
Because I mean, can you count on Michael Wilson, who only missed 1 game last year? Marvin Harrison Jr. didn't miss any games last year. But what happens if they do?
You don't have much depth at all.
No,
you really don't. They signed a kid, Nate McCullum, who was signed off the street by the Seahawks in May. So that's just because they need bodies. But yeah, I'm a little bit, maybe I'm overreacting to this, but as I said last week, it's the one thing you worry about with a player who adds significant bulk is, does it affect his lower body? Is it more stress on his joints, on his knees? And it might be a silly thing to ask about Marvin Harrison Jr., or it may not be. Maybe this is as routine and as nothing as they claim it is. But, it's not a great look when you have your red and white practice and you're holding out a guy for preservation's sake. I don't know. It does look to me like this could be the position that you look back at the end of the season and say, we knew it. Why didn't you go after this? We all knew it.
Regardless of injury or not, I just still feel so uncomfortable about going into a season where you need each receiver down the line, one receiver, 2, 3. You need each of them to sort of like have a career year
to level
for
up.
this to work. You need each of them to get better this season. You're relying on each one. That's a lot to ask for 3 or 4 guys.
Well, and if we're having the conversation at the end of the year of like, oh, how do we not see it? We were a receiver away. Then maybe you still, then in asking that question, maybe you still don't have your answer on Kyler Murray.
Well,
then we're going to drag this into year 8.
Right. I mean,
one more year.
That's the thing. If our receiver room is not as advertised or below expectations, then you can, again, you still want Kyler Murray to elevate this team. But if he's as good as he can be with a poor, quote, poor receiver room, then you still might have to ask the question.
Yeah, that's why to me, if the Terry McLaurin deal in DC doesn't get any better, if it's not just negotiating, if he really can be kind of broken loose from that situation there, I would love for the Cardinals to get involved in that, even more so than Micah Parsons. We're going to talk about this later. But in my way of thinking, you can give Monty Ossenfort reasonable doubt, or you can find it reasonable that any of the options at wide receiver, we went through the free agents, and there was just nothing really that stood out to you. There was just a lot of, that kind of stuff. And so I could get why nothing would be that appealing. But a guy like Terry McLaurin would be much different. So what I'm trying to say is if you're the GM of the Cardinals and you know that you're a little thin at wide receiver, but you don't like the free agents out there, I get that. But this dude is a different kind of dude. And that would be the kind of guy that would really make sense for this team to go out and get. Well, because that lack of depth, the lack of quality depth in that room was on display Saturday. There's no getting around that.
I mean, overall, when I think about why that particular position was not addressed in the offseason, I think it goes back to belief. I think it starts with the belief they have in Marvin Harrison Jr. making the jump in year 2. And if he makes the jump that everybody's crossing their fingers for, it's a moot point. You've got your guy, and you can supplement the position around him. I also think it comes down to a degree of belief in Kyler Murray. Even though this is year 7 and this is very much a make-or-break season for Kyler Murray, if they didn't think he had enough in this evaluation process, because, look, they're not in it to develop players. They're in it to win football games and keep jobs. If they didn't think he had enough to lift them over the top, I think you would have seen a move made. And it wasn't made. And they had opportunities, not only in free agency, via trade, but also in the draft. And they went heavy defense in the draft, which everybody's fine with because that side of the ball needed that kind of makeover. But I think they feel they're good at that position.
Okay. Well, listen,
we'll find out.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying they might be wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Bad news, all the winners for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy have been picked. The good news is the party's just getting started. This Friday, you can join us at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale and cheer on your favorite Arizona sports hosts live. We'll be out there this Friday from 2 to 6. Come say hello, soak in the action, and score some epic football prizes. It's the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook, this Friday at TPC Scottsdale. Don't miss it. Have you started your draft prep yet, Bick?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we know Sammy has.
Yeah. No, not really.
I'm just mad I didn't get to be in the hype video with the championship belt that you guys did. I was going to dress up like a luchador.
We knew.
Well, you still can, and I'm sure you can do your own little commercial, your own little spot.
I wouldn't want to just take all the attention.
Yes, you would.
Are you suggesting that Jarrett loves the camera?
Yes, I am.
Coming up next, last year's ASU team had it. So what was it? And how can this year's team recapture it? We'll get into it next. Next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the fire department. What is your emergency?
No, we got a fire in the pool. She's on the pool. She's not responsive.
Is she out of the water?
Yes, sir. I got her on the floor. I'm trying to get her CPR.
How old is she?
3, 4. The white stuff keeps coming out of her mouth.
Help is driving you as we speak, so keep doing that CPR, okay, until she wakes up.
Yeah, she's doing it. Come on, baby.
How long is she under the water?
I don't know. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
While someone's doing compressions, let someone else go open up the door and make sure it's open for them.
Let her live. Let her live. No.
Okay, we gotta keep doing the compressions and keep breathing.
Dad, oh my God, please, Dad, don't let me die.
The paramedics are pulling up and don't stop until they come and take over, okay?
This heartbreaking 911 call is only one of far too many. Fulton Homes reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Your mortgage is killing you financially. In fact, most Americans are paying on mortgages well into their 70s and beyond. The Life Changer loan breaks this vicious cycle and allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage, where you can pay your home off in just a matter of years without changing your spending habit and keeping 24/7 access to your equity. Pay down, pay off, borrow back at your leisure. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it.
I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce.
Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Hey, it's Gambo. The Cardinals' first preseason game is this weekend. Who is trending towards playing Saturday night? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
That was our best day. That was awesome. That was fun. That was a day right there. That was competitive all freaking day. That's a football team.
What'd you say to them after?
That's a football team. Said I've been here since 5:15. I don't know what it is, but man, was that fun. Like, whatever, 15 hours later, since, I've been here, and that was fun. That was awesome. What a great day.
It's Kenny Dillingham, the head coach of Arizona State. Saturday, Team practiced again at Mountain America Stadium. It was good to get back in the arena, if you will. And we know this about Kenny Dillingham. He doesn't sugarcoat things one way or the other. If his team practices badly, it's going to be described as such.
Right.
So to hear him that effusive of his team's performance in practice, and that was the tone throughout his post-practice availability, that tells you something. He's pretty pleased with where things are right now.
Yeah, and that's the other thing about Kenny Dillingham that I like a whole bunch, and that is he is not afraid to coach kids hard. He's not afraid to get in their face when they have a bad day and say that you have to be better than that. So it's not everybody, when you're trying to balance recruiting and the even more popular word, retention, it's a fine line. So you've got to do it with the players got to really know that you are looking out for his best interests. And they know that with Kenny Dillingham. So I think it's interesting because he's been all over this so far. You come together really. Then there was a day, I think Friday was a terrible practice from a competitive standpoint that they were like, okay, you remember that soundbite was unbelievable. Okay, you want to go 5-7, 6-6? Okay, all right, we can do that.
There are teams that have to go 3-9.
Yeah, we can do that if that's what you want. If that's what you want, we'll do that.
And Kenny's brilliant when it comes. This can only really happen in college. Like this amped up firedness of like calling your kids out. Yeah. Like, hey, you want to go 5-7? All right, we'll go 5-7. Yeah. Like he's brilliant in that regards.
Yeah, and so but it's also, keep in mind, this is a head coach who is now dealing with success for the first time in his career, real success, and he knows it. And Kenny Dillingham, you don't have to remind him how important it is that they continue to build on this, and he is well aware of that. Man has got very big plans. He's got a very big vision, and I think this is what it sounds like. It sounds like you got to be on it every day. You want to be that dude. You want to be those dudes. You got to be on it every day.
Well, I don't think Kenny Dillingham, along those lines, Bick, I don't think he's a coach that seeks out the spotlight. The spotlight finds him because he's genuine and he's different and he's upbeat and energetic and all of those things. So with the success that this team had last year, there's no denying that going into this year, and a lot of it has to do with the conference they play in, it's up for grabs again. But the Sun Devils are one of the it teams in college football.
Oh, yeah.
They certainly were at the end of last year to the degree of, wow, they lost their playoff game, but that was awesome. What they did this year was incredible, and that game was one of the best games we've seen in years. So there's eyeballs on them this year. How do they recapture that it factor from a year ago? Here's Kenny Dillingham.
I just love the game. Like, you're like, man, I get to play football at Arizona State. You know how many people dreamt of that their entire life, to play Power 5 football for a team who people think is good? The lights went out, in case you're wondering. Right? You know how many people dreamt of that? I mean, almost 99% of little kids dreamt of playing Division I football. You're in it. Don't take it for granted.
Here's more on that subject about the efforts to try to recapture that it factor.
We're at a good spot. To say great spot, I think it's impossible. I like where we're at, especially with a lot of guys back. I like the depth of the team. I love the energy. My biggest concern was, would we get it back? What I mean by it was like it. Everybody who watched us play last year knows what I'm talking about when I say it. It was like it. It was just like the magic. Right? The effort, the passion. Would we get it back? Yesterday's practice, I felt it. Today it was back. And the question is, can we keep it? Can we grow from it? Because our talent is here, but we got to have it. We got to have it. And, I talked about the edge and what is our edge? It's that it. It's that. And today we had it. Yesterday we almost had it. Today we had it. Let's keep it.
And can they keep it going up north now to Camp Tonizona?
Yeah, this is going to be great.
Tomorrow, they leave tomorrow, correct?
Yep. Yeah. Tomorrow's the day. That's when Camp T begins, and I'm real curious what that is going to look and sound and feel like, given the incredible amounts of excitement and enthusiasm surrounding this program.
Well, it's interesting too, because when the Sun Devils go to Camp Tonizona, there's always the diehard attendance, the real dyed-in-the-wool Sun Devil fans that are going to make the trek up to try to get out of the heat, see football in a different setting. But now that they have this it, and they're trying to keep the it, What does that mean for the attendance?
That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Is it going to be really crazy thick with fans? As we know, Camp T is a very important tradition. It's connective. It connects different histories and eras of ASU football. It goes right back to the time when ASU was one of the two big dogs in town here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of where they're at again now. So it's a great scene up there. It really is. You can't get away from the feeling like, this is what football teams used to do back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
They'd get together someplace remote and they'd sleep in cabins, and somebody would bring a skunk or corral a skunk.
It's even more charming in 2025 because some of these players are making millions of dollars.
Yeah, how about it?
It was always like, well, these players already stay in dorms and they don't really, they are on food plans and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's like these are actually semi-professional, some of these players having to do this.
Right.
Well, it's too, because we, cooler too, because we played the Rich Rodriguez comments last week, head coach at West Virginia, talking about how the coaching staff and the players live a blessed life. They want for nothing.
Yeah.
And that's the way it is, and it has to be in the arms race that it's college football to see a team kind of turn back the clock and do it old school. And look, it's not as Spartan as it used to be at Camp Tonazona. There's been a lot of improvements, but it's still not close to the standard of successful college football programs.
No, and the only reason I think it works is because of the fan interest, how important it is to the most important fans. And the players feel it, and they know it, and then, it creates energy, and they're cool with it. If they went up there and there was not a single – if it was more like punishment, like we're going to do this to toughen you up, and there was no celebration of it, it wouldn't be felt the same way. It wouldn't be viewed the same way.
I still have nightmares about going up to Camp Tonazona and trying to set up a remote broadcast in the pitch darkness.
Oh, my goodness.
At 5 a.m., trying not to wake anybody up. Fighting off the mosquitoes.
I've been there. Yeah.
It's like, we have to be quiet for the first hour of the show because everybody's sleeping behind.
First time I ever went to Camp T, I think I was not in Arizona very long. I got up on the Beeline and I had about an eighth of a tank of gas, and I got going. I'm like, I'll find a gas station someplace.
Oh, sure.
Then you get in the Coconino National Forest and there's like nothing, and I'm like, I am going to be on the side of the road. Yeah. Thankfully, I made it and lived to tell about it.
Yep. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories of this Monday morning in the reboot. It's Bickley Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help. Give-a-thon week is coming, August 18th through the 22nd. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families.
Become a champion of hope and help the kids at Phoenix Children's.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your air conditioning unit is not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. This is why Parker & Sons, along with Goodman, are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior citizen in need. So if you know somebody on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, make sure you nominate that person online at parkerandsons.com. The deadline for the giveaway is August 15th. The winner will be announced on National Senior Citizens Day. It's a great way to give back. And remember, if your air conditioning is struggling, Parker & Sons is a great company to call. For a half a century, they've been helping Arizona homeowners stay comfortable with honest expert service in heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. They show up on time. They fix it right at a fair price. They treat your home like it is your own. They've got your back, and they're also giving back. Remember to nominate a senior at parkerandsons.com. That winner is going to get a free air conditioning system installed for free. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
And Team Bravo, back backyard recon complete. And command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
Right Way Roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Low T, start for free. Guys, if you feel sluggish, you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have Low T. Solution, testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, gain muscle, burn fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your free video consultation today and they'll waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Struggling with ED? You're not alone, and we can help. At Spark Men's Health, 87% of men see lasting results on their very first visit, or it's absolutely free. No gimmicks, just real lasting solutions tailored to you. Get back to the man you know you are. Call now, because confidence shouldn't wait. Call at 480-550-8579. Results are no cost at 480-550-8579.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A 6-4 win on Sunday gave the Diamondbacks their first series win in 2 weeks, and a 7-2 win on Saturday snapped a 6-game losing streak as the team continues to show some fight post-trade deadline. And here was their manager, Tory Lavello, after the series yesterday.
We're going to enjoy this. We've had a little bit of a grind, so we're going to enjoy these next couple hours. But we got to turn the page quickly and get ready for another really good series. And a team that's right ahead of us and above us in the standings, and we want to play good baseball. If we're going to make up some ground, we got to continue to play the same type of baseball.
First pitch from Chase Field will be at 6:40 tonight as Manny Machado and the Padres come to town, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury handled the Chicago Sky on Sunday 83-67 behind Kalia Copper's 25 points and Alyssa Thomas's second triple-double of the season. The Cardinals are off today, but training camp will pick back up tomorrow as they prep for their first preseason game on Saturday. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. This year, America Roofing is proud to sponsor the PCH Give-a-thon. When you choose us for your roof repair or replacement, you're helping a kid at Phoenix Children's Hospital. Make a bid, help a kid online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Mulatto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. Happy Monday. It is 7:33, and it is the time of the year where ESPN starts showing the Ocho and the Little League World Series, and we're just so close to what is football season. I was looking at the schedules and whatnot, and week 0, technically, I think, in college football is just 2 weekends away. So we're close. We've just got to. We're in the final stretch of tough watches.
Week 0 is ridiculous.
I think they dropped the week 0 terminology. I think it's just week 1 now.
It's week 1, but there's only a couple teams playing.
But they combine it with the first weekend, so week 0, what was week 0 now just gets. It's a 2-weekend thing. Into 1 week.
Into 1 week. It's like they have like 5 games, and then they have a bunch of games on Thursday, and then that's kind of like the beginning.
They changed it because people got offended.
I hated week 0. It's true.
Call it opening week.
Yeah, opening
and then week 1
in college
Same
football.
thing, yeah.
So it got me thinking a little bit, and I want to start by with a little fill in the blank game when it comes to Arizona football and just football in general. So, the feeling of football-less weekends and kind of approaching what's going to be this big, long season of football makes you feel blank, like in these next couple weeks of
excited. It's the time of year where our jobs and our lives get exponentially busier, but for all the right reasons. Yeah. It's the cycle of news in the NFL is a daily thing. There are always people opening their mouths and saying things and putting feet in their mouths.
But enough about Jerry Jones.
Right, but enough about Jerry Jones. No, it's the national pastime. So that's kind of how I feel. I kind of feel like we're about to get to the next level.
Yeah. I'll say excited, but increasingly excited because this is the first year in a couple years where at this time on the calendar, there's not much intrigue or belief in the baseball team in town. Mm-hmm. So we're waiting for something to distract us, and it's always a distraction, yes, and I think baseball probably gets pissed a little bit as an entity that football steals the spotlight at their biggest time of the year on the calendar. But when your team is not competitive, you really look forward to football. So that's my experience this year.
No doubt. And now focusing on the Cardinals and the football team, the Cardinals' most underrated position group you think is blank?
Underrated?
Yeah, underrated.
Offensive line.
Offensive line. Yeah.
I was going to say running back. I think their running back room, Trey Benson, year 2.
I've heard a lot of people really banking on a big year from Trey Benson. I hope that's accurate.
Because it's coming from the Cardinals themselves.
Yeah.
That they basically have 2 number 1 running backs, and even James Conner was touting that over the weekend. So, that's high on the list, but offensive line, I think.
Yeah,
especially with what Isaiah Adams has done in this camp, too, and people talking about how he has just early on nailed down this position to leave no doubt that it's his.
And how
that's
he
a
yelled
promising
at
sign.
Froholt, it's a shame that he wanted to be an art thief growing up, and he couldn't fulfill that dream. He's developed into a very well-regarded center.
Yeah, and after the red and white game on this weekend and heading into Saturday's preseason, what's the biggest thing you'll be watching on Saturday? Like, fill in that blank.
Yeah, number 1 is going to be, what are they going to do? Are they going to change their policy and get some reps for their starters? Are they going to want their starters to go through the routines and simulations of approaching game week? That's what I'm looking for. And, and again, you don't have to get crazy with it. Andy Reid doesn't have Patrick Mahomes running naked bootlegs. Right.
Or throwing the ball 15
times.
Yeah, exactly.
Or 5-step drops. And they're not doing any of that stuff.
For me, it's something that we talked about earlier, and that's the receiver position. I wouldn't expect, Michael Wilson in the concussion protocol, really don't expect him to play. I think they're going to have the kid gloves on with Marvin Harrison Jr. So you're going to see receivers 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 all competing for spots. And that could be interesting. I want to see what Jacoby Brissett looks like at backup quarterback. You could tell that I'm not expecting much of a philosophy change.
No,
I can tell that, yes.
Fair enough. All right, the Diamondbacks. We got a series win, 2 wins in a row. Some, quote, gutter baseball. I guess this is a new term from Tyler Locklear. He had this to say after the series win.
That's all we talked about in the locker room is just the kind of team we are. We're one of those gutter teams. So taking our walks, stealing bases, creating havoc on the base paths, scoring runs any way we can. So we were able to do that today to come away with a win.
So now the Padres come to town, a team with high hopes, high aspirations. How, to you guys and fans, can this team stay relevant at home in this home stretch?
First, can I say this real quick?
Yeah, sure.
I got a problem with the terminology gutter team.
I don't love it.
No, it's like I get what they're trying to say. You want to be dirty and do the little things to win, but gutter in baseball always has the you're in last place in the standings connotation.
Yeah, there's a real negative connotation to the word gutter.
Yes,
right.
Hey, I agree. I'm just
so
here
they're
to
a
play
sewer
the sound.
team. Is that better?
Right. Is that better? Right. Exactly.
They're just playing baseball the right way is what they should say.
Right. So to answer your question, I think there's two ways. Number one, you can win more games than you lose. I think that's going to be difficult for this team, but that's one way to do it. And number two is I think really what everyone wants, what Derek Hall wants, what Mike Hazen wants, is they want this team to get back to playing their offense more than anything, to just being aggressive, but smart with at-bats, but aggressive as all heck when you get on the base paths, right?
Yeah, that and further for me is, again, the individual development of some of these young players. This is a big opportunity for Locklear to nail down that spot moving forward. Jordan Lawler getting back. Blaze Alexander is going to get some at-bats. Do we see Gabby Moreno in the second half of the season? Those are the things I'm going to be looking for. And for a lot of the individual pitchers, too. Was a little surprised to see Garcia sent down, but they did get Beeks back as a left-hander. But I think a couple of those other pitchers that they acquired at the deadline we're going to see before the end of the year. So there's an audition feel to it, unfortunately.
And then as we've talked about earlier, how Zack Gallen finishes this year after being the odd man left, not the odd man out, after the trade deadline.
And he said over the weekend he's happy to be here still, because he does love this city.
Last thing, quickly, on a national level right now in the MLB, a lot of jockeying for these wild cards, the first place in the divisions. Right now, if the playoffs were to start, you'd have Red Sox, Yankees, wild card. You'd have Cubs, Mets, wild card. You'd have Dodgers, Phillies in a round one. So in the last less than 50 games, what's the most interesting MLB storyline down the stretch?
I saw this pointed out, and I was shocked to see it, but the way the bracket's set up, that the Brewers in the National League and the Blue Jays in the American League are the two top seeds.
Wow.
That this is the first time. Did you see this in the newsletter today that we both subscribed to?
I haven't seen it yet today.
The Brewers. Let me pull it up here. I don't want to get this wrong.
By the way, the Brewers just don't lose.
The Brewers, they don't lose. Where was this note? Dang it, I don't have it in front of me. This is the first time on record where going into August there hasn't been a team with a 600 winning percentage in the history of Major League Baseball.
Wow. Parity at the top.
So that to me, because there's going to be a lot of opportunity for leapfrogging in both leagues. I want to see if the Yankees learn how to run the bases.
Or play baseball.
I don't know, watching a lot of Mariners baseball, the vibe on that team right now is fantastic.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm really interested with this Red Sox-Yankees thing. If they do find a wild card matchup of just, is there any, I mean, there's definitely going to be some spark, but the rivalry will be, quote, back. They'll try to promote it, so we'll see. Yep. But there you guys go. Reboot it on Monday.
Thank you, Sammy.
Thanks, Sammy. Rush Hour Reboot every morning at 7:30. Coming up next, we told you what we'd be looking for the rest of the Diamondback season. What is Todd Walsh going to be looking for the rest of the way from the D-back season? We'll talk to Todd next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster. Motor and violence. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
Sports fans know game changers are very, very important all over the valley. That is what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing for their clients. They are changing the game, and I'm talking about people with loose or missing teeth, ill-fitting dentures, people with dental issues, people who just do not like their smiles at all. New Life Dental Implant Center giving those people their dignity and their happiness back. In fact, one of our listeners named Cindy faced significant dental challenges that affected her confidence, her quality of life. She discovered New Life Dental Implant Center. She got new dental implants experienced a remarkable transformation, regaining her smile and her self-assurance. That's what they're giving people at New Life Dental Implant Center. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find in the industry. They are rated America's #1 all-on-4 dental implant provider at New Life Dental Implant Center. That new life, that new you, just one phone call away. Find out more by calling 602-855-0000 or visit newsmilearizona.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you thinking about the holidays in July?
Of course not, and neither are most jewelry stores. They just wait and order from some wholesaler in New York.
But at Diamond Dave's Desert Wholesale Diamond, we are thinking ahead. Why?
Because we're the importers, the designers, the manufacturers.
If we want the best quality diamonds and a strong selection ready for you this holiday season,
we've got to start now. That's how we stay steps ahead every year.
So when December hits, you're not stuck choosing from leftovers.
You're getting something stunning, hand-picked, and priced the right way at wholesale.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you gotta call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
The D-backs face Jose Ramirez and the Cleveland Guardians for a 3-game series starting August 18th. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Did the Diamondbacks show they're finally over the trade deadline this weekend against the A's? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, D-backs back home after a 9-game road trip that took them to 3 different cities. Also encompassed the trade deadline. A different-looking team coming back to Chase Field here to talk about it with us. Diamondbacks television broadcaster, the one, the only, Todd Walsh, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Todd, good morning.
I just spent 4 nights in Sacramento. How are you?
Yeah,
West Sacramento.
Since
Todd.
when did West Sacramento become a thing? What did I miss? When did this happen?
I don't know. I don't know where Steve got that from, but I know that when I checked the temperature every day, my weather icon said West Sacramento.
Yeah.
So it exists.
All the newspaper
Good morning
and
to you.
website
Good morning.
datelines all said West Sacramento, too.
I don't get it.
Okay.
Weird. Bizarre.
Well, let's start there. How is West Sacramento as a major league city on your pecking order, Todd?
Okay. Well, first of all, it's a wonderful, quaint hotel. The people at the stadium were unbelievable. It was quaint. They were just. It was really cool to see as many Diamondback fans that I saw that kind of figured this was a bucket list kind of thing, and to see their team play in in a AAA stadium. All of that was great. I do know that on my first day there, I realized I hadn't paid my mortgage yet, so I wanted to send it in the mail, and I made the mistake of going right out of the hotel. That was not wise. Going left and walking towards the river was pretty cool. Old Sacramento was neat, and it was a lot more interesting and inviting than I thought.
Oh,
I can make all the jokes, but you know what? I would say, all things considered, A+ to Major League Baseball and the folks in Sacramento. They were really cool and very kind.
That's cool.
All right, so let's frame up where this team is and what's literally ahead of this baseball team. Your thoughts not only on what went down on the trade at the trade deadline, but sort of this mandate from Mike Hazen and Derek Hall. This team needs to find its identity back right away, and we're not going to tolerate zombie baseball going forward.
Yeah, I was actually listening to you guys all week long in Pittsburgh. By the way, I spent 4 days in Pittsburgh. I was listening to you, especially with the time change. It was pretty cool. I'd never really heard your first hours before, but I heard the zombie baseball phrase, and I just kept saying to myself, do not repeat that on television. Just don't say that word. But the more you said it, and the more I sat in that dugout and watched it, it was what I was watching. And it was really hard, and I was struggling with it every night because it kept getting worse and worse. And then the dichotomy of what it was like after the deadline, and then all of a sudden they put together a win in Game 2 in Sacramento, and you just felt the life going back into the group. You really did. I mean, it was like inflating an air mattress with a jet engine. Like, it just immediately they just came up. Shoulders were high, guys were talking to each other, looking each other right in the eye, and then it translated on the field. It was that kind of baseball that that they are capable of playing. So I just wish that this whole trade deadline thing was set up differently. There was a couple of guys that cover this team, one in particular that pronounced they were going to be sellers and patted his chest and said, "This is it." And I was like, man, when did that change? When did this thing morph into this? And that's for another show someday. But I felt like everybody knew that and got caught up in it. I sensed it for weeks, and then there was no switch for them to even turn on. And Detroit was just a disaster, and guys were acting like they weren't affected. They were affected, and to see what I saw yesterday and Saturday night was at least encouraging, and they got to get on a plane and come back and feel good about themselves. And then half of them, are coming back and they didn't know where they were going. I saw Dave McKay pointing out directions to Tyler Locklear when we were picking up our bags at Chase Field, like, here's where you go, here's where you walk in. I mean, when the local media gets in the clubhouse today, it's going to be a shock when you walk in. There's so many new faces, and the faces that are gone are guys that had a huge presence in that room.
Todd Walsh, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. We shared during the Rush Hour reboot what we're going to be looking for. I think this is audition time for a lot of players, young players. I think it's redemption time for some of the veteran players like Zack Gallen. For the next 50-plus games with this different crew of Diamondbacks in place, Todd, what are you going to be looking for?
I heard what you just said, and I was nodding my head. All of those things are so true. I'm just going to zero in on what one player said to me, and that was Alec Thomas. I asked him after the game Saturday on the postgame show what his takeaway was from Mike Hazen's address to the team. And I thought he gave maybe the most thoughtful answer I've heard from him since I've met him. And he said there was some of it that I just took right to heart. And I asked him the next day, can you tell me more about that? And before the game Sunday, we were in the dugout, and he said, a lot of us have been asking for chances. Give us a chance. Well, as Mike said, here it is. Do with it what you will. So there's an understanding of that, and I really like that. And I think that there was a sense of, for some, maybe entitlement, maybe a little too comfortable, and that can manifest itself in 1,000 different ways. Mm-hmm. And that happens, but I think it did happen. And now there's whatever game's left, there's your audition. I also know that a few things were said about don't think you're coming to camp next year to try and make the team. It's here, it's now.
Interesting.
And if you haven't figured that out and you're in that clubhouse, then I don't know what you're looking at. And I also want to see, and I've watched it the last couple of days, I've seen Geraldo Perdomo become a little more mature and a little more engaged in understanding that this is going to be his team. And leading it isn't just, piling up RBIs and being the quarterback in the infield. There's more to it. And he was attached to the hip with Gino Suarez and watched him go about his business every day. And I hope he takes some of that with him. And then the whole Zack Gallen thing is a story in and of itself to me.
Yeah, well, let's talk about the Zack Gallen thing, because if he's playing for a new contract and this year hasn't gone the way he wished, but if he really wanted a wake-up call about his current market interest, you would think that trade deadline would be an alarming deal for him to have to kind of work through. But he's here and he wants to be here, and he's going to have the opportunity to turn this thing around. You know Zack as well as anybody, very bright guy, very witty guy, great teammate. How does he get this thing back on track?
Tactically, I don't know. But what I do know is I watched him work his way through it, the mental gymnastics of it, after his start the other night. He spoke to us for 11 minutes after the game. Some of the questions were from the local media there, which were a little obtuse to the moment, and he handled those very well. But I watched him work his way through one answer, which you probably heard or read, which is where he said, you know what, it could be worse. I could be somewhere where I don't have familiarity in it and my own bed to sleep in, and I am a Diamondback, and I do love it here, and I need to figure this out in these last 2 months. And I loved hearing that, and I know that he was working his way towards understanding that he was being moved. He thought that. He told me that he went and had a lunch at Chase Field, sat outside, and just kind of soaked it all in. And so he's that prepared. And he admitted that he's a consumer of baseball information. So how could you not be in tune to all that? He's that smart. But my hope for Zack is that we as a fan base, or the Diamondbacks fan base, has a reciprocal relationship with him, and that they don't take it all out on him in these next 2 months and sort of turn their back on him. Because I want everyone to remember what Zack Gallen brought to this franchise, and he put this team back on the map. He helped do that. Last I saw, he pitched into the 7th inning in a World Series game with a no-hitter, and he shattered a record that I didn't think I'd ever see shattered in Brandon Webb's consecutive shutout innings. And we've watched him mature. Like, he even said to me before the deadline, I asked him, this is the place that puts you, up on the top shelf. And he said, yeah, did anyone even know who I was when I was traded from the Marlins here? And I said, I didn't know who you were. I was looking right at you. I'm like, oh, great. So I just really hope there's an appreciation of that, and I hope he finds it, whatever it is. And I think we saw a sense of it the other night. But just imagine what he's going through. I mean, this has been a bizarre tornado of emotions for him over the last few weeks. And then the fact that he knows and has admitted he hasn't pitched well in his contract year. There's a lot there.
Well, Todd, as always, great stuff. Thanks for making time for us.
Yeah.
Glad you're back
and
from
glad
Sacramento
you remembered to pay
and
your
Pittsburgh.
mortgage, brother.
Yeah.
I did. No, I made it all the way down to a mailbox. I hear you can do that stuff online now.
Yeah, I was going to tell you that.
Pay. Yeah.
That is old
Just
school, man.
promise me.
That's pretty convenient.
Thanks. Just promise me this isn't the end, that I'll be relevant for at least one more visit. I love talking to you guys, and I wish you could have seen my face when I was sitting on the charter and it was Jared saying, could you come on at 7:45 in the morning? Oh, sure.
You're always welcome here, Todd.
Yep, anytime, Todd.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Todd Walsh, Diamondbacks broadcaster, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, the Monday Blast.
Fire!
Right in your face. It's Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Huzzah! It's the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. Friday at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. The Mother of Dragons, first of her name, will defend her honor against the evil Cersei and her cruel son, King Joffrey. It's not that kind of fantasy. It's about fantasy football, not a Renaissance fair. So, Sir Burns and Sir Gambo are not Knights of the Royal Guard? They're not. They're sports talk show hosts. Do they not serve the Draft King? Let's talk over here, bro. Join Burns and Gambo Friday at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale for our Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. Prizes, good times, and more. 2 to 6 Friday afternoon. Details at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
Buyer beware is great advice, especially when buying a new car, and beware the high price of mediocrity. It is everywhere in the automotive world. You will not find mediocrity at Chapman BMW. Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got 2 great locations, which means you're going to get the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. And as many of our listeners will attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience. Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. From Ted Chapman all the way down to the techs in the garage, everything they do is first class. And the best thing about Chapman BMW, if you're a listener of Arizona Sports, is that you have got a real friend in the business. Go take a test drive, find out what you like, go get your hookup. Ask for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations, loves our listeners, wants you to ask for him by name, guarantees you're going to get the best deal, the best price you are going to find in Arizona. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Homeowners, did you know Arizona had more homes that didn't sell in the last 6 months than in the last 2 years combined? Thousands of sellers were disappointed with no sale. Don't let this happen to you. I'm Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, and with my guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or I will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-On-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-On-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-On-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-On-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, retirement right around the corner for me. Annuities, good or bad? Should we look into them?
Let me just tell you this. There's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Some of them are oversold. Some are great, some are terrible. I'll tell you this, if you're considering buying one, make sure you buy the right one. And we think it's important to get a second opinion from a real fiduciary. And that's what we're offering to the public today.
Free second opinion. So if you're thinking about an annuity, you're heading into retirement, call Stuart Willis. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Annuities might be right for you, or they might be wrong for you. Find out more by going online at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com. Or get a free portfolio review right now by calling 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Over the weekend, the Diamondbacks ended their 6-game losing skid with a pair of wins and a series win up in Sacramento against the A's. A 6-4 win on Sunday was highlighted by Tyler Locklear's first hits as a D-back. He went 2 for 3 with a walk and a stolen base. But the Snakes are back at home tonight, and they'll start a 3-game series with the San Diego Padres. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. As both ASU and the Cardinals were at camp over the weekend, Kenny Dillingham and ASU seem to have rekindled its magic in week 1 of fall camp, and the Cardinals know how pivotal Kyler Murray is to the 2025 NFL season. For more on both stories, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of its energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Bickley and Marana Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
It was jarring and strange to see the Diamondbacks playing in a tiny ballpark in West Sacramento over the weekend. It felt like a baseball team that had been relegated to the minor leagues. And after the deflating emotions that swirled around the trade deadline, the symbolism hit pretty hard. So, what now? Well, the Diamondbacks return to Chase Field tonight for the first time since waving that metaphorical white flag. And will the fans show their displeasure? Will they avoid the ballpark entirely, or will they give the team a mulligan after all those early injuries? No doubt the next 2 months are very important to the future of Tory Lavello, his coaching staff, and the vibe around this baseball team. If they do not regain and find their identity or a slice of redemption, everybody will pay a price. And with football season just around the corner, a nosedive to end the baseball season could lead to sweeping changes and a long, long road back. If you noticed, over 26,000 people showed up for the Cardinals scrimmage on Saturday, a sure sign of where the excitement and optimism currently lies in the Valley. And the Diamondbacks, well, they once had their grip on this town and our hearts, and they can't let that disappear without a fight. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Well, first of all, I appreciate Ken and Mike taking accountability because we're all in this together. And never once have I ever felt like I've been on my own island and they were pointing the finger at me. And I think that's what makes this group and this organization so unique, is that when one fails, we all fail. And the way I look at it is I could have, of course, done a better job in several areas. I love defense. I love pitching and defense. That's who I am at my core. And, with a new infield coach, I knew that there was going to be some growing situations, and maybe I could have jumped in a little bit sooner, a little bit more to help facilitate that. So we didn't have those early lapses in April, because all those games in April added up. If we had won 4 or 5 of those games in April that we projected to win, we could be in a totally different space right now.
And Tory Lavello on with Burns and Gambo Friday here on Arizona Sports. The question posed there, where this season went wrong. And he's right. There's accountability being taken by ownership. There's accountability being taken by the general manager's office. Tory Lavello is taking his share of it as well. But where the season went wrong was identified very early. And it was go back to last year. The urgency that was not shown early in the season. For a team that missed the postseason by 1 game, there just seemed to be a it's okay attitude from day one with this baseball team. And that is certainly, you have to pin some of it to the manager, but the players also kind of went out and put forth that attitude as well. I need a day off. It's the day before the All-Star game. I need a day off. And I'm singling out Ketel Marte. He's not the only one.
No.
And that policy of days off and rest and caution has kind of worked its way throughout this entire roster.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So the manager definitely enabled that mindset. There's no doubt about it. He's a player's manager to the nth degree. He's an empath. And I'm real curious how Ken Kendrick is feeling about this. It would be something, and a lot of the fan base has closed the book on Tory Lavello. You know this. You've been railing about this all year long.
Well, a lot of that fan base closed the book last year on Tory Lavello. They've thrown the book in the trash now.
Right, that's right. And then they went back to get the book out of the trash, and now they're setting it on fire. So, right? And so that's kind of where this whole thing is. But it's interesting to me because, as I said before, there's what a history between this group. And the one thing that you can say about Ken Kendrick, and you can say about Mike Hazen, you can say about Tory Lavello and Derek Hall, they're tremendously accountable. Things go wrong, they are very, very quick to put up their hand and say, my bad, that is our fault. They rarely ever obfuscate or point fingers, and it's a sign of a real healthy, functioning group of people. But the question just becomes, you can just drill it down to the very basic. Is it time? Is it time for a new voice?
Well, Burns and Gambo also posed that to Tory Lavello on Friday. Does he feel like he's coaching for his job the rest of the season? We've talked a lot about this auditioning process for a lot of these players. Is it a further audition for job security for Tory Lavello?
I live in that space every day. Nothing ever changes with me. I can't necessarily worry about what's going to happen tomorrow or the next day. I just want to go out and be the best version of myself. Because if I'm worried about the wrong things, I can't lead this team. I got to be able to take care of what's going on inside of the dugout and do my job. If I do my job to the best of my abilities, wherever it lands me, that's all I can worry about. And I can't worry about the things I can't control. And my main control is to walk into this clubhouse today, lead these guys, help make good decisions to win a baseball game against the Oakland Athletics.
Yeah, I mean, furthering the disappointment on this season, and we just talked to Todd Walsh about it, and Todd has a unique perspective traveling with this team, and he talked in great detail about how he felt the trade deadline affected a lot of players on this team. And again, that's a reflection of things gone wrong. I'm not going to sit here and eliminate the human element of baseball. They are human beings playing a game. Yes, they're the envy of a lot of people because they do it for big dollars, but there is a human element to it. However, that human element has been in place since 1876, basically, when they started playing baseball professionally. I don't know if I've ever seen a Diamondbacks team, certainly, but any team affected as much by the trade deadline as this one, because they were playing their worst baseball in conjunction with being worried about where they were going to play next.
Yeah, and you've heard a lot of people talk about the focus was off and this was off and that was off. Maybe it was the sheer number of players that were being talked about. Maybe it was the fact that the talking began early, that the Diamondbacks kind of were declared sellers pretty early in the process. Whatever it is, I tend to agree with you. It's the trade-off. You get paid. When you get paid the money you get paid to play professional sports, what you reconcile before you even start is there are things about this job that are not ideal. The fact that you can trade me to a different city at your whim overnight, and suddenly I've got to rip up my life and go there and try to be a professional, that's the bargain. That is the deal.
Deal with it.
And to go back to Tory Lavello, that's the job of a Major League Baseball manager, is to keep the team focused. This is not, the NFL where you're calling plays during a game. This is not the NHL where you're doing line shifts during a game. Before a game, after a game, during a game, it's to keep the team focused, and they seem to have lost focus over the last week.
And yes, and the reason why they had so many players affected by trade deadline rumors is because they woefully underachieved. Where does that fall? It falls on the manager and the players.
Yeah. No, exactly. There's been something off about this team from the very beginning. As you said, I expected a different kind of team, a hungry team, a team with incredible edge based on what happened the last week of the previous season, and that hasn't been the case at all. So I don't know where my instincts take me when it comes to the manager. Part of me doesn't see a universe where they bring him back for year 10. But then part of me thinks, what if they show a ton of fight here down the stretch, and then they maybe blow out some of his staff and give him a new third base coach and another new pitching coach and another new infield coach, and who knows?
At that point,
I don't. Again, I'm just riffing now. I don't know. My instincts. I'm not clear on this one.
Look, I think the what if is pretty substantial here because there are 50-plus games left.
Yeah.
They could make an impression. I don't think they will because they've failed to make one to this point.
That's right.
So, but we'll see.
Yep.
I mean, they haven't made a move yet.
Oh, you got the Padres in town for 3 tonight, and the Padres are really good, and the Padres have got some swagger. The Diamondbacks better find, to quote Tory Lavello, find themselves in a space where they can find the best versions of themselves, Vinny. How's that for some hippy-dippy stuff?
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley Marotta Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, the Cardinals are about to dive into the preseason, but could the front office still make a big splash? We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by YRefi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. New Diamondbacks first baseman Tyler Locklear registers a multi-hit game in a win over the A's. ASU rekindled its magic to end Week 1 of fall camp, says Kenny Dillingham. And QB coach Israel Wolfork says the Cardinals need Kyler Murray to be Kyler Murray in 2025. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by YRefi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Sports fans know you gotta go big, as in big screen televisions, because these games and these athletic contests we love so much cannot be watched exclusively on laptops and tablets and phones. You need them to be bigger than life, and if you need to upgrade your viewing experience, my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance can take your fandom to the very next level. They will give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They're a Valley institution. They will give you the insight you'll never get from the big box stores. You'll get a great experience, great selection, all the big screen televisions you're looking for, all the way up to 115 inches, great selection of audio components. When you put the right TV together with the right audio component, you will have magic. I know Waltz did it for me, gave me a great price. They'll do exactly the same for you, and know that. Waltz offers unbeatable pricing, and to prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz, watch them match it. They'll give you same-day delivery, 7 days a week. You'll enjoy your worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, drop my name, 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Waltz is off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
What if your next AC could help a child and bring happiness to your home? At Rias, we're proud to support Phoenix Children's Hospital through our Cool for PCH campaign. Make a qualifying donation and receive a free AC maintenance from Rias. Or donate $10,000 and receive a high-efficiency Train HVAC system. The unit is donated by Train, and installation and service are donated by Rias. Sponsor limited. Visit cool4pch.com to give back and get started.
Yes, you'll be happy to see Blast.
Low T, start for free. Guys, if you feel sluggish, you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have Low T. Solution, testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, gain muscle, burn fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your free video consultation today and they'll waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
McLaurin and the Commanders have really had minimal momentum on McLaurin's contract. And really my understanding of the situation is Washington's comfortable doing an increase on his current $23 million per year clip, but it's more of a slight increase. So it's a difference in how they view the market. McLaurin believes he should be closer to sort of that DK Metcalf $30+ million a year range. And so right now, he is not practicing, and that's not changing soon. They have not made any progress as far as I've been told. They have not had permission to go shop his services either.
That's Jeremy Fowler from ESPN. The latest yesterday on the Terry McLaurin situation, unresolved in Washington. Another situation popped up in the National Football League. Same division, different team, Dallas Cowboys. Micah Parsons, their stud edge rusher, best player on their defense. He has requested a trade as well. I want to go back. We'll get back to the McLaurin thing.
All right.
Let's focus on Micah Parsons for a second, since that's the freshest news.
Yeah.
I want to take you back to July 21st. This was Jerry Jones talking about Micah Parsons and his negotiations. And listen to some of the things that Jerry Jones said.
Contracts are 4 or 5 years, okay? There's a lot of water under the bridge if you step out there and do something in the first 2 or 3. You can get hit by a car, seriously. And so there's a lot to look at over a lot of years that could make a big difference. Have you ever heard of any clubs committing to players and then they didn't pan out after they committed to them? We have. Just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year, seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
J.J. Watt had a great response to that on social media. Anytime you could take a shot at your best player for getting hurt while he's laying it on the line for your organization, you just simply have to take it.
You have to take it.
That came back over the weekend when Micah Parsons had his social media post, and it starts with, "Yes, I wanted to be here. I did everything I could to show that I wanted to be a Cowboy and wear the star on my helmet. I wanted to play in front of the best fans in sports and make this team, America's team once again. The team my pops and I grew up for cheering in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Unfortunately, I no longer want to be here. I no longer want to be held to closed-door negotiations without my agent present. I no longer want shots taken at me for getting injured while laying it on the line for the organization, our fans, and my teammates. I no longer want narratives created and spread to the media about me." So that is a direct response to that comment. And again, that was last month. Jerry Jones is still talking about it. Listen to this.
At some point, you do have to recognize that we're talking about under contract here, which can diminish if somebody makes a new contract. It makes you wonder if they'll honor that contract because they're both the same paper with the same signatures on them. So you have to work through the integrity of the agreement. And we're under contract here.
And a message to the fans?
As always, in any relationships, there are different moods at different times of your relationship. That's what it is. Don't lose any sleep over.
So just to be
That's
clear,
the one thing I would say to our fans. Don't lose any sleep over.
Yeah, don't lose any sleep over because they're going to go 8-9 with him or without him.
All right.
Let's start with the first one. Can I just chime in on that one real quick?
Yeah, no, please.
The old school thinking is he is under contract. He's got a year left on his contract. The new school thinking is these players are thinking about their futures.
Mm-hmm.
And when you factor in the injuries and the toll that this takes on your body, you've got no problem thinking about your future. That's the way it works. You overperform your current contract, you get rewarded on the back end with an extension. And it seems like most teams, not all, most teams get this.
Right.
Jerry Jones has struggled with this concept for quite some time.
Oh, without a doubt. Listen, he had issues with Ezekiel Elliott, with DeMarcus Lawrence, with CeeDee Lamb, with Dak Prescott. And this one is interesting, though, because I don't recall any of the previous ones having so many shots taken by the owner. Now, Jerry Jones is claiming this is just negotiations, and he's acting like this is nothing I haven't dealt with before. We've played this game before. He's really diminishing Micah Parsons' complaints. And if it is just negotiating, though, what you can't get past is the effect it has inside the locker room in Dallas, because a lot of teammates have already come out and supported Micah Parsons. Like, this is our best player, and you're doing this to him?
Mm-hmm.
Why? There are people who think maybe Jerry Jones is concerned about whatever back issue Micah Parsons had or still has, and is trying to get another year out of him where he doesn't have to pay for that health risk. I don't know. I just know that once again, Jerry Jones has commandeered the NFL offseason. They'll be talking about him all morning long on ESPN because this is what he does. And every year the media narrative is exactly the same. Why is Jerry Jones like this? Doesn't he truly care about winning?
Yeah, and I'll say this to further what you said. You're right. This is going to be talked about on all the talking head shows.
Mm-hmm.
I don't blame them for it. I think this is fascinating.
Well, with a player of this caliber, absolutely.
And with a team of that caliber,
mm-hmm.
and by caliber, I mean profile. It's not a great team. 30 years, longest NFC championship game drought in the conference. Haven't won a Super Bowl title in 30-plus years. So that means something, because Jerry Jones, early in his tenure as the owner/general manager, proved he knew what he was doing. And it's 3 decades later.
Well, he had success.
He had success. Well, I mean, the level of success they had, you can't argue with.
Mm-hmm. He kind of threw that away, though, because he was so petty with the coach, Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Now,
but I also don't think that he's going to be traded, which is where the Cardinals come in. We were kind of kicking it around last week. And that's before the trade request from Micah Parsons came in. Should the Cardinals, who have some salary cap space, should they get into the Terry McLaurin sweepstakes or the Micah Parsons sweepstakes?
Micah Parsons a better player at his position by far than Terry McLaurin at his, but I think the Cardinals have already significantly invested in their defense. I don't see them getting involved with this. Now, we do know Monty Ossenfort reportedly called Jerry Jones last year about Micah Parsons. So there is interest in the player, but why wouldn't there? Why wouldn't there be? This is the guy that is on a rare trajectory as a defensive player.
Yeah, I mean, he's young.
Mm-hmm.
He's productive. He's been a leader for that team.
Violent.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen.
All the things you want in a draft pick you make at that position.
No, it's exactly right. The thing, though, that I'm hung up with on this story that makes this one so different is that Jerry Jones really believes that he and Micah Parsons had agreed to the framework of a deal in a closed-door meeting that didn't have Micah Parsons' agent. That, to me, seems really foul and vile. If you're an owner, you can't do that. You can't bring a player in like you're going to talk to him about leadership, shut the door, and then start haggling with him over a framework of a deal. That's his agent's responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
So for Jerry Jones to claim that we had an agreement reached, what? He knows better than that.
Mm-hmm.
Because the minute Micah Parsons gets out of that meeting and calls his agent and go, that was just weird. We were talking. He's like, you're talking about money? Don't do that again, Micah. That's my job.
Have you considered that Jerry Jones is an old coot?
There is that.
There's a technical term coming up again.
Yes.
Coming up next, we're going to continue kind of on this subject. The example's already been set for Jerry Jones in Dallas. Doesn't work out real good when you draft a player who becomes a young superstar in a sport and then you shun him. But it could happen again. We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, the Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Motor and violence.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
It's Gatos, and America Roofing isn't just about fixing or replacing your roof. They're here in the community and they're ready to help. America Roofing will be donating a portion of all repairs or all replacements to the kids and the families at Phoenix Children's Hospital this year. When you call America Roofing and they repair or replace your roof, a portion of that is going to the kids at Phoenix Children's. And we're so grateful that America Roofing is part of the Big Give-a-thon this year. Thank you, America Roofing, for helping the kids at Phoenix Children's.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lowe's knows when you're looking for reliability, the right brand makes all the difference. And now, Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retailer for the Whirlpool water treatment line, including their Wi-Fi softener, under-sink filtration system, and more. With Whirlpool's proven performance and our everyday low prices, better tasting, better quality water is within reach. Shop pro-trusted brands like Whirlpool and more, in-store or online. Lowe's, we help, you save.
I'm I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A 6-4 win on Sunday gives the D-backs their first series win in 2 weeks, and their 7-2 win on Saturday snapped a 6-game losing streak as this team continues to show some fight post-trade deadline. And here's their manager, Tory Lavello.
We're going to enjoy this. We've had a little bit of a grind, so we're going to enjoy these next couple hours. But we got to turn the page quickly and get ready for another really good series. And a team that's right ahead of us and above us in the standings, and we want to play good baseball. If we're going to make up some ground, we got to continue to play the same type of baseball.
First pitch from Chase Field tonight will be at 6:40 as Manny Machado and the Padres come to town, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury handled the Chicago Sky on Sunday, 83-67, behind Kalia Copper's 25 points and Alyssa Thomas's second triple-double of the season. And the Cardinals are off today, but training camp will pick back up tomorrow as they prepare for their first preseason game on Saturday. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of its energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Arizona Cardinals play football this week, so what will we be watching in their first preseason game? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I would just say, it was like a fresh start for me. Obviously, I was on my way on doing it, but it was just kind of fresh start. Had a little more time, to get my mind off basketball, just doing other things. So I would just say like a fresh start for me. For first month, I didn't play basketball at all. We're more focused in other things. So I think that kind of sparked, first 5 days was really hard without basketball. I actually didn't know what to do, but after it was easier. But physically, weightlifting, balancing, those stuff, and then after 1 month, we started playing basketball too.
Luka Doncic of the LA Lakers at his press conference over the weekend, 3-year, $165 million extension. He is now the face of the Los Angeles Lakers after the Dallas Mavericks traded him, and we were kind of having the Micah Parsons discussion. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that Micah Parsons on a global level is the personality or the athlete that Luka Doncic is. But when you drill it down to just the Dallas market, with what that fan base went through with the Luka trade, and now they're going through it with their superstar player, the Dallas Cowboys, potentially. Could you imagine losing both of those players?
Well, listen, I think that you could make a case that this is kind of rare for a sports market to have players like this. Luka Doncic and Micah Parsons, these are elite athletes or elite in their sport. And
best at their position. And both the kind of guys that sports towns build their identity around, and Dallas could lose both. And in one case, I know they're excited about Cooper Flagg, but
they should be.
Yeah,
because that's quite the rebound from a completely franchise-altering trade to not even have to withstand a full basketball season before you get rewarded for it is something else. That's not if Jerry Jones plays hardball and does an about face and trades Micah Parsons, there's no NFL draft lottery.
Listen, I know not for a fact, but I know that Jerry Jones is not the kind of owner that trades superstars. This is just what he does. And I think Jerry Jones, when some players have described the NFL and the plantation mentality of its owners, I think Jerry Jones is one of those guys who likes to remind his players who's the boss, who's in control. You don't win when you go up against me, that kind of guy. And so I don't think he's going to trade Micah Parsons. But the question becomes, will Micah be the rare dude who goes, no, now that you come at me with the money, it's not enough. Because keep in mind, these football players, you can put them on ice, and I don't know. I don't know how that looks from Micah Parsons' standpoint and how resolute he can get. He might end up being, because after he made his trade request, Jerry Jones in that soundbite you just played is further diminishing Micah Parsons as a man. Like, this is negotiation. I'm not taking it seriously. This is nothing.
Don't lose any sleep over this.
Don't lose any sleep over this. I'm in charge here.
And on the Cardinals end of it, you brought him up sort of at the end of the segment. If you are entertaining going after Micah Parsons, that means you're going all in. Because you're not just having to you're probably going to have to give up a ton of draft capital. Then you're going to have to give him a ton of money.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like you're trying to win right now if they do that. And have they shown that they're trying to win and go all in right now?
No, they haven't.
They're trying to get incrementally better every each year.
This is a slow build, but this is also rare territory too, because we're not, all due respect to J.J. Watt or all due respect to DeAndre Hopkins.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys were on the back nine of their careers at different points, but Micah Parsons is in his prime.
Mm-hmm.
This is not normally a player at this point in his career that even anybody thinks it's possible to acquire via trade.
Well,
just kind of like the Luka thing. A global super 5-time All-Star who's the franchise cornerstone. Those players don't become available via trade.
This is not even Chandler Jones. Like Chandler Jones maybe was the closest thing where they were getting a guy sort of entering his prime, but he wasn't the superstar that Micah Parsons are.
Not close. And there was a lot of questions about Chandler Jones and his activity. And to his credit, he was a model citizen while he was in Arizona.
But again, you look at the money that this team has spent on defense, particularly starting with Josh Sweat. They've invested a lot. I would be stunned if they would invest more into the defense. That's my take on this. If you're actually going all in, you're trying to trade for Terry McLaurin. That's the way I view it.
I agree. And I think Terry McLaurin at the position probably a little bit more affordable.
Yeah. Yeah. By far. Micah Parsons is going to cost a heck of a lot more than Terry McLaurin is going to. But again, circling back to the quality of this player, you wonder if there is a player, if Micah Parsons is the guy, if Jerry finally comes correct and go, okay, Micah, it's time to pay you. And if he goes, no, man, I'm done with you. Where does that go? What does that look like? Already, Jerry Jones is taking a beating in Dallas. He doesn't mind it. Fans, apparently, at their last practice in Oxnard, California, were getting all over Jerry. So
he likes the attention.
I know he does.
Negative, positive, it just reads as attention for him.
But again, it's totally ignorant to the world inside the locker room. And by being dismissive of the effect it has on the team, you are saying winning doesn't matter that much to me.
Well, that's certainly the lasting impression that he's giving. But we also have some recent history on this front. Because after the regular season ended, leading up to the Super Bowl, Myles Garrett did the same exact thing.
Yeah.
Different time on the calendar, yes. But that was a player fresh from the frustration of the season that just was in Cleveland. There was a time where I was convinced he was done.
Yeah.
Because of the language in his statement.
Exactly.
And money is the ultimate Band-Aid.
As soon as they got to $40 million a year or whatever Myles Garrett got, suddenly Cleveland looked a whole lot better.
Yeah, because now at $40 million, Cleveland is capable of winning a Super Bowl.
And just in conclusion on the sports city thing on how they can lose 2 superstars in a calendar year. In Phoenix, I don't know if it's because we just haven't had a ton of superstars here, but we haven't lost a lot of super-duper stars in their prime here. I mean, what's the closest? Paul Goldschmidt? Like homegrown superstars?
Yeah,
because Larry stayed, and Devin Booker has stayed.
Yeah, there is that.
Other guys like Randy Johnson, Steve Nash, by the time they left, were already on the down end.
Barkley, I think, was in that category as well. Yeah, it's
as much pain as we've had in this town. That's not something like losing 2 superstars in the same year we haven't lived.
And there's a history of, especially with the Diamondbacks, losing players early in their careers that
like
would
Max
become
Scherzer.
Superstars like Max Scherzer.
Marcus Spears, former Cowboy, said, quote, "But at some point, Jerry and Stephen Jones are going to mess with the wrong one, and they're going to stand on business for real and not show up to play games. Now everybody says money is going to fix this, and eventually he'll break. Maybe that'll be the case, or maybe Micah Parsons is going to be the different one.
Maybe.
Who knows?
And in a lot of ways, Micah Parsons has been different because he's been very outspoken on a lot of different subjects during his career.
Yeah. And all this when the Cowboys open up in Philadelphia against the Eagles, right?
It won't be a distraction.
No, not at all. not at all.
Bad news, all the winners for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy have been picked. The good news is the party is still just getting started. Join us on Friday at the DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Cheer on your favorite Arizona sports hosts live. We'll be out there this Friday from 2 to 6. Come say hey, soak in the action, score some epic football prizes. It's the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook this Friday at TPC Scottsdale. Don't miss it. Coming up next, the Arizona State Sun Devils trying to recapture that it from last season. How do they do that? We'll talk college football with Brett McMurphy from On3 Sports next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get ready. Give-a-thon week runs August 18th through the 22nd.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Give-a-thon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Fi.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Man, look at that Return of the Dang Old King, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The vegan? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Would you rather stand in the sun or in the shade? It's a no-brainer, so why would you let your patio roast in this heat? At All Pro Shade Concepts, we can save you from burning feet, fading furniture, and being stuck inside all summer. Custom fit patio shades and awnings that cool with the touch of a button. Get free installation from our Shade Pros plus a 10-year warranty. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade. Call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Need cash to remodel your home or pay off high-interest debt? A HELOC from Lund Mortgage could be your smartest move yet. Tap into your home's equity today. And if the feds drop rates in the future, your HELOC rate automatically goes down without you lifting a finger. Upgrade your home, knock out that credit card debt, all without touching your low first-rate mortgage. Take control of your finances and your space. Call Lund Mortgage Team today and unlock the power of your home. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
Hi, I'm James Frabasilio, president of Presidential Pools. Phoenix Children's Hospital holds a very special place in my heart. They truly helped my own kids, and we feel compelled to give back. That's why, now through August 22nd, when you choose Presidential Pools for your new backyard, you'll directly support PCH. We're donating a portion of every pool sold to their incredible mission. If a new pool or backyard upgrade is on your mind, there's no better time to build your dream and be a part of the solution for Arizona's children. Learn more and make an impact at presidentialpools.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. The Cardinals' first preseason game is this weekend. Who is trending towards playing Saturday night? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Murata mornings continuing on this Monday. The Arizona State Sun Devils making their way up north, Camp Tonizona, their annual trip with head coach Kenny Dillingham, defending their Big 12 championship. Here to talk some ASU, some college football with us from On3 Sports. Brett McMurphy, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Brett, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Doing well. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. You had a post on social media and a subsequent article that really piqued the interest of Sun Devil fans, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, Brett, when you pointed out that the Sun Devils, one of 5 teams that at this point are favored to win all of their games. What a departure from where we were even a year ago with this. How possible do you think it is that ASU is able to regenerate the success they had last year?
Well, I think, you're experiencing it firsthand. I saw some of Kenny's comments from a recent practice where he said, look, we're an average team right now. We're practicing like an average team. We're practicing like a team that not wants to lose, but will lose games. And I think that's the biggest challenge for Arizona State and basically any team that basically has little to no expectations outside the building and exceeds expectations one year, and then the following year everyone's telling you how great they are. And it's human nature. You start listening to that, you get sucked into that, and can you continue with the cliche chip on your shoulder and keep proving people wrong when everybody suddenly is saying you're the favorite now to win the league, when last year you were the pick to finish dead last. So I think that's the toughest thing. But yeah, Arizona State right now, going into the season, that this will change as the season evolves. But right now, projected to be favored in every game. Now, of the 5, Arizona State has the smallest margin of error. Mm-hmm. They would be basically either a pick'em or 1-point favorite at Baylor in their first Big 12 game. And then they would also be small favorites at Utah, basically about a point favorite. And then about a 2-point favorite at Iowa State. And then at home, about a 6-point favorite against Texas Tech. And then pretty much the rest of their games, again, right now, projected to be a touchdown or more favorite. But obviously, once the games are played, we see how accurate some of these projections are. Those numbers would change. But, yeah, it is a stark contrast from a year ago.
Yeah, and Vinny and I were just talking. It wasn't that long ago, this football program was in a ditch courtesy of Herm Edwards and Antonio Pierce and on probation, and what Kenny has done has been amazing. How difficult, from your vantage point, is it for a program like ASU to join the company that you mentioned in that social media post? I'm sure you were well aware of the image that ASU was a sleeping giant for years. What will it take for ASU to get through that bubble and stay there?
Yeah, it's funny. I live in Tampa. I've been here for a long time. I used to be the beat writer for the University of South Florida. They used to call USF a sleeping giant, and I think that's probably the worst thing you can be called, is because those teams never seem to get out of that coma. But certainly Arizona State has done remarkable. I mean, it's one thing to get out of it, that perception. It's another thing to maintain that. And obviously I think that's what Kenny's trying to do. And I think he'll be successful. I do think with, now compared with even only 5 years ago, it's much different. It used to be you had to go through an entire recruiting cycle to kind of turn your program around. Now you can do it overnight with the portal, with NIL, all those different things. Staying in the Big 12 conference, Texas Tech, are they the best team money can buy? We're going to find out. Mm-hmm. And, they didn't do anything wrong, but they certainly took advantage of what's in place in college athletics right now. And are you going to be able to flip the switch overnight? Certainly Arizona State did it. Texas Tech is trying to do the same, and other schools are trying to do the same. But the key thing I hear from coaches and athletic directors right now is retention. Not only you got to get your kids in there, and then you got to hold them and keep them there and keep them from moving on to another school, after a year or two.
Brett McMurphy from On3 Sports, our guest here on the Bickley and Marotta Morning Show. Moving away from ASU and the Big 12, moving to the SEC. We all know about the hype of Arch Manning, the quarterback at Texas. He's making over $4 million in NIL. He's got the bloodlines and all of it playing for a high-profile program at Texas. But for a player who's had such limited experience, is this hype warranted for Arch Manning, in your opinion, Brett?
I don't think it is. And this is not negative about Arch Manning, the player. I think he's a very good quarterback. One of the top quarterbacks in the country. Is he, as Paul Feinbaum said, the best quarterback since Tim Tebow? Give me a break. He started, I think, 2 games, played, in a handful of games. Steve Spurrier had just a throwaway line in a podcast this summer that resonated with a lot of people. If Arch Manning was that good, then why didn't he play more last year when the guy in front of him was a 7th round NFL draft pick? I don't think it's fair, but basically anything shy of a Heisman Trophy season and/or national title will be a Texas-sized disappointment. For the Longhorns and for Arch Manning. That is absolutely not fair, but that's what happens when your last name is Manning. That's what happens when you're at the University of Texas.
Yeah.
And I think because of that, Arch right now is the favorite to win the Heisman Trophy. I don't think he's going to win the Heisman Trophy. And let me be clear. It's not that I don't think he deserves to win it. I just don't think that he will be able to live up to the expectations. And a lot of Heisman voters, it's more about expectations, perceptions, storylines, because the statistics now of all these players are crazy. It used to be, well, if you gain so many yards, you throw so many yards, you're locked for the Heisman. Now everybody's got the numbers. I think the numbers just melt together. So it becomes all this expectation stuff. So, look, if Texas goes and wins at Ohio State, if they run the table 11-1, 12-0, win the SEC title, then I think Arch Manning can win the Heisman. Anything less than that, and I don't think he will. And it doesn't mean that he's a different player. It's just these expectations are blown so out of proportion for him, and it's unfortunate.
All right, my last question for you, Brett, is some people think there's a level of parity kind of seeping into college football, and that maybe this year it's going to be harder than ever to kind of distill what teams are most qualified for the college football playoff. Obviously, that applies to the Big 12 that are fighting for multiple berths. Where is this sport going in terms of that level playing field when it comes to postseason berths?
I agree partly with what you're saying. I mean, I put out my AP preseason poll today. The preseason top 25 will be released next Monday. And literally, guys, there's 7 teams that you could say, here's my number 1 team, and I would not have an argument with any of those 7. Georgia, Penn State, Texas, Clemson, Alabama, Ohio State, and even Notre Dame. Again, I think any of those teams can win it. There's probably a handful outside those 7 that can win it. But I think as far as the top level of college football, win a national championship, I agree with you. I do think things are a lot more equal, or everybody's kind of meshing together. I do think, though, as far as the Big 12 and for the ACC, look, the Big 12, Brett Yormark said it. I agree 1,000%. The most competitive conference in the country, the deepest conference in the country. That's the good news. The bad news is that doesn't translate into multiple college football playoff games.
Right.
You need your top 1 or 2 teams to win 11 games, to win 10 games. Because if your conference champ is sitting at 9-3, your runner-up is not going to get a bid. So that's kind of the challenge of when you do have parity within the league. You need a couple of teams to kind of separate themselves to get up into that national title conversation. And we'll see what happens. Anyone that says they know how the Big 12 is going to pan out this year is put them in insane asylum because they have no clue. Nobody does, as we saw last year.
And look, we don't even have the Big 12 media preseason poll to lean back on this year, Brett, because they got rid of it.
Well, because they got rid of that, I did actually ask all the coaches anonymously to give me their prediction for the Big 12 title game. And Kansas State, Iowa State got the most votes. Arizona State also got, I think they were the third highest vote getter. So at least the coaches believe in the Sun Devils a lot more than they did last year.
Yeah. Brett, thanks so much for the time and the insight. Really appreciate it.
You got it, guys.
Thank you. Brett McMurphy, college football analyst for On3 Sports. He joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, 9 o'clock on this Monday morning, time for some social studies with Sammy Sabalka. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon.
Phoenix Children's Hospital.
You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 18th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away. No waiting around to sell your old place first. None of that. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. It is the best possible way to do this. It's so much less stressful than the other way. Here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no living your life on the schedule of a bunch of strangers. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, and they're going to make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell, still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation, figure out what you're working with. That's Orchard.com.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger, Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Over the weekend, the Diamondbacks ended their 6-game losing skid with a pair of wins and a series win. Up in Sacramento against the A's, a 6-4 win on Sunday was highlighted by Tyler Locklear's first hits as a Diamondback. He went 2 for 3 with a walk and a stolen base. And here was Locklear after yesterday's win.
That's all we talked about in the locker room is just the kind of team we are. We're one of those gutter teams. So taking our walks, stealing bases, creating havoc on the base paths, scoring runs any way we can. So we were able to do that today to come away with a win.
The Snakes are back home tonight against the San Diego Padres. First pitch from Chase will be at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. As both ASU and the Arizona Cardinals were at camp over the weekend, Kenny Dillingham and ASU seem to have rekindled its magic in week 1 of fall camp, and the Arizona Cardinals know how pivotal Kyler Murray is to the 2025 season. For more on both of those stories, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Be sure you call Parker.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Oh, Sammy! Is here to take us through some social studies on this Monday morning. What do you got for us, Sammy?
Yeah, we got a couple good questions. Jared's,
a couple not so good ones.
Jared's back on the
Jared's back
on the writing of the social studies questions.
You milksop.
Oh, don't worry, we'll get there.
Oh boy.
But you know where to find us at Bickley_Marotta on X, at Bickley and Marotta elsewhere, and at Arizona Sports on YouTube. But we start with Cardinals football. We've got a preseason game on Saturday. So we asked, what is your favorite and least favorite thing about preseason football? And what do you think is the ideal way for a team to handle the preseason?
Okay, so I've made my feelings clear as it relates to this Cardinals team in the season. I want them to, as a team, go out there and just get some reps in so week 1 isn't the first time it happens. I don't want this team spending a quarter and a half looking to get rhythm in New Orleans in week 1. But if I were the commissioner of football, I would abolish it entirely. I think preseason football games as an idea is stupid.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, that's my least favorite thing about preseason football is that it's kind of the ultimate sports tease. Because I get sucked into it every year. Wow.
Yep.
The pageantry of seeing an NFL game, real uniforms, and there's television, and there's broadcasts, and then you watch it and you're like, what are we doing here?
Mm-hmm.
That's my least favorite thing. My favorite thing is what it signals, is that we're getting close.
Yes.
And in certain summers when baseball falls flat or your team that you root for is not doing well, it can really serve as kind of a harbinger of brighter things to come. Ideal way to handle preseason right now, I think you got to get some sort of callus going, even though you're not going to do it much. But for teams to completely thumb their nose at preseason and rest everybody who's a core player or a potential starter, it's an embarrassment to the league, I think.
Yeah, it is. A couple of responses. Kirian said it's overhyped and it's accelerated hope when there's a throw and catch. Nobody's hitting the quarterback. He wants us to wait for week 1. Then even wait till week 7 or 8 to know what we actually have in these football teams. Stephen Ruiz said the most is that football is almost back, to Vinny's point. The least, the games themselves, the Cardinals need to find a happy medium between putting their players at undue risk and keeping them off the field entirely, kind of to Bick's point there. And lastly, SRW says, as you've mentioned, zombie football. No one's playing hard except for the guys that are trying to make a roster spot, which is also a good point. There are guys fighting for positions and spots on this team in the next couple weeks, so that's a pretty interesting point. Next, we'll go to kind of what we've talked about in this zombie baseball, and we asked what sports season is hardest to keep watching once your team is out of it, and why is it? The MLB, oh god, you mucky lump sucker. The NBA, you sticky blob fist. Or the NFL, you slimy fat mucket. What? Thanks, Jared. Those are good ones.
Those are all real animals,
Yeah.
those three.
So when it's
A fat mucket is an animal?
Yes, of course. It's a type of clam or something.
Sure. So which sports, when your teams aren't doing very good, are hard to finish out the season?
For me, it's baseball, you mucky lump sucker.
Yes, definitely. Definitely.
Because it's every day.
That's what it is. Football, the inventory of games, it's much more manageable when you have a team that's non-competitive.
Yes.
And then there's the beauty of the Red Zone channel where you can kind of direct your attention elsewhere. I think the NBA gets close, but I would vote for Major League Baseball as well.
Yeah, 61% of the vote to the MLB, 29% of the vote to the NBA, and only 9% of the vote is to the NFL. But Brian disagrees. He said the NFL, it has the least amount of games and less room for error. After 6 losses, your team is pretty much done. Worse for college, 1 loss can keep you out of the college football playoff, except if you're Alabama. With the MLB and NBA, they're more forgiving because a team could go on a late run. He does make a good point there. And then Bordertown Kid says, all of them, you pickled pork juice drinker. Oh, look, Jared's back. So we got you there. Our last question, we talked about LeBron James at the beginning of the show not being there for Luka's contract extension, and it brought up the question, what sports figure has the biggest ego of all time and why?
Ooh.
Not necessarily good, bad, like I think a lot of sports players have egos for the right reasons, but just which one of them has the biggest ego of all time?
I mean, the guy who's referred to as the GOAT, because he said he was the GOAT, Muhammad Ali comes to mind, doesn't he? It was a giant ego for good and bad.
I don't know. I remember seeing a clip where Muhammad said, I don't believe that. I'm just doing it to sell tickets.
How much of that was performative?
Yeah, I think it was performative with Ali. I think maybe, but boxing is a good place to start. Maybe like Floyd Mayweather.
Floyd's is huge.
Huge.
Conor McGregor.
That's a good one.
A ton of Ali in the comments. A ton.
Look, Michael Jordan's up there.
Yes, I agree.
LeBron James is up there.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he was probably the genesis for this question, Jarrett.
Yes, he would, yeah. I believe so.
Rhett Reese said Ricky Henderson.
Oh, I thought you were saying Rhett Reese had the biggest ego of all time.
Ricky Henderson's a great answer.
That's a good one.
Ricky had a giant ego.
Yeah, Jake Holder said Deion Sanders for obvious reasons.
That's a good
His
one.
ego was writing checks his body could cash.
And then we got a Bordertown Kid said Antonio Brown. He once flew into training camp on a hot air balloon.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
A lot of these receivers, man.
Divas, man.
Divas, and to the point of the ego, like, it comes with the territory sometimes of being a top-tier, awesome athlete. Like, you have to have a little bit of an ego sometimes.
There's another name for you. Reggie Jackson.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That is a good one.
Straw that stirs the drink.
Yeah.
Barry Bonds, somebody said.
Barry Bonds
just
is up
because
there.
of how he treated fans and media, and then cheated anyway.
Scotty Scheffler, right, guys? Huge ego, that guy. Right, Bick?
Did you ever finish Happy Gilmore 2, Bick?
I tried, and the end is terrible. I can't get through
What
it.
was your? I missed that. What was your takeaway of that, Vince?
Let's save that for Off the Grid, Jarrett.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Keep them coming, but hit a lot. Would you welcome Jarrett back to the social studies this week? And there you guys go.
Milksop.
Yeah, let's see what we got.
These are real.
Sop.
I was educating people on the animal kingdom.
You were.
A mucky lump sucker.
Like Marlon Perkins over there.
So you're being legitimate here. There is such a thing called a muppy lump sucker.
No. Well, the descriptive.
A lumpy mucks.
A lump sucker, a blobfish, and a fat mucket are all real animals. I think they all live in the ocean.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is a blobfish something you'd eat, Jarrett?
And soon to be the names of minor league baseball franchises around the country.
Exactly.
Thanks, Sammy. Coming up next, we're all excited to see how Cam Scadaboo can bring his physicality to the NFL, but is the physicality of the NFL already too much for Cam Scadaboo? We'll get into that and more. NFL hash marks next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Zay Jones came off the ball and two-hand chucked. I mean, pushed off on Max Melton and broke to the inside. Max Melton still made the play.
Really?
After he got chucked, I was stunned. I mean, for Max Melton to make that play right now, you could build a case. I don't know if I'd do it. You could build a case right now that Max Melton, CB1 on this team. Based on what I've seen. Wow.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and there are a lot of ways to know when you need new windows. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them, the age of your house. If you've been living in the Valley for about 15 years, you're probably right at that point in time. And then there was my stark reminder, spiking utility bills that prove my windows are shot. Why, I'm stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company, Arizona's premier window replacement company, where the company motto is to treat customers like friendships. Co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. You might remember him. And they also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And they can do that because there's no middleman. They're the manufacturers. They've got a factory in the Valley. They will build your windows, and they'll build them specifically for our scorching climate. They'll install your windows. Then they guarantee them for life. Even better, still running a great summertime special at Advanced Window Products. Buy 10 or more windows, you will get a $2,500 discount. So do what I did. Call today. Get your windows replaced. 480-764-2002. Online at advancedwindows.com.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the Valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
All right, Basinonians, Presidential Pools and Spas and the Arizona Diamondbacks are giving away a pool, and you could win. It's the Summer Pool Giveaway by Presidential Pools and Spas. One winner will win a stunning new pool with Banter equipment and beautiful decking, perfect for endless summer fun. Enter now by visiting dbacks.com/splash for more details. That's dbacks.com/splash and win a new pool from our partners, Presidential Pools and Spas, voted Arizona's #1 pool builder.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2025 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Yeah, getting closer to the first full week of NFL preseason action. Of course, the Cardinals will take the field Saturday against the Kansas City Chiefs at State Farm Stadium. The games will start on Thursday. We've had the one game so far, the Hall of Fame game, but storylines around the league, and one of local importance. A lot of people who normally would not give a rat's behind about the New York Giants locally,
including me,
are giving a rat's behind about the New York Giants because of the presence of Cam Skattebo, the former ASU running back, finished high in the Heisman voting last year. 4th-round pick. He was one of the stories early in camp for the Giants with some head-turning plays, but unfortunately for Cam Skattebo, recently walked off early in a practice, walked off the field with a trainer, showed some signs of real frustration in the process, slammed his helmet down, and now we're probably talking about some injury time for Cam Skattebo.
Yeah, this is a little bit depressing in doing some reading about this, and this obviously caught my eye being a huge Cam Skattebo fan. So Cam Skattebo, according to a piece I read, might have been dealing with an injury issue during the offseason where he wasn't able to do a whole lot. So he might have tweaked the hamstring or something, and then he came back to practice on Friday, and he only lasted two snaps before he had to leave the field again. Mm-hmm. Fortunately, an MRI taken either this morning or over the weekend apparently looks encouraging, and Brian Daboll said that all the injured players are getting better, so hopefully this is nothing too terribly serious, but that would be quite a bummer for me.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I actually want to look for. I mean, we haven't really had that in a while.
Right.
A player that locally doesn't play for the Cardinals but captures the imagination
right.
of. And it's happening all over the country with Cam Skattebo because of what he did last year. If that is not an option early on in the season, that kind of stinks a little bit.
Oh, it really would be. And the way you framed it going to break, that's the overarching thing. And it's the one thing I worried about. Now, Cam Skattebo has got talents that will allow him to succeed on the NFL level without, say, the physicality. And I think you and I had a good debate about this once. His contact balance is next level elite. Fighting for hiding and hitting holes, running on an offensive lineman's hip until it's time to cut. Mm-hmm. There's catching balls out of the backfield, very fluid. He's got skill sets that will allow him to compete, but it's the main thing that I've worried about, that when Cam gets into the NFL and goes hunting for people to hit, there's not a lot of people get away with that in the NFL. And the ones that do are generally monster trucks.
Yeah, true. Yeah, so hopefully it's a quick recuperation period for Cam Skattebo, but wouldn't expect to see him maybe with hamstring issues early on in the preseason games. Moving to Miami, more news on Tyreek Hill. There was an interesting scenario that popped up early in camp with the Dolphins, and Tyreek Hill voiced his frustration last year and used the words, "I'm out." Mm-hmm. And nothing happened. He's still in Miami. The subject came up early in Dolphins camp, and Tua Tagovailoa had some comments on leadership, and he was critical of Tyreek Hill in the way he said, "Look, things have to be smoothed over. There's no doubt about it." And a lot of people lauded Tua for saying, "All right, that's leadership." I know Chris Canty from ESPN Radio said that's not leadership. That's not the time to do it at training camp. Leadership is doing it in the offseason. Hey, we need you. Let's smooth this over now, because training camp, as he said, was a time for teammates to come together. Mm-hmm. So there's that whole thing. Now, Tyreek Hill also over the weekend has some coaching suggestions on what the Dolphins and Mike McDaniel as a play caller should do differently on short yardage plays.
Take Devon out on third down. What? You want to? That's my honest opinion. If it's third and short, he's not a power back. I be telling him that in the locker room, but he a power back. I love Devon though, but if I'm being honest, like that's why you got Jalen Wright. That's why you got Ollie Gordon for those kind of situations.
So Devon Achane should be taken out in short yardage situations.
Right.
Then it gets back to Mike McDaniel, his response to the criticism of short yardage play calling.
I thought it was genius reporting by Tyreek, seeing how we had a short yardage period that very day that you guys were in attendance for, and his suggestion was, I guess, congruent with Coach Stutesville. That's exactly how we repped the backs in that short yardage period that very day. But we thought it was funny that he reported the news that wasn't news on that practice day in that short yardage period that you guys were all there too for.
Okay, so is that deflection from Mike McDaniel saying, hey, wait, there's not a problem here because you guys should have known that we had already made those changes. You were there. Didn't you see it?
Yeah.
Or
I think it's deflection on that front. I also think it's deflection because I don't think any coach in the NFL wants to be publicly second-guessed by one of his own players.
Definitely not.
On any front.
Definitely not.
Especially if it's a guy who's been difficult like Tyreek Hill in the past.
Well, and then Tyreek Hill apparently said how important it was that everybody showed up for a team stretching session, and then he was actually late to it after saying how important it was to everybody. People are calling this the most dysfunctional squad in the NFL.
And yes, the Dallas Cowboys still do exist.
Right. And the Cowboys still play football. Crazy.
Well, the seat is hot in Mike McDaniel's office. There's no doubt about it.
No doubt.
But with the talent that they lost in the offseason, I don't expect them to be very good this year. Maybe I'm wrong.
No.
Maybe my gauge on the Miami Dolphins is off.
I think that whole thing is going to crash. I think that the Tyreek Hill piece is that they're playing with fire there.
There's also a lot of people who are gluttons that are really monitoring the Cleveland Browns quarterback situation. Of course, we know it won't be Deshaun Watson. Will it be Flacco? Will it be Pickett? Will it be Gabriel? Will it be Shedeur Sanders? Here's Cleveland reporter Aaron Goldhammer on the depth chart situation at quarterback for the Browns.
Joe Flacco is going to be the Browns starter opening day against the Cincinnati Bengals. That I've decided for sure. He had the lead coming in, Matt, and his lead has only gotten bigger.
So who's
since
the backup?
Camp started. There is a competition for the backup.
If he's healthy, will it be Kenny Pickett?
No, I'm not sure of that. I think the Browns really like Dylan Gabriel, and I like Dylan Gabriel as a guy too. So
you don't think Dylan Gabriel's better than Shedeur?
I think Dylan Gabriel is more ready to play maybe in an NFL game than Shedeur is, but I think that Shedeur has a much higher ceiling as a player than Dylan.
So what does the roster
Dylan Gabriel's
look like? Explain to me what the
a
roster
low
looks like.
ceiling.
That's interesting stuff because there seems to be this push this offseason of, hey, maybe Shedeur can be the guy. Yeah, Flacco's going to get a handful of starts at the beginning.
Right.
But he's not the quarterback of the future. What do you do? But there's a guy who's watching the Browns every day that's saying Dylan Gabriel's more ready than Shedeur Sanders. And Kenny Pickett might be on his way out of town.
Wow. Yeah, listen, that whole thing is crazy. It's watching Shedeur Sanders and seeing a little bit about this. You're trying. I'm reminded again what NFL teams didn't want with him during the NFL draft, and what they didn't want was the whole package. They didn't want this. They didn't want Stephen A. Smith talking about a fourth-string quarterback in the middle of summer. It's when people talk about useless distractions, that's kind of what they're pointing at.
This is the closest thing we've seen in the NFL since to the Tim Tebow situation. And the difference is Tebow was the Heisman winner. Tebow was a first-round draft pick. But there's a lot of similarities between the two.
Right.
And I'm not talking about Tebow as a rookie early in his career. I'm talking about Tebow later in his career when he would float from team to team. This is the closest thing we've seen to that. But I am curious to watch Shedeur play in the preseason.
Yeah. Oh, I am too. But the Browns a train wreck.
There was the dysfunction trifecta right there, or at least the dufecta. Is that a word?
Is that right?
With the Browns and the Miami Dolphins.
The poofecta.
The poofecta. There we go.
Yeah. A buddy of mine has actually got a relationship with Kirk Cousins, and he told me that straight from the horse's mouth that Kirk Cousins was very nearly traded to the Browns before the draft. Browns wouldn't pick up his salary. Deal got killed. They resigned Joe Flacco instead, and Kirk Cousins apparently felt so relieved you wouldn't believe it.
Wow.
Didn't want to end up in Cleveland.
And here we are. Kirk Cousins still a member of the Atlanta Falcons.
That's
at
right.
this point. The UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff event is sold out, but you can still get 2 tickets, VIP meet and greet with Jim McMahon, and a 2-night stay at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for your chance to win. Coming up next, we'll hand out some Monday hardware. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs make more deals at the MLB trade deadline.
All told, 8 pitchers. 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 8 are relievers. 4 of the 8 are starters. You got a first baseman in Tyler Locklear.
Can't wait to see what their minor league ranking is. I can't wait till they update it and we see it.
D-backs breaking news and play-by-play is on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters, and if your backyard is kind of cringe, if it keeps you from having company over on the weekends, you're not alone. I was once there myself. This is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters can come to your rescue. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, and the range they have is fantastic. Fire pits, customized barbecue pits, patios, pergolas. If you've always wanted a sparkling green lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. All of their premium turfs are of the highest quality. I've been to their warehouse. I've seen them myself. They look absolutely fantastic. You can get that beautiful lawn without the mess, the hassles, or the water bill. If you're a golfer, they can build you a state-of-the-art putting green. And what could be better than practicing your short game in the comfort of your own home? Whatever you want, they love working with customers to create a backyard oasis that is going to make your neighbors green with envy. Highly recommend you go check out their website, samples of their work, near 1,000 5-star reviews, turfmonstersaz.com, or just give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Exquisite. This oak door frame offers hints of aged glue, a fine sawdust finish, and delicate undertones of paint. A true culinary triumph for any discerning termite.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. If termites are treating your home like an upscale dining experience, it's time to shut down the feast. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today to schedule your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases, notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Hi, I'm Don Barano, Division President for Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Donations go toward research, clinical programs, state-of-the-art equipment, and family-friendly services that ensure world-class care. Your support will continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Call 602-933-4567.
You can also text GIVE to 620-620.
The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Low T, start for free. Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution, testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll waive the startup fee. Gain muscle, burn fat, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Sammy Savolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A 6-4 win on Sunday gives the Diamondbacks their first series win in 2 weeks, and their 7-2 win on Saturday snapped a 6-game losing streak as this team continues to show some fight post-trade deadline. And here is manager Tory Lavello.
We're going to enjoy this. We've had a little bit of a grind, so we're going to enjoy these next couple hours, but we got to turn the page quickly and get ready for another really good series. And a team that's right ahead of us and above us in the standings, and we want to play good baseball. If we're going to make up some ground, we got to continue to play the same type of baseball.
First pitch from Chase Field tonight will be at 6:40 as Manny Machado and the Padres come to town, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury handled the Chicago Sky on Sunday 83-67 behind Kalia Copper's 25 points and Alyssa Thomas's second triple-double of the season. The Arizona Cardinals are off today, but training camp will pick back up tomorrow as they prep for their first preseason game on Saturday. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is which Diamondbacks young corner infielder do you have more optimism in for the long term? Is it Tyler Locklear at first base or Jordan Lawler down there at third?
I hope Jordan Lawler is better. Other than if he's not, that's going to be
it's gonna suck.
Yeah, it's going to exactly. That's the word. So I'm going to have to vote Jordan Lawler.
I'm excited for both of them, but I'll vote for Lawler as well.
Yeah,
Lawler's supposed to have superstar potential.
That's it.
65% of the vote, Tyler Locklear. Maybe some recency bias in that. 35% to Jordan Lawler. Hopefully he's up with the big leagues again here soon.
Yeah, Tyler Locklear had 2 hits on Sunday, so it's 2-0 on that in that ledger this year.
It is 2-0.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Handing out the hardware.
Hardware, it's our version of the award show. We do it on Monday mornings, go around the circle based on what we saw over the weekend. What tickled your hardware fancy?
All right, Vinny, so for me, my first award is the When Golfers Care Award, and I'm giving it to the scene at the Wyndham Championship yesterday on a day when Cameron Young ran away with the championship. The real drama was the dudes at the bottom who were scrambling to make the FedEx Cup playoffs. There was a number of dudes who had a lot of heartbreak. One in particular, Davis Thompson, just needed a par in the final hole. He got to the green in regulation, and then he 3-putted from like 40 feet, and it was just... It looked like he had just drank a quart of motor oil. There were golfers imploding, and it was really quite a scene.
Not figuratively.
No, not figuratively. Not literally. Figuratively.
Figuratively speaking, of course.
Because generally, when you got a winner running away with the tournament, guys are just playing for their spot on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
But yesterday was the last tournament before the FedEx playoffs format begins. And what, the top 70 make it?
Top 70. A lot of implosion from
a lot of implosion from yesterday.
My first award is the Ruben Rivera Memorial Base Running Award, and I'm giving it to Jazz Chisholm. of the New York Yankees. I don't even know if Ruben Rivera is dead. I don't think he is, but we'll remember the play. Saturday in Miami against the Marlins. Chisholm of the Yankees at first base. New York trailing 1-0 in the top of the second inning. Paul Goldschmidt batting.
Edwards fires to first. It's a double play. What was Chisholm thinking? What is going on?
It was a lazy pop-up that Edwards caught on the infield dirt. Chisholm was like halfway to second base, got doubled up. Was asked after the game if he would do anything differently. He said no.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Because he thought Edwards was going to drop the ball on purpose so they could switch out the runner and have Goldschmidt at first as opposed to Chisholm.
He's lying. He just started daydreaming. You watch that play, he's just like...
I don't think I've ever seen that. I've been watching baseball for 47 years. I have seen it, though. In slow pitch beer league softball, when you have to recruit a player just to play to fill up your roster, and they don't know the rules, so you have to catch them and just have them catch and just bat when their turn comes up.
Yeah.
But it gives me an excuse to play this audio, the Ruben Rivera part of it. Remember this against the D-backs?
Pitch. Swinging. There's a shot deep in the right center. Racing back to Lucci. Still going back into Death Valley. It goes right over his glove. He missed it. But Ruben Rivera missed second base. Now he's heading for third, and they're going to throw him out by plenty. But the throw to third is botched. Now he's heading home. The loose ball in the infield, and he's out by 5 feet at the plate. And that was the worst base running in the history of the game.
An early Diamondbacks highlight. Man, that was a crazy play.
Tremendous. All right,
that is tremendous.
My first award is he finally looks his age award, and it goes to Marv Levy, former Bills head coach, who yesterday turned 100 years old.
Wow.
Yeah. And it also was revealed that he had been lying about his age for years. That because he's always looked old. I guess he always looked old, so to get hired by the Bills, he told them he was 3 years younger than he actually was. So he told them he was 58 years old when he actually was 61 years old.
I didn't hear this story.
So his 100th birthday came sooner than most people thought.
He jumped from 97 right to 100?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know when that was revealed, but that was part of the story, was that because he was one of those guys like Sparky Anderson that looked like they were 80 years old when they were 50 years old.
Mm-hmm. Sparky Anderson looked like he was 80 years old when he was 35.
Right. So he 100 years old, Marvel.
That's crazy.
All right, my first award is the Let's Try This and See What Happens award, and it's going to the Portland Pickles. I don't know if you guys saw this over the weekend on Fan Appreciation Night. So the Portland Pickles are a summer ball or a summer league team where college kids will go to play their summer ball out in Portland. And so as Fan Appreciation Night, they grabbed a random fan, Dixie, out of the crowd to have him come take an at-bat. All right? So the kid kind of looked like he knew what he was doing. He walked. He ended up scoring. So the next day they had him back. They were like, hey, do you want to do it again? Bottom 8, kid goes yard.
No.
Kid goes yard. Fan Appreciation Night, random fan. And
that's incredible.
He signed a one-day contract with the Portland Pickles this morning.
Wow.
And this wasn't staged?
No.
I didn't see this story either. That's great.
That's a fantastic story.
Footage of it?
Yes, there is. There's video
There
footage
is.
of it. It isn't staged. The first thing I thought when I saw it was this is staged, but I guess not.
Wow.
And the kid, it looks like the swing is legit. It looked like he had to have played some form of baseball, but he's in shorts and a T-shirt.
And he goes yard.
As you mentioned, it's not like this is AAA.
No, it's...
But still.
It's Summer League baseball, and the crowd's going nuts.
That's fantastic.
I hope he did a bat flip.
Oh, he pimped it.
Good.
Yeah.
My last award is the Hypocrites Award. I'm giving it to the cheating Houston Astros. Now, over the weekend on Saturday, they did something that's not rare, but given the source, it is a relief pitcher for the Houston Astros named Hector Neris. He gave up a double to Trevor Story, and he got so... he just got convinced that Trevor Story was relaying stolen signs to the batter that he balked him purposely to third base, and that caused a dust-up between the two teams. And I'm like, of all teams.
For all teams to get upset about what is widely accepted in Major League Baseball, if you're on second base, there's safeguards against it now. You can use the pitch com.
Yeah. Crazy.
The Astros just continue to.
They're the worst.
For a while, I was like, all right, let's move past it. They won't let you move past the fact that they cheated.
No.
My last award is the Line of the Weekend award, and I'm giving it to longtime Cleveland Browns beat writer Mary Kay Cabot, who we've had on the show. She is now a Hall of Famer. She accepted the Pro Football Writers of America's Bill Nunn Memorial Award during Hall of Fame weekend, and she was giving a speech about her career, and she talked about how she got toughened up early on covering the Cleveland Browns, coached by Bill Belichick.
Bill Belichick was the first Browns coach I ever covered. You see, if you start out with Bill Belichick, no one can rattle you after that. If Bill didn't like something I wrote, he'd call and yell at me. If you asked a dumb question, he'd call you out. Eventually, I had to learn to stand up to him. During one of those yelling matches, I told him, if you don't have the footballs to say that to the guys, then don't say it to me. Bam. But now, I totally understand why Bill gave me such a hard time. I was 28 at the time, and he just couldn't relate to a woman that old.
She's up there doing roast material. I love it.
Whoa. She also got some heat for that line, too, though.
She did, and she came back and said, look, I was joking. You
know.
can tell by the way I delivered it.
For goodness.
I just watched the Portland Pickle Dude. It's quite something.
Oh, I can't wait to see it.
It's unbelievable. That's a good-looking swing.
Sorry, my audio stole all the time for hardware, guys. I apologize.
It's all right.
I had a short one that just I like the category, the headline so much. The WKRIP award to Lonnie Anderson, who passed away. The latest 80s icon that passed away just yesterday.
Okay.
Star of
79 years old.
Star of one of the best TV shows about radio.
Yeah, one of the only.
That's a catchy tag on that award.
WKRIP.
Yeah. Well done,
That's
Jared.
hardware. Coming up next, some final thoughts on this Monday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lavello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 28 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're shopping for an engagement ring, we want you to feel like a kid in a candy store. All of our diamonds are in stock, in-store and online, so you get to use your eyes, not your imagination. Come in and look at marquee-shaped diamonds right next to ovals and pears. As your friend and jeweler, you can trust you'll get your dream diamond at an everyday competitive price. We have the widest selection in-store and at shaneco.com, because a friend knows choosing a diamond is personal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without getting bogged down by all the complications of waiting to sell your old place first? Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. How's that for freedom? It's the best way to do it. So here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles. You don't need those right now. Take care of all of that. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy, move into your new home first, and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Still getting top dollar is a huge part of this equation. So if you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
I know this song.
Even with all the glitches?
Yeah, how about it?
It was sounding so good in the last couple
even with all the glitches, Eddie Van Halen still sounds awesome. This is Atomic Punk. This is off the WKRP playlist, Jarrett.
Yeah, somebody put together on Apple Music a WKRP in Cincinnati playlist. I wanted to play the theme song, but it's too short. It's only 40 seconds.
Baby, if you've ever wondered.
Jarrett put it in there in hardware. For men of a certain age, Lonnie Anderson is an icon. And I think we are of that age. Do you remember how, she was like a massive star in the late 70s and early 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Married to Burt Reynolds.
That's right.
That's pretty much what she was famous for, being married to Burt Reynolds and WKRP.
And WKRP.
She hasn't done a lot. Her filmography is not huge.
No, I think she was in one of the Cannonball Run movies.
She was in Stroker Ace.
Stroker Ace with, was that?
I think that was also Burt Reynolds.
It was Burt. I think it was Burt Reynolds, yeah. She was also in a show with Linda Carter for a short amount of time in the 80s. I can't remember if they were detectives or something.
Wow.
Off the WKRP in Cincinnati playlist. Atomic Punk by Van Halen. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, Jarrett brought it up earlier in the show. We talked about it a little bit last week when he was gone, but the Happy Gilmore 2. Jarrett, did you see it? Have you watched it yet?
I've not watched it yet, no.
Okay.
Didn't get a chance on
vacation. There were some people, because my self-proclaimed respect as an Adam Sandler apologist. People were waiting for my review.
Right.
It was silly. I don't know what people expected. Now, the level of silliness that Happy Gilmore 2 reached in the second half of the movie and down the stretch, it was reminiscent of two other movies. One of them is an Adam Sandler movie, and they're both sequels. Grown Ups 2.
Okay.
I liked the first Grown Ups. It wasn't solving any of the world's problems. It was 90 minutes of entertainment and had a good time. Grown Ups 2 became this cameo-filled weirdathon, like a fever dream is what I called it.
Right.
The same thing happened in Anchorman 2. Anchorman 2 came out, and Anchorman, the original one, is one of my favorite movies of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And it got so goofy that when they got to the fight scene that had to live up to the fight scene from the first movie,
right,
it was every star in Hollywood showed up, and it got dumb.
Yeah.
That's what happened with Happy Gilmore 2.
Yeah, exactly. And I was very optimistic for about the first 60% of that movie. I'm like, I'm actually enjoying this.
Yeah, I
thought John Daly was really, really good. I thought Scotty Scheffler was really, really good. Getting all those champions together was kind of impressive. But then it got stupid. But you're right. What'd you expect?
Yeah, Adam Sandler takes care of his friends. He likes to have celebrity buddies in the movies. He has his whole family in the movies
right.
now.
His daughter, Dan Patrick's always in it.
It was kind of what I expected.
Yeah,
but I did see a
that's fair.
very funny video on Instagram where it was an exchange between two people. And somebody, hey, did you see Happy Gilmore 2? Yeah, what'd you think? And it was like, when you refuse to admit that Adam Sandler puts out anything bad just because you like him. It was a very funny
That's
video.
funny. That is funny.
The coaches poll. We talked to Brett McMurphy earlier in the show. He said the AP preseason top 25 is coming out next Monday, a week from today. Coaches poll came out today. And in case you were wondering, ASU comes in at number 11 to start the season in the coaches poll. So
okay.
It's usually pretty right on with the AP poll. So we'll see if the Sun Devils are that high when the AP poll comes out next week.
Interesting. That's pretty interesting. I got a little quick something if I can throw into the mix here.
Sure.
All right, so over the weekend, it was also Merrill Kelly versus Geno Suarez and Josh Naylor on Saturday in Seattle. Merrill Kelly pretty good in his Texas debut. Geno not. He was 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. Now, he only faced Merrill Kelly twice, I think, in that game.
It's true.
But Merrill Kelly got the best of Geno and Josh that day. And for those wondering, if they stay on a 5-day rotation in Texas, Merrill Kelly is scheduled to face the Diamondbacks in Texas on Wednesday, August 13th.
Let's give him the business.
Yeah. Give him the business.
Geno Suarez's start in Seattle is not going gangbusters, by the way.
Yeah.
He's like hitting 118 as a Mariner.
But his vibes are immaculate, man. That's all he needs
wasn't
for
that
now.
great the last stretch with the D-backs either. He's kind of in one of those.
Yeah.
He had
Geno
the stretch
Suarez.
right after the All-Star break where he went on the binge, and he's been ice cold ever since
Yep.
then.
I don't want to say it. Hits since August. Blaze Alexander's got him beat by
But Blaze has been
playing
bringing
good.
exactly what, and I'm going to give credit to Alec Thomas, too.
Yeah.
Alec Thomas had himself a nice weekend after that speech from Mike Hazen inspired him. But Blaze Alexander's kind of playing with the juice that they're looking for.
Yeah, really is.
He is, but that's got to be a temporary spot for him, too, until Jordan Lawler's ready to get called up, right? I haven't looked to see. They said he was going to be back soon, starting rehab, so.
Hopefully by the end of this week, maybe.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
I had another award ready to go in hardware, but it was kind of reminiscent of the Diamondbacks' early season woes. And it was the It Doesn't Just Happen to the Diamondbacks award. Did you see what happened to the Pittsburgh Pirates over the weekend against Colorado?
Oh, man. Dude, I had that in one of my awards, too.
They had a 9-run lead.
Oh, that's right.
In the first inning. They ended up losing 17-16. If you look at the win probability
when you're up 9
chart, it just dropped off a mountain in the ninth inning. 17-16, pure Coors Field madness.
40 hits in that game. I wanted to say,
and the worst offensive player in baseball was the guy responsible for the walk-off hit for the Rockies.
Yeah. I wanted to say briefly, so we're watching Little League Baseball's on, and Arcadia Little League is in San Bernardino. That's where I grew up. That's where I played my Little League. We were 1 win away from going to San Bernardino back in my day.
Who'd you lose? What Little League did you lose to?
We lost to McCormick Ranch.
Oh.
Out in North Scottsdale. We were 1 win away. It sucked.
In the battle of the affluent Little Leagues. Arcadia against McCormick Ranch.
Right.
The tough streets.
The tough streets of Arcadia and McCormick Ranch.
I don't know if my attitude on any single sporting event has changed more during the course of my lifetime. Because when we were kids, they used to show the championship game of the Little League World Series only on the wide world of sports, and I thought it was the coolest thing ever.
Mm-hmm.
Now they have the regionals televised. These kids are on TV for a month.
Yeah.
It's my single least favorite sporting event of the entire year. I
oh.
do not understand how anybody could enjoy it.
Well, if your kid was in it, but still.
Well, no, if your kid was in it, yeah, but.
These parents take like a month off work. Like,
no,
it's crazy.
I know, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
that's going to do it for us on this Monday.
Good Monday,
Welcome
boys.
back, Jared Carlin. Thanks to Todd Walsh, Brett McMurphy for joining us. We are back tomorrow morning, bright and early at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
It's all about taking care of the kids at Phoenix Children's. Listen during Give-a-thon to hear stories of hope, presented by Madame Homes.
I owe everything to Phoenix Children's. I owe them my literal life. My outlook would have been worlds different if I didn't go to the hospital that day.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Fi.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit. For just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
Hit a home run with bold flavors at Dog House Downtown Phoenix. Serving gourmet dogs, sausages, chicken, burgers, and more 24/7. Hosting a watch party? Dog House Catering delivers with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and their legendary build-your-own dog bar. Load the bases with flavor and bring the heat to your lineup. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and let them deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know the Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there is a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for you to win tickets to the sold-out UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff event presented by the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. This prize includes a VIP meet and greet with former Bears quarterback Jim McMahon, a 2-night stay at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess, and a chance to hear me MC this awesome event on August 15th. Enter to win at arizonasports.com/contests.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Dbacks.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Over the weekend, the Diamondbacks ended their 6-game losing skid with a pair of wins and a series win in Sacramento against the A's. A 6-4 win on Sunday was highlighted by Tyler Locklear's first hits as a D-back. He went 2 for 3 with a walk and a stolen base. And here was Locklear after yesterday's game.
That's all we talked about in the locker room, is just the kind of team we are. We're one of those gutter teams. So taking our walks, stealing bases, creating havoc on the base paths, scoring runs any way we can. So we were able to do that today to come away with a win.
The Snakes are back home tonight against the San Diego Padres. First pitch from Chase will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. As both ASU and the Cardinals were at camp over the weekend, Kenny Dillingham and ASU seem to have rekindled its magic in week 1 of fall camp, and the Cardinals know how pivotal Kyler Murray is to the 2025 season. For more on both stories, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of its energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke! Wolf! Hey, my brothers! Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Monday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What is going on, Basinonians? How are you? Are you kidding me right now? Ready to broadcast on a very momentous Monday. Some weird things are going on right now.
I think the mic's broken, too.
First of all, okay, Luke has a broken microphone. I also have my fan hat here, and I thought I had my regular hat inside the fan hat. It was not inside the fan hat, Basinonian, so now I don't have a hat on, and that's really, really weird.
Well, you could wear the fan hat all day. But
I could wear that, but
weirder.
that would be really, really hard to do. Once again, don't have the visor broadcasting right now, and I've always worn a hat while we're in Studio Shangri-La.
So here are your options. You can go hatless, or I'm sure we can find some sort of shady hat that's been in this building since like 1993 that you could wear. You could wear that too.
Okay, so of course there are cameras in today's radio, Basinonians. There's always cameras.
There is an actual cowboy hat in the other studio.
There we are up there. I don't have the hat on right now, and I look like I'm 101. Can I just say I need the hat? I think I need to bring this thing in. At some point in time, I'm going to run out of here, Basinonians. When Luke starts talking, I'm going to run out of here and grab my hat. Thank you. So, YouTubers, hang in there.
It's great. It's just going to be me talking to myself, and they'll all be able to see you running
all right.
out of the studio.
Do you have a diatribe you'd like to actually execute here?
Yeah, but it's not in the first segment. So you're gonna have to tough it out
look,
here.
I'm gonna have to hang in there without the visor broadcasting.
You won't want to leave in the first segment anyway, because we're gonna start with football. And we're going to start with the fact that, yes, it's preseason, but it's game week, Wolf. There is a game on Saturday. We are building towards an actual Cardinals-Chiefs game on Saturday night at State Farm Stadium.
Okay.
Oh, there's your hats.
I'm so jacked up. There we go. Rick,
I thought your hat was at home or something. This
Rick
is not nearly as dramatic.
bringing in the hat. Forgive me for a second.
No, that's it.
Oh,
half a second of dead air.
Here we go. Ready to broadcast right now. That's right. It is game week. What does that mean to you, Basinonians, right now?
I've never seen a hat change somebody so quickly.
What does that mean to you? What is game week going on right now? You know what? It's always different for everybody on the roster. Of course, there are many, many guys that have had long careers in the NFL, guys like a James Conner, by way of example. Yes, it's great. Preseason is here, and that means that the season is here as well. Yet at the same time, James Conner doesn't look at a preseason game and think to himself, I got to get in there. Yet there are many, many guys that are on the Arizona Cardinals roster right now who are doing just that, thinking about this is it, preseason game number one. And you know what advice I would give them, Luke? I would give them this advice right here.
Okay.
Don't think about the team you're playing.
Don't think about the Chiefs.
Don't think about don't think about the team that you're playing. Don't think about the names. Don't think about the players. Focus only on your opportunity. This is an opportunity. Whether you get 2 plays or you get 20 in the game, whatever it may be, this is your opportunity. And you have got to be prepared. You have got to be prepared mentally, physically, and spiritually to go out and lay it on the line. Because this is your shot. What's the old saying about a first impression?
I think you get several chances to make a first impression. Is that it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was something a little bit different. You get one shot at doing this.
You're playing a team that will probably play their starters. I mean, the Chiefs traditionally, at least in one of the preseason games, tend to play their starters for almost a full half.
It's Andy Reid.
So, and I don't think the Chiefs are changing any of their preseason routines because it's gone pretty well for them the last 5 or 6 years. So, I don't know. I doubt that would factor into JG's decision making on whether or not he's going to play starters or not. But if you were ever going to, you are facing a team that probably will play their starters, and their starters include Patrick Mahomes. The Chiefs haven't said anything definitive on that yet this week, but they typically do that, and they've been to the AFC Championship, every year that Mahomes has been a starter? At least the AFC Championship, if not deeper. So something to watch there. How about just the fact now that you're in a routine? I mean, you basically are in a routine now going forward. The Cardinals have 3 preseason games coming up, all on Saturdays, and then you have that kind of, I guess, off week, and then you're into the season.
Yeah, for me, it was one of the best times of the year once you got into that. Monday, this is what we do on Monday. Tuesday, this is what we do on Tuesday. It's literally you show up, make sure you're on time, always, that you're always on time. Oh, my goodness. Some of these guys, like Paul Calvisi, would never survive as a rookie in the National Football League. Even though he was a tough kid. He was, watching him play little high school football right there, Paulie'd stick his face into the fan.
Terrible stance,
terrible stance. Thank you for that, Rick.
7 minutes into the show.
But, he would stick his face into the fan, and I like that. Yet at the same time, you can't do this constantly. It's a situation where you know what, Rick, you got me totally distracted on that right there. Are you kidding me, Paul?
You went down the path of attacking Paul 7 minutes into the show.
This is exactly, this is what you do. Though.
It is.
You got to go out and you've got an opportunity to lay it on the line, Luke. An opportunity to go out and ball out. You've got to take every advantage of it, whether it's 2 plays or not. You have got to go out there and do something.
We'll get into this throughout the show, too, players that have a lot on the line throughout this preseason, because there are some, but you and I were talking in prehab, there's not like the clear-cut position battles this year for starting jobs that there typically is, which is a good thing. I mean, it's probably a good thing to go into the season and you, for the most part, have most of your starting jobs locked up. You could make a case at corner. I mean, there's some flexibility there, I guess, but for the most part, and the rotation on the defensive line, but who your guys are going to be in that rotation. We'll talk about the running back room. James Conner, sort of alluded to the fact they might have almost 2 starting running backs this year with him and Trey Benson, but that's not we don't know who our starter is. That's almost like we have 2 guys that are too good to be on the bench. It's a much better situation, at least at this point, as we go into August, than this team has been in a few years. However it plays out this season, that part is undeniable. They've put themselves in a better position heading into the preseason than they have the last few years.
Yeah, I know. It just, right now, it's going to be very, very interesting. I think you're right on this. There are not a lot of position battles that are out there right now. When you look at it, there's not a lot. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but to me, I know that the roster has improved from a talent perspective so much significantly, especially on the defensive side of the ball. But, man, there's just not a lot of jobs that are up for grabs right now. I think maybe the weak side inside linebacker with Owen Papo looking the way that he is.
And that's a significant spot.
I think that is a possibility. I also, I do wonder when they only go 2 safeties. Now, the Arizona Cardinals will run 3 safeties out onto the field multiple times.
Yeah.
They do that, of course, and that is Jalen Thompson, of course, with Budda Baker, and then you've got Rabbit out there as the third safety.
You smell something, Rabbit?
Oh, yeah, I kind of do. Yeah, but I do wonder if Rabbit, when they only go 2 safeties, will press for time with Jalen Thompson.
Nothing wrong with that. Because I don't see Jalen Thompson taking a step back. So if they get into that position, it's because Rabbit is taking a step forward. I think that's correct. That's the position. And that's kind of symbolic of where they are right now. It's funny, too. I heard 2 different national broadcasts this weekend, Wolf, that weren't focused on the Cardinals' defense. They were just talking about something that the Cardinals were either involved or peripherally involved. And both times they talked about 2 entirely different broadcasts talked about how intriguing the defensive line is, how revamped it is, how dangerous it is. And both of them said, which is good because their secondary is a mess. How is the Cardinals' secondary a mess?
Bro.
I mean, did I miss something? Did Budda and Jalen Thompson and Garrett Williams all retire this weekend and I just didn't see the news or what?
Yeah.
I don't see mess when I see the Cardinals' secondary.
They need to get better. They were young guys, and they were getting better. I would not characterize their secondary as a mess.
I like their secondary this year. I mean, there's a little bit of a question with the youth at corner, but
they got to go prove it. They got to go do it.
But is the safety position not part of the secondary?
Yeah,
there's no questions.
A mess.
In the safety position, and I like what I've seen from Will Johnson too. Did the Diamondbacks potentially start to turn that corner back to playing some decent baseball over the weekend? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The pitch. Swing and a miss that time, and the ball game is over. The D-backs beat the Athletics today 6-4. They take the series with back-to-back wins and finish this 9-game road trip 3-6.
D-backs start the week with a 3-game series hosting the Padres at Chase Field. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here. Can you hear me? Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. This isn't just any old Ford dealership. This is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, Basinonians, and they're reimagining affordability just for you. We're talking lease deals here for $399 a month and 0 down, man. That's what I'm talking about. You got to love that, right? 0 down on a brand new 2025 Ford Mustang GT, the Ford Escape, and even the Ford Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment that you can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, is located in Gilbert. The summer sale is going on right now, man. I'm telling you, you want to get over there. That 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, the Bronco Sport, ready for you to go. Some restrictions apply. There's a $649 dock fee, but you got that. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
The hot summer months are here, and here comes the monsoons. Both of them do a lot of damage to the roofs. If you're a homeowner out there in the Phoenix metropolitan area, anywhere in Arizona, in the valley, the heat, the 110, 115-degree weather, it does a lot of damage to your roof. So does overgrown trees that are peeling apart some of your tiles. And when the monsoons come, could lead to a lot of damage if your roof is not in working condition. We're talking about insurance claims, drywall, paint, flooring, baseboard damage if your roof is not ready for the monsoon season. That's why I want you to call JLC Roofing, a roofer-owned roofing company right here in Arizona. 3 generations of roofers right in the family, going back many years from the grandfather to the father to the son. They offer free estimates. Get your roof checked out right now. Get a free estimate. You might just need a simple repair. Call them at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING. Or go online at jlcroof.com.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Cardinals fans, football is back at Kill Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2025 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning Scottish-style amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
Low T, start for free. Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution, testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll waive the startup fee. Gain muscle, burn fat, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. What are our first impressions of the new-look Diamondbacks? We'll react to their series against the A's starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning. It is weird to be back here at the Arizona Sports Studios, Wolf. However, we'll be back at State Farm Stadium tomorrow and Wednesday.
Yeah, it's so cool, though, man. We're going to be back out there, really jacked up. Went to the red-white practice, of course, on Saturday. There was a lot of fans that were out there. We're going to talk more about that as the show unfolds.
Okay, so I'm going to warn you before I try to play any audio in this segment. It may work just fine, or it could be anything, because we had to reconfigure something, and I am not an IT person.
Okay,
so just be aware
you are
of that.
not.
I am not. Now, if somebody asked...
But you're a lot more IT than
I was going to say, if somebody burst into this room and they're like, I need IT help, and it was just me or Wolf...
I'd point to you.
I would have to stand up, because you would just take a step back and make me do it. Although you got your hat on now, so who knows? Anything's possible.
I wouldn't see him.
That's true. And they couldn't see you either, because you have the hat on. The Diamondbacks over the weekend... took 2 of 3 from the A's. They lost the game on Friday night, but then they went into where are the A's playing now? Folsom, somewhere near Sacramento.
Sacramento.
But you can't call them the Sacramento A's. They're just the A's. So they beat the A's on Saturday. They beat the A's on Sunday. I'm not saying that this is what it is. They're 9 games out of a wild card spot. The trades or potential trades they made last week quickly became the bigger storyline. But we had Mike Hazen on last week. He did say that he wants, in these final 50-plus games at that point, he wants to see his team start playing baseball that is more resembling of real baseball, because they weren't there for about a week and a half. Yeah.
Wanted to see competitive baseball.
Yes. And they started to do that on Saturday.
Yeah, once again, we have to keep everything in perspective right here. Listen, I don't think I could accurately articulate how disappointed I am in this Diamondback season, right, Luke? I mean, I think we could all say that.
I don't even think you have to articulate it at this point.
The level of expectation was so high coming into the summer of 2025 based on earnings, and I think the vast majority of us all feel the same way. Bitter disappointment.
Yeah.
Having said that, though, once again, now that the trade deadline has come and gone, now that they have reconfigured their roster, now that they have made change, I'm really, really excited once again in seeing some of these young guys, some of these prospects turn major leaguer, guys like Tyler Locklear. Watching him, I'm really excited about watching this because I'm done with the disappointment. I'm done with it.
Well, I'm done with the disappointment, too. I don't totally disagree with you. I don't know if excited is the word for me, but I'm definitely interested, especially in Locklear, because the other 8 guys you got are all pitchers who some of them aren't going to pitch in the majors this year, and a lot of them are going to show up in a bullpen situation this year. So Locklear is the one that you're going to see almost every day.
There's a lot of young guns right now. Do you think they're going to get their opportunity coming up? You think Jordan Lawler is going to get that opportunity
I would
at
hope
some
so
point
at this
in time, right? I would think so. I think we're going to see a lot more guys, a lot more faces, some young guns coming up and actually getting the opportunity. Remember Brandon Fott. Remember Brandon Fott when they came up. Alec Thomas, Jake McCarthy, Corbin Carroll. We were all just jacked up, create the chaos. Look at these guys, man. They're developing the no-fly zone out there. And we were excited when there were a lot of young guys. And now I get it. The disappointment, it hangs in the air.
Well,
it's bitter.
It hangs in the air to the point where, okay, you just said Brandon Fott, Jake McCarthy, Alec Thomas, Corbin Carroll, right? Okay, so when those guys were first breaking in, they went all the way to the World Series. However, now 2 years later, how many of them would you say have hit their ceiling? Ceiling's not the right word, but like are consistently playing to their potential. You would say Corbin Carroll. I know his average is down this year, but Corbin Carroll, I don't think anybody's unhappy with Corbin Carroll.
Yes.
But, you said this last week, McCarthy and Thomas, it seems like when one's going well, the other's struggling or vice versa. And Fott this season has been up and down.
Yeah, for me, once again, it's not the end result. It's the process.
Yeah.
It's watching them develop that excited me so much.
I guess the reason I'm saying that is when you talk about Locklear and Lawler, there is pressure for them to hit their ceiling or, what I mean, like play to their potential. Maybe not in the next, 50 games. It's not like you're not going to write these guys off if they're not hitting three. But the future is now with this team, except they just went out and added 9 prospects. So the future is now and going forward. But just because Jordan Lawler is this amazing prospect doesn't guarantee he can do it at the major league level. Same with Tyler Locklear, who was very highly ranked within Seattle's system. Yeah. But it's not like he was even ranked as high as Lawler.
Yeah. Again, Luke, it's because of my own experience that I really enjoy this stuff.
Yeah.
I have. I've always been fascinated. You know this, with the struggle, the development, and make or break drama of these young guns trying to become their opponent's worst nightmare. For me, I've always loved that. And now we get to see it. We get to see it right now. A little bit of drama. Days of our lives. Days of our D-backs. Here we go. A little bit of drama trying to, hey, kid, are you going to make it? You going to be okay? You got a shot at the bigs? You going to stick in the bigs? Let's see it.
You want some drama? I'm going to try and play some audio here, okay?
Okay.
This was Mike Hazen last week speaking to the media on what he wants to see from his team in what is basically the final third of the season. I mean, even now, there's still 50 games left this season.
A competitive one. Yeah, it may look a little different, take a different shape offensively. Even with those guys in the lineup this last week, we haven't really been smoking the baseball. So we need to get back. I know the trade deadline was probably a little bit of a distraction. It's not an excuse, but I acknowledge that it was probably a distraction. I would expect that we get back now. We're cleared through this, and I want us to go out there and play competitive baseball.
Yeah, look, I mean, what you're talking about is the biggest storyline the rest of the way to me. The guy's developing, but I can totally understand how, as a general manager who built a team that on paper should have been a playoff team.
Yeah.
Not only are they in a position where they had to sell at the deadline, but that stretch leading up to the deadline, well, basically before Saturday's game, I mean, they had lost 9 of 10, and most of those games they were scoring 1 or 2 runs. In fact, all of those games except that there was 2 games against the Astros where they scored 3, but their run totals in those 10 games were 3-1, 3-1, 0-0, 1-2, 2-1. For a team with one of the best offenses in baseball, something was also wrong with them.
Yeah, they got some guys. Once again, these are going to be young guys going the rest of the way here. But all I know is this, Space Underneath, there was a rubber game. There was a rubber game in this series. There was. Now, can I just tell you right now, they were 5-10 in rubber games. 5-10. Think about that.
Yeah.
Rubber games where they went into game 3, they had a chance, or actually won the first 2 games against the Giants and had a chance that 3rd game to win the series. Had a chance that 4th game in the same 4-game series to win the series.
Yeah.
And they lost both those games. Again, these rubber games are really, really, really important to me to watch. They won the first rubber game after the trade deadline against the A's. The struggling A's.
I'm looking at the standings too. I was looking at this before the show because we've kind of gotten to the point where the day-to-day win-loss result doesn't matter as far as the standings. I mean, it doesn't when you're selling at the deadline. Because they play the Padres tonight. They start a 3-game. The Padres. Brandon Pfaadt, who you were just talking about, is on the mound for the D-backs. They are 9 games.
Come on, Brandon. To party responsibly.
9 games back of the Padres for that wild card. But the Padres have kind of run away with it. I only say this to say, given the situation the Diamondbacks were in, it's pretty clear they did the right thing. I saw a lot of people saying over the weekend, like, man, I didn't want to trade Josh Naylor. Why are you guys okay with Locklear? Let me be clear. For the last 2 months, Josh Naylor's the guy I wanted to trade the absolute least. I did not want to trade Josh Naylor. But this is where they are right now. And if you talk about should you have still gone for it last week or whatever, they're 9 games back of a wild card spot. And San Diego has gotten a lot better. The Cardinals are 6.5 back. The Giants are 6 back. The Reds are 4 back. None of these teams are catching San Diego. And some of those teams went for it at the deadline a little bit. Like the Reds traded for Ke'Bryan Hayes to go for it this year. The Giants is a little bit different, but they went out and got Rafael Devers a month or so ago to go for it this year. Those teams aren't catching the Padres. It's over. The 3 playoff teams in the National League are probably already set with the Cubs and Mets and Padres, the 3 wild cards. I mean, maybe the Cubs catch the Brewers, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, we come back. Let's get back to football. Are we concerned at all about Marvin Harrison Jr. missing multiple practices now, including the red and white practice on Saturday? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Motor and violence.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at tmobile.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After a series win over the A's, the Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight to start a 3-game series against the San Diego Padres. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Arizona State football has been ranked number 11 in the USA Today coaches poll. This report is brought to you by Bud Light, official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals. Bring home the tailgate this season with Bud Light.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
I have one of those days where I don't want to sit still. Wolf, do you ever I almost asked you if you ever have one of those days.
Yeah.
You always have one of those days.
Yes.
We need wireless mics so we can just run around the building and do the show today or something.
You know, it's amazing. Even during the national anthem base innings, I could never stand there still. I had to make sure that I was rocking back and forth, and I don't even know that I'm doing it. You know, hand over the heart, of course, Basinonians, always looking at the flag with a square jaw and the shoulders thrown back, yet rocking constantly. Right leg to left leg. Right leg to left leg.
Do you still do it? Because, here,
yes.
I'll tell you why I asked this. Growing up playing hockey, you just naturally do that because you're on skates, right? You kind of have to. And then, all the years I spent working in the NHL, all the players do it too. You're just around that. So now I'll be standing in the press box of that D-backs game, and they'll be doing the national anthem, and I'll just find myself rocking back and forth, and people are like, "Are you okay?"
There it is, yeah.
So it's good to know at least one other person does that out there. Football going this past weekend, the red and white practice, and let's start with the fact that Marvin Harrison Jr. wasn't participating, I should say. He's not the only guy that was out. But he's been out now for a couple practices with that knee issue, and JG keeps saying they're just being smart about it. Here's JG on Saturday talking about a few guys, actually, that missed the red and white practice.
Red, white, excited for the fans today. Hey, Q, how you doing, man? We're going to put on the pads, and we'll compete a little bit. A couple guys you won't see. Mike Wilson, the collision is in concussion protocol. Boot is fine. Joey Blunt got a little bit of a bug. He won't be out there today. Marv, we're going to be smart with. He won't be out there today, and he caught the bug too. James Conner, we're going to let him have the day off. And Calais, we're going to let have the day off. So those two kind of just vet maintenance. The other guys should be getting back here pretty soon.
Did he just say...
Nothing to worry about.
Oh. Okay, nothing to worry about. Okay, that's great. He said nothing to worry about right there. Did he say caught the bug too? Is that it? The bug was going around?
That's what he said in relation to Marv.
Okay, yeah, Marv. Okay, maybe that's what I've got right now, base earnings. I mean, this
You caught the Cardinals
massive
bug?
sinus infection or something. Now, look, it's not like it's draining. It is not base earnings. It's not that kind of sinus infection. It's the kind where you there's no movement whatsoever.
Oh, where it feels like you just got punched in the face and the fist never left. It's just still punching you in the face.
Oh, my goodness. My face hurts.
Just don't
Ron
talk to Kyler
Wolfley
Murray.
reporting. Okay, yeah, I won't. Don't worry. I never did that either, Rick. Forget about that. This urban legend that is out there. Somehow, some way, I passed along.
Kyler's
my
fine.
illness.
He's
Kyler's
fine. He doesn't have the bug.
Don't worry about that. What else did you want to say, though?
Well, a couple things in there. Why does Calais get a veteran day off? Just because he's been in the league for 2 decades?
Yeah, I think.
Who's going to tell Calais he doesn't get the day off?
Yeah, I thought James Conner and Calais Campbell.
Yeah.
I thought, you know what? Yeah, those 2 guys, I might sit them down as well.
But I think the only 2 names to take out of there, if you're in full blown, wait, this is a sports team in Arizona, I'm ready to panic over anything mode. The only 2 names you need to take out of there are Marvin Harrison Jr. and Michael Wilson. JG's been pretty consistent. They're just being smart with Marv. I don't know. I trust JG on something like that. If this were week 8 of the season and they were about to play the Rams and maybe you're not giving any information, it's not like other teams are looking and being like, hey, Marv missed the red and white practice. This alters our plans for them in week 11.
Yes.
The Michael Wilson one, though, that's at least worth talking about because he ran into Buddha towards the end of Friday. And what did they say? He's in concussion protocol, basically, or dealing with that. He even said Buddha's fine. Well, yeah, Buddha's always fine on these things.
You kidding me? Man of stone.
Michael Wilson's important to this team, though. So I would say at least something to monitor right there.
No, I'm with you on that. It is. Just don't obsess on it, base earnings right now. This is the kind of thing that happens, of course, in training camp. Obsess on it when they tell you to, okay? When they get up and they say, Michael Wilson, he's done. He's going on IR. Go ahead.
That would be concerning.
Go ahead. That would be concerning, and go ahead. Overreact in that situation. But right now, this is training camp, man, and this is the way that it happens. There's going to be nicks. There's going to be bumps. Why in the world would you take a guy like Marvin Harrison Jr., a guy that is going to be so integral to everything you're going to do going forward as an offense? Why would you ever run him out there if he's got a little discomfort?
You wouldn't.
When all you need is him to sit down for a couple of days, get that discomfort out of there, whatever it is, inflammation, whatever it may be, get it out of there, and then go back to work.
The first real Cardinals game is 5 weeks from yesterday, 4 weeks from this upcoming Sunday, which, by the way, our fantasy draft here at the station with some of the listeners is Friday at TPC. You ready for that?
And I am ready for that.
Are you? Okay, this is going to be fun.
Going out to TPC.
I feel like, too, I've heard a couple people on the show say this, and this I think hits home. The leagues are going to be 4 people from the show and then 8 listeners.
Yeah.
The biggest thing for us, I think, is just to finish ahead of the other people on the show. Like, I definitely don't want to finish behind you or Jamal.
Yes, of course.
If the listener, gets past, that's fine.
No offense to the listeners out there. There are many, many listeners that are so much better at fantasy.
That's what I'm saying. I'm willing.
Than I'm ever going to be.
If I don't win the league because a listener won the league, I can live with that. If I don't win the league because you or Rick won the league, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself.
Well, you're just going to be a hands-off team owner, though.
Oh, that's right. But once again, the decisions that I make are going to be critical to the success of the Wolfley fantasy football season.
Yeah, you're gonna need.
I thought you were just sitting, in the owner's box.
Yeah, but again, I've got to hire guys
like
like Vetter James.
Well,
I have to hire Vetter and say, listen, okay, you got to run this.
The
now.
Dallas Cowboys would love to have an owner like you that was hands off. That's not the worst thing in the world.
Are you and Vetter aligned?
We are. As a matter of fact, we are.
Rick, it doesn't matter because all that really matters is if Wolf's team loses, no matter who makes the decisions, he's going to hear about it on the air every Tuesday. So just be ready for that.
Okay, that's great.
Anyway, back to the red and white practice, though.
You're saying you're not going to give me a pass at all on that. Oh. Okay.
We'll give Vetter
That's
credit.
right, and rightfully so, because I hired him.
If the team does well, if your team does well, Vetter will get all the credit on this show. If your team does poorly, you will hear about it.
I can see how that works now. Yeah.
Here's Jonathan Gannon specifically on Michael Wilson and that injury.
I told Mike, I mean, it's unfortunate what happened, but he can't. That's why I want him to stay up. I know it's hard. That's their instincts to go dive for the ball, but in practice that can lead to some, contact that you don't want to have happen. So I don't fault him, but I don't want him going to the ground either.
Tough spot. I mean, that, as you would say, Wolf, is just football. It's going to happen, and you hate it. But that's the sort of thing that happens across the league, which is why trying to make football predictions, make them with take it with a grain of salt when you're any football prediction in August, because this stuff happens to every team.
So Rick, let me ask you this right here. Command and control. Are we going to talk about the red-white practice? Are we going to just look at the red-white practice and say, go?
Yes.
Red-white practice on Saturday, go.
Yes.
Are we going to do that at some point in this beautiful part of the broadcast?
I'm looking at the show sheet.
Okay, good. I love that, Basonians, because I can't wait for that. This is, you know what? This is where I take JG to task.
That I thought you might do. Yeah, okay. Well, we've got to make sure we
How about
write
that for
in.
a tease?
That is coming up on the show. It's not coming up next, though, because when we come back, what did Jody Jackson think of the first weekend of Tyler Locklear with the Diamondbacks? We'll ask her. The D-backs broadcaster is going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Man, if you live in the desert, you got to have shade, right? Celebrating 20 years. That's right, All Pro Shade Concepts. They have celebrated 20 years here in the Basin in 2025. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. This is the best part about it. Voted number one by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. That is All Pro Shade Concepts, voted number one. They have an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. And what I love about this, go check out all their 5-star reviews on Google as well. These shades are commercial-grade Basinonians. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors, and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. You choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the Luxe Staples Insider's Swear By, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/styleupgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/styleupgrade.
I went
with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and give in everything we got, and knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states. Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
It is gone!
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, welcome back to the show. Diamondbacks starting a 3-game series tonight at home against the San Diego Padres. Jody Jackson's joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Jody?
Hey guys, yeah, I think did I scare you, Jesse? Are you seeing nodding right now? Because I switched my mic and then I went away, and so now I'm back. So excited to see. I heard you guys talking in the last segment or 2 segments ago, I guess it was. But yeah, I mean, it had become so tough, the battling this team was doing to just try to stay in it, and nothing was really working. And the Astros series really sealed it. And I too echo. I was glad to hear you guys have some excitement about what is happening now, though, because I think that, they, of course, Mike Hazen did what he had to do, and there's a bunch of new talent infused, some of it at the minor league level, most of it at the minor league level, and some here in the major leagues like Tyler Locklear. And I think that there's still a lot of really good, talented players on this team that I'm looking forward to seeing them go out there and just try to play as a cohesive group, play fundamental baseball, and pitch. I think the pitching is really what we need to see improve. That again has been the trouble with this team for a lot of the season. Not to put it on one area, I think we just need to go out and see them perform as a cohesive group. I think that's going to be what I'm looking for from them.
Yeah, Jody, like I said earlier, it's bitter. It is a bitter disappointment on this season, and I think we all feel that. Yet at the same time, again, just seeing Tyler Locklear out there competing in Game 3. I know he was 0 for 7 his first 2 games. I understand that.
A couple hits yesterday, though.
But to see him out there, yeah, a couple of hits yesterday. Tell me a little bit about Tyler Locklear and what you know.
Yeah, I was doing some research on him. I'll be able to talk to him today. I know, obviously, Todd was talking to him over the weekend in Sacramento. Virginia Commonwealth, there aren't a ton of major league players from there, but that was interesting to me. Basically a second-round pick, came up with the Mariners. Really good power. I liked what I saw, even in the short term, just seeing him move around at first base. I thought he's doing pretty well over there. I know they're going to continue to work on that defense. And I mean, I never want to compare him to anyone, but so I'm not comparing him to Christian Walker, but I'm just looking at, what a guy that comes in, when we saw Christian, 7-8 years ago, and then what you can be. And I think he's going to be himself. But I think it's exciting to watch a young player who's ready for this opportunity. And I think he was ready. He had just gotten called up with the Mariners. He had a couple of, he had some at-bats last year. He had a couple homers, and, I think he had less than 50 at-bats, but I think this is his time. And, like a lot of players that, even are on the roster now. We're seeing like a Blaze Alexander get more at-bats and have a time to shine here. When Jordan Lawler gets a chance to come up, it'll be his time. And I think that's where we are right now. But you're right, Tyler Locklear, he's really intriguing. And I was happy for him getting a couple hits yesterday, showing what he could do on the bases. Dave McKay, you could tell, was working with
Jody,
him.
I was just going to ask you
get him in the
that.
system here.
He seems a lot more athletic than what I thought the scouting report read on him.
Well, I think anytime you see a big guy that is, and slug is part of the game, I think then you have to really it's the eyeball test, right? Like then you just start to watch how is he moving, because we all know that, Josh Naylor now, I guess they were joking in Seattle that he's like turned into some kind of base stealing. He's
Ricky
got
Henderson.
17 on the season.
Yeah, he's got like 6 with the Mariners already, doesn't he? All he does is steal bases
he's just
in
been
Seattle.
flying around the bases over there in Seattle. But, we all know from watching Paul Goldschmidt, it's really, there's a lot to it, and it's not just about speed. So I think we're all going to get a chance to really get a long look during this homestand here at Chase Field. He'll have to get acclimated. I'm sure it's kind of exciting for him to show up at the ballpark today, get his bearings there at Chase Field. And I think, again, it's not – he's one of the guys, though, that you look at and you say, what can he become? And this is the beginning of his Diamondbacks career.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, I just wanted to ask you about all of the other prospects they got. They're all pitchers, and so it's very easy for somebody who's watching this team the rest of the way to say, okay, there's Tyler Locklear and a bunch of pitchers. Is there one or two pitchers in particular that I know they're not probably up with the team now, but that you are interested that we might see later on this season and kind of get a feel for one of these guys?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the runway will look like for these guys when you see that they're going to, in Reno. So, for example, I just caught a little bit of Cole Drake's start the other night in Reno, and he started off really well. He gave up some runs later on in the outing. But, the two lefties that Mike Hazen did acquire for Merrill Kelly and a reliever on the back end. So they got Cole Drake, they got Mitch Bratt and David Hageman, and we're going to learn more about those guys as we go. There's a lot to dig into, right, with all of these prospects, but I am excited to see what these guys can do, and especially maybe those two lefties at the top. And then even, we saw in the Suarez trade, getting more guys. It is a lot of pitching because that's what this team really needed to reload with. And I have a feeling for sure that we'll see some of these guys come up in September. Again, I don't really know the timetable, but, with pitching being such a need, and already, guys, I've seen some stabilization of the bullpen, for example, just by nature of Andrew Saalfrank joining the group. Kendall Graveman looks healthy again. I know we're talking prospects here, but there have been some things that you've seen seem to stabilize a little bit more lately. And again, it has to do with health. It has to do with roles. And anytime you can add pitching in, we did see Brandon Garcia go down. And I just think that's, again, a guy kind of getting his bearings. They're going to work with him. Everybody that comes into the organization, there's a lot of discovery both ways, right? They're learning about what is D-backs baseball, what is it all about, what is this coaching staff like to see, and some guys are going to see that at the major league level, most of them at the minor league level. But I'm excited about all of these guys and seeing how 8 of the 9 are in that top 30 of the prospects in the organization. We've already seen that reshuffled and what that looks like. And, again, when you're dealing with rentals like Suarez, Naylor, and Kelly you are trying to do the best you can. And I believe Mike Hazen did a pretty good job of getting back some talent in that situation.
So, Jody, I thought it was interesting that Saturday, game 2 of the series, the Diamondbacks hit 3 home runs in that game. And then, of course, game 3 of the series, they manufactured some runs. And I love seeing them do that once again. Do you think we're going to see a little bit more create the chaos here because you lose a Josh Naylor and a Eugenio Suarez?
For sure, Wolf, especially with, it's funny, Naylor to me, I would put him in the chaos category. Again, he had double-digit homers, but he was a guy that, his timely hitting, whether it was a single, a lot of a blue pit dropping in, he he hit the ball hard, he put it in play, and a lot of times that led to a single or a double. So with the slug, though, that Suarez home runs, this team, though, they like to hit home runs. But I don't think that you want to rely on that. In fact, tonight, J.P. Sears is going to make his Padres debut. Mason Miller, J.P. Sears, they come into this incredibly stacked Padres pitching staff. He's given up, though, the third most homers. I mean, Zack Littell and Jake Irvin have given up the most in the majors. He's third. But I think if this team goes out there and is trying to hit homers, they are going to, it's going to be disappointing. I think it's about putting it in play. It's about getting back to passing the baton. We did see that. I think they just need to be themselves. I mean, homers will come for a guy. How many times have you guys heard Corbin Carroll talk about hitting it hard on the line and the ball goes out? And I think we're seeing that sometimes from Alec Thomas now. He's on a heater that's been fun to watch. Blaze Alexander's hitting the ball well. I just think, if you're right, they get back to that identity of, putting the ball in play, hitting it hard. And then when you get on base, get into scoring position. We saw that over the weekend in Sacramento. And all of a sudden now you're able to get that guy from second, or if he's on third, you're able to get him in. So, yeah, I am absolutely looking forward to seeing a little more of that.
Jody, real quick before we let you go, just your thoughts on what you saw from Zack Gallen on Saturday and what you kind of expect going forward with him. He's probably still got about 10 more starts this year. He could still be a Diamondback next year. Like, what are you watching for with him?
Yeah, and I hope he's able to exhale a little bit. I mean, we talked about this last week. You guys heard me talk about him as a person, and just, it's been a hard year. It's been difficult, and he's had his struggles, but I thought he was pretty good, and I think there are things that he can – I liked what he said. I think it was really from the heart about, this is a place where he can feel comfortable and get it figured out. I kind of wondered to myself if he was moved and he's all of a sudden in a playoff run and counted on in those situations. I mean, anytime you're hitting the pitching mound, you're counted on. We know that. But you know what I'm saying. Intense atmospheres, how is that going to look? Because he is still figuring some things out. And so I'm looking forward to him doing that here as a Diamondback, and I think he can. And so, yeah, I mean, for him, it's got to feel good to have it over with. All the talk was out there. And I think, he knows that his struggles have affected his market, and I'm sure he can't help but think of what that means for the offseason. But hopefully he's just focused on the here and now and getting back to pitching more of the way we've seen Zack Gallen pitch prior to 2025.
Jody, it's always great talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jody.
All right, guys. Talk to you later.
All right, you too. That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back to football, could the Cardinals have a little bit of a secret weapon on offense that's flying under the radar nationally? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Huzzah! It's the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. Friday at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. The Mother of Dragons, first of her name, will defend her honor against the evil Cersei and her cruel son, King Joffrey. It's not that kind of fantasy. It's about fantasy football, not a Renaissance fair. So, Sir Burns and Sir Gambo are not Knights of the Royal Guard? They're not. They're sports talk show hosts. Do they not serve the Draft King? Let's talk over here, bro. Join Burns and Gambo Friday at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale for our Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. Prizes, good times, and more. 2 to 6 Friday afternoon. Details at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Man, are you looking to build that dream pool? You can still get that thing in. You can get it in by the end of September. That's right. Arizona's most trusted pool builders, Presidential Pools. They're the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume. They earned my business, Basinonians, and I recommend them to you because of what they did for us over at the Wolfley compound. I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to love this. And Presidential Pools and Spas and the Diamondbacks are going to give away a pool. One lucky winner is going to receive a $40,000 credit towards a new pool and backyard makeover. What you need to do is go to dbacks.com/splash. I'm going to get this right. That's dbacks.com/splash to enter to win. Go to presidentialpools.com.
It's Jake Byrne from America Roofing here. We're more than just a roofing company. We care about our community. As a family-owned business, we're proud to support the Phoenix Children's Give-a-thon by donating a portion of the repair and replacement proceeds to Phoenix Children's Hospital. We serve thousands of satisfied customers across Arizona since 1999, making us the state's largest roofing company. Trust America Roofing. We've got you covered. Schedule your free checkup at americaroofingco.com today.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After a series win over the A's, the Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight to start a 3-game series against the San Diego Padres. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the USA Today preseason college football coaches poll has been released. Arizona State has been ranked 11th. For all of our coverage of fall camp, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp now.
All right, hour number 2 of the show, live from the Arizona Sports Studios. You know, there's been a lot of talk about the Cardinals defense this offseason, Wolf.
Give me a pair of chaps right now.
Is that the sort of music you play when you walk into a
Just give me
saloon?
some chaps.
You can't wear chaps. It's after May. What's the rule after? Your rule after May is always shorts until October,
yeah,
right?
That's right, yeah.
You just want the chaps for October?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, if you've
Give
ever
me
ridden
the
a horse,
chaps. Yeah, I have, as a matter of fact. Yeah.
Into town?
You have to understand, I go back every summer to a cattle ranch of 300 head, and my sister is big into horses. She's got all these horses, in her stable. And yeah, are you kidding me? Of course, Rick.
That felt like
I'm a
a
country
softball
boy
question, I
at
was going to say. If you had said you hadn't ridden a horse, I would have been very thrown off probably for the rest of the show.
Never had chaps on, though.
Well, that's a different world.
Might have to go to chaps at some point.
I don't even know where you would buy chaps, like chaps.
There are some guys, some bikers who like to wear chaps. You know, look, man, for me, come on. You're riding a motorcycle. You're not riding a living, breathing animal.
I'm not even sure I know what chaps
It's a big
are.
difference.
Aren't they just big pants? Isn't that what chaps are?
No.
All right, I'll look it up there.
No,
I'll
there's
Google
a reason why they wear the chaps.
Okay.
There's a good reason.
I have so much to learn. But before we get to that, how about some football and the fact that there's a lot of talk about the Cardinals defense.
Yeah.
You go to offense, there's a lot of talk about Marv. There's a lot of talk about Kyler and Marv getting on the same page, having that better chemistry this year. There's a lot of talk about Trey McBride because he might be the most productive tight end in the NFL. There isn't a lot of talk about the running game because you just sort of assume, okay, James Conner's got that on lockdown. They did use a relatively high pick on Trey Benson last year. And this is a guy that if you're looking for ways the offense could feasibly improve, Trey Benson might be the key to that because he played last year, but he was a rookie. He didn't play a ton. If he improves, that's almost going to be like an addition to the running game. And as you've noted multiple times, Wolf, this offense starts with their running game. So Trey Benson carving out a bigger role could be huge for this team.
Oh, there's absolutely no doubt about it. There are so many things about this season that I'm very encouraged about. One of them is Trey Benson and the development of Trey Benson. And I'm listening to some of the coaches talk about Trey Benson and how well he's doing. This is very encouraging to me because, once again, the copacetic relationship in the backfield between James Conner and Trey Benson is legit.
Yeah.
And you've got a guy, I cannot stress this enough, just how important it is that the Arizona Cardinals have James Conner on this football team. He brings so much more than just the physical part of it, the mentality. He brings so much more to the table in regard to just being a true team leader and a guy that everybody inside that locker room looks up to. It's very similar to Budda Baker.
Yeah.
The effect that Budda Baker has on everybody. I'm talking about on offensive linemen. They look at Budda out there giving it up, throwing his body around the way that he does. Man, it just encourages everybody who watches him play. Same thing for James Conner.
It's been one of their biggest assets the last couple of years, even when things haven't been going great in terms of results, that you have a Budda Baker on defense, and then you have a very similar clear-cut leader on offense, too, in James Conner, that are guys that not every team even has one of those guys. And for you to have, like, it'd be cool if you had both of them and they both played defense or offense, that's fine. But to have one on offense and have one on defense with what is still a pretty young team, especially the last couple of years, is it's a huge sort of intangible, can't be measured by stats sort of asset. Now here's James Conner over the weekend talking about his counterpart Trey Benson.
Out of Trey, man, that's we both RB1. That's how we've been approaching it and looking at it. Truthfully, So he gonna play a lot this year. So, but yeah, he just comes to work. And just super talented. Don't got to tell him too much. He's just a guy who loves football. And it's just growing every single day. So yeah, he'll be just fine. We'll be ready to roll this year.
What part of the game have you seen stand out the most so far?
And just competing and making plays and making routine plays routinely. And the ball coming to him, catching it, showing his hands off, showing his speed off, doing everything he put on tape in college. He's doing that this year.
Humility's a wonderful master, is it not? Just listening to him. James Conner right there. We're both RB1. There's just not a lot. There's not a lot of guys. Now, listen, I know you can look at James Conner and say, well, he's getting up there. James Conner is still one of the best runners of the football inside the tackles. In terms of running the ball inside the tackles, he's still one of the toughest tackles in the league.
You could, it wouldn't be difficult to make a case that the last couple of years have been the most productive of his career. I mean, he hadn't been a 1,000-yard rusher until 2023, and now he's done it each of the last 2 years. Last year was his biggest rushing total ever, 1,094 yards. I know there's an additional game now, but whatever. He actually plays the games.
That's right.
And 8 touchdowns on the ground was his third highest total ever. The production's not trailing off for James Conner. If anything, it's still going up. Now, to have that, as you said, humility, it's uncommon. It's not normal.
You just
It's
don't
not
get
typical.
it. Yeah, you don't. This is a guy that is telling you right now, I am so confident in who I am and what I do and what I bring to this football team right here that I'm not going to worry about saying we have 2 RB1s on this team. I'm not going to worry about building up Trey Benson. I'm going to live my life out loud and tell the truth in everything that I do. And that is James Conner. That's who he is in the locker room and outside of the locker room, on the football field and outside of the football field. This is who he is. His genuine nature is one of the reasons why he's so popular inside that locker room as well.
Well, that, and you talk about a mentor for a young running back. Trey Benson was the guy that, if you remember, LaDainian Tomlinson last year after the draft, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but he's like, I don't even want to say anything about this guy because I want to make sure I get him in every fantasy league I'm in. That was LT. And you're talking about one of the greatest running backs of all time. He's gonna be able to see stuff. So it doesn't mean that it's going to translate in the NFL. Obviously, you have to make it. You have to develop. But what was Benson, I think, was the second running back off the board in that draft. The first one was Jonathan Brooks, who's been hurt for Carolina basically the whole time.
Well, that's good memory right there.
There's upside with Trey. There's significant upside. And again, if you're looking for ways the offense can be better, how much more can you really ask of Trey McBride? You're looking for that connection between Kyler and Marv, like you said. But what if Trey Benson goes out there and gives them a different version of James Conner all season?
Yeah, for me, though, base earnings, it all starts with a run and the ability to attack the line of scrimmage with James Conner and Trey Benson. Downhill, attack it. That's got to be the baseline for the Arizona Cardinals. And then everything else is set up after that. Trey McBride on play action, of course. Marvin Harrison Jr. on play action down the field. But, man, rundown situation. Help Kyler.
All right, we come back. Talked about it a little bit earlier in the show, but how much pressure is on Tyler Locklear over these next 50 games to show he's the Diamondbacks' first baseman of the future? How much will that influence what they do in the offseason? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's all about taking care of the kids at Phoenix Children's. Listen during Give-A-thon to hear stories of hope presented by Madame Homes.
I owe everything to Phoenix Children's. I owe them my literal life. My outlook would have been worlds different if I didn't go to the hospital that day.
The Give-A-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
At first I looked in the backyard because my mom had a pool. I did not see anything. So we went and looked in the other places. And then I was like, you know what? Let me just look one more time outside. And I see Eric in the middle of the pool. At that time, my husband had finally come into that backyard. He jumped into the middle of the pool, grabbed him, and brought him off to the side of the pool. And we both started CPR as my mom was calling 911.
And then they landed a helicopter in the middle of the street, picked him up, and flew him to Phoenix Children's Hospital.
That ride took forever.
As soon as we got there, they put us in a little room, and the doctor came in and said, we tried for an hour and a half.
And they couldn't get him back.
Realize that it can happen to you? It takes less than an inch of water for a child to drown. As long as we are able to save one other child's life, that's what this is about.
Fulton Homes remembers Eric and reminds you, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Selling must agree on price and possession.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryan units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Hi, sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. You know, your salespeople tell you you have to go back to the dealer for repairs. That's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any AMCO. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Now remember, AMCO does more than transmissions. So if your car needs repairs, or you hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first. Just Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO. MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Low T, start for free. Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution, testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll waive the startup fee. Gain muscle, burn fat, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. New Diamondbacks first baseman Tyler Locklear registers a multi-hit game in a win over the A's. ASU rekindled its magic to end Week 1 of fall camp, says Kenny Dillingham. And QB coach Israel Wolfork says the Cardinals need Kyler Murray to be Kyler Murray in 2025. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
All right, welcome back to the show. Wolf and Luke on a Monday. A little Hawthorne.
The way you said that.
This is just such an ominous song.
Monday.
Feels like a Monday. Yeah. Feels like a definite Monday today. You just heard it right there in the rejoin. Tyler Locklear, a couple hits yesterday for the Arizona Diamondbacks in their win over the A's. And I think we're going to do this a little bit later on in the show, Wolf. We're going to go through like the main players we're watching the rest of this season. But I saw this a lot over the weekend, this idea that the Diamondbacks, like we talked about this last week, 8 of their top 25 prospects now, they didn't even have a couple weeks ago. Now, would you rather just be trying to make the playoffs? Yes, you would. But if you're not going to make the playoffs, you may as well reload the farm system, which they did to a certain extent. Doesn't guarantee any of these guys are going to be good, but they did. And I saw a lot of it over the weekend of, but those guys weren't high up in the other teams' farm systems they got them from. It's not really true. Locklear was a top 10 Mariner prospect, and I believe all 3 of the Rangers were top 13 in their system, too. again, we got to see how these guys pan out, but Locklear is the first one that's the easiest to watch. Do they have a first baseman of the future, or are they still going to have to go get one this offseason?
Yeah, again, this is fascinating to me, personally, Base Earnings. I'm sorry. I know there's a lot of people out there, you're not going to be lit up by Tyler Locklear and whether Tyler Locklear is going to stick or develop over the next 50 games where he actually can be the type of first baseman where Mike Hazen would look at him and say, you know what, that is the future. That is the future here, or we're going to have to go in a different direction. This is what is at stake for Tyler Locklear over the next 50 games, as far as I'm concerned.
It'd be really nice if he just was the answer.
Oh, boy, wouldn't that be nice?
Because and this is where I get a little, I don't know how many times you can pull off what the Diamondbacks have pulled off at first base, right? You had Paul Goldschmidt. Okay, you decided it was time to move on. All right, you moved on. Well, you replaced him with Christian Walker. Okay, the pieces you got back for Goldschmidt didn't end up being amazing necessarily, but you were okay because you replaced him with Christian Walker. Okay, well, you moved on from Christian Walker. All right, it's not like Walker's having an amazing year for Houston. Well, you replaced him with Josh Naylor. Like, okay, you're pushing your luck now. You're going to replace Josh Naylor with Tyler Locklear. Like, it doesn't usually work out 100% of the time. So, ideally, Locklear would just be the guy, and then you have him for a long time. That's your best case scenario.
No, I would
say out of any of these trades.
Man, no, I'm with you on that one. That would be absolutely fantastic if that happened. It was interesting, was it not, brothers? The first two games of the A's series, 0 for 7 in the first two games of the series, there, and had I believe 4 strikeouts. Don't keep me to that, okay, or hold me to that, but that's what I thought it was. And then, of course, in the third game, he went 2 of 3 with a couple of singles, a walk, 2 runs scored, and even a stolen base.
Yeah.
He actually ran a lot better. Watching him run when he was being driven in, watching him run the bases, I thought he was more athletic than I certainly thought the scouting report said about him. So I thought he ran better than that, was a little bit more athletic. I was encouraged. Now all of a sudden it's all about, Tyler, can you actually play the position? Can you field your position and do it well and get better? Just like Woke did, Christian Walker.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the YouTube live chat right now, and I see Gray Mantle saying first base is the easiest to replace, which, I hear what you're saying, but they need it to not just be a serviceable major leaguer. When you're talking about how much Goldschmidt meant and then how much Christian Walker ended up meaning and then how much, Josh Naylor was able to produce. I know he was only here for basically 2/3 of a year, but ideally you want Tyler Locklear to be a guy who's a force in the National League, not just a major league level replacement. You can get by with it if you just have a first baseman that hits, 260 and gives you 17 home runs. That's fine. I guess. But really, you'd love to have that production that they've gotten from that position where you have Goldschmidt, he's going to be a Hall of Famer, or Christian Walker hitting a home run every time he plays the Dodgers, or even what Naylor, I thought, was doing this year was very productive. So I guess the question, though, Wolf, is, are they going to know by the end of this season? Because that really only is going to be about 50-ish games for Locklear.
I honestly don't think they're going to know about Tyler Locklear.
Do they have to know?
I think they're going to be leaning one way or the other. But a 50-game sample size, you just can't. You can't just look at that and go, "Oh yeah, that's definitely. Oh, hands down, we're moving in this direction." I don't think you can. Maybe Mike Hazen would answer differently. I think 50 games in a Major League Baseball season sample size, that's not even a true third of the season.
Yeah. Well, and
that scares me a little.
That's where the Diamondbacks are in kind of a unique situation.
Not like I'm part of the horrified family scared base.
Not horrified,
just
scared.
Never terrified. It just a 50-game sample size can be a little. It's all right.
It
can be a little misleading, one way or the other. Misleading. What if he doesn't have a very good 50-game sample size?
Entirely possible.
Right.
I'll always remember Mike Trout, like his first year he got called up, and it was, I don't know how many games it was, but we can look it up during the break. It wasn't a full season. And this guy was supposed to be an amazing hitter, and he was just kind of
yeah.
And then he came back and was amazing the next year. So I'm not saying Tyler Locklear is Mike Trout, but I'm just saying, like, in a 50-game sample size, to your point, how much can you really tell? But what's different about the Diamondbacks is they're not one of these teams that's in rebuild mode where it's like, oh, he's the guy. Whether he's good or not, we're going to see him play it out over the next couple of years. They got to kind of know enough this offseason to decide if they need to get a first baseman to go for it next year or if he's going to be at least serviceable enough in a first full season next year.
Trout was a 220 hitter in 40 games in his first season in 2011, 672 on base plus slugging. So not great.
And then he proceeded to be pretty good after that.
Then the next year he hit 326.
Yeah. So it's tough to tell after 40 or 50 games. Here's Mike Hazen. When we had him on Friday, we asked him about Locklear.
He's dominated through the minor league system like a lot of good baseball players that come up here do. He hasn't quite gotten the opportunity. He hasn't gotten the opportunity. He has a handful of at-bats up here, like most guys get, and then get sent back down. So he's been in that little bit of a cycle. We feel like he made some significant adjustments fundamentally with his hands, with his setup and his swing in the middle part of the year, and he was the best hitter in AAA from June on, just dominating and destroying the baseball and getting on base.
That'd be nice if that just carried right over to the majors.
Yeah, that'd be really nice.
Because you have him for a while.
And once again, we talked about this as well on Friday, but isn't that interesting to hear him talking about we scouted him. We were on him. We knew he belonged to somebody else, but, we were eyeballing this guy. We scouted this guy, and he moved his hand, made some adjustment. The fact that these guys are so wrapped up in this, man, it blows my mind. Not only a general manager, we all know there are scouts out there that scout for every organization. It's incredible the way they go out and scout other teams.
You may as well just
other guys.
Scout the Mariners at all times. And I'm sure Seattle vice versa with the D-backs because these two teams just trade together so much. They've already traded together twice in the last couple weeks. They've made a couple more trades. But, to your point, I mean, they're scouting everybody. But, yeah, if Seattle has a prospect hitting well and you're like, we might be trading Josh Naylor, I'd go ahead and scout Tyler Locklear, even if he was on the Mariners. Here's Locklear yesterday after the win against the A's.
That's all we talked about in the locker room is just the kind of team we are. We're one of those gutter teams. So taking our walks, stealing bases, creating havoc on the base paths, scoring runs any way we can. So we were able to do that today to come away with a win.
Wolf, I feel like you'd like the term gutter team.
Gutter team. I like that.
He also talked about making his home debut.
Oh, I'm very excited, especially with the group of guys in there, just being able to take the field with them every day. It's going to be a lot of fun.
So, I mean, these are now, starting tonight, their first home games since the Houston series. So, since well before the trade deadline. So, now they're back. It's a completely different version of the D-backs. I get that, but they're home now for the next 6 against the Padres and Rockies.
Just love to see Tyler Locklear continue to improve and work at his craft in terms of fielding, just like Christian Walker did.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, we come back over to football. Which positions could the Cardinals be targeting for depth when teams start making cuts throughout camp? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The pitch. Swing and a miss that time, and the ball game is over. The D-backs beat the Athletics today 6-4. They take the series with back-to-back wins and finish this 9-game road trip 3-6.
D-backs start the week with a 3-game series hosting the Padres at Chase Field. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Bay Centurions, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information right now. Listen, the Aria Dental Implant Center, they are specialists in terms of the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. That's right, the all-on-4. Bay Centurions, I've had it. I've told you this before, but I have had it, and it really is a game changer. In terms of, I would say, professionally, yeah, you're out there, you're a salesperson, maybe you want to smile really nice and not terrify people as you're trying to make a sale. Well, Aria Dental Implant Treatment, it is for you if you'd like to do that. The All-on-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. Aria Dental will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. If you want a beautiful new set of teeth and improve the overall quality of your life, go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
It's Gatos, and I'm sitting here with Jake Byrne, president of America Roofing. Jake, it's great to see you.
Thanks, Gatos. It's great to be here.
Tell everybody why America Roofing is getting involved with Phoenix Children's this year.
To be part of it makes us feel very proud. PCH is a big part of the community here. Growing up in Phoenix, it's a great honor to be part of it and help them. In my own life, I've seen many families take their children to PCH for help, and PCH has done a great job taking care of them and helped them get back on their feet. America Roofing is very proud to be part of the PCH Give-a-thon. It's an honor to be here and glad we can help.
Thanks, Jake. You know, I trusted America Roofing with my roof, and you should too. You know, for every roof replacement or repair, America Roofing will donate a portion of the proceeds to Phoenix Children's Hospital. America Roofing, longtime members of the community. They always want to give back. They always want to help, and now they're helping the kids at PCH. And they're even the proud sponsor of the Raise the Roof tote board. America Roofing, in more ways than one, they've got you covered.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After a series win over the A's, the Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight to start a 3-game series against the San Diego Padres. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the USA Today preseason college football coaches poll has been released. Arizona State has been ranked 11th. For all of our coverage of fall camp, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp now.
We'll be back out there at State Farm Stadium doing the show tomorrow and Wednesday. The Cardinals will be at State Farm Stadium on Saturday, taking on the Chiefs in their first preseason game. Wolf, we were discussing this a little bit earlier before the show started in prehab. There is typically a few position battles that are like, hey, they need a starting whatever, pick a spot. Hey, they don't have a starting wide receiver 2. I guess maybe you could argue that one. But, they need a starting right tackle. Oh, they need a starting safety, starting line. They don't really – the Cardinals don't have a ton of position battles that reach the level of starter status. Look around the league. I mean, there are plenty of teams that are looking for a starter at certain positions. For the most part, the Cardinals' main position battles seem to be depth questions more than anything else.
Yeah, and, depth is important, Basinonians. It is, because, you're always going to get it. Guys are going to go down from time to time. Depth is important. Yet at the same time, it's a lot better to feel like you have a really good starting unit as opposed to not having a good starting unit. And I think right now, the Arizona Cardinals, when you look at the two positions that might actually be up for any type of debate, I would say weak side, inside linebacker.
Yeah.
Start with that.
Definitely. Definitely that one.
Akeem Davis-Gaither, of course, and Owen Pappoe. And what's interesting is Owen Pappoe starting to get some reps.
Yeah, that position was kind of like, has Kaiser White signed anywhere yet? It's like the biggest mystery of the offseason.
It is.
Kaiser White was pretty good in that role. It wasn't like a Hall of Famer, but he was pretty good. But it's also, it's not like he went somewhere else and it's like, Detroit scooped him up.
Of course.
Yeah, of course. All right.
Yes.
Don't
play it, Rick. Don't play it. Owen Pappoe got starting reps with the ones. This is really, really interesting. We talk about that weak side, inside linebacker. The closest from a skill set, Basinonians, and from a frame set, the closest guy that I would actually compare to Owen Pappoe, Daryl Washington. Does anyone remember Daryl Washington?
Yeah.
Hey, track and bag. He had a couple of really good years playing that weak side, inside linebacker.
Owen Pappoe's also been here a couple years, which if you're talking about Akeem Davis-Gaither, this is his first year with the Cardinals. If you're talking about Cody Simon, it's his first year in the NFL. Owen Pappoe he was a Monty draft pick back in 2023, a 5th rounder out of Auburn too. So again, that goes back to what you were talking about a little bit last week, where you're taking players from the bigger schools, the competition they've gone up against throughout their entire, or I shouldn't say entire college career because it's college football now. Guys move around a ton, but at least in their final couple college years. Something to keep an eye on, certainly. Owen Pappoe at number 44 if you're out there at practice or anything, or if you're watching the preseason game on Saturday, because that is probably the biggest starting position that they have questions at, because you could look at the defensive line and say, okay, well, who's going to play here and who's going to play? That's great and all, but if anything, they have too many starters on the defensive line. They're just going to rotate them through. So that's more of a strategic technique thing, like where are they going to use guys and how is Nick Rallis going to utilize the weapons he has now against opposing offenses. But as far as like who's the starter, you probably just named the one position.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because Owen Pappoe, basically, is 6 foot, 230 pounds. Ooh, that's right on that cusp. 230 pounds. Okay, I certainly wouldn't want him playing Mike. I'm just saying that. That's just me. Not that he couldn't play that position, because the ferocity is what really matters with that position more than anything else. But at the same time, 230 pounds. Man, you've got 320-pound guards, 330-pound guards coming off on you when you're 230 pounds. So it's really, really light in the pants right there. And a lot of times you're going to have to beat, I should say, your opponent if you're 230 pounds playing weak side, inside linebacker with speed.
It's got to be speed.
And it starts with the brain. It better happen up top first, Luke. You better be smart, knowing exactly what your assignment is and where to go quickly. Speed starts in the brain.
There are guys that have done it, though, that have been really successful. It's not necessarily common, or it's not the template. If you were trying to design somebody for that position, you wouldn't say 6 foot 230.
No, you would not say that. Not only that, again, though, Daryl Washington played that and played it very, very well, the weak side, inside linebacker position. Mm-hmm. And he ran lights out. Okay, now Owen Pappoe isn't nearly as fast as Darryl Washington was. Yet at the same time, this is going to be an interesting thing to watch because I like this. Owen Papo getting the shot, getting the opportunity to go out there. Is he going to win that job in training camp over Akeem Davis-Gaither? We'll see.
I'm looking at the chat, and John L. says he loves the way Darryl Washington played the linebacker position. You're getting fired up about
tracking back, man.
Owen
that was D. Wash.
This is one of my favorite names I've seen on here. The name is It's Anthony Fool. It's Anthony Fool says if McBride gets closer to double-digit touchdowns, that would be a huge improvement for the offense, and said it's a big ask but not impossible. That is a good point because he doesn't even have to get double-digit touchdowns. What did McBride have last year? Like 2 or 3?
2,
and
I believe.
Yeah, and they were kind of at the end of the season. If you got
because it was like all season long.
People like the national broadcasts were talking because it didn't add up. The guy has like 1,000+ yards and all these receptions, didn't have touchdowns. If Trey McBride had 7 touchdowns this season, would that surprise you? Wouldn't surprise me at all.
No,
and that would be
10. It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, and that would be a ton of additional offense for the Cardinals.
Maybe it should surprise me, but I don't think it would.
I don't know what the over-under is. I'm sure that sort of thing exists, but I don't think 7's unrealistic at all. 6 or 7 for McBride, I probably would be counting on, honestly, and that's something they didn't have a year ago, or they really haven't had throughout his entire career. It's like the one area where he doesn't have stats up to this point. Anything on offense that you're looking at as a position battle? Do we feel like Isaiah Adams is just kind of locked in there at right guard?
Man, he really is. It's amazing, Basinonians, right now. If there was a star of 2025 training camp for the Arizona Cardinals, it's Isaiah Adams.
Given the position.
Did you guys say Isaiah Adams?
Yes.
He'll join us tomorrow at 12:15.
Oh!
Wow, look at that.
Are you serious?
Wow.
Yeah.
All right,
Was
Rick.
it just going to be whoever's name we said in this segment? Or
yeah, totally.
Okay, wow. All right. Okay.
I'm telling you,
Adams.
man, you listen to, you watch JG. Watch JG when he starts talking about Isaiah Adams.
Yeah.
JG will tell you his spirit position in the game of football is offensive line.
It's just funny because
he
JG's
talks about that
not
all
built
the
like
time.
an offensive lineman at all.
He is not built like that. But he loves Isaiah Adams in the way that he is developing. Once again, I'm going to walk up to him and go, Isaiah Adams, and watch his face. It's going to be really favorable, the response.
When you talk about favorable face, sounds like a good band name, too.
Oh, that's good.
When you talk about Isaiah Adams potentially being a or the star of camp so far, is there anybody you'd rather have be the star of camp? Because especially given his position and where he's coming from, like even if Marv
doesn't mean he's going to be great in the regular season. You got to prove that.
But even if Marv was the star of camp, that doesn't, by nature of that position, that doesn't prove he's going to be able to do anything additional during the regular season games. But Isaiah Adams was a little bit of a question mark as far as if he'd even be starting. I mean, they need him to start and be good. All right, we come back. We'll stick with football. We'll go college, though, because see some rankings out there now, too. And ASU's ranked pretty high. Does this Sun Devil football team have the it factor going into 2025? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at DISC. That's right, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Maybe you got some back issues, brothers and sisters. If you do, you need to go to DISC, no doubt about it. Listen, I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis, and I've got all sorts of back issues as well. I went to the spine surgeons at DISC and Dr. Chris, and they helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation for you. Disc surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. Disc, man, they are founders. They are pioneers in the endoscopic spine surgery. It's time for you to get back to living, Basinonians. That's right. Enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. That's 602-944-2900 for disc.
Don't miss these late season matchups when the Cleveland Guardians, Boston Red Sox, Philadelphia Phillies, and Los Angeles Dodgers visit Chase Field. Secure your tickets at dbacks.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The UPS Store has high-quality, industry-approved packaging materials. So stop by and get 15% off packing materials and protect it with our Pack and Ship Guarantee. Visit theupsstore.com/guarantee or a location near you for full details.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Arizona State ranked very high in the coaches poll preseason, and they're headed up to Camp T. We'll give you the latest with the Sun Devils, starting at 6 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, look, we're close to NFL football. Preseason coming up for the Cardinals on Saturday. We're really close, though, to college football starting. Well, 3 weeks from this Saturday for ASU against NAU.
Yes, Labor Day looms, does it not?
It does. And the coaches poll, as you just heard Vince say right there in that look ahead, preseason coaches poll is out, and ASU is number 11 overall. Just think about that. Man. Just think if
so ESPN came out, they were number 12.
Okay.
They were number 12 overall.
Well, then ESPN's wrong because they should be number 11.
And you're saying right now the AP says they're number 11.
The coaches poll. The preseason.
Oh, the coaches poll. Sorry.
Coaches poll has them at number 11, just behind Alabama, LSU, and Miami.
Man, that is heady stuff right there, isn't it? We're talking about Arizona State. We're talking about Kenny Dillingham and the way that he has built this program to this point in time. Think about this. I'm going to take the ESPN rating of 12. Number 12. You know what? Bay Center needs to go out and win the Big 12 again. Can you imagine that? If they win the Big 12 again and go to the college football playoff.
You start to solidify something if you do that.
You have built a program.
Because one of the biggest, uphill battles, and this isn't just for ASU, it's any college football. I would say football more than basketball too. Any college football program that isn't one of the traditional top of the SEC teams, now top of the Big Ten teams, like those blue bloods that even if you don't know much about the talent coming in the upcoming season, you just assume, okay, well, Ohio State's always good, Texas is always good, Alabama's always like those. If you're outside of that list, however many teams you believe is on that list, your biggest uphill battle is national recognition and developing that really strong national reputation. Now, this is obviously just based on last year. I get that. And if ASU trails off and they win 5 or 6 games this year, then it's going to go away again. But to your point, what if they don't trail off? What if they make it to the Big 12 championship again? What if they win it again? What if they make the college football playoff again? Now, this is something where, okay, you faced expectations. Number 11's pretty high. Deserved based on where they finished last year, but still, it's high. If you meet those expectations while everybody nationally is paying attention, you're going to see a shift in the reputation of ASU on a national scale.
Brothers, I think we all would agree right now, this is an opportunity for Arizona State that does not come around very often for programs that are middling programs trying to get into the top 20, trying to break that, trying to be a top 15 school in the country. These opportunities, they don't come around very often. So much of the time you think of other teams that are Michigan. Michigan's ranked behind them. Miami, Oklahoma.
Yeah, I mean, these teams, and I'm just looking at teams that are in the top 25 ranked behind ASU.
Yes.
Like you bring up Oklahoma, they're not even listed in the top 25. But, yeah, Michigan, 14, Florida, 17, Tennessee, 18, Texas A&M, 21. Teams like that are you just assume are going to be good every year. And they are. They're ranked in the top 25.
Yep.
But those are all teams looking up at ASU as the season starts. And the other part of this –
but they're always going to get the benefit of the doubt, Luke. They're
always
going to get that. They're going to, come on, Luke. It's Michigan. Okay, so when you're Arizona State, you have to capitalize. You have to seize the moment. Take advantage of what you've been gifted right now. If you could actually win the Big 12 once again, it is critical how important that is. That's why there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure, not on Kenny Dillingham, a lot of pressure on every player that plays for ASU.
Yeah, and benefit of the doubt, like you said, that's the best way to put it. Because let's just take Michigan as an example. If Michigan and ASU played the exact same schedule this year and had the exact same results and they could only take one to go to the college football playoff, they would take Michigan.
Yeah.
Because Michigan would get the benefit of the doubt. You have to earn that over time in college football. But the other part of this that is now on the table for ASU, and it's a flaw in the system. It usually works against, teams that aren't the Blue Bloods. Because you started at number 11, let's just say ASU goes 10-2 this year.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say 10, but let's say, there's 16 teams in the Big 12. Let's say there's a 3-way tie at the top at 10-2, and maybe 10-2 doesn't get you in to the Big 12 championship, or it gets you in, but you lose the Big 12 championship. Because you started at 11, you might still make the playoff anyway. Because
that's a good point.
The Big 12 should be getting more than one representative into the college football playoff as it is, but we all know where you start ranked plays a huge role, a bigger role than it should.
Yes. Now, let me just say this, Luke, right? We were talking about this before. Kenny Dillingham had a press conference, and Rick basically was there. We got to listen to this
Rick's
stuff.
in all the video, too.
Because this is some of the best sound I've ever read.
Anywhere you see Kenny from Saturday evening's practice, there's just Rick in the background. All right.
Did you get that? The best sound I've ever read.
Yeah.
Because I read these quotes. I got to hear them.
All right. Well, I'm going to run through as many of them as I can then.
That was our best day. That was awesome. That was fun. That was a day right there. That was competitive all freaking day. That's a football team.
What'd you say to them after?
That's a football team. Said I've been here since 5:15. I don't know what it is, but man, was that fun. 15 hours later, since, I've been here, and that was fun. That was awesome. What a great day.
This is just the raw passion. Just listening to him talk about this, how much he really enjoyed that practice and how his team went out and practiced and competed, and his voice being gone.
Voice is gone in early August.
I just, you could just feel it right now. This is a coach that is seeing something in his team.
Rick, you saw friction. Can you before I play this cut, can you describe how that played out on the field?
They were working on punt, and after the play was over, two guys just started going at it. It was pretty close to a fight. I think Kenny Dillingham called it a scuffle.
Okay.
But I don't know. It was pretty fight-like to me.
It was close to a fight. What do you mean? I mean, did somebody
they were
punch?
pushing and shoving. I think they went onto the ground if I'm not
So not technically a punch, but like a lot of shoving to the facial
for
area.
Sure.
Okay. Well, here's Kenny on that, and if he's okay with that.
Few scuffles, but no fights. Just got the companies you can hear the guys right now practice at 9 o'clock at night, like football team starting to come together.
You mentioned the scuffles. Are you okay with those?
We don't fight. We have helmets on. You can't throw a fight with helmets on, right? Right. So, I'm fine with scuffles. Break it up, go to the next play. It's competitive environments. Hug each other when you get in the locker room. We're good, right? No issues. As long as it doesn't, feed off into outside the field, as long as helmets don't come off and there's no elongated fights, I'm good with. But scuffles, that's part of the game.
I love this guy, man. Seriously, I'm so aligned with him right now. I am aligned, I tell you. Aligned.
How dare you say aligned?
He is so right on it. You know what? It's part of the game to me. It is part of the game, especially when you practice, and it really relieves a lot of stress that a lot of times it builds up in a locker room. It just like a balloon, popping the balloon. The balloon, it just expands and expands and expands, and man, how much air can you put inside that thing? Let's pop that. Let's remind everybody what the game of football is all about, that sometimes you can play it so hard that somebody in practice, man, is going to take exception to what you did. Somebody is not going to tolerate it in practice and might do something to jig you in the eye to let you know that I'm not going to do that. Not going to take it from you. And yet when it's all said and done, it relieves a lot of pressure inside the locker room, and it reminds everybody that you can play the game so hard, Basinonians, you might actually come to blows. It's a great reminder. Will you ever do it in the game? You do it in the game, and you are the most selfish player on the field, and you're done. You can never do that, and every player knows you can never do that in a game, ever. In practice, there's nothing wrong with reminding everybody that sometimes you can play the game as hard as you possibly can and play it to the ground.
He drew a pretty good distinction there, too. Do whatever you want. He didn't say it like that at practice. But if it's something that bleeds out into off the field, if you come out of it and you don't like one of your teammates, then that was counterproductive.
Hug after it.
If you're going into week 1 against NAU and you have a problem with one of your teammates because of something that happened in practice, there's an issue. But if you're just competing, you want to compete. You want to be able to play football with that edge. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help.
Be the champion of hope. And help kids like me at Phoenix Children.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's begins Monday, August 18th. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
Hi, I'm Don Barano, Division President for Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Donations go toward research, clinical programs, state-of-the-art equipment, and family-friendly services that ensure world-class care. Your support will continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Call 602-933-4567.
You can also text GIVE to 620-620.
The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you know how America became the best country on God's green earth? We made things, from automobiles to airplanes to textiles. We were the manufacturing epicenter of the world, the innovators that every other country turned to. I'm Katie Lyon, co-founder of Allegiance Flag Supply, and I'm here to tell you that the American spirit is alive and well at Allegiance, where we make American flags 100% in America. When you fly your American flag from Allegiance Flag Supply, you're not just honoring our country, you're supporting American men and women who proudly make the highest quality American flags, period. True patriots who put care into every stitch. See our full story at showallegiance.com and learn about our 100% American-based supply chain. Fly your flag from showallegiance.com with pride, because every flag says manufacturing is still alive and well in the U.S. and we are still the greatest country. Save $35 on your American flag set when you go to showallegiance.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After a series win over the A's, the Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight to start a 3-game series against the San Diego Padres. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs with first pitch at 6:40, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the USA Today preseason college football coaches poll has been released. Arizona State has been ranked 11th. For all of our coverage of fall camp, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on a Monday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick.
The Arizona Cardinals had their annual red and white practice over the weekend. What were your biggest takeaways?
You go first, Wolf. I can give you mine. Mine was Will Johnson. Mine is just the simple fact that Will Johnson, all through practice so far, and from all the stuff at the red and white practice, looks like a guy that shouldn't have been there in the second round. Now go ahead.
Yeah, for me overall, it was awesome, man. I loved watching them go out and compete in team 11 on 11. I thought the tempo was really good, especially early on. I did love, oh my goodness, there's no doubt about it, Will Johnson, he was shining. He was shining. The pick that he made, we're going to get into this, Basinonians, but the pick that he made out of quarter coverage, that is the definition of why Will Johnson was a perfect fit for JG and the Arizona Cardinals.
What did Mel Kiper call him? We had Mel Kiper on probably 3 or 4 weeks before the draft, and he was like, if you guys could somehow get Will Johnson, and again, at the time that was talking about in the first round, he was like, he is a pick 6 waiting to happen.
Yep.
Which is something that this team has been missing. They haven't really had a ball hawk in recent years.
Cowboys star pass rusher Micah Parsons and Commanders star receiver Terry McLaurin have requested trades. Should the Cardinals go after Parsons and or McLaurin?
I don't think they will.
Should they, though?
If you're saying should. So, I mean, Parsons costs a ton. You know my feelings on Micah Parsons. I mean, I would love to have him on the Cardinals. I can't even let my mind entertain the thought because I don't, make sure I say this right. I absolutely don't think they're going to go after him. It's not that I don't think they need him. I just don't know that the defense needs a star player the way some defenses do. Does that make sense? This defense, to me, is more of a like, here's 8 or 9 or 10 or 11 or 12 guys pulling their weight. I would love to have Micah Parsons. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, you know what? I don't see Monty Ossenfort doing that under any circumstance whatsoever. And the reason being is because you're going to start with 2 1s. You're going to start with that, I think, for Micah Parsons.
Yeah. Now, if you told me I could have any defensive player in the league on my team, set aside what you'd have to give up or how much of the you could pick any defensive player in the league. I don't know that he'd be number 1, but he'd be in my top 3.
There.
He definitely would be in my top 3.
No, I'm with you on that one. But again, it's just draft picks, giving it up. You see Monty Ossenfort giving up those
like
draft?
No.
Yeah. I don't see that.
McLaurin would be interesting, but the Commanders aren't going to let McLaurin go, are they?
I don't know. Both of them are awesome. They should go after both of them because that was my question. Should, not will.
Oh, well.
Will Johnson, though, he's having a good camp.
Yes.
So should? No, they shouldn't.
Arizona State football was ranked 11th in the USA Today preseason coaches poll. What do you guys think this says about this year's team?
I think you've set the table where if you want to take the next step on a national scale, which is what you want to do as a college football program, it helps with recruiting, it helps with everything, it helps you be in a better position to get the benefit of the doubt in a tiebreaker scenario to make the playoff in 2 or 3 years or whatever, or even this year. You have to live up to those expectations. I remember talking to Matt Berry towards the end of last year, and he's an ASU guy, obviously, on ESPN, and he's like, there have been times in the past, not a ton, but there have been times in the past where ASU looked like, okay, the sleeping giant, as it's been called, is waking up, and then the next year they didn't follow it up. They got to follow it up this year. And follow it up doesn't mean you have to go 12-0, but you have to live up, in my mind now, to a number 11 ranking.
Just how important was last year for ASU and Kenny Dillingham? Stop and think about it, Basinonians. They laid the foundation where now all of a sudden going into this season, they're ranked number 11 in the country. Why is that? Because now, like everyone else, you actually prove that you belong, and the names that helped you prove that you belong are still there.
Yeah.
Jordan Tyson coming back, of course. Sam Levitt. The names are there. Starting 4 guys from that offensive line, the starters coming back. That defense as well. A lot of names coming back.
Basically,
this is the
all the
way that
starters
it
except
works.
Simmons.
It's the way that it works, and you talked about it earlier. That's why they're ranked number 11. Last year, they were ranked nowhere. Came out of nowhere, literally, to win the Big 12.
You're in this unique position, too, just because of the timing, where college football around you is changing so much that, honestly, if you followed it up, if they finish top 10 at the end of the year, even if they're like 8, even if they're 10, if you finish there, you can really change things in 2 years now, whereas in the past it might have taken 5 or 6 or 7 or 8. But nobody totally knows what to think anymore because so many teams lose so many players in the offseason, and these teams are all switching conferences. If you do it again this year, it's going to go a long way towards changing the entire perception of this program.
I think Kenny might say it probably will take you a little bit longer.
That's fine.
I feel like the fact that it's the coaches poll means a lot because it's respect from their peers versus respect from the media. And I think that shows more, in my opinion, than it would if they, where they're ranked in the preseason AP poll when that comes out.
There was, I forget who posted this earlier, too. They had the list of teams that had, NFL teams that had scouts at ASU practice today.
Yeah.
There's like 10 of them with scouts at ASU practice today.
Saturday, I saw a Colts scout and a Broncos scout.
Yeah. That's.
And once again,
get used to it.
ESPN came out with their ranking, number 12. Mm-hmm. So they're right there again.
D-backs first baseman Tyler Locklear, who they picked up last week in the Eugenio Suarez trade, had a big game yesterday in the D-backs win over the A's. He went 2 for 3 with a walk, a steal, and 2 runs scored. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com. And it asks, which Diamondbacks young corner infielder do you have more optimism for long term? Tyler Locklear or Jordan Lawler?
Man. Boy, their names even sound similar. Locklear and Lawler.
Yeah.
I
mean,
Lawler's taken
can I
such
see
a
him
hit
play
this year.
50 games? Can I see Tyler Locklear play 50 games?
No, you have to
please?
answer it now.
Yes. I mean,
this is tough, man, because Lawler.
Jordan, it'd be nice if he was even here.
Yeah. I am still going to say Lawler.
Oh, my goodness.
I know he was 0 for 19 this season. I'm still going to say Lawler, but it's got to stay on the field. That's the biggest thing with Lawler, I think, at this point. Got to stay on the field and get some just consistent reps at the major league level because the opportunity's there now. They got to get him and keep him on the field. So I'll say Lawler, but I'm guessing that's the minority.
Rick, is it okay if I refuse to answer the question? Just on
if
the
I say no,
absurdity
will you
of
do it anyway? You're
no.
just refusing, right?
Yeah, it's
okay.
just, come on.
Okay, cool.
You really can't physically make him say it.
Yeah, so we'll just vote Lawler because that was your answer.
Hey, both you guys, Locklear, Lawler, prove it.
Sounds like a law firm, Locklear and Lawler at law.
I know.
All right, Tyler Locklear 64%, Jordan Lawler 36%.
Wow. Wow.
That 0 for 19 didn't sit well with the fan base. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, sticking with D-backs, Zack Gallen looked good on Saturday. You'll hear from him when we come back, and you'll hear from us on what we're looking for the rest of the season and maybe beyond from him. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
That is the number one storyline for the rest of the season.
Lawler?
Absolutely.
For me, it is.
That is it.
Yeah, because if you play him for 2 months, the plan was always if they traded Suarez, they're going to call him up.
But you're right. I stand corrected. Jordan Lawler is a top 100 prospect in Major League Baseball. He has been blocked for the better part of the last 2 or 3 years by making an impact with this organization. He is blocked no more. Third base is his.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Man, the Arizona Heat is brutal. And we all know that, do we not? Don't try to move yourself. You need the professionals of Moving Team 6. That's right, Moving Team 6. They understand that you need the best service you can possibly get, and that's what they're going to give you. You can trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions safely and securely. You'll be glad that you worked with Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They are the moving and storage pros here in the Basin, whether it's local, long distance, commercial, residential, with a massive air-conditioned storage facility right here in Phoenix. That's right, so you can store some of your stuff if you've got a little bit of a layover in your move. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell, and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Open the lid on a carton of Bluebell Homemade in the Shade, and you'll have it made, so to speak. It's a combination of our top-selling homemade vanilla ice cream with a swirl of rich chocolate fudge sauce. Enjoy an instant classic.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell half gallons, $5.99 each at Albertsons and Safeway, now through August 5th.
All right, grab some buds and listen up. Grilling season's here. Now we find out what we're made of. Are we gonna fold under pressure and overcook the burgers? Or are we gonna nail the carne asada and the brisket and pack the coolers with ice-cold Budweiser and Bud Light? Because that's the difference between winning and losing, between flipping burgers and grilling like a pro.
This summer, grill like a pro with Bud and Bud Light. Stock up today. Anheuser-Busch, Budweiser, and Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Low T, start for free. Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution, testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll waive the startup fee. Gain muscle, burn fat, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW. And Shane, you're not just my friend, you're a friend in the business for every one of our listeners.
That's right, Bick. I take personal pride in all of the listeners coming in, asking for me, and taking a personal interest in their case so that I can find them the right car at the right price. With payments on a new BMW i4 starting at $399, there is a car for everyone's budget at Chapman BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the Diamondbacks come home for the first time since the trade deadline. How will they fare? How will they be received? We'll discuss tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m.
Can't argue with a band named Knuckle Puck. Wolf. This is the closest we get to hockey in the state right now, other than ASU hockey.
Did you say Knuckle Puck?
Knuckle Puck.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are they Canadian?
That I don't know. I would assume so. But
or from Minnesota,
yeah, I was gonna say,
upstate New York.
Or just big fans of the Mighty Ducks movies.
Why not just go Knuckle?
But then there wouldn't be a puck.
I know.
Knuckle Puck.
Knuckle.
I don't see
that
you.
Sounds really good. That's a good band name.
That could be your Knuckle Puck cover band.
Or maybe Knuckles. I'm sure somebody had to to take Knuckles. Come on now.
They're from Chicago, which that makes sense. They like hockey.
That's
there.
close enough. Yeah.
Well, still.
Let's go baseball here, and let's go Zack Gallen and what he did on Saturday. Wolf, I'm still not totally able to wrap my head around the fact that he's still pitching for the Diamondbacks, to be honest. But he went out there on Saturday, pitched well. They won. He said this after the game.
There wasn't anything I was trying to shy away from. Kind of had some conversations with our front office, kind of just understanding what was at stake, what the plan was going to look like, and I just know that they had a certain plan in place, and they kind of executed it in terms of the way the dominoes fell. So I kind of knew that, and then we just kind of knew that from a pitching standpoint that it was going to come down to the last minute. So it was just kind of waiting to see what happened. And then Hayes called me right after and was like, hey, I didn't trade you. And yeah, I mean, it's, kind of necessary to pitch well, so I kind of put them in a tough spot to be able to get any kind of crazy value. But for me, I think it'll be a blessing in disguise to be able to spend 2 months here, be able to figure out what's going on in a place that I'm comfortable with, a place that, I can still be myself. Yeah, so we'll see what happens.
Wow.
There's a lot there.
There is a lot there. Where do you start, Luke, when you hear that?
Well, my first thought, and I'm going to do this on the show, and it's probably going to irritate 10% of the D-backs fan base. I'm going to keep track of post-trade deadline Zack Gallen.
Okay.
Just to see what that looks like.
I like
that. He's made one start so far, and it was good.
Not post Malone.
No.
But post Zack Gallen trade deadline.
Not post Malone. By the way, technically, shouldn't we be calling Rick post Maloney because he's in there after Maloney? So Rick really is post Maloney.
That's not bad.
So
post Mal,
or at least command and control right now is post Maloney.
That's not bad, man.
But yeah, Zack
post
Gallen.
Malone. We just go post Maloney. I like that.
Zack
rhymes with baloney.
It does. Zack Gallen on Saturday, 6 innings, 2 earned runs, no walks, 3 strikeouts. Now I get it. If he goes out there, the reason I said it might irritate some people is if he goes out there and pitches great in these final 10 starts, it's going to be even more frustrating to some people because it's like, dude, where was that when the season was on the line? I'm just interested to see what it looks like because we do know that Zack Gallen is somebody that if it's either a lack of effort or it's too much effort to the point where he's overthinking it that's causing the problems, I think we all believe it's option B. Too much effort to the point where he's overthinking it and he's in his head. So if he goes out there now with the pressure basically off in these next 2 months and looks really good, don't we kind of have our answer that was the issue?
Yeah, we do.
Now,
and
whatever you do with that information.
I was just going to say, what's are there any problems with that? Then, all of a sudden at some point in time, what are you going to do? You're just going to re-sign him to a 1-year contract? You're going to do that and then have it all? No, I don't think so. I don't think it means that he would do it all over again. I don't think it would mean that he would struggle all over again. I don't. For me, Luke, I wonder what kind of conversations Mike Hazen had with Zack Gallen.
Yeah.
The personal conversations that they had. That's what I really am interested in. What did you say to this guy? What exactly was your plan? What made you keep Zack Gallen here? Because something is better than nothing when you think about it, unless you think that nothing could turn into something.
Well, that's
meaning with him and a future here.
And we asked Hazen on Friday about that, just flat out. Just asked him, is there a chance Zack Gallen's here beyond this year? And I asked it, and then afterwards I was like, there's no way he can really answer that because he's going to be like, no, he's done. I don't want him here. And he can't say yes definitively because you have to see what he does going forward. But he did answer it, and he said everything's on the table right now, and everything being on the table right now is a lot different than it felt a week ago at this time with Gallen. Right? I mean, a week ago, we were all like, he's gone. He's definitely gone.
No doubt.
And he's not the guy that's coming back in the offseason. Maybe Merrill does. Maybe Gino does. It's not Gallen that's coming back.
First of all, once again, even with Zack Gallen's struggles this year, you can't tell me there wasn't something of value there. You can't tell me that. And if you're Mike Hazen and you're looking at Zack Gallen, you're thinking to yourself, he's gone. He's gone after this year. You know what? Thank you very much. We'll take anything of any kind of value for him, knowing that he's gone. Unless the compensatory pick always comes into play when we have this conversation. But I do wonder the personal conversations that they may have had. You know, would you be willing? Do you want to stay in this organization?
Yeah.
You know, Zack Gallen has many times talked about how happy he is here.
Yeah, to your point on that, Hazen is a pretty straightforward, open communicator.
Yeah.
Like, the compensatory pick is a real thing. You don't want to just trade him just for the sake of trading him, like Hazen said when he was on with us on Friday. But to your point, I have to think if Gallen was like, hey, to be honest, when the season's over, I want to go back east anyway, then I think you would just trade him. If there was zero chance he'd be back, you would just trade him.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and that didn't happen. And that's what's intriguing to me.
Yeah. And so now I don't even know what I'm looking for the rest of the season. If he goes out there and just pitches out of his mind, he's priced out of the Diamondbacks. Some team, the Mets or whoever's going to come along and offer him a lot more than $22 million if he goes out there and pitches great. If he goes out there and pitches terribly, you don't really want him back on the Diamondbacks because his role on this team would be number one starter at the start of next year because Corbin Burnes isn't going to be ready. So I think it's going to be a lot more nuanced than that. And Saturday kind of fits in the middle. He wasn't amazing. He wasn't dominant, but he didn't walk anybody, and he beat the A's, who have a decent hitting team, especially in that stadium because that stadium is a minor league stadium.
Yeah. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens, Luke, because Zack Gallen is so talented. We all know the talent that he possesses, but man, was there a deal? Is there a deal? What is the conversation? Do you think there's a possibility that they talked, Zack, you know, okay, we're going to get this right. We're going to fix you. Do they think they know what's wrong? You know, that is the question I continue to ask. Do they think they know what is wrong with Zack Gallen? Is there any type of possibility that Zack Gallen could come back on this one-year deal and go out and prove it all over again with a different pitching coach? Once again, I'm not blaming Brian Kaplan. Not blaming him.
Yeah.
Not doing it. I want to make this very, very clear. The player, I'll blame the player. But I just do wonder if they made a change and suddenly went out there, looked like Zack Gallen once again. Who knows?
He's always been really
Have they
good.
had conversations like that? That's what I want to know.
When you're trading Josh Naylor and Gino and Merrill Kelly, who, by the way, faced Josh Naylor and Gino over the weekend, and that was weird. When you're trading those guys, you have every conversation, right? Why would you hold back at that point? Every conversation doesn't mean you do all these things, but you have all the conversations because you just had to trade away 3 of your best players. There's all the prospects in the world you got back, you had to trade away 3 of your best players, and you almost traded away your 4th, who, granted, hasn't been one of your best players this year, but he has been over the last few years, Zack Gallen.
Man.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. We come back. Just how encouraging has Will Johnson's first ever NFL training camp been? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join us for Give-a-thon Week, August 18th through the 22nd. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and YRefi.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
At the UPS store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, We make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for you to win tickets to the sold-out UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff event presented by the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. This prize includes a VIP meet and greet with former Bears quarterback Jim McMahon, a 2-night stay at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess, and a chance to hear me MC this awesome event on August 15th. Enter to win at arizonasports.com/contests.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After a series win over the A's, the Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight to start a 3-game series against the San Diego Padres. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the USA Today preseason college football coaches poll has been released. Arizona State has been ranked 11th. For all of our coverage of fall camp, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com. Saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here they come.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp now.
Okay, you said earlier in the show, Wolf, that Isaiah Adams might be the star of camp so far for the Cardinals. I would say I would submit another name, and that other name would be Will Johnson. and I honestly mean this, if you had asked me before camp who you want to be the 2 stars of camp, I would have said Isaiah Adams because I kept saying it. And Will Johnson would probably be the guy on defense because these guys are unknowns at the NFL level. Obviously, Will Johnson more so than Isaiah Adams because Isaiah did play a little bit last year, but you need him to be your starting right guard. Will Johnson, as it turns out, probably need to play a lot of snaps at corner this year without Star Thomas right out of the gate.
Man, I was so impressed with some guys in the red-white practice on Saturday. But nobody impressed me more than Will Johnson. Nobody. I know that's easy to say.
You can see Will Johnson highlights all over social media, I think even on our site, if you weren't at the red and white practice.
Yes.
That's how much he stood out.
Yes, his pick of Kyler Murray was incredible. Really was. Watching him, too. It was everything that we knew about Will Johnson coming to fruition.
Yeah.
Everything about him. The fact that he plays really, really well based on he's in his own room. This takes a brain. It takes a brain to play well in his zone room. It really does. Great vision. And that vision, those eyes can never signal an incorrect message to the brain. What you see, you've got to be able to see it clearly. And what the vision is sending to the brain means everything. And his brain is really, really good for playing in his own room. Hey, can he play press man? Yeah, he can walk up and play press man. It's one of the reasons why we were so excited that the Arizona Cardinals had a shot at him. At Will Johnson, what was it, number 47? Yeah. Oh, my goodness. I still can't believe it.
That's one of the things, and I don't want to question it too much because a lot of things that are out of your control have gone against the Suns and the Diamondbacks and the Cardinals over the year and against the Coyotes to the point where they don't even exist anymore. This might be some fortune that really just went the way of an Arizona sports team because if the only knock on Will Johnson was, well, he's got this knee issue or whatever it ended up being, I'm not saying that's nothing, okay? But now here we are 2 weeks into camp.
Yeah.
All these guys on the Cardinals and other teams are injured. Will Johnson's out there making plays. Everybody gets hurt in the NFL. Is that really enough of a reason to drop a guy from 12 to 47 in the draft?
Apparently.
Apparently it is.
Apparently
and
it
I'm
was.
not complaining.
What was incredible about it, brothers, is the fact they were playing quarter coverage. Quarter coverage is 4 deep. It's a 4 deep zone with 3 underneath, and you're rushing 4. This is exactly the reason why people looked at Will Johnson and said, what a great, perfect scheme fit he's going to be for JG and Nick Rawlis. Because this is the kind of coverage they play, quarter coverage. And it's something that he's been really, really good in. And sure enough, there it was, the 4 deep. How do you try to attack quarter coverage? There are multiple ways you can do it, Basinonians. But when you throw the ball, the out route is where you can really attack that coverage a lot of the time.
Not the easiest route to jump either.
Not the easiest. And Will Johnson was on that, man. He was on that, and he cut in front of Zay Jones right at the end. Had the burst to do it, had the eyes first, and the messages being sent to the brain to tell him he was on. And then bingo, he went after the ball, jumped in front of Zay Jones, high-pointed it, made a great catch, brought it down, contested, brought it down for the pick. Man, this is exactly why people were looking at him saying, man, Will Johnson is a perfect fit for what JG and Nick Rawlis like to do.
Yeah, because it's sometimes it's a double-edged sword, right? When you're in training camp and you're like, oh, yeah, they picked off Kyler Murray. Like, okay, great. So Kyler's throwing interceptions. This was more of a they picked them off. It wasn't like a bad pass. It was a great play by Will Johnson.
Yes.
It was the first play when they went teams and pads when we were out there on Monday and Kyler threw the interception to Mac Wilson. It's like, that's a nice play by Mac Wilson, but that's a pass Kyler shouldn't be throwing like when the actual games start. This was just a nice play by Will Johnson, and he spoke last week. This is before the red and white practice. This is on Thursday, but he was asked where he feels the most comfortable in this defense so far.
I think really just starting to slow down a little bit. Once you start getting more reps and going against the guys full speed and start to see things, it allows you to slow things down and get a little more comfortable.
The other thing, Wolf, you said at the start of all of that, which I know wasn't your point, but just the fact that they were rushing 4. Anytime the Cardinals can rush 4, I'm happy. They rush 4 and get something out of it. Anybody I guess can just rush 4. But if the Cardinals, if Nick Rallis feels comfortable rushing 4, that sets the stage for a better season.
Yeah, man, this is one of the reasons why we're so bullish on the Arizona Cardinals getting better in 2025, getting better offensively, of course, getting better though defensively specifically. When you can actually rush 4, when you can generate pressure. And it looks like the Arizona Cardinals may have some guys. Josh Sweat has changed the entire dynamic for the Arizona Cardinals. What I love about Josh Sweat, too, Basin Reeds, is this is a guy that is really, really good. He's really, really good, but he's not Lawrence Taylor. It's not like a team comes in and says, man, that guy out there, he's got 16 sacks on the season. He's trying to break the record going to, he's not Lawrence Taylor. So I think he's going to get a lot of opportunities to rush the passer. They're going to say, this guy, we got to be able to block this guy. Josh Sweat, we all understand, really good edge guy, typically about 8 to 10 sacks on the season. That's
maybe 2.5 in the Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes.
Okay. Yeah, that was well said by you, but you get my point. It's not like they're going to say, we have to block this guy or we are done. We have no offense. And can I tell you, I was in a couple of meetings where that was said by multiple offensive coordinators. Anytime we played the Giants and Lawrence Taylor, and then, of course, Reggie White and the Philadelphia Eagles. Every time you played them, you better, if we don't block this guy, we're done. We're done. So here's our game plan to block this guy.
It's funny. That's the reaction most people will have when they see a guy, like you said, with 16 sacks, unless you're Bengals ownership, and then your reaction is just don't pay that guy.
Yeah, right. 17 and a half.
Yeah, not good enough.
Are you kidding me?
Well, what did he do
the
year
last
before?
2 years?
Oh, also 17 and a half. Oh, well, it's still not worth it. Take that, Trey Hendrickson.
That's so good.
Here's Nick Rallis. He was asked what he's looking for from the cornerback room.
It comes down to point of attack wins, ultimately. Job of the corner is to deny the ball. And the ability to disrupt the ball, whether that's creating PBUs that can lead to takeaways or taking the ball away themselves. So, you get to see that through competitive practices. You get to see it through the preseason. And, that's something that you can gauge on where is our level at right there. And, the higher that level, the more that they can take on that stress over and over again.
Yeah, PBUs, man, pass breakups.
Yeah.
For me, passes defense, same thing.
I said this to you earlier just because I heard it twice over the weekend in 2 different places where it was just kind of thrown in on a national broadcast. Oh, the Cardinals, look out for this defense, although their secondary is a mess. The secondary doesn't look like a mess to me. I know it's just camp.
It's young.
But it's young.
Max Melton has made a couple of plays already as well in camp that made you just go, oh, boy, what are you going to become, Max?
And you don't talk about Buddha or Jalen Thompson or Garrett Williams because you already know what you're getting from them, it feels like. I know it's early for Garrett Williams, but
nobody's talking about Garrett Williams.
No. All right, here's the bad news. All the winners for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy have been picked. There were a lot of entries and only 8 winners per show, I believe. But the good news is the party's just getting started. Join us this Friday at the DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale and cheer on your favorite Arizona sports hosts live because we're going to be out there this Friday from 2 to 6 doing the draft. I mean, you can cheer against them too, I guess, but better to cheer for.
Would you do that?
Come say, you can cheer against Jarrett. Come say, hey, soak in the action and score some epic football prizes. It's the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook this Friday at TPC Scottsdale. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be fun. When we come back, we'll go NFL. How could Micah Parsons potentially being traded from the Cowboys, because it has gotten personal there, affect the rest of the NFC? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morrison mornings.
Marvin Harrison Jr. with knee soreness, which has been chalked up to
Not much to worry about. We're just erring on the side of caution. When you went into a red and white practice, all due respect to Zay Jones, he was your number one receiver on Saturday. That, to me, kind of illuminated some of the concerns that people like us have had. Why didn't you go out and address the wide receiver position?
This could be the position that you look back at the end of the season and say, we knew it. Why didn't you go after this? We all knew it.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, as a veteran, Trajan Wealth CEO Jeff Jr. fully appreciates the importance of true independence. Yeah, he knows all about it. He founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm, allowing fiduciary advisors the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your unique goals and needs, of course. Call Trajan Wealth to discuss options for achieving financial independence today. 480-990-3300. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they help me understand no retirement plans are the same. They offer guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns and tax concerns as well. Call the team I work with at Trajan Wealth to help you develop a plan that will meet your financial goals. 480-990-3300. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition, available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
Hi, sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. You know, your salespeople tell you you have to go back to the dealer for repairs. That's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any AMCO. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center. And AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Now remember, AMCO does more than transmissions. So if your car needs repairs, or you hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first. Just Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact-check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo. The Cardinals' first preseason game is this weekend. Who is trending towards playing Saturday night? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
You know, real quick, the YouTube live chat, Wolf. Jim Prescott, if that's his last name, or Prescott if he lives in Prescott, said, I'd bring back up Tawa over Lawler. At least he can play third base, first base, and outfield. And really, Tawa, I guess, can play every position. I think he played them all in the minors. So that's interesting. And then King Nacho weighed in with Bradley Beal must go. And then he was like, oh, wait, that's already happened. We've all been
That's so funny.
So conditioned
Of course.
to say you have to get rid of Bradley Beal. But it's happened. All right, so let's go around the NFL. And I guess just unless you are a Cowboys fan, enjoy the fact that you're not a Cowboys fan. Because, again, this is a team that has drafted pretty well over the years. And CeeDee Lamb on any given week could be the best receiver in the NFL. He's certainly on the very short list. Micah Parsons is one of the best defensive players in the NFL. They've had some other really high-end skill guys even over the last few years when they haven't had a ton of success as a team. Now you got Micah Parsons putting out that letter that he put out on Friday talking about how he doesn't want to be in Dallas anymore. This is Jerry Jones on Saturday.
As always, in any relationships, there are different moods at different times of your relationship. That's what it is. Don't lose any sleep over it.
So just to be clear,
that's one thing I would say to our fans. Don't lose any sleep over it.
There's more from Jerry.
To call a negotiation, parts of it positive, parts of it negative, they're positive if we can come to an agreement that fits, what we paid other players, what we're going to pay other players. All the things come to an agreement. What y'all don't know is what I offered him. And it's a hell of a lot more than you think I did. That's what you don't know.
What was that?
Again, her number is XXX.
More than Miles?
Of course
more
not.
than TJ?
Of course not. I'm just trying to say to you, we're all walking blank. We don't know what that number and terms were, and that's not appropriate right now to get into it. But my point is, I reached. Make no mistake about it, I reached. Don't dismiss any possibility. It's unlikely.
Yeah, you knew that was coming.
Did he say right at the end, though, before you played, I reached?
I think it was
I
reached out. I think, based on the way it was labeled, I think that was supposed to be he reached out. Let me play this other cut. Okay, this is from about 2 weeks ago, and this seems to have played a lot into why Micah Parsons is so upset. Okay, this is Jerry from July 21st.
Contracts are 4 or 5 years, okay? There's a lot of water under the bridge if you step out there and do something in the first 2 or 3. You can get hit by a car, seriously. And so there's a lot to look at over a lot of years that could make a big difference. Have you ever heard of any clubs committing to players and then they didn't pan out after they committed to them? We have. Just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
The reason I played that is because that was part of Micah Parsons' note that he wrote to everybody on Friday was in there. I'm paraphrasing because I don't have it in front of me. It was like, I'm tired of ownership taking a shot at me and Dak Prescott for being hurt, basically. Going out there and trying to play for this team and getting hurt.
Yeah, you know what's amazing about it as well? The one thing the Dallas Cowboys can't do is they can rush the passer. That's what they've been able to do. They've done it very, very well in the past. You think of last year, they were number 2 in sacks per attempt, which are really, really big. And not only that, third down defense, top 10 in the National Football League. Number 9 in third down defense, getting off the field. A lot of that is because of their ability to rush the passer.
Yeah.
But passing yards, they gave up a lot of passing yards last year.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when stuff gets like this, Wolf, I always think about what you say of, did it get personal? And it seems like it has gotten personal in Dallas. Now, it consistently, their players that are up for contracts, it feels like they get into a public media fight with Jerry Jones. This happened kind of with CeeDee Lamb not that long ago. It happened with Dak Prescott to a certain extent, too, not that long ago.
It did.
But this one seems a little uglier, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and I think you're right. You're probably looking at a situation that got personal, and I don't know if you can repair that.
So now, here's Brian Schottenheimer, who is the coach of the Cowboys for anybody that's like Brian Schottenheimer, because it was such a kind of a low profile hire for a team like that. But he is the coach of the Cowboys, and now he inherits this mess. This is what he said on Saturday.
I don't think so. I think, look, our guys are focused on what we're trying to build. They're focused on what we're trying to build on the field and the meeting rooms. As we get closer to a game week, it's kind of exciting, and get the Rams coming in here next week. So there's plenty of things for us to focus on. We're almost through the install. So, I don't think so. Look, it's going to be talked about. We've talked about it. Anytime you're sitting in this chair with this organization, there's going to be things that are hot topics amongst the masses. But our guys have a very singular focus, and that's getting better and getting ready to have a hell of a practice today.
That's so well done by Brian Schottenheimer.
Such a coach.
It really is. Are you kidding me right now? Look, we're focused on today. We're focused on the process. You guys are looking at the end result of this. We're not. We're focused on today and the process. We can only control what we can control. Thank you.
I'm looking at a story on NFL.com that is talking about potential landing spots for Micah Parsons if he does get traded. And there was somebody had a story up on Vegas. It was just the Vegas odds. The Cardinals were actually pretty high up on that list of favorites to get him, which, as you and I both said earlier, I would be stunned.
Yes.
But the idea that I wouldn't be stunned if he leaves Dallas, and that wherever he goes is going to shift the balance of power a little bit in the NFC. If he just leaves, if he ends up, the first team on this list that they have is Buffalo. If he goes over to the AFC, okay, Dallas just got a lot weaker. I don't think that's necessarily a team you really have to worry about this year. But if he ends up on a different team in the NFC, like the Rams or somebody like that, they have the Bears on this list. If he goes somewhere else, if you're serious about the Cardinals making the playoffs, you got to be kind of aware of that, because he's a big enough player where if he shifts teams, it changes things.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Think about it. He missed 6 games last year. He had 12 sacks.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty good.
You still got the production you were paying
He's
for.
Still
Jerry.
a guy, yeah. Micah Parsons is a unique talent, a very incredible talent, gifted, of course, which is why he's making the money that he is. I would always say this, though, once again, this is just me. You sign your name to a contract, honor it.
But that is not just you, but that's not universal among players.
It's not universal among players. And to me, I'm sorry, I'm not going to ever accept you signing your name to a contract and not honoring that contract. Oh, Wolf, NFL teams do it all the time. Guess what? That's an organization, not one man. You control the decisions you make or don't make. You control the man that you are. Forget about the organization. What kind of man are you? So to me, I'm sorry, it's personal. I signed my name to a contract. You better believe I'm going to honor that contract.
Well, if you go back, and I'm not going to read it on the air, obviously, but if you go back and look at that note that Micah Parsons posted, I think that was Friday, doesn't seem like this is a guy that wants to still be in Dallas. Now, money always, if they come at him with some amazing offer, I'm sure he'll sign it and stick with Dallas. And, Myles Garrett didn't sound like he wanted to stick in Cleveland at the beginning of this offseason, and now he's signed there forever. But, man, all things being equal, it does not sound like Micah Parsons is a big fan of the Cowboys right now. All right, when we come back, what were Tyler Drake's biggest takeaways from the Cardinals' red and white practice? Our Arizona Sports Arizona Cardinals reporter will join us in studio next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, the Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster. Motor and violence. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without getting bogged down by all the complications of waiting around to sell your old place first? Sounds perfect, right? Just move in. Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. How's that for freedom when you're trying to move into your dream home? It's the best way to do it, So here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, none of those extra hassles that you really don't need at this point in your life. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, and they make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, then sell your old home later, buy before you sell, and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. Get your free home valuation. Again, that's Orchard.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
Right Way Roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again. For those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures, they can't smile, they can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After a series win over the A's, the Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight to start a 3-game series against the San Diego Padres. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the USA Today preseason college football coaches poll has been released. Arizona State has been ranked 11th. For all of our coverage of fall camp, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free. This month only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp now.
It's already 1 o'clock, Wolf. Can you believe it?
Stunning.
I feel like we were just stumbling in here at 10 o'clock, like breaking our microphones and trying to figure out how to play audio, and now it's 1 o'clock.
You stumbled. I walked in here, of course, with the shoulders back and a square jaw.
You didn't have your hat. You only had the fan hat, and Rick had to come in and put a hat on your head while you were talking.
Indeed.
So
it was bad, Mason.
You made me look a lot more composed than I actually
brutal,
was.
Man.
Tyler Drake, Arizona Sports, Arizona Cardinals reporter, is joining us in studio. What's going on, Tyler?
What is up, guys? Glad to be here. It feels like I'm in Siberia right now because this studio is freezing cold.
It's great, isn't
it? It is nice, but I've gotta adjust.
Yeah. I ran outside during one of the breaks, and it's like a 75-degree difference between this
easily. Easily.
I love it. All right, we're going into week 3 of camp, but we're really only about 2 weeks into it. What's the main thing that's jumped out to you so far?
I think starting out early on was just the competition and just seeing, Jonathan Gannon talked about having a lot of added friction. And I think we saw that those first 2 padded practices, I think, were 2 of my favorite days of camp so far, just because you could tell everybody was ready to get after it and they were ready to do it within the means of not hurting somebody.
Yeah.
So I think that really stood out too. And there's a couple of guys we'll get into, but I think that too is just some of the standouts that needed to be standouts right now are doing just that. I mean, let's throw a couple names out. Marvin Harrison Jr. standing out. Obviously, yes, I know he's dealing with the knee soreness and sick bug, but standing out on the field, when he's on the field, regardless of the bulked up transformation, the mental side is what I see.
Yeah.
He's not thinking out there. He's just going. He's relaxed. That's really big. Isaiah Adams, this dude is going up against Darius Robinson and making Darius not look like a first rounder sometimes.
Yeah.
And those are 2 guys that I've been really, really excited about, and 2 guys that, like I said, have to make the necessary jump for this team to get where they want to get.
So how about on the defensive side of the ball? Let's stick with names.
Yeah.
What names have you seen and what names have impressed you?
Well, and I feel bad because I just brought up D-Rob on the other side of it, but he is having a great camp too. And I think it's just an extension of what he was last year heading into training camp before the injury, what we saw at the end of last year. But now it's just, again, not thinking as much, bulked up, ready to go, ready to work, ready to learn from Calais and Dalvin and all of these guys. That you can tell he's so much of a sponge. Like, he should be SpongeBob, because I heard you talking with Evan Brown about Dalvin Tomlinson being a SpongeBob looking dude. So, I mean, the way that Darius is, man, he is a sponge, and you can tell he's taking everything these guys are saying and putting it in motion, and he'll be the first guy to say it, though. Like, I'm not anywhere close to where I want to be. And I think that says a lot because everyone's raving about him, but he is not happy with where he's at.
Here's the one thing about Darius Robinson, that I think he's got to cut himself a little slack.
Yes, he does.
I think Darius has got to, he's hard on himself. That's interesting. You would agree with that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. You can tell he wants every rep to be perfect.
Yeah.
And that's what you want. I think it's a similar mentality to Paris Johnson when he was coming out as a rookie. I mean, I want every rep to be the best one.
That guy. How about that guy, Paris Johnson Jr. in the camp he's having as well.
Yeah, and got to mention him.
Oh, my goodness. He's going to be the franchise left tackle if everything is okay with him going forward. And from an injury perspective, he's going to be their left tackle for the next decade.
And not only that, a primary leader in the locker room.
Yes.
Because you can talk about what he does on the field, but this guy is coming into his own off the field, in the locker room, so much more. And you can tell guys want to listen to him. And I loved how he talked about, when we talked to him, Paris talked about Darius a lot and how about their relationship and how close they were. So you get guys like that want to be perfect on every rep, that are buddies like that, and want to show the other guy up every practice. That's all you want. So that right away, let's get to Will Johnson. rookie cornerback. Situation is not what I think a lot of people expected. Starling Thomas out for the year with a torn ACL. Will Johnson, even before Starling was done, was already getting in there with first-team reps, already showing off a lot of these intangibles that we heard about through the draft process, and he's staying healthy. That's the big thing. It's a reason why he fell. He's proving why he should have been a first-round talent right now. And yes, it's training camp, but the way that he's going about his business, the way he's... Jonathan Gannon talks about guys having that look in their eye.
Yeah.
Will Johnson has that.
Yeah, right.
And we talked to him in the locker room the other day. The way that he looked talking about taking that next step, you could tell this guy was ready to go. So I'm expecting a lot of him. He finally had his first interception at camp. I mean, him, Max Melton, Garrett Williams, for the injuries that they've seen, that's a really solid trio of cornerbacks. And if you can play Garrett Williams outside more, which we've been seeing at camp, whew, Garrett Williams is already CB1 in my eyes.
Yeah.
You start playing him more on the outside where he can show the nation now that he's that dude, and then you have some CB1 up-and-comers in Max Melton or Will Johnson. Look out. That secondary is going to be nasty. And you're not even talking about Budda Baker, Rabbit, Jalen Thompson.
Yeah.
It's a no-fly zone 2.0 in the making, kind of.
Yeah,
I don't want to go that far,
but
but
there's the potential. But there's the potential.
And it's not just they have the potential to take the ball back a little more now. I think they have the potential to really scare these guys running at them. They're going to be physical.
You know what I love about it? The dynamic for the defense, of course, is they've improved their defense front so much that I think they're going to be able to shut down the running game.
Yeah.
I think they're going to do a good job.
That'd be huge.
They're going to be able to do it. They're going to be able to then get into third and obvious pass situations. And I think their pass rush is going to be much improved with Josh Sweat. Much improved. And their ability to cover. So you put that all together, one feeds off the other. And it really, right now they got to prove it. They got to do it. They got to prove it. You haven't done anything until you actually go out on the field and do it.
They've done all they can do up to this point this offseason, but they obviously have to do it on the field, as we've seen from other teams or even other sports.
Otherwise, you're just whistling Dixie.
Tyler, I wanted to ask you, because you brought up Will Johnson, and Walter Nolan really hasn't been able to do anything yet. Any other rookies from this year's class standing out to you at all?
Jordan Birch. Yeah. Rotation of pass rushers. He's been getting first, second team reps. He's a guy that he's got some athleticism. And I actually asked JG about this last week, the last day we were at camp, and talked about, hey, I just talked to Rawls about this guy, and he has got he looks bigger than he is, and he moves more than he should.
Okay.
And that's typically a good sign for NFL pass rushers. And I mean, this guy is athletic. So as much as he could be a problem rotating in on the defense, he could also find a home with special teams. You never know. He's got some athletic ability that I think they really want to capitalize on. So there's some stuff he's got to work on. I think he's still got to find his fastball, curveball. It's got to find his rotation of stuff. But they are getting him in some higher end reps with the Baron Brownings of the world and moving him in with Zaven. And so just that should help out moving forward in his progression. And you could tell, like, everybody, he seems like a guy that wants to learn. That's the big thing right now.
Yeah, Tyler, has the hype eased a little bit on Cody Simon? Everyone was talking about Cody Simon coming in and the green dot. This guy is really good. I thought he had a chance of actually competing for a starting job there.
Yeah.
Do you think it's kind of cooled a little bit?
I think so, and I think one of the biggest parts of that, I think, is Mack Wilson right away saying, I'm the guy with the green dot.
Yeah.
Because there was a world where I could have seen Mack Wilson resuming his role last year of being that hybrid pass rusher inside guy where you get a Cody Simon or somebody else to be the green dot. But with Max staying on the field a lot more, I could see it more of Akeem Davis-Gaither getting in there right away. Owen Papo's been working with second and first team a little bit, so he's another name. And then you've got Cody as well. So there's going to be some decisions to make in that room, too, because I know that they like a lot of those guys, but I just can't see them keeping more than 3 probably in that room just based on other needs. So very interesting. But, I would say, I expected a little bit more from Cody. Maybe we see a little bit that through preseason, but I still think he's on his way. I still think he's going to make the ascension into maybe one of those starter roles sooner than later. But, right now it looks like Mac, Akeem, Owen, and Cody.
Tyler Drake, great stuff as always, buddy. Keep up the good work.
No problem. Hey, go check out the record prediction. We got Brady Drake on it again for another year, my daughter. So
I've heard good things about that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we tried to make it more scientific and just ended up being a better record.
Hey, whatever works. It's Tyler Drake joining us right there. When we come back, where could ASU football potentially improve the most from last season. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The pitch. Swing and a miss that time, and the ball game is over. The D-backs beat the Athletics today 6-4. They take the series with back-to-back wins and finish this 9-game road trip 3-6.
D-backs start the week with a 3-game series hosting the Padres at Chase Field. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Sonic Drive-In is a proud partner of the Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope for our local children and families in need. Dine at any of the Arizona Sonic locations from now through August 31st, and Sonic will donate $1 from every Wacky Pack Kids meal sold to Phoenix Children's. That's $1 for every Wacky Pack meal sold. Feed your kids and help the kids at Phoenix Children's. With your support, we can continue to improve specialized children's care in Arizona. Live free, eat Sonic.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up, or when you store. Start with Stable.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway, because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Arizona State ranked very high in the coaches poll preseason, and they're headed up to Camp T. We'll give you the latest with the Sun Devils, starting at 6 on Arizona Sports.
The Sun Devils on their way up to Camp T on Wednesday through the scrimmage on Saturday. Number 11 in the coaches poll, preseason coaches poll, number 11 for ASU right now, Wolf, heading into this season. So much of the conversation this offseason has been like, man, can they live up to what they did last year? How do they, how do you get out from under the shadow of that 2024 team that had all the makings of just a memorable team and a favorite team? If you're an ASU fan and you root for ASU every year, last year has to go down in history as one of your favorite teams because they weren't expected to do anything, and they ended the season, and everybody saw it nationally, probably getting screwed out of winning a game they should have won in the college football playoff.
Yeah.
So there's all that talk, but what about if the conversation was this? How can ASU be better this year than they were last year? Like, where specifically are there areas they could be better?
Yeah, there are so many, I think, in all phases, all three phases. I kid you not, because they're returning so many guys that played last year.
Yeah.
Can you stop and think about this for a minute? I know what it does to a guy to be able to go out there and play and compete at a high level and then see yourself be successful, Basinonians. And when you see yourself be successful, you experience that. Now, all of a sudden, you're winning games? You win the Big 12? You're in the college football playoffs because you are being successful as a player. Do you have any idea what that does to you? The confidence that it gives you. How many guys do they have coming back right now, offensively and defensively? There's a lot of guys that got experience and lived last year that are going to live it again this year and be better because of that experience.
That's what could differentiate this team from a lot of teams is in 2025 in college football, you have all those guys get that experience.
Yes.
And that's great. They all take it with them to Georgia and Alabama and Ohio State and all these other schools they transfer to. They're all back. The only guys that left are either in the NFL or were trying to go to the NFL. Like, they were done. There's just not much you can do.
In the NFL or trying to go to the NFL.
Yeah. It's not like they're playing for some other team in the Big 12 now.
Here's the one area, special teams. This is where they can get better.
It's funny you say that.
Need to get better.
Because here's Kenny Dillingham on Saturday talking about special teams.
Our special teams should be drastically improved. I'm excited about that. If there's an area of improvement on our team, the most growth that I think we can make, I think it's our special teams units.
Here's one more from Kenny.
The special teams period today was probably our best special teams period we've had since I've been here. From the competitive standpoint, like I said, it's the deepest roster we've had. And you can see that really on special teams. When we tried to go good on good, there was a lot of good.
So this is how I'm kind of
love that, Kenny.
Reconciling this, Wolf. You look at the defense, and I'm like, can they be better this year than they were last year? Well, yeah, because these guys are in college, and most of them were here last year. So just individual improvement and then them collectively having played together an additional year, they could be better on defense.
Yes.
On offense, could they be better? Yeah, they could, because Sam Levitt should be better even, and that connection with Jordan Tyson, and maybe another receiver steps up, but they
solid offensive line.
Yeah, you have that consistency. Again, these are not guys that have played in the NFL for 12 years. Their improvement from 2 to 3 or whatever of college should be noticeable, but they are trying to replace Cam Scattergood on offense too. Like, I'd just be realistic here. So
sure.
But to me, on offense and defense, they could improve, but their record might not necessarily improve. Special teams. Let me just remind everybody, because I had this conversation again with a friend of mine over the weekend. And like, man, they won a lot of close games, though, last year. That'll come back to bite them this year. They were 121st in the nation in terms of field goals made per game last year.
Just brutal.
Now, I don't expect ASU to go out there and hit 5 field goals a game. They didn't even have a kicker, it felt like, for 2 months last year. They didn't even try field goals.
Yes.
That alone should make them better.
Rick, what are your thoughts on this? Of course, you follow the Sun Devils very, very closely. Talk to me about their specialists.
And can you kick?
I am unbelievably shocked that they were able to do what they did last year with the special teams that they had. And I think they're going to be drastically different this year because the kicker they have this year is it's just a night and day difference when you're out there. It sounds different. It looks different. It's a huge addition. It's low key a huge addition for them.
Yeah, I could not agree more with what you just said you can't believe what they did last year considering the way special teams was. They basically were playing – you always say there's 3 phases of the game, right? Well, if they were playing with like 2 1/4 phases last year.
No, it really was a handicap to them for the most part. You need specialist base Indians. You need that. You need the talent. And I'm talking about the deep snapper, the punter, the kicker. You need a good return man as well. You need those guys. You need the dogs. You need the dogs that are going to go out there. That's right. And you're going to be your special teams mavens going out there and barking and hammering people. You definitely need that. But, man, they're going to be so much better on special teams. That's so important because special teams control so much of the emotion in a game. You make a big play, whether it's a punt, whether it's a punt return, whatever, a kickoff return, you make a big play in the game of football in transition, and it blows everyone's mind.
Yeah, and Kenny's going to go for it on 4th down a lot still. I mean, we all saw this team last year, and we know how he coaches, and he has said they're going to go for it a lot on 4th down. But there were definitely times last year where it was like, here's 3 points we would take. We can't. We just have to go for it. And you could get away with that having Scattaboo back there. You might not be able to get away with that as much this year. I'm not talking about being aggressive. I'm talking about we want the field goal here, and we can't attempt a 24-yarder because we'll miss it. They just need, like, national average kicking, and that's going to be a major improvement. Kenny Dillingham today talked about the defensive line so far.
Our interior D-line last year was unsung heroes. Our D-line in general was unsung heroes. We had an unbelievable job versus the run and getting almost everybody but one person back and then adding to that room and then that room getting bigger and stronger. That's the room that I'm most excited to see somebody else. Is that room because they were good last year, but they peaked last year at the end of the year when they all got bigger and stronger. So I'm really excited to see what that room and what those individual players do on Saturday.
Luke, did you want to say something specifically about that cut?
Just that this defense is going to put players in the NFL in the next 2 years.
Okay.
There are going to be multiple players from this defense in the NFL. And that might mean they're a 6th rounder. That might mean whatever. But we always talk about Levitt and Tyson.
Yeah.
There are going to be guys from this defense in the NFL.
I want to talk about the it factor. My biggest concern was, would we get it back? Do you have the cut on the it factor?
Yes.
Talking about it. This is Base and Onions. This is what a coach does. This is especially at the college level, man. You hear me talk about it all the time. You got to set the table for these guys. They're going to eat. You got to set the table for them. He's setting the table for them, controlling them collectively with the it factor.
We're at a good spot. To say great spot, I think it's impossible. I like where we're at, especially with a lot of guys back. I like the depth of the team. I love the energy. My biggest concern was, would we get it back? What I mean by it was like it. Everybody who watched us play last year knows what I'm talking about when I say it. It was like it. It was just like the magic, right? The effort, the passion. Would we get it back? Yesterday's practice, I felt it. Today it was back. And the question is, can we keep it? Can we grow from it? Because our talent is here, but we got to have it. We got to have it. And, I talked about the edge and what is our edge? It's that it. It's that. And today we had it. Yesterday we almost had it. Today we had it. Let's keep it.
Yeah, I hear you, Kenny. I hear you, Coach. Man, I could just hear him up in front of his guys. You want to know why his voice is so bad? His voice is bad because he's up in front of his guys telling them we got it. We have the it factor. We have the swag. This is who we are. This is the energy. This is who we are. This is how we play. He's up there just giving it to his guys, building them up. We can do it again, boys.
There was a lot of yelling on Saturday. I think you would be happy with that, Wolf. I saw some guys getting chewed out.
Football is a game where you yell.
Yeah.
When we come back, which Diamondbacks players are you going to pay the most attention to for these final 50 games of the season? We'll talk about that next. About an impromptu power poll, even though I just gave you 5 minutes heads up, Wolf. Actually, it's like 3 minutes.
Oh, boy.
That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lavello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. Rick, will you bring me that Brooklyn feed, please? That's right. Listen, it's time to ace Mattress 101 during the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, now through August 14th. Basinonians, about 10 more days. August 14th, everything is 25% off. Everything like the Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress that we have at the Wolfley compound that we love so much, 25% off. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology as well, 25% off. And the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top, superior comfort at a factory direct price, 25% off. Don't be tardy on this, Basinonians. It's the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I love Moving Team 6. Let's talk with JT about the mission of Moving Team 6. In your mind, when your family sits down, what mission do you tell your employees that they're going on?
The mission is to take care of the customer. We get people calling us all the time. Hey, can you help us? No problem. Whatever we got to do, because I feel like that's our duty. The number one thing I tell my guys when they go out is care. That is the number one thing.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 5-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After a series win over the A's, the Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight to start a 3-game set against the San Diego Padres. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the USA Today preseason college football coaches poll has been released. Arizona State came in at number 11. For all of our coverage of fall camp, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Promptu. Oh, you're so clever. Power poll.
All right, this is going to tell us a lot about each other, Wolf.
Okay.
What we are watching for the rest of the season for the Diamondbacks, because, again, it's not like they have 12 games. They've got 50 games left. That's nearly a third of the season remaining. They're 9 games back of a playoff spot. Nobody's looking at this and saying, oh, if they sweep San Diego, they'll only be 6. It's not that. This is our top 5 players that we are keeping an eye on now the rest of this season, okay? Start with number 5.
Number 5.
All right, number 5. I'm always torn on number 5.
Yes.
Number 5, I have Ryan Nelson. Ryan Nelson, who I feel pretty good about.
Interesting.
But this guy is, I mean, as far as guys that you know are going to be back in the rotation next year, you could say he's their best. I mean, you know Ryan Nelson and Brandon Pfaadt and Erod are going to be back. You could say, you know, right now Ryan Nelson is the best. So I'm keeping an eye on what he does the rest of the way. Probably has 10 more starts. How does he set himself up for next season?
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to agree with you on that one. I'm going to go, give me the number 5.
I don't know if I want to after that.
Number 5.
Macedonians, I'm going Brandon Pfaadt at number 5 right now. A 5.11 ERA. Brandon Pfaadt. Last year, of course, at points, Brandon Pfaadt was their best pitcher at some points during the season last year, doing a great job carrying the staff for the most part. And other times, he fell apart. Once again, very inconsistent. As a matter of fact, the 5th inning, we used to talk about it all the time. Yeah. The 5th inning and how it was his Achilles heel. Well, you know what? Brandon Pfaadt right now is kind of looking like that up and down, inconsistent guy once again. Not the dependable guy that we have seen him be from time to time. So Brandon Pfaadt has got my attention going forward. How is Brandon Pfaadt going to finish? That's my question. That's why he's number 5.
I want to trash your pick the way you trashed mine, but at number 4.
Number 4.
I have Brandon Pfaadt.
Oh!
It's just there's no way around it. Look, Wolf, at the start of next season, he's going to be 27. So it's not like that's old by any means, but you know, the last couple years, it's been like, hey, this guy, anything he does is a little ahead of schedule. And what he did in the postseason in 2023 was remarkable and definitely ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
But now you don't have Corbin Burns to start next year. You currently don't have Merrill Kelly. There's a good chance you won't have Zack Gallen, and Brandon Pfaadt will be 27. There's not the same runway now of like, hey, you know, he's just developing. They need him to be a consistent starter, and he has had games this year where he's looked great, but his ERA is 5.11 right now. And he had a couple starts where he looked amazing in July where it was like, hey, maybe talking with Corbin Burns helped him or whatever. And then he gave up 7 runs in 4 2/3 against the Tigers in his most recent outing. So that's definitely a guy you got to be watching.
Okay, number 4 for me. Go ahead, hit me with it, Luke.
Number 4.
Number 4 has got to be Tyler Locklear. Tyler Locklear, Basinonians. You know, here's the situation where this young guy has got to develop. He's got to continue to develop, of course, in terms of his glove. He's a guy that has been called an average defender. We've seen guys come up through the ranks for the Diamondbacks as average defenders for the most part, and then get really, really good. We have a history here of having really good first basemen in terms of Paul Goldschmidt, of course, and Christian Walker. So to me, I'd love to see him flash the glove, get better, more consistent with the glove first, but also flash at the plate, flash with the bat. Are you going to be a power-hitting first baseman? Are you going to be that corner infielder type guy that the Arizona Diamondbacks need you to be? We're going to find out. We got 50 games. There's not going to be a definitive conclusion, I don't think, unless he goes out and hits 20 home runs in 50 games.
Yeah.
All right? I don't think we're going to have a definitive conclusion either way. But I think we might lean one way or the other as to whether or not the Diamondbacks look at him and see Tyler Locklear as the solution to first base. And he's number 4 on my power play.
On the YouTube live chat, Hayden Morrow wrote in earlier, Tyler Locklear, 18 steals in the minors this year. He's got 39 career steals, too, so maybe some mobility there as well for
Much
Locklear.
better athlete than what I thought.
On to number 3.
Number 3.
Number 3, I won't go too deep into it just for time purposes, Wolf, and we talked about him earlier, but Zack Gallen. Zack Gallen's got to be on this list because he might be back as your ace to start next season before Corbin Burns is healthy, or these might be his last 10 games, last 10 starts as a Diamondback here coming up too. So I have him at number 3.
Boy, okay, I've got him much higher. Okay, number 3 for me is Jordan Lawler. Number 3 for me is Jordan Lawler. Yeah, you know what? He's developing. He's still a young guy. Yet at the same time, we're at a spot in Arizona Diamondbacks baseball history where third base, for the most part, is open.
Yeah.
It's time for you. If you want to be that guy, it's time for you, Jordan Lawler, to step up and claim that spot in the organization. Jordan Lawler's number 3.
And it was always kind of set to be open for him after this year. That's why Gino was only signed through this year. That's why there wasn't really a whole lot of push to try to bring Gino back after this year, because the succession plan was in place. On to number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2, you already talked about him, Wolf, so I won't go too far into detail because I think you covered a lot of it, but Tyler Locklear. You're not going to know anything definitive after 50 games here coming up, I agree. But if it's extreme one way or the other, that's going to influence what you do this offseason. You need to be in compete for a playoff spot mode next season. So if Locklear looks like he just isn't ready to hit major league pitching, you're probably going to have to add somebody this offseason at that position. If it feels like you can get somewhere with him at first, then I think maybe ideally you have your first baseman of the future.
Okay, there you go. Number 2 for me, Basinonians, is Corbin Carroll. Yeah, that's right, Corbin Carroll. Corbin, the Predator. You are off to a great start. There's no doubt about that. But now the opportunity is there for Corbin Carroll once again to seize control of his greatness, the ability that he has, the skill set that he possesses, the rare ability to play the game of baseball. This is an opportunity for Corbin Carroll to step up and carry his team, whether they're winning games or not, but to be productive at the plate the way that he is. I'm looking at you, Corbin. You are the Predator. This is your team going forward, in my opinion. And that's why he's number 2.
I figured he would be on your list. And he's one of the guys I was wrestling with putting there at number 5, or, trying to fit somewhere in there. But to me, the number 1 is pretty clear.
Number 1. Numero uno.
Unbelievable.
And he's already been on your list, Wolf. But Jordan Lawler, the path was intentionally opened for him to be the guy, not this year, but to be your third baseman of the future starting next year. This is a guy that's still number 11 on MLB Pipeline's top 100 Major League prospect rankings. He's still considered the Diamondbacks' top prospect, but he has struggled at the plate. And at a certain point, and that point really is next season, but I would guess he's going to get a shot this year. They need him to show he can hit Major League hitting. He's 4 for 50 career in the majors. 50 at-bats, 4 hits. I don't think anybody's holding the 19 at-bats this year against him because it was very disjointed. He didn't get to play in the majors last year, but back in 2023, he was 4 for 31. He's 4 for 50 career. He's got to hit.
For me, number one. Give me the number one.
All right, let me just pull up this number one right here.
Number one. Numero uno.
Unbelievable. Zach Allen. Yeah, Zach Allen. You know what, Zach? I just want to see Zach Allen. Is he going to recover and suddenly start looking like Zach Allen? Now that all the pressure is gone, the trade deadline is over with, is he going to start looking more like Zach Allen, or are we going to see him plummet? I don't think we're going to. I think they know what the issue is. What could it possibly mean for this team going forward? And Zach Allen as well. I don't think the future is over here in Arizona for Zach Allen.
Yeah.
And I think the next 50 games are really going to prove that.
And that's going to be fascinating because if he pitches really well or if he pitches really poorly, which one makes it more likely that he's gone?
Correct.
All right, so
and that's why he's number one.
I'm not going to argue with that, except Jordan Lawler should be number one because you got to figure out what you have in this guy. All right, when we come back, are there any clear position battles left in Cardinals camp this year? And Wolf, we're going to turn you loose on what you saw at the red and white practice.
Cool.
Because you haven't got to do this yet. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I don't know what the market's going to be like for Zack in the offseason. I don't know how robust it's going to be. There's a scenario. I could see it. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I can see a scenario where he decides to come back to Arizona on a one-year deal to try to rehabilitate his value a little bit.
I'll take it.
You know, I mean, give it a state of the rotation next year, right?
I would rather have that. I'd rather have Gallen come back next year.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. That's right. As a former NFL player, I can tell you right now, I know what it takes to build something great, and that starts with trust, Basinonians. That's why I chose Legacy Green Solutions to transform my yard into an oasis. From the artificial grass, putting greens, and custom landscaping, these are the experts that you can trust. Family owned. This is one of the things that I love right here, guys. Family owned and operated in the basin for over 25 years and voted best of the valley. Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf backed by the best warranties. Your kids and your pets are going to love it. Trust me on this. Go green with Legacy. The grass may be artificial, but trust me, these guys are the real deal. Text GREEN to 620-620 to book your free estimate or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW. And Shane, you're not just my friend, you're a friend in the business for every one of our listeners.
That's right, Bick. I take personal pride in all of the listeners coming in, asking for me, and taking a personal interest in their case so that I can find them the right car at the right price. With payments on a new BMW i4 starting at $399, there is a car for everyone's budget at Chapman BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hi, sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. You know, your salespeople tell you you have to go back to the dealer for repairs. That's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any AMCO. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center. And AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Now remember, AMCO does more than transmissions. So if your car needs repairs, or you hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first. Just Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
Tried to pull a Wolf pack up during the break before the final segment of the show.
Yeah.
I packed up stuff I still need. So, amateur hour on this side of the studio.
Okay,
Just saying. All right, let's get into the red and white practice. We didn't really get to dive that deeply into it earlier in the show, and I know you had stuff you wanted to talk about there, Wolf. And this also sets the stage for this is a game week with the first preseason game coming up on Saturday.
Yeah, pretty jacked up, as you would imagine, based on audience. The red-white practice on Saturday was great. No Marvin Harrison Jr., no James Conner, no Calais Campbell. Yet at the same time, there was a lot of Will Johnson. That was one of the best things, if not the best thing, that actually came out of the red-white practice, to me at least, Luke.
Yeah.
Was Will Johnson.
Yeah, I think that's I honestly, I think the two best players that you could have a big camp for the Cardinals are Will Johnson and Isaiah Adams. Look, I mean, I guess you could throw Darius Robinson in there too. Any of these young guys, they haven't really proven it yet at the NFL level, but just Adams because of the position he plays and the fact that they, with their lack of moves in that role this offseason, were like, you're the guy. And then Will Johnson because of his upside and his ability to maybe be a ball hawk and the fact that Star Thomas is hurt. And there's nothing, like Will Johnson, there's nothing Budda Baker can show in camp because you already know who he is. But Will Johnson is a rookie.
Yeah, he is, and he just was fantastic, incredible, as a matter of fact. I don't want to get into detail because I'll get totally distracted. So I want to continue based on my thoughts on the red-white practice on Saturday. It was, overall, generally speaking, was awesome. I loved watching them go out in the first team period they did, 11 on 11. The tempo was really, really good early on in this practice, and it was certainly good on the team, the 11 on 11. But if I had to offer one critique to my spirit coach,
oh, here we go.
who is JG, it would be this right here. I think going forward, every red-white practice that we have, every red-white practice that we have.
Practice, man.
You know what, JG? I'd finish this thing by putting the ball on the 5-yard line. I'd put the ball on the 5-yard line in a first and goal situation, and I'd go live. I'd do live ones against twos and twos against ones, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
So there'd be two possessions.
Yeah.
I'd go live, put the ball on the 5-yard line, and say, okay, one offense versus twos defense. Okay, this happens all the time. We're going to go live. You guys stop them. All right, first and goal from the 5. Here we go.
Explain, though, specifically why you want the ones on offense against the twos on defense and vice versa.
Because I just don't want the ones versus ones.
Yeah.
Okay, because now all of a sudden it gets hyper. It just, you don't want that.
Yeah.
Okay? Hey, twos, you can step up and compete. You're professional football players. Stop them. We're going to put the ball on the 5, and you go out and you stop them. Or, you know what, you put the ball on the 5 and suddenly you put your second unit out there offensively. And then you've got a first and goal situation against the ones. It's your chance to shut them out. You're the ones. Show me a little pride in the unit that you are defensively. Go out and slam the door. Don't let them get in. It's one of the reasons why they did that. So that it wasn't just ones versus ones. What you would like to see is your first unit operating against your second unit, scoring a touchdown. And your first unit defensively stopping the offense from scoring a touchdown. That's what you'd like to see.
The second unit defense for the Cardinals has some pretty good players on it right now. The second unit on defense.
Yeah.
Like you start to throw some of those, like Baron Browning's kind of second unit, right? I mean, you have some good Zaven Collins, maybe. I don't know. Like you have some good players there, depending on how you rotate it. But that's okay. That's the first time I've really heard you disagree with Gannon other than fighting in practice.
Yeah, right. Of course. Mike Tomlin, this is something the Steelers do all the time. They go live tackling to the ground, and they do it on a weekly basis. They'll actually go live, and you can tackle to the ground, which, there's a lot of people who just will not do that in training camp, will not do it in training camp. I for one, believe that you should. I think you'll be okay with it again. I'm not afraid of getting injured. I know that there are cooler heads that are out there that believe, hey, you've got to protect these guys. You have to protect these guys in training camp. I know it makes sense logically, but I don't like playing scared ever. And you know what? I'm going to go out and I'm going to have football players play football, and that means tackling to the ground. And if we're going to go 3 live plays by putting the ball on the 5-yard line, so be it. So to me, that's what I would do. Owen Papo playing the weak side inside linebacker and getting starting reps on the weak side inside linebacker. Very interesting. This kid who went to Auburn, this kid that has played versatile, many positions. As a matter of fact, he's 6 foot, 230 pounds. This is a kid that could play DB. This is a kid who could play safety. If he tried to, he'd have to lose some more weight, but I think he could do it. He's put on weight to move inside that box. So for me, I'm very interested to see how he's going to develop as that weak side inside.
Do you think it helps him that he's been here for the last couple of years?
I think so. Yes, I do. Not only that, a lot more movement, even shifting that is going on offensively right now. Even just shifting, not just motion or that kind of movement, but shifting and moving as well. A lot more of this we're seeing from Drew Petzing.
And that's not just Marv.
No.
People think Marv when they hear that.
And then finally, I just want to say this quickly. Jordan Birch. He looks really, really good to me. He looks good in a uniform, and that uniform moving looks good when he's trying to play football as well. So this is a guy to keep an eye on. Low key, as we like to say, my young crunks. Low key, but this guy, look out.
3rd round picks so far under Monty Ossenfort. Garrett Williams and Michael Wilson in that first year. Okay, so there's 2 guys that you're basically starting. In that second year, he must have loved this because he had 4 of them. Trey Benson, Isaiah Adams, Tip Ryman.
Come on.
Elijah Jones.
Come on.
And then this year it was Jordan Birch. So Monty in the 3rd round, not bad.
No.
Monty in the 3rd round.
It's the best trend going right now, man. The fact that they know how to draft.
Yeah, if this continues, and I think so far so good the first 2 years, if it continues again, I mean, if you have a general manager in a front office, you were saying this before during a break, couldn't agree more. If they can draft and they consistently can draft, and I don't just mean hit on the 1st round or the 2nd round, but you find players or starters later in the draft, this team's going to be good for a while once they finally cross over in our playoff team. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Train Teddy Bear Express gets rolling at Phoenix Children's for Give-A-thon beginning August 18th. Keep listening for ways you can make a difference for kids and families. The Giveathon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Once active and adventurous, Stephanie was sidelined by joint pain. She was losing touch with what gave her real joy.
I want to stay active, and if I don't do something now to feel better, that will keep me out hiking and running and doing all those activities, my health's going to suffer from it. I had the treatment at QC Kinetics.
Their all-natural regenerative treatments use the restorative biologics from Stephanie's body. As the healing properties went to work, Stephanie realized something one day.
I was like, wow, I don't feel any pain. I have no problem going up and down stairs. I have no problem going down mountains. Snowboarding felt good again.
If you see Stephanie, give her a thumbs up. That is, if you can catch her.
And now I can totally keep up with my friends in their 30s, and I'm 55.
Don't even think about giving up. There's lots of life left to live. Call now for a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenience, service, and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel. I'm sorry, I'm laughing. I'm Mitch Varelvis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks are back after their 9-game road trip. They're going to look different than what we last saw them at Chase Field about a few weeks ago. They're also looking to turn back-to-back wins into a 3-game winning streak. The Diamondbacks are hot, dare I say. They host the Padres. It's the first of a 3-game series, and it's the first game of a 6-game homestand as well. Brandon Pfaadt will be on the mound for the Snakes. He opposes one of the many new Padres and a former Athletic, left-hander J.P. Sears. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then right now on ArizonaSports.com, check out the latest from Arizona State's football camp. Our Damon Allred highlights what Kenny Dillingham is hoping to see from his guys as they hope to repeat as Big 12 Conference champions. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Need a new roof? America Roofing's got you covered, and we're giving back. A portion of every job goes back to Phoenix Children's.
Visit AmericaRoofingCo.com and make a positive impact on a kid's life with every roof repair or replacement, starting now until August 22nd.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Monday in Phoenix. Tim Ring filling in for Burnsy, John Gambadoro. We're going to talk a little Cardinals. We got some Suns to get into today, some D-backs. I feel like my voice is about 90% back. I feel like my voice is back.
And we're all the better for it.
We're all the better, yeah. I mean, I was really
sounds good.
I was really gutting it out those last couple of days because it was rough last week, man. I totally lost my voice, but back now, ready to go. We've got you filling in today and tomorrow. Burnsy's back from Yosemite, which is really weird. I watched a TV show before we get into our top story of the day, and Tyler Drake's going to join us. I watched a TV show that was like based out of Yosemite on Netflix.
Untamed.
I did.
I just finished it last night.
I finished it last night too. Did
Pretty
you like
good.
it?
Pretty good.
It was pretty good.
Yeah.
I didn't really. I don't want to like ruin it for people because I've been known to do that. I didn't really figure out the ending though, so I wasn't sure. And then at the end, it was like, oh, okay, all right, good little twist. I like crime thrillers and I like World War II movies. I can watch World War II movies all day. I just watched one with Pierce Brosnan. It was called The Last Pilot over the weekend. But I watched that Untamed one, and I don't know how to describe people, so I always play charades. I'm like, that guy, he was in the movie with Brad Pitt, and he fought him. And that was the guy.
Eric Bana?
Yeah, that guy, right. I don't know his name.
Did I just get it right?
Right.
You, in fact, did get it right. It is Eric.
He had to fight for his brother, and he fought Brad Pitt, and I think Brad Pitt killed him, and I don't even remember what movie that was. What movie was that?
Troy.
But I couldn't
and
remember.
there's a
his
spoiler.
Troy. Right, so that Troy is old. So that was so Burnsy's coming back from Yosemite. Me and Lauren both finished a TV show last night that had to do with Yosemite. It was pretty good. All right, let's waste no further time. Let's tell you what our top story of the day is.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
All right, we are going to start off with the big red-white practice. That's why we're going to bring in Tyler Drake. He was out there on Saturday. I'll be at Cardinals training camp on Wednesday. We had a great discussion with Calais Campbell and Mac Wilson the other day. I'll be back out there on Wednesday. Burnsy will join me. But I wanted to just get Tyler in here. He was there. Look, first impressions, I think everybody's talking about the Will Johnson interception.
Oh, yeah.
Kyler Murray on the sideline, kind of saying something to him. It's kind of what we all want to see. How did you think Will Johnson did?
Yeah, I mean, he stole the show, in my opinion, just red and white practice. That with Marvin sidelined, Michael Wilson sidelined. He was really the big guy that showed out. And obviously, you got Trey McBride filling in there, Zay Jones filling in there. But really coming down on the defensive side, Will Johnson set the tone, had the interception, was a really solid play, which we've seen a lot of this. It seems like every one-on-one, every battle, he just seems to get a little bit closer to that ball, and he finally got it this time. So you could tell just not only from the fan interaction, reaction, Buda Baker and the starters, you got Kyler on the sideline talking to Matt, like everybody was waiting for this guy to make this type of play, and you could just almost like, not a sigh of relief, but like, there it is. That's why we like this guy. That's why we think he could be a CB1 in the future. So that was really cool. And I think the other big thing is you got to give a shout out to the fans. The fans showed out at this one compared to the last
Over
two.
20,000.
Yeah, compared to the last two. I mean, and not only that, just the energy they brought. You could feel the energy, not just, hey, we're going to go sit there and watch the team play.
Almost
they were
like
in it.
Almost like they're anticipating that this is going to be a good Cardinal season.
No, directly, like heightened expectations.
Like, this is we got to make the jump right now.
More butts
we got to
in the
make the
seats.
jump.
That was a good example, and I think the players, I think the coaching staff, I think they all saw that as like, yeah, we got the valley behind us right now. We gotta reach the next step.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about how the offense looked. Maybe not just the red and white practice, Tyler, but how they've looked overall. 13 days into training camp right now. I will say this, Kyler did not have some weapons on Saturday.
Yes.
As he tried to impress those 20,000 fans.
Yes.
No Harrison Jr., no Michael Wilson, and James Conner got a vet day off too. So through that scope,
you got to look at that.
How would you evaluate the offense's day?
Yeah, I think a lot of it was those shorter to intermediate throws. I think some of it was a lot of three-quarter, let's just install some more things. Let's get some more red zone work in. They go through sparring periods here and there. So, yes, had to make Zay Jones kind of the de facto wide receiver one, filling guys like Xavier Weaver, Greg Dortch to round out the room. Then you've got Trey Benson, who really has been getting a ton of first-team reps, even when James Conner has been playing. So
let's talk about him for a little bit.
Yeah.
And did he bust any big ones?
He seems like he's just got this. I think Rabbit said it best during OTAs. He's got this James Conner look to him. And I think that's kind of been the thing.
Connor's rubbing off on him.
Just a little bit more of a bruiser. He wants to hit that big play. He's looking for contact. Like, this guy's ready. And I asked him.
He was so hesitant last year.
Yep. And I asked him.
He was so hesitant.
I was like, hey, man, like, where Rabbit talked to us about how he's seeing you and him. And he's like, yeah, this is our other RB1. Like, we're RB1s together in this league. And he's doing he's going to play a lot. That's what he said. He's playing a lot this season.
And Connor seems to know it, too, because James Conner's coming off of one of his best season, a great year, a contract extension. But you want to have that 1-2 punch. Because one of my favorite teams is the Lions. Sorry, Lauren. But I love the Lions.
Perfect.
And I love the Montgomery Gibb. Now, I don't think that, one guy's more powerful in Montgomery, big, strong back like Connor. I don't think that Trey Benson's like Gibbs because he's slashy. But it is a 1-2 punch. And, and with Detroit, it's like, okay, Montgomery gets the one and Gibbs gets the second. And Montgomery gets and Montgomery will get the entire run on a series and then sit the next series. And I don't know how they're going to mix and match that. Do is it first down, second down, third down? Is
short yardage?
Is it short yardage? Is it, do you just have a certain amount of carries that you want Connor to have because you want to keep him fresher? I'm not sure how it's going to work, but I think the dynamic of how they fit Brett Benson in is interesting to me. Do you give him a whole series? Do you have Connor run the first series and the second series, and then you go to Trey and say, you've got this entire series. So if you get 2 yards on one carry, don't worry about it. You may get another carry here. It's going to be fascinating to see how they use him.
It would definitely help his confidence, but here, don't forget this either. 2 running back sets. I think we're going to see a little bit more of that too because Trey has the ability to be that home run hit if he can get out in open space. He really does. So, yeah, he's not the slashy guy like Gibbs, but he can hit it like Gibbs if he's open and can see green ahead of him. So that would be a really fun wrinkle to see these two really attack it like the Lions because that's a great example.
It's an interesting dynamic when you talk about divvying up the carries because James Conner, the more work he gets, seemingly the more that lather is worked up.
He was great at the end of last season. How many 100-yard games did he have at the end of last season?
Gambo and Tyler, you guys, if the Cardinals have a lead in the fourth quarter, I pity the defense trying to stop James Conner because he looks bigger, faster, and stronger in the fourth quarter
Doesn't
of
wear
games
down.
than he does in the first quarter of games. Should I be worried about B.J. Ojolari on the other side of the ball, too?
I figured
What's going on there?
I'd figured around now we might have seen him get activated off pup just on my personal kind of trajectory for him. So a little worried there. I would like to hear some more about his progression. And Gannon did say he was doing awesome, but he didn't want to get too far into hypotheticals.
And that concerns
and that's
me.
the thing. When you get into the hypothetical talk, that's when you don't want to go any farther. That's when you want to just end it there. And so
it's a position of need too, and that's,
it is.
And so that's my concerns are even heightened in that regard.
I do like what Baron Browning is doing, though. I think he has taken a next step there. You've got Josh Sweat, Zaven Collins, Baron Browning's right there in that mix too, first and second team, and a rookie Jordan Birch. He's right in there too, and if he can get going, he brings you a little more juice, a little more athleticism to that position.
Gadden keeps saying not a big deal with MHJ not playing. Marvin Harrison Jr., not a big deal. He misses here, he misses there.
Yeah.
No worries at all. It seems like they're not concerned at all.
I think it's precautionary. And I think if maybe he didn't have that the sickness, maybe we would have seen him at red and white.
Right.
So that's something to look into. Obviously, we'll get more tomorrow. Him and Michael Wilson, he was in concussion protocol.
A little flu bug going around or something,
huh? Joey Blunt, too. So we'll have to see there. But, yeah, I don't see it as more than just let's just put a little bubble wrap on.
And Wilson, just a concussion.
Yeah, he collided with
Buddha. Yeah, that was.
And I'm surprised Buddha's not more hurt because it looked like he took a lot of that helmet to his knees.
Yeah, Wilson, it's tough. I mean, I don't have any problem with Wilson missing the game, but I would like to see the kid stay healthy and see what he can do.
Yeah.
Monty has resisted all these temptation to go out and get that another wide receiver. Now, they like Zay Jones and they like Dortch, so they got some guys that they like. But, you know, you would hope that Wilson, based on his size and athleticism, could be a good number 2 receiver. But this is like, we always talk about how it's a big year for so many guys. It's a huge year for him.
Yeah. It is, because not only because he did beat the injury bug last year. He was on the field much more.
Yeah.
The production was similar to what he did as a rookie. So can you take that next step and really be that wide receiver too? Because obviously Trey McBride's going to get his. Marvin Harrison's going to get his. You've got to figure out the rest of that wide receivers room, wide receiver 2, especially wide receiver 3 too, which Zay Jones looked like it's his job to lose now. I think Greg Dortch is going to get more used in the special teams, but Zay Jones, I think, is definitely on his way to being a more integral part of this offense.
All right, leave me with this. You're concerned about the depth at guard.
Isaiah Adams, I think he slammed the door shut. He's a starter in my eyes. He has done a lot of good things.
They love him.
Darius Robinson, the reps against Darius Robinson the other day really kind of solidified my viewing of, he's it. He's the guy. But when you look behind there, there's just nobody has really taken that kind of swing backup guard position, I don't think. Not a John Gaines, not a Hayden Connor. So I'm just a little... Could you have a guy come in and maybe help there? That's kind of a spot I'm looking at now, because if you have Isaiah go down, God forbid, but you're in a position where you might be behind the 8 ball a lot.
Right, and Will Hernandez has been cleared.
Yeah, I think about a week ago.
Former Cardinal, so we'll have to see if they reach out at any point.
Oh man, if they could bring and here's the thing, I think even if Will Hernandez were to come back, it would be Isaiah Adams' job.
Sure, Will could be a great insurance policy and a great veteran as a backup.
So
all right, good job, Tyler. That's Tyler Drake. He was out there with red and white practice over the weekend, over 20,000 in attendance. We'll be at Cardinal camp on Wednesday. Tyler, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Spending a little time talking about the red and white scrimmage. The Diamondbacks, they actually won a series, and the new guy got a couple of base hits yesterday. Was the team inspired by Mike Hazen? We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Huzzah! It's the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. Friday at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. The Mother of Dragons, first of her name, will defend her honor against the evil Cersei and her cruel son, King Joffrey. It's not that kind of fantasy. It's about fantasy football, not a Renaissance fair. So, Sir Burns and Sir Gambo are not Knights of the Royal Guard? They're not. They're sports talk show hosts. Do they not serve the Draft King? Let's talk over here, bro. Join Burns and Gambo Friday at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale for our Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. Prizes, good times, and more. 2 to 6 Friday afternoon. Details at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword micro to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say micro to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2025 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks A Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
It's time to ace Mattress 101 during the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through August 14th, everything is 25% off. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology, and the budget-friendly signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top. Superior comfort at a factory-direct price. Don't be tardy, Basinonians. It's the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the Diamondbacks come home for the first time since the trade deadline. How will they fare? How will they be received? We'll discuss tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m.
Lauren, did you watch that Department Q? You watched that one too?
Yeah, I did.
That one was freaking good, wasn't it?
That one was better than Untamed
Yeah, it was
by
better.
a lot.
It was better. They said there's like a second season of Untamed coming, though. They said,
yes.
I don't know what they would do, but there's going to be a second season.
Another mystery in another national park.
I don't know, maybe. Like, you know, one of my favorite TV shows ever was like 24 with Kiefer Sutherland.
Loved it.
Loved it. And
Loved
but
24.
But like after like 7 seasons, it's like, okay, it's the same thing. He's got 24 hours to save the world. Like, okay.
And he always wins.
It's
It's not like Game of Thrones where anybody could die any night.
That was what's great about Game of Thrones. They like killed off all the important characters were getting killed off on a regular basis.
Right.
They were great.
And if they killed them off prematurely, they just brought them back. Go see a witch and come back.
Right.
We need you on the show.
According to Nick Pecoro, Mike Hazen apologized for selling off beloved teammates, but emphasized that the overall performance needed to change moving forward. It's frustrating for all of us, but I just said the next 2 months really matter for a lot of people in this room, for the team to play good baseball. Even if you may feel a certain way about where you are, this stuff matters to your teammates. Basically, a little bit of a kick in the ass from Mike Hazen. We're not going to get our brains beat in for the next 2 months because you guys feel sorry for yourselves because we sold off everybody and we're not going to make the playoffs. We still have a job to do. Your jobs depend on it. Your job's here or with somebody else. So let's stop this nonsense and get back to playing some baseball because they had been playing like dead man walking for like 2 weeks, ever since the Naylor trade, ever since they had that sweep against the Cardinals and then got swept by the Astros. This team has been going through the motions, can't score a run, can't get a hit. They come back. Now it's the A's. Granted, you know, the A's are not good, but they win the series. They win the final 2 games, Saturday and Sunday. Good performance out of Zack Gallen on Saturday. Good performance out of Eduardo Rodriguez on Sunday. They win the game. One of the things we were all looking forward to was Tyler Locklear. He got his first 2 major league hits yesterday. He had a stolen base. He also got thrown out stealing when he overslid the bag. But he did his first, I want to say first major league, his first hit with the Diamondbacks. Mm-hmm. He had hits with Seattle, but he got his first Diamondback hit after starting off 0-for-7 or whatever it was. He didn't have any hits the first 2 games, but he had 2 hits yesterday. Here's Tyler Locklear talking about his performance yesterday.
It's the kind of team we are. We're one of those gutter teams. So taking our walks, stealing bases, creating havoc on the base paths, scoring runs any way we can. So we were able to do that today to come away with a win.
Yeah, and he's got his debut tonight. I think I'm going to go to the ball game tonight.
By the way, he just called his new team a gutter team.
The gutter team. Now, does that mean we're in the gutter because we're so bad? Or
I don't know what else he would mean by that.
Or just like that's the way we're going to approach things. We're going to do all the...
We're back to Gritty City?
Gritty City, yeah. Chaos on the base. 2 hits yesterday for him. No extra base hits. Okay, he's got a couple of walks so far. You just got to keep running him out there every day and seeing what he could do. This can't, he's got to play every day from now until the rest of the season outside of the odd day off to give him a break. He's just got to play so he can get into a groove and show you if he's capable of being the first baseman for the future.
Yeah, I mean, unless he's just flat out not hitting every night and he's starting to stunt his development from a confidence standpoint, there are 50 games on the dot remaining. Give him 40 to 45 starts. Let's see what he can do as he auditions. Tory admitted it to us last week here on Friday that, yeah, this is an audition for Tyler Locklear to play first base in 2026. Tory, after the game, we're going to hear from him in a second, but I want to get back to Hazen real quick. Gambo, he flew out to Sacramento to address the team.
Yes.
So, I mean, this was not a Mike Hazen sends his regards from
he
back
flew
in Arizona.
out.
He flew out, and the players were affected by it. Alec Thomas said, quote, "It spoke to me," and Blaze Alexander said it motivated the hell out of our team as they score 13 runs in 2 games and they win a series for the first time since sweeping the Cardinals in that series right after the All-Star break. I kind of wish now Mike Hazen would have went and chewed out the team back in June. I mean, if a tongue lashing from Mike Hazen motivated the team to play better baseball, maybe Mike wishes he did it a little bit earlier. Here's Tory about the team's performance in Sacramento against the Oakland A's, where they finally won a series for the first time in a while.
We're going to enjoy this. We've had a little bit of a grind, so we're going to enjoy these next couple hours. But we got to turn the page quickly and get ready for another really good series. And a team that's right ahead of us and above us in the standings, and we want to play good baseball. If we're going to make up some ground, we got to continue to play the same type of baseball. So I want us to capitalize on what we're able to do, and remember that when we play the game right, respect the game, and do it the way that you're taught, good results happen. And at the end of the day, you can look up and say you win a series. You have a lot to be proud of.
They scored runs, but Eduardo Rodriguez, Gamble, got the win, his 4th of the season, his first since June 23rd, his 3rd win since April 17th. So they've needed more out of him this season. They haven't gotten it, but they got a nice performance out of him on Sunday.
Yeah, and I thought the big story, honestly, was Gallen. I thought Gallen had a good game, didn't give up any home runs, was real efficient over 6 innings. I think that's important to see with Zack Gallen. Because, listen, there's 2 ways this could go with Zack Gallen. There's 2 ways it could go. One is he pitches really well over the final 10 starts, that he'll get 10 starts after the trade deadline. The first one was good. That was a good start. He pitches really well. Teams say, okay, Gallen's back, and he signs a contract with another team for a lot of money and more than $50 million, and the Diamondbacks get a compensatory pick at the end of the first round. Or 2, he doesn't pitch well. The Diamondbacks extend him a qualifying offer. He takes the qualifying offer and pitches for Arizona for about $22 million. I don't know that there's anything in between. So I think it's one of the 2. I think he either pitches really well and somebody says, okay, I feel good about Gallen. You look the way he finished the season. We need starting pitching, and they go sign the guy. Now, he's obviously not going to make what he thought he was going to make, but he still could make more than $50 million if he pitches well in the last 10 games. If he doesn't pitch well and it's, one good outing, bad outing, good outing, bad outing, well, then we're back to square one, where I think the Diamondbacks just extend a qualifying offer, and he may end up staying here by accepting the qualifying offer.
And listen, it's no excuse, but maybe with the uncertainty of the trade deadline and his future now behind him, he can totally channel and focus on pitching better and winning baseball games. Here's what Zack said after that game on Saturday.
There wasn't anything I was trying to shy away from. Kind of had some conversations with our front office, kind of just understanding what was at stake, what the plan was going to look like, and I just know that they had a certain plan in place, and they kind of executed it in terms of the way the dominoes fell. So I kind of knew that, and then we just kind of knew that from a pitching standpoint that it was going to come down to the last minute. So it was just kind of waiting to see what happened. And then Hayes called me like right after and was like, hey, I didn't trade you. And yeah, I mean, it's, kind of necessary to pitch well, so I kind of put them in a tough spot to be able to get any kind of crazy value. But for me, it's, I think it'll be a blessing in disguise to be able to spend 2 months here and be able to figure out what's going on in a place that I'm comfortable with, a place that I can still be myself. So we'll see what happens. Like right after, everyone's like, hey, I didn't trade you.
We were playing that sound. There was like an overbite on that sound.
Jeez.
You heard Gal say something, then it came back like a minute later. So we apologize for that. Little technical difficulty. But that was Zack Allen talking about his performance, getting the call by Mike Hayes, and he wasn't going to get traded. The NBA. We'll talk a little Phoenix Suns here. There was a story on ESPN, a good one by Kevin Pelton and Tim Bontemps. NBA all-in tiers, what all 30 teams are chasing in 2025-26. There's 8 different tiers that are mentioned here, and the Phoenix Suns have one all to themselves. We'll tell you what that means next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The pitch. Swing and a miss that time, and the ball game is over. The D-backs beat the Athletics today 6-4. They take the series with back-to-back wins and finish this 9-game road trip 3-6.
D-backs start the week with a 3-game series hosting the Padres at Chase Field. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
These days, there's nobody more important than my guy Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. My backyard stays cool and private thanks to the roll-down shades he installed. Robert, you're saving backyards, man.
That's what we do, Wolf. We block the brutal Arizona sun so you can actually use your backyard even when it's triple digits.
Absolutely. Your team did an awesome job from the console to the install. I can't thank you enough.
We're happy to help. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate and free installation. That's allproshade.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. We're talking about their mission and what they mean in the community. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. If a veteran everyone's looking for work into the training portal for you guys, and what's the thought process behind that?
Well, a lot of them, there's some vets we have some that are retired, but most of them are the younger guys that put in like 4 years. They learned some of the trucking type stuff in the industry as far as when they were in the Army or Air Force or Navy. It makes a nice fit for us, and a lot of them are really disciplined. So like if you look at some of the vets that we have, they don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think that's so important, and that's what we're looking for. Be respectful of people, and I think it's exciting too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
I'm Mitch Veraldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks have returned home from their 9-game road trip, and they're going to look different than the last time we saw them at Chase Field a few weeks ago. They're also looking to turn back-to-back wins into a 3-game winning streak. They host the Padres. It's the first of a 3-game series against San Diego, and then the first game of a 6-game homestand in downtown Phoenix. Brandon Pfaadt will be on the mound for the Snakes. He opposes one of the many new members of the Padres, left-hander J.P. Sears. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And right now on ArizonaSports.com, check out the latest from Arizona State's football camp. Our Damon Allred highlights what Kenny Dillingham is hoping to see from his guys as they vie to repeat as Big 12 Conference champions. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools and the D-backs are giving you the chance to win $40,000 towards a brand new pool. Enter now at dbacks.com/splash. That's dbacks.com/splash for the Presidential Pools Summer Pool Giveaway.
Arizona Sports Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
I know Burnsy, he's hiking Yosemite. Or maybe he was an extra in the TV show Untamed. We don't even know about it.
Yeah, you didn't see him in the background, did you?
Maybe we did. I mean, maybe we did see him in the background. Maybe there was some setting. Maybe he was part of the Abuelos or whatever that group was. And just hanging out in tents. Little bottles of pills that they were manufacturing. And maybe Burnsy's in the background somewhere. You never know. You just never know. Let's talk a little Suns basketball here as we get set for the new horizon. I'm going to say this, like, the last couple of years have been miserable watching Suns basketball. You did the postgame show for a lot of those games, and it was really hard to watch. I don't think the team's going to be any good this year, but I'm more looking forward to this year and a team that, you know, will at least play hard and has some young players that you could get excited about than watching a bunch of $50 million payers completely underachieve and quit on their team halfway through a basketball game. I'm looking forward to that. I am.
I'm also looking forward to a young, energetic head coach that is dialed in and all in on trying to get the most out of his roster. I just think certainly the last season, I'm not sure they had that in the big chair. I think that was a disaster. And you're right. The players own a lot of it too. But Jordan Ott, I think, is a young coach that can kind of grow with this team. Now, I don't know what direction it's going either. I totally agree with you. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of wins coming this year. I don't know what the number is. You think they'll win more than they won a year ago? They might.
I think they will.
But I don't think they're going to be a playoff team.
I don't think so either.
A lot would have to go right. But in terms of
I just need one more win than last year. I'm all in on this bet with Burnsy. I'm all in.
Right.
That they're going to win more games. And I base it on you don't have a bunch of quitters. You don't have a coach who's completely checked out and he's just in it for the money.
Yes.
And I think you'll have a younger team that's younger, more athletic, bigger, stronger, faster. And I think there will be teams that will overlook Phoenix and you might catch them. You might have we're playing Phoenix, we'll rest Kawhi tonight. Oh, we're playing Phoenix, we'll rest Lou Dort tonight. Oh, we're playing Phoenix, let's give Wembanyama the night off. And I think they're going to catch some teams. I think that they're going to catch some teams by surprise just by playing hard. Just by playing hard is going to get them a couple of wins. Now, I might be completely wrong. Vegas has their over-under at like 31 wins.
32 or 31, something like that.
Yeah, and I think they'll have one. I think they will have more wins this year than last year.
That could happen. They could be down in that 30-win territory. But maybe Mark Williams finally finds good health for 82 games. Maybe Green and Booker can coexist in the backcourt together, and they find something that works, and they unlock a backcourt from a distributing standpoint and a scoring standpoint.
But I'm also an addition by subtraction guy. I think eliminating Beal, eliminating Durant automatically is going to, and I know you may sound that sounds crazy. I think it'll help. I think the elimination of those guys will help.
Might help in the culture. I mean,
sure, okay. However, it helps.
Well, but I mean, they took. I mean, some subtraction last year with Durant out of that lineup. It was not good. Now it's not. It's not apples to apples because you're obviously bringing Mark Williams in. You're bringing Jalen Green. You're bringing Dylan Brooks in. You're bringing a new coach in. But they're going to lose a lot, obviously, with Durant's ability to put the ball in the basket. But I agree with you. And I also think there's something to be said for the enjoyment factor of a fan base that was really put through the ringer.
God, you could not, exactly.
The last couple of years.
Absolutely.
Maybe you don't win 36 games, but you're just more enjoyable to watch.
Would you rather have a team, a young up-and-coming team that's going to take their lumps but play their asses off for you, or a veteran older team that's going to completely underachieve and break your heart most nights? What would you rather have?
Right. Even if both teams end up winning 36
the same
games,
game.
you can have a much more enjoyable season
Say
as a
they
fan.
win this. How many games did the Suns win last year?
It was 36, right?
Say both teams win 36. This team's got a future. That team didn't. That team needed to be broken up. This team, at least I can watch Fleming and Malawach and Kobe Brea and Ryan Dunn. And I could maybe see something that these guys could end up being good NBA. Listen, I know this about the Suns fan base because I've been here for a long time now. They do like their own players a lot more than they like somebody else's players. They cherish their own players, drafted by the organization, developed by the organization, over the guy coming in as a hired gun. They just like those guys better. There's been some players that have come in they've taken very well to, like Grant Hill and others that have come in, but they really like their own players. Yeah, I think that I would like that more. Okay, let me get to the ESPN story.
All right, hit it.
Tiers for all 32 teams, all in on winning a championship before the window closes. They've got the Nuggets, the Bucks, and the Timberwolves. All in on an extended championship window. They got the Cavs, Rockets, Knicks, Thunder, and Magic. All in on building around young cores. Hawks, Pistons, Grizzlies, Blazers, Spurs. All in on two different timelines. Warriors, Clippers, Lakers, Heat, Mavs, Sixers. All in on a gap year. Celtics, Pacers because of the injuries to Halliburton and Tatum. All in on draft positioning. Nets, Hornets, Jazz, Wizards. All in on nothing. Bulls, Pelicans, Kings, Raptors. And then all in on 2024, the Phoenix Suns.
Oh, they got jokes.
All in on 2024. The Suns are the cautionary tale of what happens when going all in goes wrong. If these tiers were from the start of the 23-24 season, the Suns would have clearly been all in on a title after adding Beal and Durant. Phoenix boasted one of the league's most expensive rosters and controlled none of its first-round picks, having reswapped several with an eye towards the deadline upgrades. Not only did the Beal-Durant era yield no championships, the Suns didn't win a playoff game and then agreed to a buyout with Beal. Phoenix is out of the second apron, but a guard-heavy roster in the wake of the Durant trade has no clear timeline. The Suns haven't traded their 32 first-round pick, but it's because they can't. Phoenix has no path to significant cap space with Booker and Beal's salary both on the books through 2030. Well, they turned the Durant trade into two starters from the Rockets. They drafted 3 players. So there's some youth and athleticism on the roster that you could get excited about. And I think this is going to be a year to develop that talent. I think that's what it's going to be. Can Ryan Dunn take a step up and be better? Can Malawach get significant minutes towards the end of the season? Not in the beginning of the season, but in the second half of the season. This kid Fleming is a complete athletic freak, but does it translate into the NBA? Can he play in the NBA? Kobe Bryant was the best shooter in the draft. Can he find more minutes here than in the G League? So I think that there's a lot of questions, But I think that there are some things you can look and get excited about.
There are, and I still wonder if this is the roster they will go into opening night with in late October. I mean, Jonathan Kuminga looks like he's going to stay with the Golden State Warriors. Tim Kawakami up in San Francisco, the longtime writer, had it today that the expectations are now that the Warriors will keep Kuminga. But the Suns were dangling trade offers to the Warriors.
Not the ones that were reported.
Right. But
the ones that were reported were incorrect. They were not true.
But the Suns would probably have no problem trading. Forget Kuminga for a second. They would have no trouble trading a Grayson Allen or a Royce O'Neal.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not Nick Richards anymore.
No, not Nick Richards.
But a Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal deal, if they felt there was one to make this particular team's roster more balanced and in the end potentially better, I think they'd be willing to do that.
They would.
I don't know if a deal like that exists. But in terms of...
They don't have a deal that's going to make the Warriors jump. The Suns would make an offer, but it's not... First of all, somebody reported they offered 4 second-round picks. They don't even have 4 second-round picks.
Oh, no, I know. That was
like
wrong.
Somebody offered Nick Richards. They never offered Nick Richards. Somebody... Like a lot of the stuff that is out... Somebody's reported that they offered Ryan Dunn, that's the holdup is Ryan Dunn. No, it's not. They never discussed Ryan Dunn. So much misinformation in NBA reporting. It's crazy. And that's why a lot of the national guys just can't stand me, because when they put something out and I say they're wrong, they all get mad at me. But I do. How many times do I have to tell, okay, this report is wrong, this report is incorrect? It is. They just are. The Suns would make a deal for Kuminga, but it's not a deal that the Warriors would love. And so it's very unlikely that it's going to happen.
They don't have the players or they don't have the picks to entice Golden State to jump into that pool. But again, Kuminga aside, if there were another potential deal where they felt they could get better or more positional balance by trading a Grayson out, because again, the writers nailed it here in the little encapsule about the Suns kind of being at the bottom of the league right now. It's still a guard-heavy roster. They could use some more size and athleticism on that front line. We knew that was an issue last year as well. So if you could maybe turn one of those wings, and I'm talking about O'Neal and I'm talking about Grayson Allen, to somebody who could help them maybe in a different spot out on the court, I think they'd be willing to do that.
I think you've got to be, and that would allow you to bring Fleming along a little bit slower too, instead of rushing the kid out there. Like, you've got 3 players that you drafted. And I'd like to avoid the situation in the past where you felt like you got to play these guys all the time. Because, like, Devin Booker didn't start right away with the Phoenix Suns. They had Brandon Knight and they had Eric Bledsoe. I think it was an injury that finally got him in the lineup. But it wasn't like he was playing right away. But with Josh Jackson and Marquise Chris and Dragan Bender, it was like, oh, you guys are the saviors. Go start right away. And those guys felt a little entitled, and they weren't ready. I think in some ways that the organization did those guys wrong by force-feeding them. This organization has to bring these guys along a little bit slower. Malawach, Fleming, Brea, to make sure that you're developing them, because practice time matters and you have to develop them. All right, 32 teams that can make the college football playoff. Where does ASU come in on that ranking? We'll tell you next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming in August. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. And when was the last time you hopped out of bed without your knees or back screaming at you, or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning step by step, and you're thinking maybe it'll disappear, I'll just tough it out, but nothing changes? If that sounds familiar, it is time to schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics, and there are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. And that is because QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. And these are all natural cellular therapies, no scalpels, no pills. So bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation. Find out if you're a good candidate. They've got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. And you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Low T, start for free. Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution, testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll waive the startup fee. Gain muscle, burn fat, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Panda Express has raised an incredible $200 million for Children's Miracle Network hospitals, helping kids across the country, including right here at Phoenix Children's. Thanks to guests and associates who round up and give back, kids are getting the care they need to thrive.
Panda Express helped open the Panda Care Center of Hope at Phoenix Children's, a special space for play, art, and healing. Next time you visit Panda Express, say thanks for supporting kids in our community.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale. We also have Sanderson Lincoln, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. They've got our poll question today. I have not taken a look at it, so I'm going to do that now. What do we got, Lauren?
We're asking about ASU football because the first coaches poll came out today, and it has ASU ranked 11th. With that in mind,
nice.
Where do you predict Arizona State football will finish the season in the college football playoff ranking? Will they be top 5, top 15, top 25, or outside of the top 25?
Well, they better not be outside the top 25. Otherwise, that's a tremendous disappointment for the season.
I'm not going to go top 5. So I'm debating between top 15 and top 25. And I'm going to believe in my guy, Kenny D. I'm going to go top 15. I think there's some payback coming for them this year. There are some teams that are going to want to put an ass whooping on ASU. They got a target on their back. They're no longer coming in as this, rundown program that's not any good in football, and they took everybody by surprise last year. Teams are going to gun for them. So I think they'll lose a couple of games, and that could still get you in the top 15.
Schedules, yeah. The answer is I'll go top 15, but they need to navigate some tougher road games this year. I mean, Mississippi State's not great, but they're an SEC team. You got to go to Baylor. You got to go to Utah. You got to go to Iowa State.
Utah, you beat. They got it against Iowa State. You clobbered them in the championship game. Like, these teams have ASU circled. That's the only thing I'm worried about.
And they have them on their home
Utah's
field.
got them circled.
Yeah.
And Utah I was at the game last year. Utah had their quarterback, who they've had since the 70s, came back and played in that game.
Cam Rising.
Eric
Daniel.
Cam Rising, who was once a teammate of Dan Marino at Pittsburgh. Was once a teammate of Marino. I'm teasing here. But, he came back for that game. He wasn't ready. But I think Utah will. That's a good program. They'll have that game circled. Iowa State's going to have that game circled. ASU beat a lot of teams last year. Those teams are going to want revenge.
And to that point, in the top 15 is leading the way with 47% of the vote, 24% going with the top 25, 16% going with outside the top 25, and 13% going with top 5.
Give me a 5-year run where you're really good for 4 years. All I've ever wanted was some sustained success. Not 1 year we're good and then 10 years we suck. And then 1 year we're good and then 10 years we're, I'm going to say so, mediocre. A lot of mediocrity in the ASU program. I think that Kenny Dillingham, Graham Rossini, I think they got the people on board to finally make ASU relevant for an extended period of time.
It comes down to recruiting. And right now,
recruiting, NIL, transfer portal.
But right now, Kenny Dillingham is doing a really good job recruiting not only high school talent, but recruiting his own guys. I mean, player retention in this era of college football is huge, especially for a team like ASU. Because if you're good, guess who comes calling for your players? The big boys that have money to spend. So Kenny not only has to recruit them out of high school, he's got to recruit them once they're there every year.
But if you're a good program and you believe in the coach and his ability to get you to the next level, you might not want to upset the apple cart. You may stay at ASU. If you're winning 5 or 6 games and you're not going anywhere, nobody's paying any attention to you, and you're not playing in big games, somebody calls for you, like when they lost the Gentry kid to USC. And then who's the receiver that's on the 49ers now that left to go to, was it Florida?
Pearsall,
Ricky Pearsall. Like, they were losing guys because they weren't any good. So, a good player, you're a good player at ASU, right? Why would you want to stay there? They win 5 games. Come play for me. We'll give you a chance. Well, now you're Kenny Dillingham. What can they give you that we can't? I mean, if we could come close to the money, okay, they could pay you more, but we can still pay you a lot now. And here, you know the system. We love you. We adore you, like Sam Levitt. And we play in big games. We freaking played in the we played in the college football playoffs. We won the Big 12 championship. There were big TV games that we were on. We were playing in Texas all the time. That's an easier sell to a kid. If the money is somewhat close.
Of course it's easier. There's no question about it. But it's also something he has to do. It's on his to-do list after every season. You don't just stop recruiting the kid once you get him in high school. So Kenny's got to still do that, and he's got to do a good job of doing that. Dillingham was asked recently, how do they recapture the it factor this team had a season ago?
Just love the game. You're like, man, I get to play football at Arizona State. You know how many people dreamt of that their entire life, to play Power 5 football for a team who people think is good? The lights went out, in case you're wondering, right? You know how many people dreamt of that? I mean, almost 99% of little kids dreamt of playing Division I football. You're in it. Don't take it for granted.
I'm excited to see what they got. Sean Aguano's going to have a running back by committee room for the first time in his ASU tenure. I will say that the biggest question mark to me is they're going to be a good football team. They're going to win a lot of football games. I have no doubt about that. But can you ascend to that elite level again and make a run at a national title? It's how much can the offense be successful without Scatterbo? And I know that's kind of a layman's, a Captain Obvious observation.
Sure.
But I say that through this prism. I want people to understand, and ASU fans know this, they're not just losing a really good running back. For my money, Cam Scatterbo may have been the best football player in college football last year. In fact, if he was on anybody's radar from a Heisman standpoint in August, he may have won the Heisman Trophy. He was that good. He was that dominant.
Yeah.
He was the difference maker that put ASU from a good team to a great team.
Yes.
Now you're taking that out of the offense.
But 79% of last year's production returns. This was the ESPN piece. 32 teams that can make the playoffs. ASU comes in at number 24 on that list. Playoff odds, 16%. National title, 0.2%. 0.2%. Not 2%, but 0.2%. But a 16% chance to make the playoffs. Agree or disagree with ESPN analytics? They said disagree. Where's the computer love for the defending Big 12 champs? The Sun Devils returned 79% of last year's production, according to Bill Connolly from ESPN. This is a team that should start the season on the bubble of the bracket, not the top 25. Sam Levitt and receiver Jordan Tyson are potential first-round picks in the draft. 10 starters returned from a defense that led the league in run defense and was number 3 in scoring defense. So they think that ASU is going to be good. They say their toughest test, November 1st at Iowa State. Ames is a notoriously tricky place to win. This game will be important for both Big 12 and college football playoff standings. Last year, ASU beat Iowa State 45-10 to win the Big 12 title and earn the league's lone college football playoff spot. They beat them like a drum in that game. Okay, I was almost shocked at how badly they beat Iowa State in that football game. Like me, I almost couldn't believe how easy it was for them to go in there and just take a blowtorch to the Cyclones in that football game. So, but again, revenge will be on the minds of a lot of these programs. Because they're going to look at ASU and no Scattaboo. It's up to Kenny Dillingham and these guys to say, no, we're the king of this. We're the king of this hill. We're going to stay there. We're going to stay there.
If they can get to the Iowa State game, I mean, I'm looking way ahead right now, but if they can get to the Iowa State game, that's on November 1st, as you mentioned. There are some landmines along the way. Winning on the road in college football is tough. It's hard. You got to go, you got Mississippi State, at Baylor, and at Utah. Those 3 road games, if they can navigate those and hold fort at home, and let me tell you something. You know who's never lost a game in Sun Devil Stadium? Sam Levitt. Okay, so, I mean, he clearly feels at home there, and if they can navigate those 3 road potential, landmines, as I mentioned, they got a chance to hit November undefeated. And then if they do that, sky's the limit, obviously, for the team in terms of your seed in the playoffs.
All right, Darren Urban from azcardinals.com is going to join us next. An outstanding article about Paris Johnson Jr. that I really enjoyed. We're going to talk about Paris Johnson Jr. and his opportunity to be one of the elite left tackles in the game with Darren Urban. That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The one thing that you can say about Ken Kendrick and you can say about Mike Hazen, you can say about Tory Lavello and Derek Hall, they're tremendously accountable. Things go wrong, they are very, very quick to put up their hand and say, my bad, that is our fault. They rarely ever obfuscate or point fingers, and it's a sign of a real healthy, functioning group of people. But the question just becomes, you can just drill it down to the very basic. Is it time? Is it time for a new voice?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't want to avoid working with a financial advisor and avoid the ability to save for the future and all of a sudden wake up one day and be like, I'm so far behind. Now I'm going to have to work well into my 60s, maybe into my 70s. I'm not going to be able to retire on my time frame. Trust me, as you get older, you slow down. It's just you slow down. You wear down a little bit. You're more tired. You're sleeping a little bit more. It's harder. You don't want to get to a spot when you're approaching 60 and you look at your financial situation. You're like, it's a mess. I can't retire now. I can't retire anytime soon because you didn't do the right things when you were in your 30s or your 40s or even in your early 50s. It's why I recommend Stuart Willis and Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax to you every single day, because Stuart is a fiduciary, 5 locations in the Valley. They've done a terrific job for me, helping me with my financial plan, my retirement plan, and even a tax plan, because a lot of us put money away tax deferred, and we have to have a tax plan. Give them a call and get a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Unlimited Premium Wireless. How do you get 30, 30, how do you get 30, how do you get 20, 20, 20, how do you get 20, 20, how do you get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes. You both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ahead of tonight's Diamondbacks game, the team announced a roster move in the bullpen. Andrew Hoffman, the right-hander who was acquired in the Randall Grichuk trade from a week ago, he joins the Diamondbacks for the first time this season. He is taking the place of right-hander Kevin Ginkel, who's been placed on the 15-day injured list due to a sprained right shoulder that is retroactive to yesterday. So this is the third new Diamondback prospect that we will get to see this season when he debuts. It'll be sometime during this homestand, we would imagine. First of 3 games against the Padres tonight, first of a 6-game homestand. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. You can also take the Burns and Gambo show with you wherever you go. If you can't catch them live, you can find them on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. It's the Burns and Gambo Show podcast. It's brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Has Isaiah Adams solidified his spot as the Arizona Cardinals starting right guard? We'll ask him tomorrow at 12:15 on Arizona Sports.
All right, joining us right now, does a fantastic job covering the Cardinals. Always enjoy all of his articles on azcardinals.com. Longtime friend of the program, although he's much better friends with Bernsey than he is me, and that is the great Darren Urban.
I got to be honest. I mean, I know Tim Ring likes his cash, but does Bernsey work anymore? I feel like he's never in the. He was there, he was gone, he came back briefly, leaves again. Or what's the deal?
He's just sent. It's so funny. Like he sent me pictures. He's just said we are alive. The hike yesterday was brutal. The climb up the cables was pretty scary. And he sent me a picture. I showed it to Tim. Like these cables, they're climbing up this rock. I'm like, I would never do that. I'm a hell of a lot more athletic than Bernsey is. I'm like, I would never do that.
It's like Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible 2. He's not just hiking through the woods with a stick.
You only live once.
Yeah. But he's still alive. So that's the good news. He is still alive. First off, let's touch on some of the news. Will Hernandez, just coming out now, Will Hernandez cleared to play, has had a visit with the Arizona Cardinals. I don't know if you know anything about it, but we've kind of speculated here that he would be a good fit to give you some depth at that guard spot.
I mean, I wouldn't, I've thought all along once Will got healthy again, it might be something that they would be interested in doing. I do think Isaiah Adams has had a good camp, and I do think that in a lot of ways they want to think about, hey, do we want to start, make sure we develop this guy? But if you bring in Will Hernandez and you have Isaiah Adams, I think you feel a lot better about that interior depth, no matter how it might shake out in the offensive line starting lineup. So wouldn't be surprising if it happens, but again, when you're talking about a guy coming off an ACL, it's one thing for the player to say he's officially cleared. It's another thing for him to pass that all-important physical with whatever team he's trying to sign with. So we'll have to see how that goes.
All right, I want to send everybody over to azcardinals.com. You've got an outstanding article, The Journey to Reach Elite for Paris Johnson Jr. I read the story today. I immediately texted Laura, and I'm like, hey, go get Darren on. This is a great article. You start off with, the Will Anderson, and then you go back, you go to the big draft day trade, going down from 3 to 12, back up to 6 to rebuild the trenches with Johnson. Many of us think that he has the chance to be elite. Tell me about the story and why you think he's got a shot to be one of the best left tackles in the game.
Well, for the story, it was just, it's been something I've been thinking about. There's been a lot of talk this offseason from the outside, really, about like, hey, maybe an under-the-radar guy is Paris Johnson. I know the new color analyst, A.Q. Shipley, before we hired him, has been high on Paris and this offensive line. And it's a new angle that I hadn't really approached before, and I had not had a chance to talk to Willie Anderson, who was a 3-time All-Pro tackle with the Bengals, and who has mentored Paris since he was a sophomore in high school. So that's kind of where the story went. It's interesting because when Paris first showed up, obviously there was a lot of fans and people saying, should they have just taken Will Anderson, the pass rusher, because they needed a pass rusher? It was pretty clear early on from Monty Ossenford, he thought rebuilding the offensive line was crucial, and that's where Paris came in. And he was gonna have some ups and downs those first couple of years, and most guys do, even if they're really good offensive linemen. And I think where Paris is right now is exactly where he should be, and he's built a lot of confidence. This is going to be the first year he's played the same position in back-to-back seasons since he was in high school. He played He played a different position every year. His 3 years at Ohio State. Obviously, he started here as a right tackle and then moved to left tackle last year. So I think a lot of things play into Paris's favor, and none more so than the fact that he wants to be elite. He wants to be great, and he's got the tools, and he's going to keep working on it. And we'll see what happens. One of the reasons I went into this story is because it's so hard to know exactly how. The only way you know a guy is elite is because everybody says he's elite, because he gets Pro Bowls and everything. And with an offensive lineman, even those who know, I wonder sometimes if they know. So I'm curious to know exactly how you get to that level, and that's why I wanted to look into this story. And there is definitely a belief internally that he could reach very high levels very soon. Whether or not he's noticed by people that vote for the All-Pro or the Pro Bowl, we'll see. But I know that internally they believe he can be great.
He told me last week Darren, that he was bummed out that he had to miss a couple games because he was already eyeing up Joe Thomas's 167 consecutive game streak. I guess he can start a new one coming up in just about another month. You know, one thing that I've always liked about Paris Johnson Jr. is the character and the intelligence that he displayed in college, and I think he's displayed it here as well. Jim Nagy used to run the Mobile Senior Bowl, said that we always overblew that because you don't want a bunch of choir boys out there either. But I'm sure in your time with Paris, he has struck you as a very cerebral, intelligent guy. And I kind of think that helps him at that position, left tackle.
I think one of the reasons, I agree with you, Tim. I think he's very intelligent and he's worked very hard to learn. I mean, one of the things he told me in the whole story, which you can find on azcardinals.com, the whole story starts that very first day. He was told by his coach he was going to be moving from defensive line to offensive line. Within days, a family friend connected him with Willie Anderson, who we didn't know at the time, and his mom let him drive down with his family friend to Atlanta from Cincinnati to work with Willie Anderson. Well, he shows up, and he didn't know the first thing about offensive line technique. He didn't even know there was a technique associated with offensive linemen, and to go from there to here is crazy, and it takes intelligence, and it takes a will to work. But I also think, one of the reasons he was drafted so high is he has the intelligence, he has the work ethic, he also has that dog that you have to have. We've all been around offensive linemen in our lives that play offensive line in part because they were the big guy and they were just naturally good at it, and I don't know how much they wanted to beat on another human being, for lack of a better term. And Paris on game day switches to that. He can be all smiles and jokes during the week, not during practice, but when you're in the locker room and stuff. But on game days, he doesn't talk to anybody until he does that huddle, and then he gets everybody going, and he's one of those guys that flips a switch on game days, and you can tell.
We've seen a lot of left tackles, Darren, sign in the last couple of weeks. You saw the Slater contract, 4 years, $114 million. Like Raymond got big money. I'm looking at highest paid offensive lineman in the NFL, year-by-year basis. Slater, Wirfs, Penei Sewell, Trent Williams, Darisaw. I mean, I could see Paris Johnson. A year from now, we're going to be in the same boat with Paris Johnson. They're going to have to make a decision if they want to make him one of the highest paid players or not. I think he's trending in that right direction. In your article, you talked about how good the Pro Football Focus grades were. We have a love-hate relationship with it all the time when we look at it, but those numbers did jump pretty well for his year at left tackle last year.
It'll be interesting to see what happens. Obviously, as a first-round pick, he will have that team option on the 5th year, so he's still, including the team option, potentially has 2 years left on his deal. But just like everything we're seeing in the NFL, do you want to take care of a guy earlier so you're not messing with a Micah Parsons type situation as people get more and more contracts? Because as we all know, somebody is going to be the next guy to sign. When Kyler Murray signed his contract when he did, everybody's like, oh my God, that's a lot of money. And now I don't even know if Kyler's in the top 10 still per year. So, that's something they'll have to consider. He's got to continue to play at the level he's at. But again, if you get a franchise foundational left tackle, you have no problem paying that kind of money. A team understands that that's one of the positions you're going to pay for, and if you get a good one, that's okay because you need them.
They did it with DJ Humphries. They paid him several times. No problem paying him, and he was a good left tackle for a long time here. I've been here for a long time. Was it Mike Gandy? Was that the guy that was the left tackle in the Super Bowl? Yeah. Like, I think Paris Johnson has a chance to be the best left tackle that I've seen in all my time here in Arizona. I really do.
Well, I mean, Louis Sharp was pretty dang good, so I don't want to get Paris.
I came after him.
Yet. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. But I do, again, 2 years in, I think Paris is trending where he needs to trend. And I think he's the kind of kid who's going to work as hard as he possibly can to get there. I don't know if he's there yet, but he's close. And this year, Willie was saying, he was talking to Lane Johnson, Willie Anderson was talking to Lane Johnson on his podcast, and they both agreed going into that 3rd year was when the light fully came on for them. You're hoping that same thing happens to Paris.
Great article. We'll send everybody over there, azcardinals.com. It was a fantastic read about Paris Johnson, and we will see you Wednesday at Cardinal Camp.
I'll be there, Gambler. I appreciate the kind words.
I hope Bernsey shows up.
Hey, we can only cross our fingers. Tim, you're invited if he doesn't.
I'll be hanging out there, Darren.
Yeah.
You know I always hang out at training camp.
All right, Darren, appreciate it. Thanks very much. AZCardinals.com. Terrific story on Paris Johnson Jr. When we come back, how did the former Diamondbacks do this past weekend, and which of those guys are you rooting for? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers, AC, Plumbing, and Electric. The same company that takes care of my AC unit is Christian Brothers. Matter of fact, yesterday we changed out the air filters, and I was showing my son, all right, here's what we do. We go up on the ladder, we change out this air filter, we change out that air filter. I explained to him the whole process and how to make sure we maintain our and keep up with our AC unit. And I talked about the importance of getting a tune-up. I said, something happens to me, you got to change these filters. Okay, there's one here, there's one there. And I had him do it, so he learned how. I was teaching my kid how to do that stuff. Next up, I got to teach him how to change a flat tire. But we talked about the importance of an AC system, the importance of maintenance, the importance of a tune-up, having the right company come out when you need a repair or when you need a new AC unit. So it was just part of life lessons that we did yesterday. I recommend Christian Brothers, and I've been using them for many, many years. If you need a repair on your AC unit or you need a new AC unit, they've got 18 months of interest-free financing. They do a terrific job. They even offer free second opinions. If you're not happy with an opinion you got from some other company, call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
The UPS store has high-quality, industry-approved packaging materials. So stop by and get 15% off packing materials and protected with our pack and ship guarantee. Visit theupsstore.com/guarantee or a location near you for full details.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hi, sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. You know, your salespeople tell you you have to go back to the dealer for repairs. That's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any AMCO. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center. And AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Now remember, AMCO does more than transmissions. So if your car needs repairs, or you hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first. Just Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for you to win tickets to the sold-out UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff event presented by the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. This prize includes a VIP meet and greet with former Bears quarterback Jim McMahon, a 2-night stay at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess, and a chance to hear me MC this awesome event on August 15th. Enter to win at arizonasports.com/contests. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the Diamondbacks come home for the first time since the trade deadline. How will they fare? How will they be received? We'll discuss tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m.
I'd have had to think about this for a little while. I love Merrill Kelly. Went out there and he got the win. He didn't get the win, but his team did. He was in line to get the win, and they blew it. 5 2/3, 4 hits, 2 runs, no walks, 6 strikeouts. Only through 69 pitches, they took him out of the game. Did they not know Merrill Kelly? 69 pitches took him out of the game. Seattle beat Texas 6-4 in 11 innings. Merrill Kelly's first game. It was odd to see it, but it was like Merrill Kelly against Josh Naylor. Suarez went 0 for 5 in that game with 3 strikeouts. Josh Naylor went 1 for 5 in that game. But Merrill Kelly pitched against Naylor and Suarez, and it was fascinating to see. It was. I mean, I went on my MLB app, and I watched a lot of the highlights from that, and Merrill Kelly was terrific. We're family friends with Josh Young from the Rangers. I texted with him when the trade went down. He was giving me some information about the guys that the Diamondbacks got from Texas. I gave him Merrill's phone number to get in touch with Merrill. But, man, there's a part of me that really wants to see Seattle. Like, the Rangers won the World Series 2 years ago. They beat the Diamondbacks. Seattle's been to the playoffs once since 2001. There's a part of me that would like to see the Mariners get there. Like, I've thought about this. Like, who am I rooting for? Well, I like Merrill Kelly more than I like Suarez and Naylor. And I like Josh because we're family friends. I mean, it wasn't too long ago, Josh was at my house playing catch with me and Quentin and outside our front yard. So we love Josh. But, man, there's a part of me that does want to see Seattle have some success because it's just been so damn long.
And if you remember, 2001 was a colossal meltdown in the playoffs. That devastated the Seattle fan base. And now they've been trying to get back there ever since. It's a small sample size, but the numbers are the numbers. So let's take a look at the numbers. Suarez is 2 for 17. He's hitting 118, 5 strikeouts, no RBIs, 4 games.
What's he hitting?
He's hitting 118.
Suarez. Yeah, that 0 for 5 did not help.
Yeah, again, small sample size.
Small sample size, okay.
But I'm just, these are the numbers. Okay, so he's played 4 games. He's at 17 at-bats. He's 2 for 17, 5 strikeouts, no RBIs, 118 average. Naylor's got a bigger sample size with Seattle. 10 games, he's hitting 211.
Okay, so neither one of them are tearing it up.
Not yet.
Not yet.
But again, let's let you and Burnsy revisit next Monday, and maybe those numbers look a whole lot different. But Naylor's hitting 211.
That's what Seattle's counting on. There was a story about all the teams and what they had done at the deadline, and it said, give the Mariners credit. They got the best bat at the deadline in Suarez, filled the position at need at first base in Naylor, deep in their bullpen with left-hander Caleb Ferguson, and did so without sacrificing, and I mentioned a whole bunch of prospects that they gave up. It says the New Look Mariners took 3 out of 4 from the Rangers, with whom they entered their series tied over the weekend. They were almost fully healthy. I just talked a little bit about that. By no means did they fleece the Diamondbacks for Suarez and Naylor. Arizona needed pitching and got quality arms in both deals, and Tyler Locklear should be the team's first baseman for the next half-decade. But this deadline was about an organization that has drafted as well as anyone in the 2020s, shedding its relative conservatism to take a run this year when there is no favorite. So they gave Seattle a lot of credit. Going for Naylor, going for Suarez, trying to go for it at that point. Yeah, those numbers, those are interesting because I look game by game. I didn't put the whole thing together. So neither one of those guys has really popped with Seattle just yet.
No, in fact, Naylor again hitting 211. He's had 38 at-bats.
Interesting.
38 at-bats, 12 strikeouts, 2 RBIs. So Naylor and Suarez have combined, again, 4 games for Suarez, 10 for Naylor, but they've combined for a total of 2 RBIs, and neither of those guys are hitting the baseball right now. The Mariners,
and they're not complaining about them yet. Like, hey, these guys suck.
We want our guys back. By the way, I don't know who wrote that you read. A little ambitious putting Locklear in and a Sharpie for the next 5 years at first base. I hope that's the case.
He's a top prospect. I mean, he's a number 6 prospect on the Diamondbacks organization.
I know. He was
a top 10 in their organization.
He's got to go earn it.
I know. I totally get it.
But they're 2.5 back. We're talking about the Mariners now. They're 2.5 back of the Astros, so they're at 60 and 53. So they have 49 games left, and they're going for it. Jerry Dipoto, former D-backs general manager, is now running the show there for a while, and they feel they have a chance to win now, and they went out there. And
who are you rooting for? Who are you rooting for?
Nobody.
No, you got to have a rooting interest.
The Cubs.
Oh, stop. Seattle's playing Seattle and Texas. Who would you rather see make the playoffs?
I really don't care, but if I mean, gun to my head, probably the Mariners because of what we just talked about.
Okay.
That fan base has been through an awful lot the last quarter century.
I always find a way to root for something. You could put two cricket. I could watch a cricket match, and I know nothing, and you could say, here's the two. I'll find a way to root for one of them over the other. I will. I could go to Australia
without gambling.
And I don't gamble. And find a rugby match and find a way to root for somebody. Like Seattle. Like, okay, my wife found this little German Christmas town in Seattle. So in December, we're going to go because she doesn't want to go all the way to Europe again. She doesn't want to because we always go to Europe. She goes, can we do something in America? So she found this German Christmas town in Seattle. I'm like, somewhere in Washington. I'm like, okay, we'll go there. We'll go there. There it is. That's why I'm rooting for Seattle.
There you go.
I'm going to go there in December, so I'm going to root for Seattle. No, Seattle hasn't had any success. Got one winning, one playoff season since 2001. That year that you were talking about, I'm not even looking this up. I have nothing in front of me.
I haven't looked it up either.
116?
Is it something like that? I mean, I'll look it up now, but
look it up now. I don't have anything in front of me. I think they won 116 baseball games and then got beaten in the first round of the playoffs. Gotta look it up. I think it was 116.
I'm looking it up right now. 116. Woo! They were 116 and 46.
How incredible was that?
And then just flat out fell on their face in the postseason.
116 wins. That was one of the best teams ever in the regular season.
Yeah, they lost to the Yankees.
The Yankees beat them, yeah, of course.
In 5 games. They should just stop hitting. Oh, I'll never forget that.
Yeah, 116 wins and they don't get anywhere. All right, so that's the update on Merrill Kelly. I don't know if Shelby Miller's pitched yet. I'll have to take a look at that. Kyler Murray, he has his ranking on Madden. Is it kind of similar to what his ranking as a quarterback should be? We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's all about taking care of the kids at Phoenix Children's. Listen during Give-a-thon to hear stories of hope presented by Madame Homes.
I owe everything to Phoenix Children's. I owe them my literal life. My outlook would have been worlds different if I didn't go to the hospital that day.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Fi.
There's never been a better time than right now to join Global Credit Union. Dave Burns here. I'm a very happy member of Global Credit Union as they celebrate a decade of member service here in Arizona. They offer everything a bank does. Full financial services like checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, and more. But it's just better banking at Global Credit Union. Why are more and more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. That's big right there. And they get higher interest than they can at a bank. As a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. They've got 10 branches throughout the valley. Their easy-to-use mobile app puts you in full control of your finances. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Hi, this is Megan, your friend and jeweler from Shane Company. Did you know not all warranties are created equal? At Shane Company, our free lifetime warranty is all-inclusive and even protects the diamond in your engagement ring. We can offer such an incredible warranty because our rings are crafted to last a lifetime. As your friend and jeweler, our gift to you is peace of mind. At Shane Company, we also cover unlimited repairs, resizings, and cleanings for free for life, saving you thousands over time. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks have returned from their 9-game road trip. They're also looking to turn back-to-back wins into a 3-game winning streak. Prior to the game, right-hander Andrew Hoffman was called up to the big league roster. He joined the Diamondbacks via the trade with the Kansas City Royals for Randall Grichuk. Kevin Ginkel has been placed on the 15-day injured list. That's due to a sprained right shoulder. Diamondbacks hosting the Padres. It's the first of a 3-game series and a 6-game homestand at Chase Field. Brandon Pfaadt will be on the mound for the Snakes. He opposes one of the many new Padres, left-hander J.P. Sears. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And in some Cardinals news, per the NFL's transactions page, offensive lineman Will Hernandez had a visit with the Arizona Cardinals today. Hernandez was last with Arizona until a knee injury ended his year after Week 5 last season. This report is brought to you by your Valley Hyundai dealers. The Hyundai Getaway Sales event is going on now. Get deals so right, it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Hyundai dealers today.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Gambo talk Cardinals training camp now.
I got a kick out of this story by Jess Root, Cards Wire. Jess has always done a good job covering the Cardinals for many years. Madden 26 ratings. Now, who plays Madden here? Lauren, a little bit? Just a little bit? Tim, you don't play it, do you?
No.
Does Mitchy Mitch play Madden? Not really? No. All right, so none of us are going to have much of an understanding of what we're talking about right now, but we'll do it anyway. Murray's rating is a 79 overall. 16 quarterbacks have a higher overall rating than he does. He's got the same rating as Bo Nix, but his speed rating is 92. Only 2 quarterbacks have a higher rating, Lamar Jackson and Jalen Milroe. What else does it say? Only 4 quarterbacks have overall ratings in the 90s. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes. 12 have ratings in the 80s, including Matthew Stafford and Geno Smith. And then Kyler Murray is a 79. I thought about this rating, and I didn't want to relate it to Madden because I don't play Madden. But I wanted to relate it to kind of where Kyler is in the pecking order of quarterbacks in the NFL, and that kind of fits into he's a middle-of-the-pack quarterback. He's right smack in that middle. Somewhere between, and if I gave a range, I would say somewhere between like 14 and 17. He's somewhere in that range. He's not a top 10 quarterback. He's not a top 12 quarterback. But he's not a bottom 10 quarterback.
Not a bottom 10 quarterback.
And he's not a bottom 12 quarterback. I think he's just somewhere smack in the middle. I've always said this. It's the most dangerous place to be because you're just good enough to where you're a tease and they kind of want to keep you and trying to see if they could get you into that next level, but you're not bad enough to where this guy sucks, we got to move on and get somebody new. If you have one of the 10 worst quarterbacks in the NFL, those GMs are looking for a new guy. Every which way possible, they're looking for a new guy. If you've got a top 10 quarterback, you're not getting rid of that guy. It's the middle tier that is always the most difficult to judge. You're not good enough, but you're not bad enough. If I get rid of you, I might get somebody worse. If I get rid of you, I could get somebody better. It could go either way, and that's where Kyler has always been. I keep waiting for Kyler to make that jump. I'm going to root for Kyler. I like Kyler. I want to see Kyler make that jump to become in that top 12. Just forget the top 10. Make the jump and be a top 12 quarterback in the NFL. I think that's what he should strive for.
He's been there before. It was just short-lived. And we haven't seen the consistency we saw out of Kyler when he was at his best, back when he had an MVP caliber start back in 2021. The problem, Gambo, is if you're a middle-of-the-road quarterback, your GMs might not be looking for a guy like they would be if you're a bottom 10 quarterback. They're looking for the next guy. But ultimately, that day comes.
Yes.
It's never acceptable to have a middle-of-the-pack quarterback.
It did for the Bears and Jay Cutler.
Year after year after year.
Okay, how many you guys are? How many Bear quarterbacks were in the middle?
Right, and
how many?
Right,
Rex Grossman.
And how many Super Bowls have the Bears won?
One.
Right. How many?
With a middle of the tier quarterback, but their defense was so good, and they had this really good running back guy, and then Walter Payton.
He wasn't middle of the tier in '85.
Jim McMahon.
Yeah, I don't want to go down this road with you again.
You're going to have to because he was never a great quarterback.
Yeah, he was.
Even though he follows me on Twitter.
Very, very good when he was healthy and younger. Anyway, I digress. They've got 2 championships since 1963, in large part because they haven't been able to identify a starting quarterback like ever. And they may have missed again.
Who was it? Sid Luckman? Who was the championship quarterback in the 60s?
It
was before the Super Bowl era.
Luckman was in the they won the 63 championship.
Who was the quarterback then?
I think Billy Concannon was the quarterback then.
Okay.
Sid Luckman was in the 40s. That's how long ago that was.
Okay.
I mean, we're getting on almost 100 years ago.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Tim was just telling us, it's really good that we're older because we could relate to people and talk about sports from the 60s and 70s.
Heck, I just went to the 40s.
We just went to the freaking 40s. Go ahead, top that. Sid Luckman. How about that?
But you got
Ryan Tannehill.
But yes,
typical. Miami moved on. He went to Tennessee. He was okay, but he was middle of the pack guy.
Because you stick with that guy a little longer because you see potential and you hope that he will be a top 10 guy. But ultimately,
Kirk Cousins.
Ultimately, cue the Grim Reaper, cue the Blue Oyster Cult. It's over. No GM is going to year after year after year continue to roll with a middle of the pack quarterback. They may have a longer leash,
but they do. They always end up lasting a few years
and
longer. Because you're afraid. You're afraid of what. You're afraid of what could come after. Who followed Jay Cutler?
I have to think about this now for a little bit.
Okay, I'll just look it up.
I don't know, Lauren. Do you remember who followed Cutler? Anyway, this is year 7 for Kyler, though. Like, at what point is it no longer acceptable? I mean, when the contract comes up, there's not another one coming if you're still a middle-of-the-pack guy. He's 36-45.
Mitchell Trubisky.
Oh, that's right, Mitch Trubisky.
Okay, he sucked. So here's my example.
And they traded up to get him at number 2.
Jay Cutler's your quarterback, 2009. Now, Jay Cutler replaced Kyle Orton, who sucked, right? So you knew you had a bottom 10 quarterback in Orton, right? Am I right? Correct?
Yes.
You had a bottom 10 guy in Orton. Then you get Cutler, middle of the pack. You keep him for 2009, 10, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015. 2016, he's still on the roster. Finally, you move on from him and you go with Mitchell Trubisky. 4 years of Mitchell Trubisky. They were terrible with Mitchell Trubisky, right?
Yeah, one good year, but yeah.
One good year, but he wasn't any good. So, like, you went from middle to worse. So if you look at all the quarterbacks you would rate as middle, who followed them? A lot of times you do worse. So a lot of teams are reluctant to get rid of that guy. You don't want to get rid of that guy because at least you could win some games and have a chance to make the playoffs with him. Or you end up with Mitchell Trubisky.
Yeah, but
then after that, Justin Fields.
I know, but you can't mediocrity cannot be acceptable because you're afraid of what's potentially next.
That's true.
It's like when you hang on to a coach. Well, who else are we going to get? It doesn't matter. You can't keep rolling this guy back out there. Like at some point, I hope we don't have to have this conversation next August because Kyler Murray led this team to the playoffs and maybe a win this upcoming season, but. The reality is, I mean, he's got one winning season as a starting quarterback in his career. He's got 0 playoff wins. So, I mean, he's. I guess where I'm going with this is he's got to be running out of time, like in terms of being the quarterback that this organization and this franchise needs him to be. We can talk about all the off the field stuff, and he's grown as a leader, and he's a better locker room guy, and he's matured. Fine, that's all well and good, but you can't finish 2-5. And come crashing down at the end of the season. He's 6-17 in his career after Thanksgiving. He's got 6 wins in his career after Thanksgiving.
Right.
Think about that.
No.
Got to be better.
It's got to be better. Now, a lot of times it's, okay, the talent around him. Well, the talent around him is better now. They've got a better defense. What does that mean? Okay, well, that defense has nothing to do with offense. Yeah, it does. That's a lot to do with the offense.
Sure, it does. Of course it does.
Okay, you get a good defense that forces a lot of 3-and-outs, and you got a team punting from their 10-yard line. Guess what? You get the ball at your 35 or 40 now instead of at your 20. Field position matters.
Turnovers.
Okay, now turnovers.
Yeah.
You got a good defense. Will Johnson gets a pick, and all of a sudden you're starting at their 28-yard line. So all of this stuff matters. Shorter fields matter. Good defenses help quarterbacks be better because you give them a shorter field to work with. And the other thing is, okay, you could be on the field for 10 plays as an offense. You come off the field, your defense gets a pick right away. The defense that's coming on the field is exhausted. And now you get to take advantage of an exhausted defense. So having a better defense should help Kyler Murray. The development of Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to help. The running game is going to help. Hopefully a good offensive line. So there's a lot of things that will factor in. But if we're here again next year, it's like, there is a point where you've got to break away from the middle of the pack quarterbacks.
That's all
and
I'm
take
saying.
the chance.
That's all I'm saying. Like that day is coming. I don't know when, and maybe we won't have to address it next year because Kyler got over that hump and became the quarterback for 17 games that the Cardinals need him to be. So I don't know how Monty Ossenfort views this. I would guess behind closed doors they're having the same kind of conversations.
Right.
Have to be. To be.
Yeah.
Sooner or later you got to do it.
Yeah. I mean, the Steelers went from they had all the success with Bradshaw, and then it was like Bubby Brister, Mark Malone, Neil O'Donnell, Cordell Stewart, Tommy Maddox, finally Ben Roethlisberger. Finally. So you have this great quarterback in Bradshaw, and then go look at all the quarterbacks after Bradshaw. They weren't any good. And then finally, Neil O'Donnell had one good year, but he stunk. Jets paid him a ton of money. Then finally you get Roethlisberger. You hold on to Roethlisberger forever. You lose Roethlisberger, then you've got Kenny Pickett, Mason Rudolph. It just hasn't worked. So it's always a fear for teams when they have a good quarterback, letting that guy go, because the chances, there's more of a chance you end up with a worse quarterback. There's more of a chance. You got a middle-of-the-tier quarterback, there's more of a chance you end up with somebody worse than him than better than him. Because it's just hard to get good quarterbacks in the league. Luka, he got his extension. What does it mean for the Lakers? We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, the Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster. Motor and violence. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center, and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Panda Express has raised an incredible $200 million for Children's Miracle Network hospitals, helping kids across the country, including right here at Phoenix Children's. Thanks to guests and associates who round up and give back, kids are getting the care they need to thrive.
Panda Express helped open the Panda Care Center of Hope at Phoenix Children's, a special space for play, art, and healing. Next time you visit Panda Express, say thanks for supporting kids in our community.
The Force is strong with this one. Star Wars Night at Chase Field is Saturday, August 9th. Arrive early to get the Corbin Carroll Star Wars Bobble, courtesy of Cox. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying ported. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Dreaming of escaping the Arizona heat in your own backyard oasis? Presidential Pools and Spas and the Arizona Diamondbacks are making dreams come true. Get ready for the summer pool giveaway by Presidential Pools and Spas. You could win a beautiful brand new custom pool for your home. One lucky winner will receive a stunning new pool with Pentair equipment and beautiful decking. Perfect for endless summer fun. Enter now through September 7th. Visit dbacks.com/splash to enter or for more details. That's dbacks.com/SPLASH.
Hi, I'm Don Barano, Division President for Madden Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Donations go toward research, clinical programs, state-of-the-art equipment, and family-friendly services that ensure world-class care. Your support will continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Call 602-933-4567.
You can also text GIVE to 620-620.
The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2025 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning Scottish-style amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Arizona State football is ranked in the top 15 of the preseason coaches poll. D-backs place Kevin Ginkel on IL and call-up reliever Andrew Hoffman. And the Cardinals host free agent offensive lineman Will Hernandez for a visit. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
There it is. Will Hernandez in for a visit. Hey, we get to see Andrew Hoffman, one of the new Diamondbacks, with Ginkel going on the IL. We get to see Andrew Hoffman, who was one of Mike Hazen's, one of the guys Mike Hazen traded for. So all eyes on the D-backs. I'm going to go out to the game tonight, see the D-backs play. I still have interest in watching the Diamondbacks play baseball. I want to see Locklear play. I want to see Hoffman pitch. I still want to see them play. So for me, just because they're out of it doesn't mean that I'm not going to. I was interested in Gallen's performance on Saturday and how he played. I was watching all of those games to see how Locklear would play because he could be their first baseman in the future. I don't know. So I do think that there's definitely reasons to still be on board with the Diamondbacks, still watch and have something to root for. Let's talk a little bit about Luka Doncic. Luka gets his extension. He signs a 3-year, $165 million extension with the Lakers. It was a terrific story by Shams on the Lakers signing him to the deal on ESPN. And one of the first things they said is, man, his imprint is all over this basketball team. The moves that they are making, it's all about Luka. He wanted DeAndre Ayton. He's the one that I want DeAndre. So he is having a big impact on the moves that they are making. He wanted Marcus Smart. So it says a 5-time first-team All-NBA selection, Doncic has also been making his presence with the franchise felt off the court. He's played a significant part in the Lakers' offseason pickups of DeAndre Ayton and Marcus Smart, holding a good relationship with Ayton, the number 1 pick in their shared draft class, and recruiting Smart with multiple calls while traveling abroad on family and basketball commitments. This is no longer LeBron James making all the moves. This is Luka Doncic's team. Luka will determine who's coming and who's going. Rob Pelinka's not going to LeBron anymore and making. There was a time when LeBron made all the moves. You know? Well, my guy Jared Dudley was there. That's LeBron. Hey, Jared Dudley came back. Okay, that's LeBron would decide who was coming and who was going. And now LeBron is out of that. Now it's Luka. Luka's going to decide who's coming, who's going. DeAndre Ayton and Marcus Smart. And that's going to be fascinating to see that dynamic of Luka and DeAndre Ayton. Now, Suns fans have a hard time rooting for DeAndre because they felt like he just didn't give it his all, and he just should have done more. And he was a number 1 overall pick. You expected more out of DeAndre Ayton, and you didn't get it. Part of that is the organization's fault. It's not all DeAndre. Yes, he had some of a lazy attitude at times, but part of that is the organization failed DeAndre, maybe more so than DeAndre failed the organization. But DeAndre's now with the Lakers, and Luka's making all these moves to help that team.
I think Luka Doncic probably sees DeAndre Ayton in the same way he used Gafford and Washington and Dallas. A DA, one thing he can do is...
I need a lob threat.
He can rim run, and he can be a lob threat, and he can finish. And you know Doncic loves to play the point guard position like that.
He's good on switches defensively. DeAndre can switch defensively.
Well, DeAndre Ayton's a great athlete.
Yeah.
The athleticism and God-given ability has never been the issue with DeAndre Ayton. We'll see if he stays engaged. Doncic was pretty smart in doing this, Gambo, signing the 3-year extension. Yeah, okay, three-year extension, $165 million, but now he can opt out in 2028 and then sign the 5-year, $417 million max. And
so that was an interesting angle.
Yeah.
So he can opt out after what, 2 years?
He can opt out. He could opt out in 2028, so that'd be 3 years from now.
Okay.
And then sign a new deal for 35% of the salary cap.
Okay.
If you're getting up into that Devin Booker range per year. He can sign 5 years for it's almost ridiculous to say, $417 million. And
remember, he missed out on the Supermax with Dallas.
And that
$345 million. He missed out on that because they traded him.
Right. And if he does opt out, which he will, and then sign that $417 million max with the Lakers, he'll recoup the money that he lost by not being able to sign this summer a 5-year deal, $315 million max with the Lakers or Mavericks rather. So Doncic is still only 26 years old, and it sounds like, and we'll hear from Dave McMenamin here in a second. LeBron's not all that happy with the situation. I don't think the Lakers are all that happy with LeBron.
No,
because now he's taking his ball and going home, and he seems to be, he opts in to get his $52 million, and then immediately sends Rich Paul out there to kind of disparage the Lakers and what they're trying to do.
I've had a lot of reports on this lately. The Laker fans were all over me because I said the Lakers want to move on from LeBron and they want to do it quickly, and they do. The Lakers have turned this team over to Luka. They would love to be done with LeBron, and LeBron didn't like playing with Luka. He didn't like playing with him. Neither did Austin Reeves. Now, you kind of know where I get some of my information. The information's not wrong. It's not. This isn't second hand or third hand or fourth hand. I mean, it comes from people very, very super close to the situation. Yeah, I think the Lakers want to move on from LeBron. LeBron's not happy playing with Luka. And I don't blame him. I mean, all of a sudden you're the king of the pride, of the lion pride, and all of a sudden you get pushed out by somebody else. You can't be happy about it. I mean, they're not going to LeBron anymore for what's going on with the team, decisions that are going to be made, who they're going to sign, who they're going to trade. They're going to Luka. It's Luka's team. Luka's the star now. Luka's the guy people are going to want to show up. LeBron's an older player, and his time has come. It's come. So I mean, it will be interesting to see what happens with LeBron, but I'm pretty positive that if they had the ability to move on from LeBron right now, they would.
Well, Luka had the press conference, and much was made about who was there, but more importantly, who was not there. LeBron and Bronny no-showed Luka's contract extension press conference. Here's Dave McMenamin, covers the team out there in L.A.
All we know about LeBron's reaction to Luka Doncic signing an extension is that he was out on the golf course doing his new offseason hobby, hitting the links today. No public acknowledgement about the Luka Doncic signing, and I reached out to sources close to LeBron, and they didn't have anything to pass on to me about LeBron James's reaction to Luka extending with the franchise.
It says it all. You didn't show up. No words are needed.
You know why?
You know what happened when DeAndre Ayton signed his max contract here in Phoenix? Monty Williams didn't show up. Didn't call him. Speaks volumes.
Speaks volumes.
LeBron not showing up or commenting speaks volumes.
Different reasons, of course. Monty obviously did not want DeAndre Ayton back. LeBron James doesn't like not being the center of the universe. Everything has to be about LeBron James. We know this about LeBron. Anybody who's covered him or followed his career, it's overtly obvious at all times. Everything has to be about LeBron. He is the center of the NBA and the universe, at least in his own head, 100% of the time. When somebody else like Luka is kind of, as you mentioned, the new king of the pride in LA, LeBron is going to be out on the golf course, and he's not going to be there. Because he's not the center of attention.
No comment, no anything. I mean, it says everything you need to know. I'm telling you, LeBron doesn't like playing with Luka. And if they could find a way to move on from LeBron, I think they would do it right now.
I'll tell you this, Luka Doncic looks great. Oh, my goodness, did he dedicate himself.
And that's why Dallas got rid of him. They didn't believe that he could.
Well, they created him. Nico Harrison then created a monster. Because Doncic took that personally, and I don't know what he did or how he did it, but he looks like a different guy.
I'd like to know, too, how these people just transform their body in such a short amount of time.
I mean, it's like 4 months.
Like, how do you do that quickly? How do you do it that quickly?
Those injections, what is it, Ozempic?
I don't know. Whatever they're doing, man, they do it very quickly. The 4 o'clock reset will get you caught up on everything going on in the world of sports. That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The leagues are going to be 4 people from the show and then 8 listeners. Biggest thing for us, I think, is just to finish ahead of the other people on the show. Like, I definitely don't want to finish behind you or Jamal. If I don't win the league because you or Rick won the league, what am I don't know what I'm going to do with myself.
Wolf, you're just going to be a hands-off team owner, though.
Oh, that's right.
I thought you were just sitting in the owner's box.
Yeah, but again, I've got to hire guys like
Vetter
James.
Are you and Vetter aligned?
We are. As a matter of fact, we are.
Rick, it doesn't matter because all that really matters is if Wolf's team loses, no matter who makes the decisions, he's going to hear about it on the air every Tuesday.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. This we know, but did you know about their service drive? Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. The deals there are unmatched, best in the Valley, but they also have the best service center in the Valley because they know people are busy. That's why their service center stays open late. Drop your vehicle off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. If you don't like waiting around for your car to get service, you want to get it done, this late night shift at Liberty GMC is perfect for that. You'll never know your car is gone. And speaking of their service center, the best tire deal in town can be found at Liberty GMC. Buy 3 tires, get the 4th for $1, and this deal lasts all year long. Convenient service, big savings. It's all at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Man, look at that Return of the Old King, man.
Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The Vegas? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Low T, start for free. Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution, testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll waive the startup fee. Gain muscle, burn fat, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
It's time to Ace Mattress 101 during the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through August 14th, everything is 25% off. And if you're looking for luxury, be sure to check out the Elite Collection from sister brand Helix Sleep, available at all 12 Brooklyn Bedding locations. The Helix Elite offers unmatched luxury, made with 5 high-density foam layers. Don't be tardy, Basinonians. It's the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks are back home after that 9-game road trip. They're also looking to turn back-to-back wins into a 3-game winning streak. Prior to the game, right-hander Andrew Hoffman was called up to the big league roster. It's an injury replacement, unfortunately. Kevin Ginkel has been placed on the 15-day injured list due to a sprained right shoulder. They host the Padres for the first of a 3-game series and the first of a 6-game homestand. They're not all against the Padres, though. Brandon Pfaadt will be on the mound for the Snakes. He opposes one of the many new arms in San Diego. That would be left-hander J.P. Sears. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And in some Cardinals news, per the NFL transactions page, offensive lineman Will Hernandez had a visit with Arizona today. Hernandez was last with the Cardinals, joined the Cardinals at the beginning of the 2022 season. It was until a knee injury ended his year prematurely in Week 5 a year ago. But it seems like he's back. Will he be back for good? I've also got some bad news. All the winners for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy have been picked, but There is good news. The party's just getting started. Join us, like Burns and Gambo, this Friday at the DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Cheer on your favorite Arizona sports hosts live. We'll be out there from 2 to 6. Come say hi, soak in the action, score some epic football prizes. It's the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook this Friday at TPC Scottsdale. Don't miss it.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, 4 o'clock reset. We'll get you caught up on everything going on in the world. Our old teammate, Danny Shapiro, must be in Italy. He sent me a picture of pasta.
He is in Italy for a friend's wedding.
Hey, Gambo, I think you know what country I'm in. It's just a picture of 2 plates of pasta.
And 2 glasses of wine, if I'm not mistaken.
2 glasses of wine and just 2 plates of pasta. So you stereotyping that just because somebody eats pasta it means you're in Italy? You can't have pasta in, China?
I think that tagging you implied
Obviously,
he was in
yes.
Italy.
Yes. You know what country I'm in? Not by showing me a picture of the Colosseum in Rome or the Trevi Fountain or the Ponte Vecchio Bridge in Florence.
I know he's in Milan.
Oh, okay. The Last Supper painting.
Is he supposed to show you a picture of the Coliseum and say, guess what country I'm in?
Guess where I am.
Because that'd be really stupid.
The Duomo in Milan, or the Last Supper paintings there. I went to go see it. It was pretty cool.
I imagine that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I've never been.
It was pretty cool. The Last Supper paintings in Milan. And Milan is very, very close to my favorite spot, Lake Como. But he just sends a picture of pasta. Look, guess where I'm at? Okay, I guess you're in
Maggiano's.
I guess you're in Italy because you have a plate of rigatoni with Parmesan cheese on it. Okay, there you go. You're in Italy. Somebody send me a picture of a pasta that's not in Italy. Guess where I'm at?
Hey, if somebody sent me
you're in Italy. No, I'm in Glendale.
Somebody sent me a picture of a pint of Guinness and said, Tim, guess where I am? I would know.
You say Ireland?
Of course.
Yeah.
I think that's implied there. Yes.
No, I would say Kenya. Of course I'd say Ireland.
All right. Well, let's kick this off with the D-backs got the series victory over the A's this weekend, including Tyler Locklear's first hit as a member of the D-backs. And post-game, what did he have to say about the team?
That's all we talked about in the locker room is just the kind of team we are. We're one of those gutter teams. So taking our walks, stealing bases, creating havoc on the base paths, scoring runs any way we can. So we were able to do that today to come away with a win.
Gutter team.
Gutter team.
I like it. Let's embrace it.
Okay.
Did he mean gritty? I mean, because
that's
the way he describes it is just like a team that creates chaos. But I'm not sure I would think of that and go gutter team.
Yeah, it's a gutter team.
I don't know. I don't know what. I've never heard anybody refer to a baseball team as a gutter team.
And if I did, it was not a good thing. He described a gritty team, but he called it gutter. Anyway,
let's just embrace it. They are the gutter team.
We'll double down on gutter then. And coming down just a few hours ago, Andrew Hoffman's been recalled from AAA Reno, and Kevin Ginkel has been placed on the 15-day injured list with a sprained right shoulder.
Yeah, tough year for Ginkel. It's just been a big fan of Kevin Ginkel's. He's had a really tough year. Hopefully he comes back stronger. Hoffman is a kid that they like. They got him in the trade for Randall Grichuk, and we'll see. I mean, Mike Hazen he got 9 pitchers in the deal, and a bunch of them are relievers, so we'll see if Hoffman can come in and help.
And 5 years ago today.
6 seconds left in the game. Out to Booker. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Booker on the drive. Goes up. Here's the shot. Shoot! He got it! He got it! And the Suns win the game. Devin Booker at the buzzer puts it up and puts it in. Oh, brother!
I love hearing Al McCoy's voice right there.
Oh, Al McCoy, how about that?
I did love hearing Al's voice.
Oh,
you got to work with him very closely.
I did a bunch of games with Al. Not only pre and post game, but I actually did color for, I don't know, about a dozen games a few years ago. So Al and I made sure I got a picture because I knew several years later we'd probably be where we are today,
right.
Or at least some point we would.
Sure.
So I have a
so that's what I know when people start asking to take pictures with me.
Yes, but I treasure that and I kept that, and it's framed. I have it at home.
Don't ask for a picture with me anytime.
Gambo, you are not on death's doorstep, Gambo.
Okay. Gambo, before I get out of here today, I need a picture.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
No.
Oh,
No, you
boy.
can wait until tomorrow, Ringer, when you're back tomorrow.
That's right. That's right. One more day.
One more day. And the San Antonio Spurs star De'Aaron Fox has agreed to a 4-year, $229 million maximum contract extension with the franchise. The max deal has no player option in the final year and secures Fox's future in San Antonio through the 29-30 season.
Well, we'll see. I mean,
I can't wait to watch them more than any other team in
Yeah.
the league. I can't wait to watch them.
here's the thing about Fox. I've always thought this. Like, there are times when you watch him, I'm like, this guy's an elite talent in this league. But for whatever reason, he just kind of has never really put it together when it mattered in a season. You watch him, and sometimes he's unguardable. Like the Suns for a while there had nobody that could stay in front of him.
Yeah.
And it was one of the best fourth quarter performers in the league.
But I like
a few years ago.
I like their talent. I like Castle a lot. Sohan, I think, is good. I think the Spurs are going to take another big jump this year. I do.
Well, Wembanyama is going to be,
well, of course,
a force. But even he's going to keep getting better and better. Like he's going to be a top 5 player real quick.
And in college football news, Arizona State football ranked in the top 15 of the preseason coaches poll. ASU's number 11 ranking is the highest and program's best since 1998.
Let's go.
They're the top team in the Big 12 when it comes to voting, which was highlighted today by the fact that Kenny Dillingham had a little fold-up sign that had all the logos of the NFL teams that were out at practice today. It is the most NFL teams with scouts out at an ASU practice in Dillingham's tenure.
Kenny also had a little flippant comment about the coaches poll. He's like, oh yeah, polls mean a lot around here. We should lean into that. In other words, the preseason media poll last year,
First of
when
all,
they were picked last.
I think the Big 12 was sensational for ASU to switch over to the Big 12. I really do. I think it was great for them. Get out of the shadows of Oregon and USC and Washington and go to a conference with a lot of teams that are similar to you that you can beat. And they did. And they beat them last year.
And men's and women's NCAA basketball tournaments will not be expanding beyond 68 teams this season, but future growth remains on the radar for them in the future. There was a discussion of if they were going to expand by 4 or 8 teams possibly, but that's on hold this year.
There's so many mediocre teams that get in anyway. Like, do we really want to expand it even more? Do you really think like the teams that are between 64 and 72 are good teams?
I don't know. You listen to Dan Gavin, and it's tough to kind of argue this point. Dan didn't say this, but this is what's happening behind closed doors. Nobody really cares about college basketball until the tournament. So I think they're trying to maximize interest in the sport, maximize revenues by expanding the tournament because, man, it is a nameless, faceless sport that not a lot of people pay attention to, especially because the NFL season doesn't wrap up till mid-February.
What would they have to expand it to in order to get DePaul in?
132.
100. Okay. I'm just like, what number would they have to expand to get DePaul into the tournament?
We're back this year, brother.
Some guy just sent me a picture of a couple plates of pasta and says, "Guess where I am?" I'm thinking it's Buca.
Macaronis.
I see Sophia Loren in the background. I'm thinking you're at Buca.
And finally, we'll end with a little bit of WNBA news. The Phoenix Mercury beat the Chicago Sky 83-67 on Sunday night. Kalia Coppard scored 25 points, and Alyssa Thomas had a triple-double.
Wait, is our girl out, though?
Satu, yeah.
Satu's out?
Yeah, she was out.
For personal reasons.
Okay, all right.
She was out yesterday.
Okay, 'cause she's so good.
And the Mercury, they're back in action tomorrow against the Connecticut Sun at 7 p.m.
All right. Sun are going down tomorrow. Is that everything going on in the world of sports?
That's everything going on in the world of sports.
Did we mention Will Hernandez had a visit with the Cardinals?
Well, he did. Also, Travis Hunter listed as a wide receiver, not a cornerback for the Jags, if you're interested. There you go.
All right, there you go. We'll continue the Cardinals theme. The outside linebacker competition. Where does it stand? We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The pitch. Swing and a miss that time, and the ball game is over. The D-backs beat the Athletics today 6-4. They take the series with back-to-back wins and finish this 9-game road trip 3-6.
D-backs start the week with a 3-game series hosting the Padres at Chase Field. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Lund Mortgage Team ready to help you right now with all of your mortgage needs, refinance, new home loans, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. I'll tell you another thing that's really, really popular right now, HELOCs. You're like, okay, what's a HELOC? It is a home equity line of credit. It allows you to take out money from your home. It's a revolving line of credit. It's secured by the equity in your home, but you could borrow funds as needed. And that can help you do a remodel on your home, or buy a boat if you want, or buy a second home, or, use that money towards a college education or a new car, or whatever your needs are. The equity in your home is used to get you a loan that will be a much lower rate than what you would take out a normal standard loan, but it also doesn't affect your credit rate. It doesn't affect your interest rate, that you currently have. A lot of us have really good interest rates on our homes. We don't want to mess with that. So that's why the home equity line of credit is really popular right now with the Lund Mortgage Team. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Burns and Gambo talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
Back out there on Wednesday as the Cardinals. That will be our final appearance. And the first appearance, we believe, by Dave Burns. We believe that will be the first appearance. It'd be nice for him to actually show up for Cardinal camp. Just taking the whole time off. The red and white practice on Saturday drew in a tremendous crowd out there. There was no Marvin Harrison Jr. There was no James Conner. You had the big Will Johnson interception. That was terrific. He kind of read a Zay Jones route, made the interception on the Kyler throw. Darren Urban had a little video of Kyler coming over to Will to give him props after the interception. It was very successful with 26,000 in attendance for that game. 26,000. So that was really good. Some key players missed. Calais Campbell got a Veterans Day off. James Conner got a Veterans Day off. So there's some guys that kind of missed and didn't play a whole lot. But it's good to see the crowd. It's good to see a big crowd out there. Kind of gives you the belief that some people are kind of leaning into this could be a good year for the Cardinals.
Or they wanted to get out of the heat. Nice air-conditioned stadium. Yeah.
Okay. Or it could be a good year for the Cardinals. Hey, it could be down. You just wanted to get out of the heat.
There's a there's a vibe, I think, around this year. Everybody's always excited this time of year. Everybody always believes this is going to be the year. But I get the sense people really believe in this team going into a season probably the most since 2016, maybe 2022.
Ooh, yeah.
I mean, because this is the year now. This is the year for Monty Ossenfort and Jonathan Gannon. This is year 3 of a rebuild. Like, it shouldn't take 4. So if it's not going to take 4, then it's got to be now, right now in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. Listen, I don't know that there's a circumstance that would tell me that I want to fire Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenfort after this year.
Never.
If they win 7 or 8 games, I don't think I'm going to be like, oh, we got to fire these. I'm still on board with giving them another year. You would like to see the progression. You would like to see another step. This is a good year. The schedule's kind of breaks your way. It's a pretty easy schedule. So I feel kind of good about their ability to contend for a playoff spot this year and get in. But we'll see. They've had a lot of collapses, and a lot is on Kyler's shoulder to not only take the step himself, but to make everybody around him better, to elevate the play of the guys around him. He needs to do that.
I read Jonathan Gannon was a candidate for the hot seat. Not to me either. I think if he were to win 7 games and they were to miss the playoffs, he would be on it next year, and I think that would be fair. I mean, it would have to be a total collapse where not only do you lose games, you lose the locker room this year for them to even think about making a change. So I would expect that would be the way it would go. The difference is, I think, for Gambo this year, this Cardinal defense, I mean, they paid attention to it during free agency with Josh Sweat and Tomlinson. They paid attention to it with the draft. Every pick was on the defensive side, save one. Calais is here as well. So it's going to be interesting. The front seven's got some studs now, especially with Josh Sweat, and who's going to play on the other side? You know, we talked to Tyler Drake about it.
Yeah, that's a big question right now. You got Zaven Collins, Xavier Thomas, the B.J. Ojolari.
You got Baron Browning.
You got Browning, who's been terrific for them. So I know that's one of the big question marks is, who is going to play opposite of Josh Sweat. So you want to have a good pass rush. They drafted Jordan Birch. You got all these players in the room, right? You got Sweat, you got Birch. I was looking at an ESPN story talking about Ojolari, Xavier Thomas, Zaven Collins, and all the different guys that are out there and how you're going to play that out as to who the outside linebacker is. So the other outside linebacker is. So you'll have good competition for the position. May the best man win. But the other thing you have is you have some depth there. You have pretty good depth at that spot. So I think they feel pretty good about that.
I was really hoping B.J. Ojolari would be healthy and ready to assume that role. He was supposed to do it last year. And I think there's a reason why you drafted him in the second round, because you could believe not only he could start, but he could be a really good player for you. And that hasn't happened yet. So they go get Browning in the middle of the season. Last year, there's some ability there. Zaven Collins is interesting to me, Gambo. He's a veteran now. He kind of knows what to do. He knows he's been through the wars. He knows opposing offenses. But man, the production. I mean, out of that edge spot with Zaven Collins. I mean, in his career, he's got 10.5 sacks. Most of those did come last year, so I guess that's a good thing. Couple of interceptions. So from a playmaking standpoint, it just hasn't been there for what you would expect out of a guy who was picked in the first round. Here's Josh Sweat now on the rest of that defensive line room.
I think the biggest thing for us, we're going to have to rotate. So no matter, a lot of people are going to play. So when we rotate, it's going to have to be the next guy up, and he's going to have to do exactly the same thing as the guy in front. So, yeah, beefing up the interior, we're looking good everywhere out there. So next man up, we're depending on them to get it done too. So we're just deeper, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Gambo, you also have on the inside, back in the linebacking core right now, Cody Simon, who's a 4th-round pick this year, and Xavier Thomas, who was a 5th-round pick a year ago, who flashed a little bit as a rookie. So there are some pieces there, though. It's funny, though. You mentioned this earlier. I forget which player you were talking about. The thing about this season, I don't know if it concerns anybody. It should. They need a lot of guys to step up, like for this team to kind of get where they want to be. Like there are very few sure things, right? There are very few McBrides and Bakers out there. It's like you need Harrison Jr. to step up. You need Zay Jones to step up. You need Max Melton to step up. You need Michael Wilson to step up. You need Barrett Brownie to step up. You know what I mean?
Ojulari's been a year now since the injury.
It's been over a year, technically.
It's a little bit over a year. August 2nd last year toward the ACL. So it's a year. So not ready for the start of training camp. Okay, if it takes more time, it takes more time. You can't rush the guy back from an injury like that. You're hopeful with the ACL injury because I always say this. Your DJ Humphries, you get injured in December, you're screwed. You have an injury November, December like that, you're screwed for the next year. You have an injury in August, you start a training camp, you kind of feel like, okay, I can make it back for the start of next year. I can make it back. Somebody gets injured right now. If somebody got injured right now, today, what's today, August 4th.
I would expect them back for camp next year.
Next year.
And Ojulari's not there yet.
Right.
And Gannon won't commit to when he's going to be back. And, you don't get a whole lot of details about exactly where these guys are at. You just know that they're not back. And I'm just this is why I asked Tyler Drake earlier today on the show. I said, should I be worried about B.J. Ojulari? Only because I know the potential there and the high hopes the organization has for him. And, he kind of said, yeah, I mean, put it this way. If you're not on the field yet in camp, are you going to be out there September 21st chasing around Brock Purdy in week 3? I mean, I'm starting to have my doubts about that. So
a lot of people thought I may have been going back to to an article that Darren had in June. And in that article, it said Ojulari needs to get back on the field to return to that level. It's unlikely that'll be before training camp, but it's coming. So it was unlikely to be before training camp starts. So, now you just keep this, the kid's got all the talent in the world, but he's got to be healthy. You can't force him back until he's ready.
That's the thing. That's why we're even talking about him today, because he's got an unbelievable ceiling. I mean, that's why they picked him in the second round. That's why they expected him to start last year. He can go after the quarterback. He can get there. He can make plays. They haven't had a lot of guys that can make plays out of that position the last few years, certainly not since Chandler Jones was in his heyday here. But now you got Sweat. It just needs somebody on the other side to step up and do his part.
There are only 2 teams that are ranked lower than the Phoenix Suns with the offseason power rankings. We'll tell you who they are and where the Suns rank. That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Train Teddy Bear Express gets rolling at Phoenix Children's Forgive-a-thon beginning August 18th. Keep listening for ways you can make a difference for kids and families. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead, like your dog who barks before the doorbell rings. Senses trouble before there's trouble, like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen and knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Right, Sir Berkelot? Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and gig unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from Price Lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. As a former NFL player, I know what it takes to build something great, and it starts with trust. I chose Legacy Green Solutions to transform my yard. For artificial grass, putting greens, and custom landscaping, these are the experts that you can trust. Family owned for over 25 years and voted best of the Valley, Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf backed by the best warranties. Text GREEN to 620-620 to book your free estimate or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently. Instant, lasting solutions tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their very first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. Book now at sparkmenshealth.com or call 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
Hi, sports listeners. It's Wayne from Amco. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. You know, your salespeople tell you you have to go back to the dealer for repairs. That's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any Amco. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and Amco is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. Amco has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Now remember, Amco does more than transmissions. So if your car needs repairs, or you hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call Amco first. Just Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco. AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back home in the Valley after their 9-game road trip. They're also hoping to turn back-to-back wins into a 3-game winning streak. Prior to the game, right-hander Andrew Hoffman, who was acquired by the Diamondbacks from Kansas City, he has been called up to the big league roster. Unfortunately, it's an injury replacement. Kevin Ginkel has been placed on the 15-day injury list due to a sprained right shoulder. It's also retroactive to yesterday. They host the Padres for the first of a 3-game series, and it'll be a 6-game homestand in total at Chase Field. Brandon Pfaadt will be on the mound for the Snakes. He opposes one of the many new Padres, left-hander J.P. Sears. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And in some Cardinals news, per the NFL transactions page, offensive lineman Will Hernandez had a visit with Arizona today. Hernandez, currently a free agent, was last with the Cardinals, signed to Arizona back in 2022. His season was cut short last year after he suffered a knee injury in Week 5. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Arizona Sports. Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, Tim Ring filling in for Burnsy. He's living his best life. Hiked up Yosemite. It's funny because me and Lauren just finished watching a show about Yosemite called Untamed. Untamed. The guy that fought Brad Pitt and Troy, he's on that. Yeah. I don't know if he's known for anything else.
Eric Bana was the Hulk. He was in the movie Munich.
He was in Munich?
I did not expect the Hulk to be the first thing you would list on Eric Bana's repertoire, but...
Wait, he was in the movie
Godspeed.
He starred in Munich, yeah. Why?
Really?
What is the first?
He's Australian too, Gambo. Like in real life, he has an Australian accent. He's just playing an American in the show. If that's a helpful.
What's the first thing you would mention of his IMDb?
He's the guy that fought Brad Pitt in the Troy movie.
Yeah, he fought. Yeah.
How's Time Traveler's Wife for you? Wasn't he in that?
That does nothing for me.
All right.
He was Hector in Troy. Yes, he fought bad.
Had to fight for his brother.
He fought Achilles. Yes.
What about Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers? That one?
No.
He was in Rescue Rangers?
It was a cartoon.
Oh.
He just did a voiceover.
Didn't know that one. Okay, we'll let that go. All right, off-season power rankings in the NBA. always take a look. I know the Suns are going to be ranked low. Off-season rankings, Thunder the clear favorite to repeat in the West. So they've got Oklahoma City 1, Denver 2. They got Houston 3. All eyes are going to be on Houston this year. They added Clint Capella, Dorian Finney-Smith, and, of course, Kevin Durant. They lost Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green. Now that they've got that big-time scorer, are the Rockets going to be able to get over the hump? So Oklahoma City 1, Denver 2, Rockets 3, Timberwolves 4. They didn't add anybody.
This is just the West, by the way.
Yes.
Just the West.
And then the Clippers, the average age on the Clippers is 57 and a half. It's incredible. I've never seen a team
Danny
this
Manning, Greg Grant.
Yeah, exactly. We could go even. We could probably. Did Rick Barry play for the Clippers, or just the Warriors?
Just the Warriors, I believe.
World be free. Give me World
Clippers?
be free. Did World be free play for the Clippers?
May have.
Oh, I'm gonna look this.
You're getting back before my time now. Yeah, the NBA wasn't even on TV back then.
I know. It doesn't say. I'll have to look it up another time. All right, let me go through. So that's your top 5. The Clippers come in. They come in at 5. I was looking at the Suns because they have a nice little write-up on stuff, too, so I always like to see what they say. The Suns are 13th. The only teams below the Suns are New Orleans at 14 and the Jazz at 15. But here's a couple of interesting things that they said about the Suns I thought that stood out. It talked about Devin Booker was one of only 4 players who shot better than 50% on at least 200 pull-up two-pointers. But he shot just 30.7%. His worst mark in the last 6 seasons on pull-up three-pointers. We kept talking about that all year long, me and Bernsey. Something's not right with Booker's 3. Something's not right. He's not shooting the ball well from 3. There were too many of those 1-for-5 games, 0 for 3. I even got to the point where I think he was very reluctant to even shoot the 3. I was telling Bernsey, I don't know, he's passing up. I would see games and be like, I think he's passing up the 3. He just was not comfortable taking the 3, so he had one of his worst years shooting the 3. It said it was the biggest differential among 62 players who attempted at least 100 pull-up 2s and at least 100 pull-up 3s. So he was so good at pull-up 2s and so bad at pull-up 3s that he had the biggest differential among the 62 players who had attempted at least 100 on each.
He was in his head last year from beyond the arc. I don't think there's any question about it. He's far too good of a shooter. He might not be your classic three-point shooter. He's more of a mid-range assassin. We get that. We accept that. We understand that. But he's a better three-point shooter than he showed last year. And I think the priority of Mike Budenholzer coming in to shoot more threes, it's almost like the guys were maybe they all got in their head a little bit.
Yeah, because he came in with that, like, we're going to shoot the 3. We're going to shoot more 3s. And even like in Milwaukee, he had Brook Lopez to shoot the 3. And here he didn't have anybody at the center spot, but he wanted everybody to shoot more 3s.
Well,
and after a while, I was like, this just isn't working.
Right. He wanted Nurkic to do it too. Remember, Nurkic spent the entire offseason working on his 3, and he came out gunning. But hopefully Book gets that back a little bit because he's never going to be. He shouldn't be. You know what? If he stands too much beyond the arc, he's not doing what he should be in terms of taking it to the basket and getting pull-up jumpers. But he's too good of a shooter to shoot the way he did. By the way, World Be Free, San Diego Clippers, 1978 to 1980.
How about that? There you go. World Be Free.
We've had a World Be Free, a Sid Luckman reference. Kyle Orton caught a stray. This is a very eclectic show.
I don't know if other people have this problem. You guys, when you get to be my age, I remember, like, anytime there's a reference to something, I go back to like the 70s, not the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s. Like, I just go back to like when I was a kid. Like, you start asking me about players from certain teams, and you start talking about the Reds. I go back to Johnny Bench and George Foster and Tony Perez and Dave Concepcion and Joe Morgan and Sparky Anderson and Dave Collins. And my mind just goes back there. That's not my only thought. I remember the Eric Davis, Barry Larkin Reds, but my mind always goes back there. If you say, the Red Sox, I'll go to Fred Lynn, Jim Rice, Louis Tiant, Carlton Fisk.
I don't think you're alone in that.
I think my mind just goes back 50 years.
Your memories at times are, when it comes to sports especially, are more clear and they stick with you longer from when you were a kid or when you were a younger man. Like I always joke, like I can give you the 1987 Final Four. I couldn't give you last year's Final Four.
Right.
You know, like stuff like that. And
sure.
I
can tell you all about the year that St. John's, Georgetown, and Villanova were in the Final Four.
That was 85, and Memphis was the fourth team.
Rolly Massimino.
Case in point.
Memphis
State.
Lee.
Memphis State.
With Keith Lee.
Keith Lee.
Why do we remember that?
Right, but I couldn't tell you who, the 2017 men's Final Four was here in Phoenix. Give me one team. Right? I mean, that's
I'd have to think about
Oregon, North and South Carolina, and Gonzaga. There you go. That's all four.
I don't. You're a younger man, and I
remember it from my youth.
I think it's normal. It's like you could put me on the spot. Like, hey, Tim, you say, Tim, who won the national championship in college basketball last year? I'd have to think about it for a second. You know, God forbid the Final Four that just took place 4 months ago.
Like somebody name Mets players: Felix Mion, Buddy Harrelson,
Lee Mazzilli,
John Milner, Rusty Staub.
You two should
Seaver,
start a podcast where you just start listing off
Matlack.
old baseball players.
Oh, it's just crazy, just how your mind. I don't know if other people are like this too. Like,
yes,
I remember the Mets.
I totally think so.
I remember the Mets in winning the World Series in '86. And I can name all the players on that team, but my mind first goes back to the '70s.
You just love disco, man. I don't know what it is.
I liked some disco. I liked a little bit of disco.
Little disco on the dance floor.
Yeah.
Gambo under the disco ball.
Did you ever go to a disco in New York City as a younger man? Back in the heyday of the disco?
No, I mean, in the '70s, I was like 12. So I was born in '66. So at the end of the '70s, I was like 13 years old. I wasn't going to the disco.
Okay,
but I was going to Yankee Stadium by myself with my friends on the train at 13. Crazy.
Yeah, I was doing that too.
Like crazy,
in
like
Chicago. Yeah, but your parents, like my parents, I would never let my kids go to Chase Field
at
the age of 13.
I was taking 2 trains to go to the Bronx.
2 trains and a bus to get to Wrigley Field.
Right, to go to the Yankee Stadium and then coming back like late at night. My parents never said anything. They didn't like. That's why we had the commercial. It's 11 o'clock at night. Do you know where your kids are? It was true. We had commercials that would come on the TV, and it would remind our parents that they had children. Because they'd be like, where is Johnny?
Wait, yeah. First of all, wait. Oh, that's right. We have children. It's 10 o'clock. Where are they?
It's 10:30. Where is he? I think he went to the Yankee game. Oh, okay. But it's a school night. It doesn't matter. It didn't matter.
Do you remember what a cheap ticket to Yankee Stadium was? I can tell you exactly what in 1983 or 84 when I was around that age.
$5
at $3.50 for the bleachers.
Do you
$3.50 for a bleacher ticket at Wrigley?
So
maybe $3.
So Yankee Stadium, they had back in then they had all the ushers who would seat you. So we'd buy the cheapest ticket to go to Yankee Stadium, and then we'd go talk to the usher before the game. Be like, hey, he goes, all right, listen, come back in the third inning, okay? Come back in the third inning. Each of you give me $1, and I'll sit you down here. But I got to make sure nobody's going to sit there for. So third inning, we'd go from the mezzanine all the way at top, come all the way down, give the usher $1, and then he'd sit us in like the 4th row. These people didn't show up today. You could have these seats. And the usher would take $1 from each of us, and we'd sit in the lower level. We just had to wait till he had to wait until the third inning.
You had to make sure you had $1 too. That was no small. Small thing when you were 13.
Exactly. Well, that's why we used to go through school. We used to be like, we used to like beg girls for money. Hey, can I have $1 for a chocolate milk and a bagel? I forgot my lunch today. We never used it on chocolate milk and a bagel.
Couldn't you
use it for something else?
Couldn't you do like a thing for a guy to get a little extra money in the neighborhood? I could do that thing for you.
Well, when I got older, I did that. When I was 13, I didn't do that.
Thing for a guy, I'll never forget what the thing you did for the guy.
Yeah. The one that got away from Monty Ossenford makes Mitch very happy. We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Huzzah! It's the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. Friday at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. The Mother of Dragons, first of her name, will defend her honor against the evil Cersei and her cruel son, King Joffrey. It's not that kind of fantasy. It's about fantasy football, not a Renaissance fair. So, Sir Burns and Sir Gambo are not Knights of the Royal Guard? They're not. They're sports talk show hosts. Do they not serve the Draft King? Let's talk over here, bro. Join Burns and Gambo Friday at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale for our Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. Prizes, good times, and more. 2 to 6 Friday afternoon. Details at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
The Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz did wonders for me. Could not be happier with what I've gone through at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. From my dry eye when I first got here to my LASIK surgery, one of the best things I've ever done for myself. I don't wear glasses. I don't wear contacts. I don't wear readers. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. So for me, the LASIK surgery worked extremely well, and I highly recommend it to anybody. If you're nearsighted, you're farsighted, you have an astigmatism, let the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz work for you. He's a team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and a team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks, and he's the most trusted name in LASIK with over 60,000 LASIK procedures performed. Why would you go anywhere else than the Schwartz Laser Eye Center? Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Call Dr. J. Schwartz at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Celebrate Faith and Family Night at Chase Field on Friday, August 8th. Stick around for a free post-game concert with Torrin Wells, presented by Chick-fil-A. Visit dbacks.com/faith.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Low T, start for free. Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution, testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll waive the startup fee. Gain muscle, burn fat, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
The UPS store has high-quality, industry-approved packaging materials. So stop by and get 15% off packing materials and protect it with our pack and ship guarantee. Visit theupsstore.com/guarantee or a location near you for full details.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale. Great selection on the F-150 trucks right now at Sanderson Ford. They've got our poll question. It's a pretty good one, and Lauren will give us the update.
All right, guys. Well, our poll question today is, where do you predict Arizona State football will finish the season in the college football playoff rankings? Will they end in the top 5, the top 15, the top 25, or outside of the top 25?
Number 1. No, I got top 15.
I'll go top 15 too.
Let's keep this rolling, Kenny D.
I believe in Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson. I believe in that defense. All right.
Me too. They got all
Sans Cam Scatterbo?
Yeah, I think they'll be fine. I think the transfer kid that they came in will be, and I think that Sam, with another year under his belt. Remember, Tyson didn't play in some of those big games at the end of the season because he was hurt. So you'll have him for a full year. They got good tight ends. They're gonna be good, and they got almost all their defenders back, like 10 starters back on defense. Gonna be loaded.
They'll be good. And top 15 is leading the way with 45% of the vote, 24% going with top 25, 16% going with outside the top 25, and 14% going with top 5.
All the U of A fans voting.
I know.
16% out of the top 25.
It was supposed to be U of A that made an impact in the Big 12 last year. And it wasn't because they had all the stars coming back, the quarterback, the wide receiver, and ASU was picked to finish last, and it was Kenny Dillingham that shocked the world with ASU. Levitt was great. Look, I remember when they got the Notre Dame kid in, and we'll just go off topic for a second here, and you were like, this kid's no good. I watched him play every day. He's terrible. And you were right because they kept bringing in quarterback after quarterback after quarterback. We didn't know a whole lot about Sam Levitt. I broke that story that Levitt was coming here, and I remember I talked to Sam that night. And we had him on the show the next day. I actually called him, and I spoke with him the night before it came out that he was coming to ASU. We broke the story, and then I put him on the show, and he was terrific. But I don't know that even then I didn't know that he would turn out to be this good. But I know that he forced the other kid, Rashada, to transfer out because he didn't think he was going to be able to beat him out.
Rashada was the much more ballyhooed prospect.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of your stars and whatever, in terms of how recruiters look at quarterbacks coming out of high school. I mean, it wasn't even close. I'm not sure Michigan State knew what they had in Levitt. I'm not even sure Kenny knew what he had in Levitt this time a year ago. The guy was fantastic.
When I remember talking with Kenny and Rashada, when Rashada transferred out, I don't think it was that much of a surprise. It was just like Levitt was better. And it was like, this kid's better. Like, he's better than you. He's going to play. And so you're Rashada, you're like, I'm not going to be the backup to this kid. Let me transfer out and see what could happen.
He also had Rashada had a very high opinion of himself. Like, I'm going to go to the SEC. I'm going to go play at Georgia.
Where's he now? Mitch, Sacramento State?
He's at a
Where's Rashada now?
Sac State.
He
went full Scatterbo, but in reverse.
Sacramento State.
He pulled a reverse Scatterbo. He's now a Hornet. Right. I mean, it's a far cry from Georgia. It's a far cry from Arizona State.
Right.
Far cry from Florida.
Whatever. Just play and be happy. Like, you got to. First of all, they need to limit the amount of times you can transfer in the portal. Okay, they need to. It has to stop. You can't transfer 7 times. They need to put a limit on it.
There's college basketball players that play for 5 or 6 schools.
Like, you get 1 transfer. That's there should be a limit. You can't transfer every year. You can't. It's if I'm in charge of the NCAA, number one, I put a cap on how much these kids can make. Okay? You want to pay them money? Okay. Do they need $4 million? Because there's the school money and then there's the NIL. There's got to be some kind of cap as to how much it got. I think there should be. Because if not, then all the big schools are just going to always dominate because they're going to have all the money, and then it's going to leave a lot. So
it's kind of where we were before all this stuff started too.
It was just illegal. And then I would honestly say you can't transfer every year. You can't.
The problem is when you start limiting what somebody can make in an NIL, the courts and the lawyers that are going to get involved in that, because now you're telling somebody you can't make money. What do you mean I can't make money? Well, it's ridiculous that this guy's going to pay you, $2 million to send a few tweets out, if that. Why?
I know exactly what you're saying, and I know that the courts would argue, and I'd be wrong, but it just seems eventually, I don't love the path that college football is going down. Okay, I don't love the path that it's going down, and I think it's dangerous, and I wish that there was something that they could do about it. Because I do think that the NIL money is going to completely get out of hand. I think all the other sports are going to suffer because of it. And I think that the transfer portal is just becoming this, everybody I signed with you, I'm not playing, I'm transferring. And nobody wants to stick it out and work it. Nobody wants to stick it out anymore, trying to win a job.
And in fact, you go back into history, talk to kids that have played football and basketball. A lot of kids, by the time they're done with their freshman, sophomore year, they want to transfer. They're not happy with playing time. They're not happy with the coach. They're homesick, whatever. But the transfer rules prohibited them from doing that, so they stuck it out. And a lot of those guys, by the time they're done, they're like, that's the greatest decision I ever didn't make was to transfer. Like, I stuck it out, and it was the best. It would turn out to be the best thing for me. But now, without those guardrails, as soon as something goes south, you don't like the coach, you don't like the playing time, the assistant coach is mean, I'm homesick, my girlfriend's over here, my friends are having more fun over there, it's easy to leave now. And when you're a 19,
makes it too easy.
And when you're a 19, 20-year-old kid, you take the easy route and you leave. And especially when somebody's waving millions of dollars in front of you to go make more money playing here.
It's not teaching kids the right work ethic.
Really,
work hard,
really
work
tough.
hard, work hard. Just bail every time something goes wrong, bail. I don't think it's good. I did want to get to this. Mitch's Denver Broncos signed our boy Zack Allen to a 4-year, $102 million extension. He was entering the final year of the 3-year, $45 million deal he got. He has been sensational. Look, if you want to say there's one that got away from Monty, it's hard not to look at Allen. Now, Monty came in, tough situation, didn't know the roster. Zack Allen was gonna get a lot of money. He did. $45 million he got.
No, not knowing the roster is not an excuse. He's a GM. He's supposed to know exactly. Who
Didn't want to put that money out. Didn't want to put that money out.
Mistake.
And it looks like it was a mistake because he has turned into one hell of a football player. Second team All-Pro. He played 89% of their defensive snaps. We thought he was a good player here, but he's blossomed into a great player with the Denver Broncos.
There's no question he did not play here the way he's played in Denver. I mean, to be somewhat fair also to Monty Ossenfort, I don't think he had any idea that this kid had it in him to be this good. He learned a lot from J.J. Watt, and boy, he's become now another version of J.J. Watt. Not quite that good, but second team All-Pro. That's pretty good.
He was here 19, 20, 21, and 22 for 4 years.
Yeah, 4 years.
And then when he was ready to you were going to pay him based on 5.5 sacks. Now, he only had 5 sacks the first year with Denver, 8.5 the second. But it's just overall turned into a terrific football player, just a really, really good football player. And so he just got paid by the Denver Broncos. All right, 5 o'clock hour coming up. The Cardinals had their red and white practice. We'll talk a little bit about that. And Will Hernandez, will he be back? That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get ready. Give-a-thon week runs August 18th through the 22nd.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Give-a-thon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Rye-Refi.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale. Nobody does it better than Sanderson Ford. If you are looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, Sanderson Ford has you covered. They'll do a fantastic job for you like they have for me. We've been shopping Sanderson Ford in my family for many, many, many years. It's where I went for my Ford Mustang. Sanderson Lincoln is where Chelsea went for her Navigator. So we are loving the Ford and the Lincoln that we have in our family. It's always shopping Sanderson Ford for us. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. And right now, get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge, plus big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Take a look at the new Escape, the new Bronco Sport Big Bend, and the F-150 Super Crew STS truck. All 3 offers are fantastic. Plus, they include the no-charge premium maintenance plan with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, 51st Avenue in Glendale, or online at sandersonford.com.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases. Notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
It's Gatos. And you know, America Roofing isn't just about fixing or replacing your roof. They're here in the community and they're ready to help. America Roofing will be donating a portion of all repairs or all replacements to the kids and the families at Phoenix Children's Hospital this year. When you call America Roofing and they repair or replace your roof, a portion of that is going to the kids at Phoenix Children's. And we're so grateful that America Roofing is part of the big give-a-thon this year. Thank you, America Roofing, for helping the kids at Phoenix Children's.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone? But COVID-19 can steal a lot more. I just took a COVID test. Ugh. Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW. And Shane, you're not just my friend, you're a friend in the business for every one of our listeners.
That's right, Bic. I take personal pride in all of the listeners coming in, asking for me, and taking a personal interest in their case so that I can find them the right car at the right price. With payments on a new BMW i4 starting at $399, there is a car for everyone's budget at Chapman BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back in the Valley after their 9-game road trip. They're also hoping to turn back-to-back wins into a 3-game winning streak. Prior to the game, the team announced a roster move. Right-hander Andrew Hoffman has been called up to the big league roster. He's making his first appearance since acquired in a trade with the Kansas City Royals. Kevin Ginkel has been placed on the 15-day injured list. It's retroactive to yesterday, and it's due to a sprained right shoulder. The Diamondbacks host the Padres. It's the first of a 3-game series and a 6-game homestand at Chase Field. Brandon Pfaadt will be on the mound for the Snakes. He opposes one of the many new faces in San Diego, left-hander J.P. Sears. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And in some Cardinals news, per the NFL's transactions page, offensive lineman Will Hernandez had a visit with Arizona today. The free agent offensive guard was last with the Cardinals, signed in Arizona back in 2022. He had his season cut short last year after a knee injury he suffered in Week 5. Hey, did you know that you can take the Burns and Gamble Show wherever you go? If you can't catch them live, you can find them on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. It's the Burns and Gamble Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Gambo talk Cardinals training camp now.
I know Bernsey. Tim Ring filling in for Bernsey. He is finishing up his vacation in Yosemite. You're in tomorrow, too, right?
I am in tomorrow. Burns will be back on Wednesday.
We believe he'll be back on Wednesday.
You guys will be out at training camp. Well, I'll come in again, I guess.
Yeah,
I like going out to camp. I'll be ready. I got my credential.
Yeah, it's amazing because we talked about that, like the difference in Flagstaff and the difference with the camp now. And just like Calais brought back a lot of those memories of the Cardinals from the Flagstaff days and the camp and Antrell Roll and Dockett and Dansby and, all of those guys and to where they are. Now, when I first started covering the Cardinals, it was Vince Tobin and Dave McGinnis. And, it wasn't easy covering the Cardinals back then. It wasn't easy. They've come a long way, over the years, to become a much better organization. And I got a lot of great people working in the organization right now. And it was good to get Calais on the show and Mac Wilson on the show. And we'll be there Wednesday. We'll have a couple more guests. But, just being out of Cardinal camp and then talking with Calais. I used to talk with Calais down in Flagstaff because he was there for a number of years back in the Flagstaff days. But it's been so long. Because what was it, 15 years now?
Well, this is year 13 in Glendale.
Year 13 in Glendale. So, 13 years.
And one of the biggest differences, look, I get it. It became a logistical nightmare for the Cardinals. But one of the reasons why it did was because training camp, the time has shrunk. Everything's so condensed now. I mean, back in the day, training camp, 4, 5, 6 weeks, if you want to go way back, 2-a-days.
Oh, I remember we'd go to practice in the morning, and then we'd have this lunch break. And then we'd all go to the cafeteria, in Flagstaff and at AU, and we would eat same meals that they were eating, so they would go, players would go in and we'd go in. And then after that, we'd have a little free time, and then there'd be another practice, and we'd go to the practice.
And the difference,
there's always 2-a-days.
Right, and not only the 2-a-days, but the length of the camp, as I mentioned, in weeks, but also total practices. The Cardinals on Wednesday, that's it for open practices in Glendale. Camp's over. I mean, the thing just began 13 days ago. If you want to go out and see the Cardinals, you got tomorrow and you got Wednesday.
We'd have people that go to Flagstaff and stay the month. For a month. They'd go stay in Flagstaff. You were gone for a long time. You'd come every once in a while, you come home for a weekend or something like that. But there were people that would go cover that team and be there for a month.
Every time they have a CBA agreement, the owners win on the money and the players get less time in training camp. They win on the time. One of the reasons why Gamble back in the day, this is going way back now, is that training camp had to be 5-6 weeks is because guys had to get in shape.
Now they're already in shape.
Because they had regular jobs in the offseason.
Well,
they were selling.
And they didn't work out the way these guys
No,
do.
they were selling, but they were also, going way back, they were selling cars and selling insurance, and then you'd have 6 weeks to get in shape for the football season. Clearly, it's a year-round thing now. So I think coaches want to win. If they felt they needed that kind of training camp, they would do it, but they can't do it anymore because of the CBA. And plus, as you just mentioned, these guys are always in shape. They have to
the money's too great.
They don't
so
need,
the guys
they don't need it.
Yeah, in the old days, not even that old, the old days, going back, back to when I got here. Yeah, players would play the season, and then that was it. They would take 3 months off. It was like being a teacher during school. You'd take 3 months off, and then training camp would be used to get back in shape.
Yeah.
And now you can't show up to training camp not in shape. You'll be cut. So you got to be, Calais Campbell was telling us the other day, my off-season workout is harder than the training camp. I was like, wow, okay, all right. Let's talk about Will Hernandez for a second. He suffered that season-ending knee injury in the win over the 49ers last year. It was a big blow. Here's a guy that they brought in. A lot of people have always speculated if he can get healthy, it would make it would make a lot of sense for the Cardinals to bring him back. Depth at the guard spot. They've always liked him. Monty Ossenfort's always been about, I can't talk about guys that got to get healthy. If they get healthy, we'll talk about it. So Hernandez was a good football player. And if he's healthy, they brought him in today. They'll take a look. It'll be interesting to see if they end up signing him. He's not that old. I think he's only 29 years old, 29 or 30. So it's not like he's an old player. And when he played, he was actually really good. And they could probably use the help right now on that offensive line, especially depth-wise.
Yeah, depth is one thing. But my question is, if they sign Hernandez, is he here to supplant Isaiah Adams? Is he here to compete with Isaiah Adams? Or is he here just to be a third guard and a depth piece in that offensive line room? I mean, they love Isaiah Adams. He's having a heck of a camp.
I don't know that anybody's having a better camp than him.
So they're happy. You would presume they're happy there, but yet in comes Hernandez today for a meeting and a tryout. So we'll see. Jonathan Gannon talking after the practice on Saturday. Chance for everybody to step up personnel-wise, especially if there are injuries at particular positions.
Guys got to get in there and show what they can do. So, when guys are out, this is, I think, true for all kinds of reasons. But when you get it goes into getting your opportunity. It doesn't matter really how you get your opportunity. What do you do with it? So there'll be guys in and out of the lineup today. We're mixing and matching a little bit today, putting some pressure. Hopefully create some pressure and anxiety with some guys to move around different spots, see how they respond.
Yeah, Marvin Harrison Jr. now has missed 3 consecutive practices, missed the red and white practice, 26,000 people on hand.
They don't seem concerned.
They don't seem concerned. Well, maybe we'll see him out on the field tomorrow.
Yeah.
And Michael Wilson's coming back from a concussion now. He missed the red and white practice. James Conner and Calais Campbell sat out. Veterans Day for them, so we presume that they will be back on the practice field tomorrow. By the way, speaking of James Conner, we talked about this at 2 o'clock. I want to get back into it real quick. James Conner at the age of 30 now definitely has been the bell cow. He's a workhorse. He gets better and stronger as the game goes on. But Trey Benson's starting to emerge now here in year 2 to the point where, Jonathan Gannon talked about having 2 RB1s. In fact, James Conner said the same thing.
Out of Trey, man, that's we both RB1. That's how we've been approaching it and looking at it. Truthfully, So he gonna play a lot this year. But yeah, he just comes to work. And just super talented. Don't got to tell him too much. He's just a guy who loves football and is just growing every single day. So, yeah, he'll be just fine. We'll be ready to roll this year.
What part of the game have you seen stand out the most so far?
And just competing and, making plays and making routine plays routinely. And the ball coming to him, catching it, showing his hands off, showing his speed off. Doing everything he put on tape in college. He's doing that this year.
Connor's coming off the best year of his career from a rushing yard standpoint. He played in 16 games last year, Gambo. That's the highest total in his career.
Well, could his career be? There's 2 ways to look at it. Yeah. One, I want the ball as much as I can because I want to put up big numbers and stuff. The other is like if this kid's good enough, maybe it prolongs my career. Maybe like if he could take some of the load off of me, maybe I could play for a few more years. Like James Conner does get stronger as the game goes on. And if you look at him at the end of last year, he wasn't slowing down. But there's only so many hits you can take. And as you get on the other side of 30, running backs usually start to go south after that. I mean, if I'm Conner, there's 2 ways to look at it. One, I want as many carries as I can. I want to continue to prove that I'm the guy and put up these big numbers and have 1,000 yards rushing. But if you take carries away from him, maybe he doesn't get 1,000 yards. But could it keep him fresher? Could it prolong his career?
As long as Trey Benson keeps up his end of the bargain.
He has to, yes.
I mean, and he produces. Because if I'm Jonathan Gannon, I'm rolling with the guy who's going to help me win football games. And if it's James Conner and that cuts down on him playing in 2027, then so be it. But Benson ran for 291 last year. He's a third-round pick. I've always said this: third-round picks are expected to certainly to contribute, if not start. Missed a couple games late in the year with the ankle, talking about Trey Benson. It just seems like he's a more confident football player. That's what it looks like in camp. And I think there's a reason why the Cardinals are high on him in terms of helping him split the load with James Conner.
D-backs return home after a tough road series, but they did win 2 out of 3 from the A's. How much did Mike Hazen have to do with that win? We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lavello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
JLC Roofing, ready to help you right now with all of your roofing needs. Whether you need a new roof or just a repair, go with the roofer-owned roofing company. How about that? A roofer-owned roofing company. You know, a lot of these companies are not roofer-owned. They're big companies buy out roofers. They buy out smaller companies. And that's what they do, which is what happens. And then they run it like a big company, but not JLC Roofing. JLC Roofing is a roofer-owned roofing company. So they'll do a great job as their third-generation roofers right here in Arizona. They're also the second largest roofer in Arizona because all the time they've had here in the Valley, People know them, and people trust them. 8 employees of JLC Roofing have been with them for 20-plus years. So if you're looking for a great company to replace your roof or to repair your roof, I want you to know about JLC Roofing. You can get a free estimate right now if you need a repair, or just give them a call at 602-ROOFING and ask about $1,500 off a brand new roof. 602 Roofing. They do tile, shingles, foam, rolled roofing, or go online at jlcroof.com.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're shopping for an engagement ring, we want you to feel like a kid in a candy store. All of our diamonds are in stock, in-store and online, so you get to use your eyes, not your imagination. Come in and look at marquee-shaped diamonds right next to ovals and pears. As your friend and jeweler, you can trust you'll get your dream diamond at an everyday competitive price. We have the widest selection in-store and at shaneco.com, because a friend knows choosing a diamond is personal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, grab some buds and listen up. Grilling season's here. Now we find out what we're made of. Are we gonna fold under pressure and overcook the burgers? Or are we gonna nail the carne asada and the brisket and pack the coolers with ice-cold Budweiser and Bud Light? Because that's the difference between winning and losing, between flipping burgers and grilling like a pro.
This summer, grill like a pro with Bud and Bud Light. Stock up today. Anheuser-Busch, Budweiser, and Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey, it's Luke. What does Arizona State football need to accomplish at Camp T this week? We'll talk about it tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Looking forward to getting out to the D-back game tonight. Get a chance to see Tyler Locklear making his home debut after 2 hits yesterday. 2 hits, a stolen base. Overslid a bag on another stolen base, got thrown out. But nice to see him get his first 2 hits with the D-backs after struggles the first 2 games. No hits on Friday. DeSclafani did not pitch well in that game. They lose that game to the A's. Bounce back behind a good Zack Gallen performance on Saturday. You win that game, and then you win the series with Eduardo Rodriguez. Now, does it mean anything in the grand scheme of things? No, team's not going to the playoffs. But what you are looking for is you're looking forward to seeing some of the young players. To me, it was all about Tyler Locklear. Like Friday night, me and my wife went out to dinner, and we were at a place that had the game on. So we were at a restaurant that had the ball game on. And then every time, like, he got up, I would like to he got up twice while we were at dinner. And I'd like, okay, I'm going to stop talking to you, and I'm going to watch these at-bats because I want to see his at-bats. I was curious to see it. I had the game recorded, but when I was out, I did want to see the at-bats, and even Saturday and Sunday, want to see the kid play. Want to see if he's got a chance to be something. I mean, the Diamondbacks traded a lot of their expiring contracts. They traded Gritchick. They traded Shelby Miller. They traded Jordan Montgomery. They traded Suarez. They traded Naylor. They traded Merrill Kelly. And they got back 9 prospects. And we've got a chance to see Brandon Garcia pitch. We got a chance to see Locklear play. And Hoffman just got called up. He's the reliever that they got in the Randall Gritchick trade. And we'll get a chance to see him. Maybe you see him in this series against the San Diego Padres. But that's what I'm looking forward to, is seeing some of these guys play.
Locklear's 24 years old. He's had less than 20 at-bats in the majors, 19 to be exact. He was 2 for 10 over the weekend. I thought he was a little overwhelmed on Friday night. Another 0 for on Saturday. But you like the fact the kid responded in Game 3 on Sunday and got a couple of hits. So he's 2 for 10 in the series. And after going 0 for 7 Friday and Saturday night, responds with a nice Game 3 in Sacramento against the A's. And the D-backs, hey, look, it's easy on Zack Gallen and it's easy on Eduardo Rodriguez. Not they pitched fine. But when you score 13 runs in 2 games, 7 and 6,
they needed to break out.
That'll help. That'll help any starting pitcher. Rodriguez gets a win, for the first time since June 23rd, and only his 3rd win since April 17th. I went back and looked at that because, man, they have been few and far between for Eduardo Rodriguez this season. He's now 4-7 on the year. So yeah, Gallen got a much needed good performance on Saturday. The win for the team, the win for Rodriguez, the win for the team.
And Mike Hazen
Sunday.
gave him a little kick in the ass, too, when he got to Sacramento.
Mike Hazen gave him a big kick in the ass, it sounds like. In fact, Corbin Carroll, just tonight, Gamble, I just got this in, talked about that meeting that Mike Hazen had with the team where he kind of laid down the law.
Yeah, I think just kind of the top down, we're pretty aligned in how we think and what our goals are. And he was gracious enough to come down and just spend a little time with us and share kind of his thoughts of where things were at and just what his thoughts were. And yeah, it was good to hear that we're kind of all on the same page. We want to go out there and win ball games and yeah.
Yeah, Tory, obviously, Tory's going to fight tooth and nail for his team. I asked Tory last week when we had him on the show, are you managing for your job for the rest of the season? So we did talk about that with Tory Lavello. Things were not going very well. It's good to hear a different voice. Even Blaze Alexander, I think he told Todd Walsh on Sunday, and it motivated the hell out of the team. He goes, it definitely motivated me. This is my opportunity, and I'm running it at full stream ahead. I'm going to take advantage of every day I'm out there with these guys. He goes, it's just felt different in the clubhouse Sunday. We were playing some music. Vibes were good breakfast, just really good vibes. Not good vibes Gino, but just good vibes. We got that losing streak off our back, and now it's time for a winning streak. So it's a different voice. Mike Hazen comes down. You guys know why I sold everybody. It's what I had to trade these players. We weren't good enough. We just weren't good enough.
He apologized, but said, yeah.
Just weren't good enough, so I had to make these trades. But that doesn't mean that we stop playing baseball for the next 2 months of the season. Okay? There are still things to play for. Not the wild card, but there are still things to play for. For you guys, it's your career. There's your career. Play. Show me that you deserve to be here. Show other teams that you deserve to play in the major leagues. Don't stop playing, because there was a feeling that, they felt sorry for themselves and they weren't getting any hits with runners in scoring position. They weren't scoring any runs. They were just playing terrible baseball. So I think it was good that Hazen was the guy that came down and delivered that message.
If Hazen, I was going to say if I would have known, but it doesn't matter what I think, but if Hazen would have known that a motivational speech would have done some good, probably would have done it back in early June when this team still had a chance. One of the things Hazen told the team, Gambo, in that meeting was these last 50 games, or however many were left when he gave the speech, mean a lot to people in this room. And I don't think he's necessarily only talking about the players. I get the feeling when he said that he was also talking about Tory. Don't hang this man out to dry. You win 12. You win 12 games the rest of the year. That might seal his fate.
Yeah, I might have to fire a guy who's one of my best friends.
Right.
If this team does not start playing better baseball and we continue to play sloppy baseball. A lot of people think that Mike, look, a couple of years ago when things weren't going well, and they had discussions about Tory, Mike was like, man, just, it's as much my fault as it is his. Mike has always stood by Tory, But I don't get the feeling that Mike is, if you fire Tory, you got to fire me. I don't get that feeling. I think at some point, Tory's going to get fired. At some point, Mike's going to get fired. So I don't think they're joined at the hip. I think if it's the right decision for the team, they'll evaluate it and they'll make the right decision for the team. But to your point, Tory's done a good job as the manager of this team. This year's been really bad. Part of that's on him, not just the injuries, because this team has been so damn sloppy, and they never really addressed the issues with the third base coach and how bad he is, and things got really away from him. Now, the bullpen, I don't know what the hell he's supposed to do. J Mart's out and Puck's out, and Thompson wasn't pitching well, and Ginkel wasn't pitching well, and Mantiply couldn't pitch at all. And, I mean, you had no options out there. But I do think that that's part of what he said. Hey, we're playing for a lot of reasons, and part of it is, is the manager.
And unfortunately for Tory now, and I don't subscribe to hey, these are a big 50 games for Tory in theory. And I'll tell you why. Because you can't gut the team at the trade deadline and then say to the manager, we still expect you to go out there and compete at a high level.
Can you play hard? Can you play hard? Can you play fundamentally sound?
Is that good? What if they play hard and they go 10-40? I mean, okay, great. They played hard. I mean, at some point you have to have the horses.
They got Gallen. They've got Rodriguez. They got Ryan Nelson. They feel like that they should be competitive in games. If they go 10-40, it probably means they're going to fire the manager. If they go 10-40.
Right. And my point is, fire him or don't fire him, but don't base any kind of decisions on what happens now in these last 50 games. I just don't think that's. I don't think you ship away your best hitter, your best pitcher, your first baseman, and then say go out there and still compete and win baseball games. I mean, I at the same time, I mean, can he help his cause in these final 50 if they play inspired baseball and they're not sloppy? Absolutely.
You're going to give the chance. Okay,
of course they can.
Do you believe in the playing spoiler? Do you believe in that? Like the Padres are 3 games behind the Dodgers. They're the last team in the wild card, but they got like a 4-game lead. You could play spoiler in a lot of these series.
Well, I guess
coming up.
Let's see this week then.
Like, I mean, is that a motivating factor? Hey, beat these guys and hurt their chances?
I think sometimes
I'd be like, let them win and let them overtake the Dodgers.
I mean, I think sometimes players say that because they think it's what the media wants to hear. I mean, do you really your motivation should be to go out there and be a professional and win a baseball game?
It should be.
It shouldn't be like, oh, let's play spoiler. Like you should. I don't know.
You're fine. You're just looking for a reason to motivate yourself. You just find reasons to motivate yourself.
I think that's lame. Go out there and beat them because you want to win, because you're a pro, because you're the D-backs and they're the Padres.
Yeah. I mean, different people look for different reasons to motivate themselves. I don't,
Yeah. I just.
What motivates you? What motivated you to get up and write all those notes and come in today?
Just spending time with you.
There it is. Okay. See, there it is. You were motivated by being able to spend some time with me. That's. If we just knew that that's all it took.
The millions of dollars I get for coming in.
ASU, 32 teams that can make the playoffs. They're one of them. Where do they rank? We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We need you to be a champion of hope for Phoenix Children's.
Save the date. Give-a-thon week is happening August 18th through the 22nd.
Give-a-thon. Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the Desert Sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back home in the Valley after their 9-game road trip. They're also hoping to turn back-to-back wins into a 3-game winning streak. Prior to tonight's game, the Diamondbacks announced the following roster move. Right-hander Andrew Hoffman has been called up to the big league roster. He was acquired in a trade with the Kansas City Royals for Randall Grichuk. Kevin Ginkel has been placed on the 15-day injured list. This is due to a sprained right shoulder. Diamondbacks hosting the Padres for the first of a 3-game series, and it's also a 6-game homestand at Chase Field. Brandon Pfaadt will be on the mound for the Snakes. He opposes one of the many new members of San Diego's ball club, left-hander J.P. Sears. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And how about some Cardinals news? Per the NFL's transactions page, offensive lineman Will Hernandez had a visit with Arizona today. Hernandez is currently a free agent, was most recently with the Cardinals, signed back in 2022. His previous season was cut short due to a knee injury that he suffered in Week 5. The UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff event is unfortunately sold out, but you can still get 2 tickets a VIP meet and greet with Jim McMahon, and a 2-night stay at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. Tim Ring pumping his fist for the best Bears QB. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for your chance to enter.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
Wait a second. You get to hang out with Jim McMahon?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you enter this contest on arizonasports.com.
There you go.
I heard Bickley is emceeing the event that weekend, too.
I am not going to say anything negative about Jim McMahon now.
Jim McMahon was just in our studios here a couple weeks ago, wasn't he? Yeah. The legend.
The legend.
The punky QB.
Yes. Used to have all those headband messages to Pete Rozelle. Remember those?
Yes. Yes,
Remember all the headband?
Yes, I do.
He used to wear like bandanas, not bandanas, headbands, and he used to have messages on his headband. Find me.
So in the 85 championship season, in the playoffs, he wore a headband that said Adidas, and Adidas was not a sponsor of the NFL. So Pete Rozelle made McMahon not wear that headband. Said he can't wear it anymore. So McMahon came out the next game with a headband that said Rozelle. And the legend was born.
Okay. He follows me on Twitter. 2-time Super Bowl champ?
Yeah.
He must have been a backup somewhere.
He was a backup on the 96 Packers.
Oh. Okay.
Don't you love hosting a show with me? You can just throw that kind of stuff up and it's just bam, it comes right out the answer.
Yes. I did not know that. He was a backup on the 96 Packers.
He backed up Favre, who never came out, so
okay.
I think he played one play all year. But he got a second ring. And then when the Packers went to visit the White House, he wore his Bears jersey.
Did he really?
Yes.
Oh, my God. That's so funny.
Because the Bears never got to go because the Challenger, I think, exploded, and that was I think something like that happened.
All right, what's on tonight?
What is on tonight?
D-backs baseball.
D-backs baseball.
I'm going.
Gambo, the Padres are in town.
Mitch is going, too.
Padres are breathing down the necks of the Dodgers. You talked about that earlier. What's on tonight, by the way, brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities.
All right, that's on tonight. Or you could watch the Netflix show Untamed, which I finished last night with my wife, and Lauren also finished. And it stars the guy that fought Brad Pitt in Troy.
It stars Eric Bana.
That guy. He fought. He
was also the Hulk.
He was like the king or something, and he had to stand up for his brother, who was a loser, and to go fight Brad Pitt.
Another joint recommendation from Gambo and I
That's
is
right.
Department Q.
Department Q. Fantastic.
Now, what's that one about?
Oh, it's so good. It's like British, right?
Is it like a James Bond? Is it
Scottish?
Oh, it's not a James Bond
Scottish.
spinoff? Okay.
No, it's a crime drama. I'm kind of into the crime dramas now because if I'm by myself, I'm watching a World War II movie. I watched The Last Rifleman with Pierce Brosnan the other day.
Pierce Brosnan?
Pierce Brosnan.
Not Charles
The
Bronson.
Last Rifleman.
Yeah.
There's your James Bond right there.
Pierce Bronson.
If I'm by my wife will come in and be like, "What are you watching? A World War II?" What? I'm like, "Because you're not here." So like, I'm going to watch what I want. I will always watch World War II movies. Like I watched last week over the weekend. I probably watched 3 of them. 3 different World War II movies. I'll just sit back and watch because I kind of rested this weekend because my voice was no good. So I really just kind of rested, and I watched a lot of movies that were what movies? But we did watch that one together because she doesn't like the World War II movies, but she'll watch the crime dramas with me.
Let me ask you guys something, and this could be helpful to people that are listening right now. So often I'm looking for a show to watch, or my wife and I can't decide what to watch or what's good.
I got it.
How do you guys know what's
I'm going to tell you.
Good.
I'm going to tell you. How often are you home by yourself and she's out? A lot?
Yeah, a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, well.
You'll go home tonight, she'll be working?
Yes.
Okay, here's what you do. Go on Netflix, spend about 40 minutes looking at every freaking trailer there is. Add it to your watch list. Shows that you think this could be good. This could be good.
Okay.
So I create a watch list.
And then the algorithm then sends you stuff based off that watch list?
Well, the algorithm will now say, you watched Untamed, you may like this. And it'll give you a whole bunch. So now click on each one. Almost all of them have a trailer. Watch the trailer. I like it. Okay, I'll add it to the list. I don't like it. So now when you're like, I don't know what to watch, you got 40 shows in your watch list that you've looked. So you got to do, you can't.
You do this for movies too, though? Like, or do you?
Sure.
I mean, this is a lot of
movies too. No, but you can't
do this, Lord? Do you do the same thing, or you just talk to friends?
I talk to friends. I have like critics that I like who will review stuff and be like, that looks good.
I don't have any friends. So I don't.
Gambo, we can be friends.
I don't. Okay, because I don't really have many friends. Tim said that to me earlier today. What about? I'm like, we never gone to lunch or dinner. You know, we're not. I don't like. I like you, but like, I don't have any friends. So, but here's the thing: you can't do it when you both sit down. Like, okay, what do you want to watch? And then you
it's impossible.
No, because then you're like pissed off. Here's what you have to do when you're by yourself.
Create
a watch list. Just spend 40 minutes looking at 25 trailers, 30 trailers. You'll like 10 shows, 20 you'll hate. And if you like the trailer and you think this could be interesting,
there's a button to press and like put this on my
add to my watch list.
Add to my watch list.
It's for Amazon Prime. It's for all of them. Peacock, all of them. You have a watch list. So on Netflix, I have a watch list. So when it's like, okay, this show's over, what's the next one you want to watch? Okay, boom.
But does the algorithm take that watch list that you created and give you more ideas for trailers you haven't even seen yet? Or is the watch list
the algorithm doesn't matter. And Netflix shows you, here's what's new. Here's what's new on Netflix. Here's what you could use it for, like a show that you watched. Okay, you like Untamed. It automatically says, since you watched Untamed, you may like these other shows.
So that's when the algorithm kicks in. But they don't add to your actual watch list.
No.
And then who has better shows, Netflix or Amazon? Or Peacock or HBO Max?
I mean, I don't know. Like I kind of like them all. Like I saw The Tattoo Artist of Auschwitz on The Tattooist of Auschwitz was a great movie on Peacock. I watched some really. The Apple Doesn't Fall Far from the Tree, or The Apple Doesn't Fall Far from whatever that was, on Peacock. I've seen some good shows on all of them. Like Amazon does have some really weird movies that are only like 70 minutes long, and I'm like,
okay.
But like I don't know. Like I would probably say Netflix. I'd probably say Netflix has more options, but I think all of them. But just when you're by yourself and Faye's not home, just create a watch list on. I'm not going to watch a TV show tonight. I'm going to watch 50 trailers and create a watch list. So the next time Faye comes home, I got this show for you. You're going to really like it.
All right, that's what I'm going to do tonight. So
have you watched Department Q?
No.
Okay, it's phenomenal.
Like I've never even heard of it. I don't even remember seeing it when we're looking for something to watch on a Saturday night. That didn't even ring a bell. Department Q. So that's why I was kind of curious how you guys find all these shows.
Create a watch list.
After you watch something that you like, I do feel like it's important to give it like the thumbs up or the thumbs down.
Yeah, me too.
Because then it does start to like pool the stuff that I like. So my Netflix is like full of murder documentaries and like mystery shows from the UK. And it's like, yeah, that's what I want to watch.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
This has been very educational. I hope people found it educational as well.
I will
give
you a list of like my top 10 favorite on Netflix.
Okay.
Because I'll give it to you tomorrow.
But we're not friends.
That's why I'm going to give it to you tomorrow. I'm not going to call you with it. I'm going to bring it in tomorrow.
I'm just kidding.
All right, ASU. I wanted to get into this for a minute here. They rated 32 football teams that can make the college football playoffs. They had ASU at number 24. 32 teams. ASU was 24th that can make the college football playoffs. Look, they're in it. They're in it. Like they're not up there. Like number 1, Texas. Number 2, Georgia. Number 3, Ohio State. Alabama, all the blue bloods are there. Penn State's number 5, Oregon, all the blue bloods are there. But then you get down to number 24, and they have Arizona State listed as one of those programs. They come in right after Oklahoma, and it says where is the computers' love for the Big 12 champs? The Sun Devils returned 79% of last year's production. This is a team that should start the season on the bubble of the bracket, not the top 25. Sam Levitt and receivers Jordan Tyson are potential first-round NFL draft picks. 10 starters returned from a defense that led the league in run defense and was number 3 in scoring defense. We spend so much time on the offense and not enough time on the defense. Because we all talk about Sam Levitt, Jordan Tyson, You lost Cam Scatteroo, but Arizona State has a terrific defense with a lot of playmakers out there, and I think that should be a big reason why people like them as well.
Yeah, and the schedule, I think it's a little more difficult. I just think, again, there's some landmines there, road games, not games that are unwinnable. It's not like they're going on the road to Texas or Alabama. But just like, at Baylor, right? At Mississippi State, at Iowa State. Like, these are at Utah. Like, I know Utah's taking a step back from where they were for a long time, but still tough to go up to Utah and win a football game.
It's tough to win. It's tough. And they're going to have that box cross. They're going to have your team circled because you beat them last year. That's going to factor in as well. All right, D-backs taking on the Padres. We'll get you set for the game next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The pitch. Swing and a miss that time, and the ball game is over. The D-backs beat the Athletics today 6-4. They take the series with back-to-back wins and finish this 9-game road trip 3-6.
D-backs start the week with a 3-game series hosting the Padres at Chase Field. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tory Lavello.
Tory here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket. Tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More. More money. More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
Snack time was already a thing. Sonic just made it official with Dollar Snacky Hour. And to make it really official, I'll read off this fancy scroll. Anyone who visits Sonic's Snacky Hour will get dollar corn dogs, dollar mozzarella sticks, and dollar soft pretzel twists. And now to make it really, really official, I'll chisel into stone that you can also redeem half-price drink rewards in the Sonic app. Sonic Snacky Hour, 2 to 5 p.m. every day. Live free, eat Sonic.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply. Limited time offer at participating locations.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
All right, D-backs on deck. D-backs back home after the road trip. Road trip that didn't start out all that well, but ended pretty well. A couple wins over the A's in Sacramento. Now Gamble, they're back home tonight, taking on the San Diego Padres. D-backs 53 and 59. Padres come in nipping at the heels of the Dodgers with a record of 62 and 50, 12 over 500.
Yeah, this is the Padres made all of those incredible trades. They went all in at the deadline to fortify their bullpen and, try to see if they can go for it. They've got a terrific baseball team. My son was actually in San Diego last week at a baseball tournament, Tony Gwynn Stadium, this past week. So my wife and him went to the Mets-Padres game on Tuesday night. So the Padres playing good baseball, made all the roster moves. Going to get a chance to see one of their newcomers tonight. They've addressed their bullpen issues. They've already had a great bullpen. They made the bullpen even stronger. So this is a team that's really all in trying to win a World Series.
The D-backs actually have a winning record against the NL West this year. They're 15 and 12 on the season. Today's pitching matchup brought to you by the Valley Window Depot. More than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for home remodeling. All right, Brandon Fott, 10-game winner. J.P. Sears, Gambo, the lefty. Sears 7-9 with a 4.95 ERA.
Yeah, and Sears was the guy they got from the Oakland A's. Now, this will be his first start for the Padres. He came over with Mason Miller. It was one of the 5 trade deadline deals that the Padres made. So Sears is a guy that they really like. They feel that he can go out there and you look at some of the numbers and some of the things he's done. He's been so good. Has not missed a start this year. Last year or in 2023, he's terrific at the rotation. He has allowed 23 home runs this season, tied for the 3rd most in the majors. So he has a tendency to give up the long ball, but he's had some terrific outings lately, and he fits right into that rotation.
It's home game number 55 for the D-backs. At home, under 500. You don't like that ever. 26 and 28 on the year. Today's injury report brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. We can tell you that Kevin Ginkel on the 15-day DL as of today. He has a sprained right shoulder. They're going to retro that back to August 3rd, in case you're wondering about the details. D-backs recall Andrew Hoffman, Gambo. Speaking of Hoffman and those deadline deals, he's one of the guys that D-backs acquired.
Yeah. Hoffman is a 6'5", power pitching, right-handed guy. He's actually pitched in 3 games for the Royals this year. This is his rookie season. He had a 2-inning outing against the Tigers where he gave up 2 runs. He did throw 2 innings of scoreless ball against the Cubbies in a win for the Royals, and that was on July 21st. That was the last time he pitched in the major leagues. So he did give up no runs on 2 hits against Chicago his last time out. So he's up. We'll get a chance to hopefully see him in these next couple days against the Padres.
MLB standings brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Gambo, I talked about the Padres nipping at the heels of the Dodgers. 62 and 50 on the year, just 3 back of L.A. The Giants starting to fall by the wayside. They're now 9 back of the Dodgers. Over in the NL Central, the Cubs now 2 back of the surging Brewers. Brewers right now by far the best team in baseball. We'll
and they did nothing at the deadline outside of added Shelby Miller. They did nothing. People are criticizing the Brewers. Like, you've got this great team. You didn't do anything. We're like, we're fine.
Yeah, because we've got a great team.
They added Shelby. Right. Other teams went all in.
We like our people.
The Brewers didn't do anything outside of adding Shelby Miller for a couple $1 million.
Good race in the National League East as well. Phillies and the Mets going at it. Phillies right now a half-game lead over the Mets in the NL East. Mitch, real quick, you got something in from Tory?
Yeah, he had a positive update regarding the health of Gabriel Moreno. Here you go.
We got some great news on Gabby today. His CT scan came back that he's able to begin baseball activities, slowly getting cleared for all baseball activities, but he's been taking dry swings and should be getting some hitting done by the end of the week. What does that mean for his progression? I'm not sure, but now the fact is he's asymptomatic. He's been transitioning and strengthening up that right hand, so we just got to continue that process and hopefully get him back onto the field as soon as possible.
Yeah, you'd like to see it. I mean, McCann's done a decent job for them, to be honest with you, and Herrera. But Gabby Moreno, when you made the trade, with Toronto, Gabby Moreno was the centerpiece, not Lourdes Gurriel. And you're like, okay, you might have your catcher for the next 10 years here with Gabby Moreno. And that first year, the year they made the World Series, everybody was really excited about Gabby Moreno, really excited that he could turn into that next great catcher. And ever since then, it's kind of been like leveled off, like he hasn't really gotten any better, hasn't developed anymore. He's had some injuries that have set him back. So it'd be interesting to see. And, obviously Carson Kelly was here. You thought you had a catcher there when you made the trade for Paul Goldschmidt with the Cardinals. You thought you might have had your catcher in Carson Kelly. Didn't work out. You make the trade with Toronto. You get Gabby Moreno. And I still think there's a chance it'll work out, but he needs to get on the field and play.
Keys to the game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G protein bars. Real food, real fuel, ridiculously good.
Yeah, I was looking at some numbers from Luis Ariz. One of 4 players with more walks than strikeouts. The only player with a walk-to-strikeout rate higher than